Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That is streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There is a slight moderation delay with the TTS, and we are trying out this custom TTS feature. There is a link with a guide at the top of the description. You still send it through streamlabs.com/whatever, but when you input your message, it can kind of do like a customized thing. So that's you guys can check it out. You guys can play. Scroll down a little bit. Just scroll down. We won't play the example, but scroll down. Keep going. You can pick a custom voice to send it in. Scroll all the way down so you don't play. But we got Biden, Obama, Trump, whoever you want. There's Squidward. There's SpongeBob. So you can send it in kind of custom. And you can see the description for all the other triggers and full details. Also, since it is the final show, champagne pops are 50% off via Streamlabs.com/whatever. And if you want to just donate, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Link for those are in the description. We have channel memberships. To become a member, you can hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. I'm not wearing our whatever hoodie, my bad. But if you like to get some, you can get it at shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM, for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Total tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Speaking of which, this is our final show. While we are on break, we will be posting every single day on the Clips channel. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other fun stuff. Also, if you want to see we got the security camera footage of the Krav Maga fight. That's a little bit of a better angle because the stream didn't really capture it so well. So if you want to see the Krav Maga fight, it's on our Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. And we post all the BTS and cool stuff on there. And also any of you who are playing, actually I'll do it later. Okay, disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado,
hang on. Before that, remember, Crucible Crew, if you're watching, I can already tell you we're gonna need some champagne pops. You gotta bring some champagne pop. I can just tell. I got this feeling that we're gonna need them.
Yes. So anybody watching over the Crucible, you're welcome to hop on to. You guys are trying to abuse the TTS monster, but I fixed it. So nice try. It should be fixed. But in any case, disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Keeko. I'm 24. I live in Santa Barbara, and I'm a bartender.
All right. And you're from Santa Barbara, or where are you from originally?
San Francisco.
SF. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Lexi. I am 22, just turned, and I'm from the Orange County area.
Okay.
I'm a full-time student currently, so no occupation.
Gotcha. Okay. And actually, really quick, so what are you studying?
Oh, I'm a marketing major.
All right. Going for your bachelor's or?
Well, I just got a certificate and I can graduate with my associates, but I'm doing a transfer program. So I'm taking a few more classes at a community college before I transfer to get my bachelor's.
Okay. And when you're transferring, you're going to still pursue marketing?
Yes.
Okay. And then Keeko, schooling for you?
I do ASU online.
Have you graduated though? Have you gotten your bachelor's or?
No, I went to UCSB for like 5 years, but I took so much time off, and then I decided that they didn't have the major I wanted.
Okay, got it. What about you? Age?
My
et cetera,
name
et
is
cetera?
Amanda. I'm 31. I'm an actor, a model, and a private tutor.
All right. What do you private teach? Private tutor?
I have students from age 4 to age 15, and I teach all subjects,
What kind of acting?
film and TV.
Okay.
And school? Any school?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in elementary education, actually, from the University of Vermont.
All right. Ooh, Vermont. Nice. Okay, cool. What about you?
My name is Maria. I am 44. I am a shaman, massage therapist, and a professional cuddler.
Professional cuddler. Okay.
Yeah.
Before we get into the shaman stuff, what's a professional cuddler?
Somebody that simply holds space for somebody with the availability to literally cuddle with them. So cuddling is optional, but it's there. And some people, due to trauma, choose not to cuddle and just simply have somebody hold space for them and probably cry because they're dealing with some kind of grief.
Sure.
And so it just depends on what they seek.
And you charge for this, I'm assuming?
Correct, yes.
Okay, what are your rates per hour, I guess?
I charge $100 an hour.
$100 an hour?
Correct.
Okay. For the cuddle sesh?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And is there do you consider them your patients? Are they your patients or what? How do you, clients? What do you?
Clients, correct.
Clients, okay.
Yes.
Is there spooning involved? Like, how do you cut? Like, what sort of cuddling are we talking about?
It depends on the comfortability between each individual. So we first sit and we ground. We make sure we're cool with each other. And once we sit and ground, then I go over the rules. Before I touch you, I say, is this okay? And you say yes or no. It has to be a full yes before I touch you. Same with me. If you want to touch me, it has to be a full yes. Otherwise, it's a no.
Okay.
So we set clear boundaries. So as long as both adults are consenting, we could do the spoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do the spoon cuddling?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Also, I do want to thank, unfortunately, it's not letting me pull it up, but Kai Baka, thank you for the gifted 10 subs over there on Twitch. And I do have to interrupt briefly. Oh, wait, one sec, guys. It's coming up. Metro Matt from the Discord, thank you in advance for the... Oh, no. TTS monster, man. Absolutely scuffed, eh? Hey, boys. All right, here, let me try this again. Sorry, boys. All right, let's see if this works. Metro Matt.
Cheers
What?
to the holidays and a great new year from the Discord fam.
Oh, my... What the frick? Here, well, that's... Okay, TTS monsters is just an... All right.
Shaman?
Have you... Wait, yeah, so have you ever... do you hook up with any of your clients?
No, they're professional.
It's all above
Yeah.
the board.
Correct, because I am on one site that's purely for professional services, and then there's another site which I use for my own personal self. So if I feel like I need a cuddle, then I go to that site.
I see. Do you you'll take both male and female clients?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have a preference being big spoon or little spoon or?
No, I just love cuddling, period.
Would you judge them if they were wanted you to be big spoon?
Not at all. I hold a really safe space for people, so
Yeah.
I'm very open-hearted.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, do you oh boy. Okay. Do you
What if somebody wanted you to cuddle with their dog? You know what I mean?
I think that's the best.
I would be open to it because
be
I'm
open
not
to it?
allergic and I love animals. And actually communicate with animals too.
Same rate, $100?
Wait.
That's
Wait, you,
something I could sign
You're
up
a
for.
psychic, right?
Correct,
Well,
yes.
hang on.
oh, wait, I see.
Shaman.
Wait, you communicate with animals? Like
Yeah.
you're a druid or a shaman?
I am a shaman, and I'm also an animal communicator.
Wait, are you playing on Night Slayer?
Pardon?
Night Slayer, are you Horde? Well, of course you have to be Horde because it's classic World of Warcraft, but you're playing a shaman, right? It just launched.
I'm not familiar with games.
Split it up.
The video game world.
Perhaps a totem shaman.
Yeah. Are you orc or Tauren or troll shaman?
I'm not familiar with any of those.
And are you
at
are you
all.
spec'd into healing, or are you playing like elemental or enhancement?
I don't play video games, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
You said you're a shaman.
I am a shaman.
Are you
correct.
level 60 or like what level?
I'm sorry.
Like what level shaman are you?
That was crazy.
I am present.
So you're like, are you a noob though?
No, not at all.
You're not a noob. So you're like you're level 40. Like you're in Zul'Farrak right now.
I'm experienced.
Like you have rested XP?
You're asking the
experienced
wrong
enough.
question.
Does anyone know
You're
what
not
you're
even
talking
diving
about
into the
right now?
PvP aspect of this at all.
Well, yeah. Are you gonna like when phase 2 comes? Are you gonna grind honor? Like, are you gonna like go for rank 14, like high warlord, or
Technically, I am a warrior.
no warlord, high warlord for like PvP rank 14?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with those terms.
This would be a good point to guys. If any of you are playing World of Warcraft, Night Slayer realm, Horde, you guys can send me gold to my character Brixan. It's BRIXAN. Send me gold on my account. Just like mail it to me, and we'll open it up on stream. We'll open up the gold. We'll read the mail. You got to send me I think 100 gold should be the minimum. We'll take all donations, but like to read something, because that's basically a TTS, right? Wait, is that? I don't know if that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, BRIXAN Horde Night Slayer PvP realm.
So what kind of shaman?
That's a good question. I work with angels.
Okay.
So when I do the healings, I work with the angels, and I simply act as the channel for the angels to do the healings.
So it's like, essentially angel here. So just a couple of very quick follow-ups before we move down the table. So do you speak Enochian then?
I speak light language.
Enochian?
Light language.
What is that?
Well, everyone has a different. It's a language that is like tongue, I guess. It's the easiest term that some people use.
Like John D stuff?
Kind of like
Throat hockey, or
I'm trying to remember the name of this artist. I don't think it's Enya, but
I prefer
there's an artist that also has light language. She's, yeah.
You ever heard of John D?
I have not.
No? Okay.
No.
Damn, Metro Matt.
It's so early.
Oh wait, hold on. Is it gonna?
It's not going to read it.
Boy, cheers to the holidays and a great new year from the Discord fam.
All right, Metro Matt, thank you for the champagne pop. Do appreciate it, man. You're a legend, sir. You are a legend, Metro Matt. Thank you, man. We'll do that. I'll pop it after the intros. So wait, Shaman, can you show us a spell or something? Do you do spells?
Words are spells.
Okay. Wait, words or spells?
Words are spells.
Words are spells.
Okay. Can you cast something on Darkavia next to you? No, like a healing spell, because she's kind of like, she's actually battling, she has she has a terminal illness called, she's bleeding from down, like she's...
What?
You mean like a period? Oh my god.
No, like from your anus.
No.
Shit, why are you cursing?
She has anal cancer.
That is not true.
No, not
Now you got her.
How are you gonna lie to a shaman? That's like bad luck, isn't it? I swear it's bad luck.
You haven't. I'm diagnosing you right now because I'm a warlock. So,
Can we get through the intro?
excuse me, Keeko. I'm a warlock and I can like detect magic and detect illness. So like, yeah, you should probably go see a.
This
you,
guy
Brian.
here already arguing with
Fuck
the
you.
GM. It's unbelievable.
Is it like internet D&D?
Yeah, you can pass.
Me?
Yeah.
I do
Let's
detect.
get through the
I'm
intros.
detecting a little bit of. I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Go ahead. Sorry, Andrew. Do you have more questions about the shamanism?
I know, but remind me. We'll get back to this.
Yes.
Okay, Darkavia, your intro.
I have so many questions.
Hi, I'm Darkavia. I'm 23, and I'm a full-time babysitter.
Okay.
On the whatever podcast.
Yes,
I'm babysitting all of you.
she is.
Athena, 25, and I'm a law student.
What kind of law?
I think I'm going to go into estates and trusts.
Good.
Wait, hold on. You said 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in law school currently?
Yeah.
Okay. Year 1, year 2, year 3?
I'm in my last year.
Okay. And before that, you got your bachelor's in?
Peace, justice, and conflict studies.
Peace, justice, and...
Is that an arts degree?
Yes.
Okay. At a 4-year university?
Well, I got my associates at community college first, and then I transferred to finish the 4-year degree.
Oh, it's one of these hard to open ones. Should I let Keeko do it, or I don't
I used to
know?
be a bartender. I could open it. And I did brunch. So
Bro, it's
open a
like
lot of
one these-
champagne bottles.
It doesn't have a cork. It's like the...
You just twist it.
You just like... yeah.
I've been twisting it.
I do have a cut.
Oh,
in my hand,
wait.
though.
I got it. Hold on. Hold
Just
on.
wait. Don't shake it up too much. Oh.
If you do, it's fun.
I got this, boys.
Sorry, no.
Sprays all the electronics.
Oh.
That's why. Yeah.
Give it to the big guy over there. He'll open it.
It's like cracking, but there we go. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Move it from us.
Points it more towards the camera. The struggle
Are you
is
using
real.
an eyeglass?
There we go. Sorry, guys.
Got it.
Hey.
It was...
I thought that.
I don't like those. I like the ones where you gotta
Same.
crank it and then there's a freaking proper cork. Okay, we'll pour that in a bit. Shina, what about you?
Shina Ray Reynolds, 50. I'm a professional speaker, and I also own part like with the partners, med spa in Texas for facial injections. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and I enjoy doing discussions and debates all over the world with people. And I'm glad that you guys are here to talk to tonight.
All right. Welcome, everybody.
Except you, Keeko. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I haven't even said anything.
So everybody here is over 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Everybody, champagne? Everybody want champagne?
No, I don't drink
No?
alcohol.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
I'll take a little bit.
Yes. Yes.
I
would
No?
never turn down a
No.
champagne.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm good.
Okay.
I don't drink alcohol.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. Going around the table, what is your relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
I'm in a relationship. Next month will be 2 years. I think my longest relationship was like 2.5 years.
Okay. Same guy, I'm assuming?
No, I had like a 2.5 year long
No,
relationship.
I mean, from last time.
Oh,
same-
yeah,
same
yeah.
guy,
Mhm.
What about you?
Yeah, so I'm in an open relationship.
Okay.
We just passed our 2-year mark, and my longest relationship in the past was 5, almost 6 years.
Is it with a guy you're in the open relationship with, or a girl?
Yes,
Okay.
a guy.
All right. And so you said 6 years longest?
Yeah, almost 6 years. Yeah.
Who broke up with who in that relationship?
It's complicated. We were married. I got married like right after high school. It was a mistake, obviously, and yeah, that's about it. If
Children?
we had,
Children?
No,
Okay.
thank God, no. Got out before that happened.
Thank God.
But no, I just wanted to spend some time like away from his family because his dad was living with us and his brother moved in with us. And so it was like a lot of testosterone. So I just asked before the holidays to stay a couple days at my grandparents. And he was like, oh, cool. So you're divorcing me. And I was like, no, I'm not. And he's like, yeah, no, you're leaving me. And I was like, no, I'm not. And he was like, get a lawyer. And then he ghosted me for 2 weeks. So yeah, technically he kind of forced the breakup. I didn't want to break up. But obviously it was for the best. So.
But you you separated from him first. Is that how that went?
Again, it was just supposed to be like a quick visit at my grandparents, like for the holidays. And then it turned into a separation. But ultimately, I ended up paying the divorce lawyer. So yes, I broke up with him.
One for she.
She doesn't
I don't
want
drink.
it. Yeah. She doesn't drink.
Here, I'll give you the. Actually, I'll just.
Chug it.
Chug, you won't. You know you want
might
to,
come out your nose.
actually.
Brian's a lightweight.
I am a lightweight.
I've experienced it firsthand. That was honestly a great show, though, so I would encourage it.
Word. Okay. Here, before we get into the rest of the relationship status, this is a cheers to Metro Matt and the rest of the Discord family. Salut.
Salud.
There we go.
Chug,
Seven,
chug,
seven,
chug,
seven,
chug.
seven. There you go. You're gonna burp. You're gonna burp so
does that
much.
say?
All of that.
What does that face?
At the bottom.
Oh my god.
Okay, so relationship status. What about you?
I am currently in a relationship. It's been like a year and a half.
Okay.
And my longest relationship was like 5.5 years.
5.5 years. Okay. Can I just have you scoot your mic this way a little bit? Yeah, a little more, a little more, a little more. Okay, perfect. And you are bisexual, lesbian?
I'm gay, yeah.
Okay. And always been the case?
Mhm.
Okay. You've never dated men?
Never dated men.
So the 5.5 year relationship is with a woman. Who broke up with who?
We were actually married, and I'm the one who left.
Okay, you guys were married.
Mhm.
So you divorced her.
Yes.
And you were married for how long?
Like a little over a year, but we were
just
together for
5.5 years.
Yeah.
What was listed? Do you have to list something on the divorce papers like irreconcilable differences? What was the reason for the divorce?
Just not compatible anymore. And
Okay.
Yeah, it was really clean, like no lawyers or anything, just went our separate ways.
And was that here in California?
Yes.
Were there Subarus involved?
No.
No, it's not a single Subaru.
Not one single
No,
Subaru.
not a single Subaru. Okay.
What about a corgi?
Nope. Cats,
All right.
though. I had to
that's
leave
what
behind
she
my
was
cat.
Aw.
You know.
What about you?
Did you get the cat?
No.
You didn't get the
I had
cat?
to leave him.
Wait, what?
Do you get pictures still?
Deleted?
No. I had to
Leave
leave
him.
my cat.
Oh, I thought you killed the cat.
Whoa.
She said deleted.
No, she had to
I had
leave
to
him.
leave
Wrong
him.
episode.
Oh.
Wrong episode.
Okay. What about you?
Single.
All right. How long you been single?
1 month now.
1 month.
Yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship?
Longest relationship in the past has been on and off 8 years.
Were you guys married?
No.
The most recent, you said you've been single for 1 month. How long
Correct.
was the most recent?
1 month.
It was a 1 month.
Relationship. No, 1 month official boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay.
What?
That ended a month ago.
Yeah,
I see. Okay. Who broke up with who?
I did. I broke up with him.
And then the longest relationship, who broke up with who?
I did also.
You did also. Okay.
Not good
Women always
cuddlers.
do it.
Now, but you did say it was on again, off again. How many times was it on again, off again?
The first relationship was on again, off again, probably like 3 times. That was my first boyfriend. My first boyfriend was on again, off again for 8 years.
And it was off 3 times, you said.
Yeah,
Who would initiate the off?
I would.
Who would initiate the back on?
Him.
Him. Okay, so he would come back. Why would you do a breakup? Was he cheating on you?
The first time I broke up with him, it was because he cheated on me. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. What about the second and third time? Also cheating, or?
It's been so long, honestly. The first time he broke up with me, and I was a mess because he was my first boyfriend. And then he felt sad for me, so we got back together after that. And then after that is where I broke it up.
Got it.
Yeah.
What were was it the lengths of the breaks?
Probably weeks, as far as I
Oh, just a
remember.
couple
It's been
weeks?
so long
Okay.
ago. I was
Okay, so it was on and off for 8 years, but you're pretty much together for 8 years.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
There's a few week breaks, it sounds.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right, what about you?
I'm currently in a situationship with my ex-boyfriend.
I thought that was over. You mean the guy that cheated on you with like 30 people?
Yeah. But yeah, it's like it's not. We're not exclusive, but I'm only sleeping with him.
He took really good pictures, though.
Yeah.
That was what mattered.
Yeah.
I hope it's not
You have
gonna.
lost your ever-living mind.
You can get a disease.
Wait, Keeko, what do you think?
No,
about,
he
so
doesn't-
here's the details. I'll give you the plot synopsis. She reaches out to this photographer in Los Angeles to take photos, to do a photo session. He shows up to the photo session without a camera. Later that night, they have sexual intercourse, and then he proceeds to cheat on her.
Wrong. He doesn't listen. I didn't sleep with him.
Oh, sorry. The next.
No, we were just friends for 3 months.
Oh.
And then I kissed him after 3 months.
Why did he show up before?
Honestly, I have no idea for
you
that
didn't
question.
Why he
I
didn't
did.
show up?
Like I definitely did. It was definitely weird, and I was
And
like, is he like? Yeah, because he was. I just moved here. I just moved here from Nebraska, and I didn't know anyone. I knew him through social media because we had a mutual friend, and so he was a very, very, very first person I have ever met here. I moved out here when I was 18 by myself, so I really didn't know anyone. And I was the only person I knew through social media, and so I asked to hang out, and I was like, oh yeah, might as well shoot, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, he didn't bring his camera. All he brought was a joint. So, and I was like, kind of like questioning. I was like, dude, when we were supposed to shoot, I have my fit on, you know what I mean? And he was like, oh, I didn't thought you were being serious. I thought you just wanted to hang out. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. That's like what happened. But we were friends for 3 months before I even decided to kiss him to make my ex in Nebraska jealous, the one I was with for 5 years.
See, women.
But so then,
decisions.
Right,
yeah.
I can't like that.
So then we were just friends, and then after we didn't personally take a relationship very serious until almost a year of knowing each other.
But
so,
I want to ask you a question. With you knowing all this information about him, when you have the experience with him, why would you not put your emotion, horniness, whatever it is you're dealing with, aside and disassociate with a person like that? Why you masochistic?
Because I don't like sleeping around, and I'd rather sleep with the same with the 4 people.
But
than,
you still said, okay, here's our point though. Here's our point.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So you said we're going to do a photo shoot together.
Yeah.
He showed up to the photo shoot. Hold on, let me finish. He showed up to the photo shoot with nothing besides a joint. No camera, no nothing, just a joint.
Mm-hmm.
And you continue to be his friend after that. That should have been enough of a flag to be I don't want to be in any cahoots with a man who would think that that's okay. And I'm not saying you're wrong for that, because it's something you have to. But it's something you have to learn. You have to learn it. But now that you learn it, if you were to continue to do that, like, I can't blame him. Because
okay, but you were a different person than I was, and I was 19 years old. How are you going to step over a line that you don't understand the situation? Calm down,
girl.
No, I'm
she's
very
not
calm.
saying it.
So you cannot say I'm wrong.
Can I please say something? She's not saying it to
No, that's literally so what you
degrade
just
you.
said.
No, she doesn't try to put you down.
Men that's okay. Like, we teach men that it's okay to do that to us because they do things
you're
like that.
acting like I was fucking him. I wasn't fucking him. We were just friends.
Oh my God.
For 3 months.
No, we were literally just friends for 3 months before anything happened.
I understand. Like,
I want to
I'm
add
just
something.
saying,
Like, you're acting like he was just some random guy.
Have the exchange.
Yeah, let him finish.
Like, you're acting like he was some random guy. I knew him before I moved to California. But just the one altercation that, yes, I did shoot with him because he literally forgot it. Like, he didn't forget his camera. He just thought we were actually just hanging out because that was my first time meeting him. First person I met in California. And yes, literally 2 weeks later, we did end up doing a photo shoot because I actually wanted to shoot, and I made that clear. So you're acting like that was he was like, oh yeah, sure, like we'll definitely shoot.
I'm just saying there was definitely clearly red flags there
you're walking over a line that you shouldn't cross because you don't understand the situation.
No, this is a conversation.
Stay where you belong.
It's an open conversation about debating. Like, we're talking about dating, and it's an open conversation to understand. If that's how it is, then you can tell me that. If I don't know all the details.
Telling you that. I'm telling you that.
Okay, but you're telling me to calm down, but you're the only one who seems agitated right now.
Yeah, because you're overstepping. Shut up.
Can I please add something to the conversation?
Oh, geez, Louise.
Go ahead.
Girl, I just want to add something. Since I could be a both mother, okay, and I've lived longer, so I want to tell you something. First of all, from your reaction, I see that I'm not saying it to disrespect you or degrade you, but I want you to take my advice.
Me. Listen, the one that got Botox.
But look at you. Listen. I don't give a damn what you're telling me because it's not affecting me.
Okay, then why are you talking to me?
But we came here to talk. This is not the hood that you're treating people like that. If you don't like it,
excuse me?
Yes, exactly. So if you don't like it,
don't forget we still go outside after the show.
If you don't like, listen, I'm not afraid of you. I have a gun.
Okay, so do I. Moving on.
What the hell? You're not threatening me. First of all, you're not threatening me.
Talk to you anymore.
No. Let me talk. This girl, say what you say based on what you you said to us. And this is our conversation.
Brian asked me a question, and I literally finished. I just answered the question.
But
so
we're not trying to fight with you. We're trying to give you an advice.
Then why are we talking?
You can go on a rampage, destroying your life, going with stupid people. That's your thing. That's not my thing.
You guys understand that?
But we're giving you an advice. We're not here to fight with you.
I'm only 23 years old.
Exactly.
Yes, I have a whole life to experience. So you guys are judging me on a fucking.
But I'm not judging you. She's not judging you.
You literally said yes. She is wrong for that.
Merry Christmas.
Is that not judgmental?
Can I just say one more thing and that's it? That's what I want to say.
Literally, you're judging me over.
I want to say
I'm 23 and I was in a relationship with a man for like 3.5 years.
Whatever podcast, it's not a therapy. So we're not coming here to put our anger or emotional burdens.
Okay, then.
Okay, wait. Let me speak. Don't interrupt me. I let you take out your trash from your mouth. Let me finish. I want to say something. First of all, you're 23. She's a little bit older than you, and I'm a lot older than you.
Okay, who gives a fuck?
Wait, because you don't give a fuck. Your life in 23 look like this. Because you don't give a fuck. We only live life forward and understand them backwards.
Like that because you had a stressful ass life.
Listen, we only live life forward and understand them backwards. What you do now, it's gonna affect you when you be 50, when you're gonna be 40. You can sit here and say that I do Botox or talk like shit to her. It doesn't matter. You destructing your life, not my life and not her life.
Dude,
this is not a therapy.
Again, it's my life. I don't know why you guys are
speak with respect to people. Obviously, you have issues.
Oh my, yes, I do have issues. We all fucking have issues.
No,
yes,
I do have
mental
issues. I'm
issues.
taking care of myself.
And half the women that are on this fucking fucking table have issues.
No, I don't have issues. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, you're older. You have experienced life.
It doesn't matter.
So for you to sit here and judge a 23-year-old.
I'm not judging you. She didn't judge you. Nobody here judged you.
Oh my God.
Across the line.
She based on what you told her.
You think so you don't do the same mistakes.
Exactly. That's the point.
I'm literally 20. Yes, I get where you guys are coming from, but again, you're talking down on me for a situation.
We're not trying to go down on you.
I didn't talk down on you at all. Actually,
nobody tried to go down on you.
That was me.
No. She said I am wrong for the situation and you calling me that was a red flag that I should have not been his friend. But how is that? Like, how would you not know? You're acting like I did not get.
Baby girl, that is a red
He was my
flag.
friend. Yes, he was my friend before I moved to LA. So how is that a red? How is that a red
flag? But we're saying it to your benefit.
No,
we're not saying it to degrade you. We're trying to give you advice.
Don't answer them anymore.
No, because you guys are acting like I was going into this. You guys are acting like we were both going into this thing in the beginning as if we're going into a relationship, as if if I wanted to be his I wanted to be his girlfriend, or he wanted to be my boyfriend. That was never the case.
No,
we were
just want to be his useful idiot that you have sex with you whenever he wants.
A professional relationship, and he took that as.
But I didn't want a professional. I did not want a professional relationship. I did not say that. I literally said he had a camera. Let's take pictures. He didn't bring the camera. He felt bad about it. We shot 2 weeks later. How was that? How was that?
That mentality is literally
he was my
stupid.
He was my friend.
Hindsight's 2020. With the information we know now that was given to me, I feel like those things could have been red flags to what happened in the future. So that's all I'm trying to say. Is usually there is little dollops that they will give to show them.
Okay, so can I continue in telling you why he cheated on me? It was like those Instagram DMs and all that shit. Some people don't consider that cheating or light cheating or whatever, but I consider that cheating. So yes, when I say he cheated on me 17 times, it's mainly those factors. So yes, it's not like he was going around fucking bitches.
Wait. No, keep going. Ignore it.
Love the
keep going.
Okay, can I say something?
That is
Go
not
ahead.
That's
you said so much already. Go ahead.
We came here to talk. I didn't come here to look at your pretty face.
Can I add something?
Yes, you go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So I get that you wanted to point out the red flags for future things so that mistakes aren't made again. The way both of you went about it, though, was not one of an older, more mature woman. You acted like a 15-year-old. I'm sorry, calling somebody wrong for their
Excuse
past
me, she talked about my Botox?
Hold on, hey, stop.
Okay, and that was after, for one. And for two, if you want to take the high route, take the high route. Don't be calling her stupid. That's it. I totally understand where you were coming from and how this interaction kind of like mingled it.
I don't think I said anything disrespectful.
No,
at all.
I
want to react.
Listen, you're not my teacher.
But at the same time, guys, if we were talking about something more serious other than just stupid like DM
my life
cheating, No, I meant if we were talking about something more serious, as if like you were assaulted or something. You saying, "Oh, you should have known the red flags."
No, I didn't say that.
You literally did.
I said those are red flags.
But nothing's wrong with what she said. Nothing's wrong with that.
You said I was wrong for ignoring the red flags.
Yeah, she's right for saying
I said
that.
in the future, if you do those things.
Dude, I was 18 years old. Like, calm down, bro. I was literally 18.
I'm very calm. I'm very
I was literally 18 years old. I was literally a child, and what I'm doing now is simply because I don't want to go around fucking other people.
You were literally an adult.
Yeah, I was 18, not knowing a single soul in California. The only person I knew was him.
Hold on, we got to do one microphone.
She's not a child. She's a woman.
Literally an adult.
Now,
literally an adult.
I mean, I would still consider 18, 19 to be pretty childlike. That's why it's understandable that she missed those things.
We got to respect
I was just
literally.
saying.
We got to
Bro, but I
respect.
can't-
Hold on. We got to respect the word literally. You can maybe make the argument for figuratively. But literally, she was an adult.
Well, if you're saying literally by definition of the law,
changes all the time. 15-year-olds were considered adults.
You could be drinking alcohol at 18.
15-year-olds are considered adults in other countries. Literal is
then they weren't.
is subjective.
Then when they were 15 and considered adults, then they literally would have been adults.
I don't think it said literally. I think it would say legally.
No, she
legally
said,
they're considered adults.
I think she said literally. Let's not please show respect.
You said literally.
No,
but
she said literally.
You said we're talking literally.
Yeah.
I was literally 18 years old. Like, I just
child. You said
I didn't know. I said I was literally 18. I was like my mindset. I was still a child.
It doesn't matter. She's still taking
because I just
hold on. She said literally a child. No, literally an adult.
Like, fresh out of high school, no life experience, never lived on my own, never paid my own bills. Like, I was a child because.
Define literally. Define literally.
Okay, I say literally a lot in my sentences. It's like using yeah or like yeah, but I'm just saying literally is just like a word I use.
You literally used literally too.
Yeah,
but
that was what you said.
Yeah, but he was using it as like.
I think you meant
legally is the better terminology.
Legally is the better terminology. You were legally an adult.
Well, that's putting all emotions and all everything aside. That's like by the law. By law, we consider where we are right here, we consider 18 adults legally, but I wouldn't say literally is not the word. It is legally.
For her,
yes, it
you
is
always tell
legally.
us to take emotions out of it, and I feel like that's the correct term that you use.
Calm down, Keeko. Yes,
I'm very calm.
Legally would have also.
You're freaking out, Keeko.
Legally would also have been the appropriate word, but literally is also the appropriate word.
Okay, compromise.
That can also be subjective.
I agree.
Literally can be subjective.
No, definitions are not
Everything's subjective.
I only said literally because of my life experiences at 18 that I did, like, I lived. Like, I was, I was literally a child in my state of mind because that's what I mean. Like, literally, by the word literally is because in the state of mind I was in moving into California, I was a child. I never paid my own bills. I've never lived on my own. I was fresh out of high school. And yes, that's what I mean by literally I was a child. Like, I never lived an adult life,
literally,
basically.
You were an adult.
But, yes, legally, yes, but
no. Literally, not just legally. I agree.
Yeah, but
with
nothing
you
made me an adult.
But you're literally also. Is this just
Why?
like,
I want to say something. I want to, Brian. I want to say something.
The focus.
Yeah.
I want to say something. The fact that she was a child or an adult, it doesn't matter. She was taking a bad decision. I know kids who are 15. Wait, I know.
How many bad decisions have you made?
Not a lot.
I mean, he was literally 18.
No, stop.
No, I agree with her. If they were the same age, it doesn't matter.
Be quiet. Stop.
Obviously, I'm more mature.
I've been tolerating for a few minutes now quite a lot of crosstalk.
Sorry.
One person, you guys can talk. That's fine. Only one person needs to talk at a time, can be talking at a time. We can parse it if there's multiple people talking. The audience cannot.
I apologize.
One person speak at a time. Let them finish their sentence. If you have a response, then you can go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Don't interrupt. No cross-talking. Let people finish their sentences, one person at a time.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
talk?
Make it brief.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't matter if you're 18 or 19 or 23. Still, it means that you're not taking good decisions for yourself because nobody's going to get hurt by you. If you're going with a guy that slept with 30 women or cheat on you with 30 women,
17.
You the one, it doesn't matter, even if it's 3, okay, even if it's 2, more than 1. You're still taking the risk to get sexual transmitted diseases. You still get to all their energy inside your body. You're still getting a lot of problem from that in your future. Maybe you don't feel it now, now, but in 5-10 years along the road, you're gonna suffer. You're gonna have a lot of emotional burden.
Right. But okay, so right now, I was trying to get to my point earlier, why I'm still seeing him, and why it's nothing like I'm still seeing him is because I choose not to sleep around, and I really personally, all I ask of him is if he does do that, to be safe. And yes, we do disclose who we're sleeping with. Even if I do, and you're acting like he's only the guy I'm talking to, I can say this publicly that I'm talking to 5 other guys, literally. So it's just the sleeping factor is why he's currently in my life.
Okay, so if that is something, I know how intercourse might be natural for some people, but if that is the only reason why you are keeping this man in your life is because you don't want to add another sleeping partner to your roster, we need to fight some bigger demons here.
Yeah, but
that's not.
But you're
that's not. No, like that's that. Let's just find someone else and don't sleep with him for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Get a little blue pill. No, you said you're still with him because you want to sleep with him. That's what you just said.
No, but we don't see each other constantly. We are not persistent.
The fact that you even see him still is outrageous, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but honestly, like, you have our own fucking things. Okay, we're basically in an open.
Sometimes you need.
We're in an open relationship. There we go. We're in an open relationship. That's what we're in.
And he didn't cheat.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much, Kat.
When he did cheat on me, we were living together. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that. I think that's a terrible basis to make an open relationship. Is if you start something as a closed relationship and they just keep doing things,
it was like that's what we are doing
let's just
now.
Open it then.
We don't care. Like
that's not.
I don't care about him personally. I really don't care about him mentally.
And then you're not in an open relationship.
Yeah,
like no. I feel like that makes a terrible light about open relationships.
It's not open relationship. He's using you, and you just.
No, I'm actually using him.
You just chose to deal with it because you're not sleeping around. You just said you don't want to sleep around. So
but I will. Like, if I wanted to, you're acting like it's not an option. The guys I'm talking to, I'm literally getting to know them.
Information.
He's cut off as soon as I find one I want. And yes, all these other men, and probably they're gonna fucking see this. The ones I'm talking to, they all know about each other. So
it doesn't matter. But he's dominating you. He's using you for his own pleasure.
I'm using him for my pleasure.
You're not using him. You're a woman. Women cannot use a man for sex. That's what you don't understand. That's 100% true. Women are not like men.
As somebody who has been
why I should be in the middle because I'm like arguing with every side right now.
It definitely happens. Okay.
As someone whose open relationship started from me using him for sex.
I was used for my penis.
Yeah, you think you're using him, but
I was very.
You think you're using someone, but you're not. They eventually using you. You're not. No woman uses men for sex.
I wish you were in my shoes so you can understand.
I felt like a piece of me.
This is frustrating.
All you women care about is sex. You care about one thing, and it's literally disgusting. You women, just sometimes a guy just wants to talk and cuddle. Like, hello?
And pay $100 an hour for it.
I love the flip.
Like, I'm really just, I feel objectified and used, and this.
Who wants to cuddle with someone that is not his partner?
That sounds dangerous.
Is it?
You got it.
Well,
that was
good thing it's not one of those.
Kind of like my sex life, very disappointing. just very under, you expect a big explosion and then it just kind of, all right. We will fill up. Keeko left to go hire a hot shaman, I guess. Can you pour for the peeps? Sure. If you want more champagne, pass it down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. We'll do a little toasty here in just a minute.
Thank you.
All right, here, let's get through the rest of the relationship statuses here.
Yes.
But Darkavia, you are in a situationship for like what? How long? 3?
It's not really, I don't know.
You guys are having carnal knowledge. When's the last time you had carnal knowledge?
What does that mean? Like carnal knowledge about what?
Carnal knowledge.
Yeah, but what?
Carnal knowledge.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, like I'm sorry.
Sex.
Intercourse.
Okay. That's more like I like that word.
Yeah.
It's not less provocative.
Yeah, it's the PG.
I would say we haven't spoken. We just reconnected after 1.5 years. I would say.
Oh.
2 months.
Oh, 2 months.
Yeah.
Wait, 2 months ago?
Yeah, we started seeing each other 2 months ago.
No, but when's the last time you saw him?
Last night.
I see. Okay. All right. What about you?
In a relationship, 3 years in April.
All right. Longest relationship?
That is my longest relationship.
Got it. Okay. Shina, what about you?
Longest relationship, 11 years, marriage. And I'm not in a relationship for 1.5 years now.
All right. Also, we need to get some. Yo, Keeko, rejoin. We have champagne for you.
I'm rejoined. It's not.
Well, deal with it.
What do you want?
Oh my goodness, she got the popcorn.
You should have made for all
I
of
brought
us.
some beer.
Do
You want a beer?
any?
No, I just want popcorn.
No, she wants popcorn.
Okay.
Pass it down. Yeah, don't. You want champagne, right? We got another pop.
I didn't say that. We got another pop?
Yeah, you take some.
Oh. This is why I have to go to the bathroom so much. Oh,
I don't know if that might be a lot. It's not that much.
It's not.
There we go. Perfect. Here, pass that down. Thank you, guys. All right, we are going to do a here. Cheers to Kat. Salud.
Salud.
All right, and then we have another one too.
Raise the price.
Costines donated $500. Pop champagne. Merry Christmas to you and panel.
Merry Christmas.
Bottle or silence a fool, you choice. Good luck to you and everyone in the new year. Girls have kids. Best thing you can do.
Well, we got to pop another champagne bottles.
I got to silence someone when you choose.
By the way, Merry Christmas to you too, man.
Thank you, man.
Hope
really
you have a
appreciate
great. Hope you and the whatever audience has a great New Year.
While I get that
Merry
sorted,
Christmas.
we are gonna let a couple chats come through.
Noah donated $200. Love it when we are not even an hour into the show and a fight breaks out. Merry Christmas to everyone. Have a great last show of the year.
Yo, Noah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Fucking broke my nail last night for a fight, so I'm definitely not in the mood.
Yo,
so.
Is it okay though?
Did you win?
Like,
I definitely won.
Is your nail bed messed
You
up,
see
or is
nothing
it
wrong with my
okay?
face. No.
Thank you, Noah. Appreciate it. W's in the chat for Noah. W's in the chat for Kat. W's in the chat for Matt.
69 donated $200. This is how young girls get essayed. They think the wrong people are friends. Also, wouldn't let her babysit my kid Zeke. Take the advice from your elders who have been through
Yeah,
things.
your elders like Keeko. She is
older,
an elder.
like a year older than her.
You are her elder.
I'm a year older than her. Let's
How does
relax.
that feel to be called an elder?
It's weird.
Literally.
You're
literally her
an
elder.
Brian,
that is anything. If anything, it's a
so
blessing to grow older and gain more wisdom as you age. So I would have no problem. I'm
No,
an
but
elder
it's
to some.
weird.
And babysitting
I don't think her, but
yeah, babysitting children.
Frank,
I literally.
later.
I know how
completely
to
different than this.
Yeah, like children are easy to be.
She's
be
not
around.
debating about with her
For the
babysitting
roast.
kids about the man she's dating. I hope not.
Not
at
dating.
least.
Guys, W's in the chat for Kat, for Gamerheart, for Noah, for Metro Matt, and Picostines.
You know, I
Thank
saw
you, guys.
that. I saw that chat. I saw that sneaky little chat come in. You want to lower the TTS for the last show of the year? I think Brian should raise it. He should raise it to 300.
That's a
just
good
for you
idea.
bitching. You
know-
just ruined it for everyone. Raise to 300.
Do we?
Yeah, raise it 300 per TTS.
I think we'll keep it at 200. We'll keep it at 200. I think.
250.
If the TTS gets maybe too disruptive, we can consider it. But we will do a roast session probably later on in the show. So
What session?
Fun.
roast.
What is that?
They make fun of you.
Yeah, you're gonna get roasted for not speaking.
Usually
into the
they just make fun of
microphone.
him, honestly. They mostly just make fun of Brian.
It's true.
And me.
And how obese I am.
And me.
And you,
Really?
Keeko. Yeah, I can't see why.
I'm the
That's okay.
brute of every joke.
Speaking
It's okay, I can
of which, I have to. Darkavia is typically one of our background characters, but she's a welcome addition to tonight's show. She's replacing an individual who has already flaked on us 2-3 times, and who decided to no-show today. To which. What's it called? Oh, and then I'm also being blown up because 2 girls came 75 minutes late, and I'm they're late. So, but can you pull up the girl? We're gonna react to some of her Instagram posts because not really dating related. Make it bigger for us. All right, this is the individual who has flaked on us 3 times already, and who maliciously, I believe it's a malicious no-show today. Essentially just trying to lock up a seat to fuck us over because she doesn't like us. Scroll down, mind you, remember mute the audio on, we're gonna play, mind you, Disney, she's a Disney adult.
Ew.
Okay, red flag number 1. I should have seen it there. Okay, X out of that. Now we're gonna react, not dating related at all, but I feel like we gotta look into some of these messages. So pull up the baddies vote one. There's gonna be audio on this.
for saying don't put a homophobic racist in office, then I get bad press for that. I really don't care. If I get bad press for saying don't put a homophobic racist in office, then I get bad press for that.
She says, I really don't care. Wait, click it again. It's hashtag.
If I get bad press for saying
X
don't
out.
put a
Women's rights are human rights. Next one.
People want to say, don't let politics ruin relationships, friendships, yada, yada, yada. No, I'm sorry. At the end of the day, this election really came down to who people are and what people value, basic human rights, being a decent human being, understanding women's rights to have the freedom to their own autonomy, racism, being aware of that, just who you are, like having morals, having integrity as an American living here in United States. I will never absolutely understand any brown person, any colored person across the spectrum to advocate for a man that is openly racist, is a felon and a rapist. What message are we sending for our children in the future? What message are we sending children right now? It's very disturbing to me. It's very disgusting. I fear any woman that decided to make that conscious decision. I fear any black man or Latino, Hispanics that decided to make the conscious decision to vote for him, because at the end of the day, he doesn't like people that look like me. He doesn't like people that look like you. He hates you.
Can we just put her in the
must
crystals already?
Hate yourself if you made that conscious decision. Now, I have a lot of emotions. I have a lot of bent up energy. I have so many things that I want to say, but I can't even fathom nor correlate conducive sentences that would be even
this is too much
to understand right now. But what I can say and will fucking stand on is, at the end of the day, if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. Okay,
so if
you made that conscious decision to vote for that man, I am asking you respectfully to unfollow me and to remove me as a follower. And at the end of the day, I am going to be only following content creators and influencers that value the same ideologies as me, and value me as being a mixed brown Afro-Latina girly, and just across the board. So again, if you made the conscious decision to vote for that man, fucking unfollow me right now. And yeah, I will burn bridges over and over.
Wrap it up, lady.
And over and over and over fucking
wrap
again.
it up, lady.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, there it is. Pull it back up. Pause it, though. Pause it. Stand for nothing. You will fall for anything. Women's rights are human rights. Women empowering women. Stop racism. Stop ignorance. BLM. Brown women matter. Fight for freedom. Okay. Women must stand together is the caption. X out of that.
Can somebody from the Crucible crew or everybody from the Crucible crew just ask her what crystal color? Just ask her what crystal color.
Ask her which denomination of Christianity she is to.
Which denomination of crystal?
Yeah. Up. That next one. All right. If you voted for Trump, I mean this in the most disrespectful way possible. I do not want anything to do with you. Not only did you vote against basic human rights and equality, you decided racism, homophobia, Islamophobia, transphobia, and misogynistic behavior wasn't a deal breaker. And she says in the description, unfollow me and remove me as a follower. I will not be working with any brand company or individual that doesn't align with my ideologies and values. Yesterday's price isn't today's price. Okay, that doesn't really make sense, but okay. Next.
Do you know them? No.
Lower the volume a little.
Do you know them? No.
It's embarrassing and disgusting. Women's rights are human rights. Next. And then this one. Sorry, Dad, that's a no for me. Feeling like Kanye. Kane? Wait, Kane? Who's Kane?
Kanye.
Did she mean Kanye? Because
she meant Kanye.
The alleged... I don't
Kanye
know.
like Trump.
Women's rights
Kanye is controversial. That's like as a saying.
I feel like she kind of missed the mark with that one, given...
Yeah.
Okay, anyways. Dad, please don't talk about politics during Thanksgiving dinner. Next. And then me after one drink. So I guess she wants to
most stupid woman.
She wants to just like tank the Thanksgiving dinner because of politics. And then hashtag in the description, women's rights are human rights. Now, she did say something that is kind of dating related. And she said something along the lines of... she said... she would end all her relationships. I suppose this would include romantic relationships if this individual like voted for Trump or was a Republican. So, I mean, obviously, I do think in relationships, having shared values is important. I guess this more so relates to personal friendships or like familial relationships where you see people like cutting off family members because of the way they voted. I know that's not super about dating, but perhaps the first thing we can get into is, do you think like valid to like cut off a romantic partner because of who they voted for? And then secondly, not dating related, but what about like cutting off family members and friends for their voting pattern, I guess. Starting with Keeko, go ahead.
I mean, I would say it's valid because you could feel whatever you want to feel. If that's what you want to do, so be it. I'm sure both parties would rather not be in each other's lives anyways. For me personally, I don't care about, maybe not don't care, but I would never, I personally wouldn't cut someone off for voting for Trump or being Republican, but I would cut someone off for being a Trumper. Mm-hmm. Those are two very different things for me. What does that mean? You can vote for Trump, you can vote Republican because that's, you believe in his policies and whatever. But if you have all the MAGA branding and your trucks decked out and all that stuff, I don't believe you should be worshiping anyone but God. So why are you
worship, though?
It's not a worship.
Like how he branded the Bible with Trump and people are buying that, and how they, like, I understand voting who you want to vote for, but the fact that they're parading him around like he's some like someone that should be like, that's, it's politics. Vote for who you want because you believe that's what's going your best interest and you believe what they say. I have no problem with that.
So then any publishing house that puts the publishing house's name on it is an error on the Bible?
No, I'm just saying,
well, all that happened with the Trump Bible.
I don't think it's right to brand in, like, the one I'm speaking about is the one where it was a normal Bible, mm-hmm. and it looked like they literally took a branding tool and branded Trump into it. I don't think that's right. Like, I wouldn't brand Kamala. I wouldn't brand someone I look up to or whatever into my Bible. I think that's very weird.
I'm not actually familiar with that. But the thing is if a publishing house were to put their brand on it, the last name was like, I don't know, Steve Jack or something, or Steve Jack Publishing, you wouldn't think that was an issue.
I would, if they made a Bible and branded in bold letters that takes up a big, a good, maybe not a third, but a good portion of the Bible, they branded their name into it, I wouldn't purchase that.
Yeah,
no.
I've never even heard of that.
I never heard it was going around. I'm not saying that Trump personally endorsed it. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not, but people were buying it seriously.
Okay.
So I'm saying the people who are doing things like that, I'm like, okay, like, we're doing a little too far.
But leaving the Bible alone for a second, okay? I'll just be very charitable and say, sure. If they're buying Trump brand Bible that's branded into it or something like this, that's one step too far for you. Okay, I can. But what about if they have their truck decked out and this type of thing? Like that's what you were alluding to. I'm talking about
the one where it's like, I'm not saying you can't have a vote for Trump sticker or a flag or whatever. I'm talking about the ones where like yesterday outside my job, there was a truck that had 4 flags in the back.
Yeah.
The big person as him driving, fully encased in, if you vote for Kamala, stay 500 feet away from me. Like all those stickers, I think that's doing a little too much. I think that's creating separation and it's doing more evil than good. That's my overarching point. And the ones who are just taking it like they're just making him play out to be like he's some god. Like those are the ones I have an issue with. If you want to vote for him,
I understand what you're saying, but aren't they doing you a favor? Because if your ideal here is like, if you're this into Trump, right, I wouldn't want to be around you anyway. And if they're just advocating that outright, then aren't they doing you a favor?
That's fine. I don't really care overall, but I'm saying I feel like it creates more divide in our country than good is my point. Because you can vote for whoever you want to, but like, everyone has the right to react how they want. They have the right to rep what they want, but I just think it does more harm than good. Like you can have your propaganda, but it's just overarching. Like I had someone post, like even after he won, they just put a bunch of like Trump meme stickers all over my bar, and it's like, it's cool. Like I don't, but it's like, it's just, now you're making them even, I feel like, look bad. I don't think it's.
But can I tell you something? What you just said, I respect your point of view, but just to show you from the other side, they did the same. The liberal did the same, and even worse when people got elected. Like when
Which
Biden,
election?
With Biden.
I've never seen someone with 3 Biden flags running around.
Just the fact that they go and chant in a really crazy way and scream when you don't agree with them, all this psychotic.
But
attitude.
We're both talking about the far outsiders, and that's what I have an issue with. I have the same issue with the liberals who do all those things. I'm talking about the outliers. Those are the ones I have an issue with.
What do you mean liars? I don't know.
Outliers, like they're not the norm. I don't think the normal person who voted for Trump is like that. And I also don't think the normal person who voted for Biden is like that. I personally didn't, but whatever. So I'm saying we're talking about the small majority that takes the big light.
That these cities then who have these massive LGBTQ parades and things like this, and they're completely inundated with rainbow flags everywhere, this type of thing, would that be propaganda you would consider divisive?
It's about divisive is a word, right? Like I believe.
Yeah, I'm aware it's a word.
No, like the word that I'm stuck on, I should say.
Oh, okay.
Because I do think that, like, when we didn't have the rights we have now, I understand why the LGBTQ parades and things were a thing. So I do believe if I say that there can be a LGBTQ parade and stuff, there could be a Trump parade or whatever. I think it's just an issue.
But isn't it just as divisive, I guess, is my question.
It's more divisive. A lot more.
I wouldn't say more. I would say equally. I would say they both have their equal
I'll just
parts.
grant it with equal here, just for the sake of it.
But I get what you're.
But if the argument is like, you're all decked out, you got the Trump truck, you know what I mean? It's got the Dixie horn on it.
Right? Politics
like the whole 9 yards.
Listen,
you go, hey, that's really super divisive. It's like, okay, I can grant that. Right? I can grant that people would look at that and see it as divisive. But wouldn't you have to say the exact same thing with these kinds of pride parades, which happen?
I just think this is one thing. It's the president of our country versus, not to sound,
a group that divided the country. I mean, because the LGBT, I was here in the 90s.
I totally lost what I was going to say.
Listen, 90s, 2000.
I totally lost my whole train of thought with that
This
comment.
isn't,
Can I say something?
I'm just.
I get what you're saying, and I honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, I would like to think more about my overall point about that before I try to put a point.
Okay, I think why it's not the same thing, the whole Trump and the gay pride community, is because gays in their community, they had to fight to be accepted into
so did Trump.
Trump is literally had been president for how long? You know what I mean?
He fought to become president.
Yes, but that is like, that's politics. But what it's
also
politics to do with that.
It's even more politics. You know how much money
because you have to fight for rights to love someone who you want to love.
But it's not about rights.
But Trump is literally fighting for something that half our generation could I'm not a voter, so I could care less about it. But
that's the problem.
Yeah, you're probably right, but there's also me that don't really give a shit about politics. But yes, would I say that it's okay?
You didn't vote this election?
No, I don't care. I really
probably.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't care because I don't give a fuck. I don't even know what they're talking about.
I didn't vote for Biden versus Trump because I thought they were both.
Oh, I didn't vote then either.
But this one I definitely voted.
Nah, you're gonna say some TOS shit. Nah, you're
chill out.
Nah, you're gonna say some TOS shit.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're literally about to.
I promise to. No, I'm not.
And can I add something then?
I just
I'd like
want
to hear it.
Okay, so I think what point you brought up when Trump had to fight for presidency, of course you have to fight for presidency. That's literally in the job description. It is not in a job description to fight to be with the person who you love. So it is not the same thing.
Well,
yes.
Marriage.
Point.
Would you say that marriage is part of the American, whatever community, however we were brought up, American dream, marriage, white picket fence, kids, whatever.
Define marriage.
Yeah, define marriage. It's honestly, it's just a commitment for property.
Then
it's
no,
basically
that
a legal
wouldn't be part of the
agreement.
American
not
dream.
true.
But that's technically what it is. Marriage in the idealized sense is love, right?
But the thing is that's not part of the American dream. No, it never has been.
Okay,
the idea of marriage.
The idea of
a contractual state marriage. No, it's never been a part of the American dream.
No, but that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, but
the idealized version of it, which has been basically promoted as the American dream of, you're going to find somebody that you love. Yeah.
But it's not the
and
original.
The promotion is the device, right?
Exactly.
And that's what makes it divisive.
The promotion of men and women being the only ones getting to be married, that is biblical. That is traditional.
What's wrong with that?
Well, no.
The Bible and the Constitution should not be one and the same. That's literally part of the Constitution, so it shouldn't decide who gets to love one another. I am very passionate about this. A lot of my family is LGBTQ, and they had to fight for rights. My uncle got HIV because he was, during that time, and he had to fight to get medication to stay alive, where if somebody else got a sickness, that's not related to being gay, they would be treated right away. So no, gay pride and everything like that is not divisive. It's only divisive if your views make it divisive.
Well, then hang on, right? Just stop for 2 seconds. Let us have the exchange, please. If that's okay with you, Your Majesty. Anyway.
No, I didn't mean
So back to this, okay? What in the world would that have to do with whether or not it's divisive? You saying, for instance, hey, wait a second, Andrew, right? They had to do this because A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
And it's only divisive because this group over here doesn't like it. That's everything. That's literally it. That would be Trump. That would be Kamala.
Exactly.
That would be so saying it's not divisive. Hang on.
Okay.
I just let you go.
My bad.
Let you go, right? So saying that it's divisive, which is the point, there's no way around that. It's divisive. You saying it's only divisive because this group doesn't like it, well, that's the point of what divisive means, right? That's everything I can think of.
Okay, then I'll correct my statement. It's divisive, but it's not as divisive as a political election. It's not as divisive as something that affects a literal majority of the U.S. population. Just because somebody has a pride parade, that doesn't affect anybody other than the pride community.
Yeah, but so nations have foundational morals. If you have a foundational moral, all right, or some type of foundational ethics, and then somebody pushes against those ethics, I can't actually think of anything that would ever be more divisive than that. Ever.
Okay, well, define what.
Like, for instance,
let's
say if you went to like an Islamic nation and you were like, hey, I don't want the women there to wear burqas anymore. Can you think of anything more divisive than that?
But I mean,
I don't think that's comparable.
Most of America is for gay marriage and gay rights.
It's a foundational system that their society is built around. If you go and attack the foundational system, the societies, you're literally propagating divisiveness.
If a foreigner, if somebody that's outside,
even inside,
even inside. But the example you gave was outside.
Well, it wouldn't matter either way. Even inside, it would be the same thing.
Inside, yes, it would be divisive, but that's part of the people. That's part of what they want. So
aren't we the land of the free?
Yeah, exactly. So we have to take that into consideration. If I'm being honest,
like Andrew, seriously though, like I understand. Obviously, we have our laws. We can't just do whatever we want. It's not a lawless land. But like I feel like that's one thing with, regardless of what your own beliefs are, we are in America where that's something that we built on being able to do whatever you want to do as long as it's not inhibiting someone else's happiness.
That was never what America was about.
It was a land of equal opportunity, and that's equality.
To get away from tyrants and to be able to create your own future.
The very first thing that happened in the United States after the Revolution was George Washington instituted a whiskey tax, raised the militia, and attacked his own countrymen to collect revenue from them. It's the very first thing that happened.
Okay.
No, this was not a land which was to be pursuant under anything.
But what do we claim today?
Hang on. Just relax for a second. I'll get right into it, I promise. No, our foundational principles were not based around. In fact, they were based pretty specifically around the idea of God that was in the Declaration of Independence itself. All of the colonies, when you talk about the First Amendment, and when you're talking about the separation of church and state, that doesn't actually appear in the First Amendment. All 13 colonies had a state religion, and they did post-constitutional ratification. It took years for that to erode. So the reason that the 10th Amendment is in place, in fact, is so that they didn't want to tell each of these states which religion they could have, but they were never telling them they could not adopt one. They looked at them as like small countries unto themselves. So no, when you say like, what is a country founded on? What are the foundational principles? These aren't them. These are new principles, came out of, like 70s radicalism, 60s radicalism, really had nothing to do with foundational principles.
Okay, so if things can change and they're based off of new principles, then why is having gay marriage legal an issue?
You still have to conflict with the same grounding principles which are there.
Well, why would a pride parade, what does that affect? Versus
like when men
Trump
were walking around half naked in the street and stimulating oral copulation with each other in front of children. Like, you think that doesn't bother people?
If they were on the streets in the public, then honestly, that's on the parents for letting their kids out to see that.
Wait. Hang on.
ridiculous.
Why would that be on the parents? Like, let's say you just walk down the street.
So
or you're going to show support, right? You don't expect to see that.
Straight people don't do that. Straight people don't go and show their sexuality.
Let's not say because they definitely do.
No, but I mean, like,
yes, they do.
No, it's not what I meant. No, it's not what I meant. I meant gay. Sorry, straight people don't have a parade for the sexuality
because they didn't have to fight for their sexuality.
We can't tarry on this for too long because it does dive into the realm of we're moving.
Maybe we should just ask an actual person
we're moving
in the
into
community.
too much.
But I want to
hang on. But I know
I've dated
you do.
women too.
Yeah.
Hang on. But maybe we can close it. Maybe we can close it this way. We can give you a last word here, and then I'll just make a brief response, and then we'll move it to kind of the next topic, so we don't tarry on this forever. But go ahead.
Oh, I said my piece.
Can I say?
So
then we're good.
Make it quick.
Okay, what you don't understand, okay, and a majority of people here don't understand that it's a lot more than this specific community, because it's tied to other things, to other communities that eventually, in the end of the day, it's very, very politic. These communities get a lot of so-called human rights organization money, okay, to go and do all these parades that you see. It's not just for the people right to get married and do things. It's a lot more than that.
All right, you got to wrap it quick. So anyway,
keep her off.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not saying the words. You see.
Yeah, you don't.
How long have you been in America? Can I ask?
15 years.
15?
20, but 20.
Because I feel like it is relevant.
So I mean, the ultimate idea that we're talking about is we're talking about a clash of ethics. So if you attack a foundational ethic that a society is built around. So I think that society is built on religious values, all of them. There's not a one that isn't. So let's say politics is downwind of culture, culture is downwind of theology. So there's no culture that's on planet Earth that's not informed by its gods, what it worships, what it doesn't worship. It's not any. They just don't exist. It's how human beings seem to function with each other. So anytime that those values, whatever those symbols are that are inside of that, to get kind of attacked or people are pushing against them, they want some sort of change, it becomes revolutionary, and people hate that, right? They hate that's like if you're pushing revolution, then that's what people loathe. And what happened in the 60s and 70s with the kind of gay rights push, they called it a revolution, right? This is a rights revolution, right? The same thing kind of with feminism. These are rights revolutions that they're pushing towards. So yeah, I can't really think of anything more divisive than that. That's super divisive.
Oh, bro, I knew it was a fucking mistake. Go ahead.
All right. We can move on here.
No. Did we ever even get through everyone's dating status?
I just don't know how to tell her, she doesn't.
Oh, I went to the bathroom.
I think, yeah.
She's good for now. I got her.
Divorced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on. Moving on from there, Brian, you got some show notes you want to dive into here? Yeah.
Then you come back into the camera, big dog. So the door.
He's coming.
All right. Okay, so let me do a couple chats here since they're coming in. We'll do chats. Boost the audio.
Daryl_Frank Castle 512 donated $200. Andrew, I'm a little disappointed in that comment. I sleep 3 hours just to wake up to catch Roast Tower on my way to work. Even for the Crucible 2. Just thought maybe just this once it would be cool.
For what? What is he referencing?
I don't know.
The TTS being lowered?
Yeah, the lowering of the TTS.
Oh, yeah. It's a joke, dude. Calm down, Daryl. We're joking.
Thank you, though, for the $200 TTS. Appreciate it, man.
Desert Joe donated $200. Like literally this panel is figuratively lit. The only one missing on the panel is Desiree. That is my subjective truth. W Brixan, W Andrew, W Popcorn.
Nah,
Merry Christmas
she lost
to
her
the Whatever and Crucible crew.
Hey, Merry Christmas to the Whatever and Crucible crew.
Thank you, Desert Joe. Do appreciate it. And what? Oh, dude, he's doing it at 20, but he's a disappointed. Yeah, I don't care what they do. Sorry. I mean, if we wouldn't be able to have a show.
It's so distracting.
It's
it interrupts every 2 seconds.
Very disruptive at the current price point. I mean, we lower it later on in the show for people who want to get a word in, but it is what it is. We have Wrongful Rage. Hey, thank you, man. W's in the chat for Rage.
Wrongful Rage donated $200. Chair 5 literally admitted to having a roster, and you ladies were judging her on her worst player. She got so mad, it made the other 5 look bad. Lamau. literally a 304. Like totes my goats.
All right, yo, thank you, Wrongful Rage. I do appreciate the message. Damien, can you get him off his fucking phone? I can hear the audio. Yeah, we can hear it, man. We have Techno Trooper. What are the long-term consequences of prioritizing transactional relationships over ones based on emotional connection and shared values?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So what he's asking is, if you make a relationship where you prioritize relationships being transactional rather than honor-based or integrity-based or values-based, but rather, I get this, you get this. And this in modernity comes up all the time, right? Think of it in this dialectic. Yeah, I'll stay home and cook and clean if you're making all the money, right? Well, that becomes transactional, right? That's almost viewed transactional, or as a transaction. And so what he's asking is, would it be better to inform relationships not based on what I get, what you get, but based on some sort of higher semblance of values? So that's what the question is.
How would you answer it?
Well, let's go around.
That's why I believe relationships should be a partnership. It's what you each both bring to the table. So whereas maybe my future, it will be that my husband goes to work where I stay home and clean and take care of the kids. If something were to happen, God forbid, and he needs to stay home, I'm going to pick up that extra slack. It's not like I do this, you do that. It's we help each other to become whole, because no, I don't believe any one singular human being can raise a family successfully all on their own. So we are both coming together to create this new generation, and we help each other where one falls. We have our roles, but
sure.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. When it comes to me and my boyfriend, I don't know where we're going to be in the next 10 years, but our relationship is very much so focused on helping each other out. And yes, it is transactional, but it comes from a place of love. Like if he is hurting 1 month, obviously I'm going to chip in and help him out through it. If I'm hurting because I have custody of my sister and sometimes, budget gets a little scarce, it is transactional, but it's not solely transactional.
Well, could that be viewed as investment though?
It could.
Okay, so this month you're hurting, I'll take care of the slack. But that's actually an investment, because then in a couple months, maybe this happens to me and you cover that, right?
It could technically be considered an investment, but it goes both ways. I'm not going to be oh, sorry, you're having a bad month. I'm still kind of struggling from last month. So no,
So actually this creates a great point for parallel.
Yeah.
So the idea here is, should you do those things because you have a duty to, not because you think you might get something out of it?
Exactly. We were helping each other out back when we were just friends with benefits. We had no moral or ethical or relationship guideline telling us what we should do. Mm-hmm. We just did it because we're both, I would like to say, we're nice people. And I would do that for anybody in a tough spot. And so it's based off of what you do when you have that, I guess, non-committal. If you just do it out of the kindness of your heart, it builds that relationship. So I do feel like
sorry.
You're good. I do feel like transactions.
I got the long pause and I was like, okay.
No, you're good.
Anyway, go ahead.
So transactions, I feel to a certain extent are needed to create the foundation of your relationship.
Okay.
I think in a relationship, you guys are a team and you need to kind of work together to make things work. And life is messy, and sometimes you're not at your 100% or your partner's not at 100%. You kind of have to tackle the situations together and see what you bring to the table to kind of help things get solved when problems come up.
Okay.
For me, relationships are all about intent. What is your intention with this person? And from there, you just grow.
But what about is there a transactional nature to them?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just living in this society. Sometimes there is. It's just part of the society that we live in. If we lived in a different type of society, that would not exist. For example, indigenous people. This type of conversation wouldn't exist with them.
So they had some duties they were adhering to?
The indigenous people.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody in an indigenous community, depending on their values, has a different duty. It just depends on which indigenous group you're referring to. Asian indigenous, South American indigenous, African indigenous.
Yeah,
each
but if
one's
they're looking
different.
at duties, I guess what I'm asking is, if you're saying they're not looking at it from a transactional perspective,
correct?
You get this, I get this, then you get this, and then I get this.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, team in some ways actually infers transaction in a way, right? It's like the two of us have these different things that we do, and if you do them, then I do what I'm supposed to do, right? And if you fail to do what you're supposed to do, then I can't operate correctly, and et cetera, right? It almost appears on its face to be transactional. So when you say indigenous people, for instance, they don't have that type of relationship, it's not transactional, well then what is it exactly?
Okay, it depends on the...
I knew that was coming.
Got some spillage.
That was it's a really big bottle, so you didn't lose that much.
No, losing.
That's what he's worried about.
But it's still
It's
I'm not
clean
worried
up.
about losing a bit of champagne. I'm worried about the fucking
Clean up. Oh, yep, that's going to get a lot of paper towels.
Continue with the conversation.
Yeah.
Please. We'll take care of
So
this.
anyway, that's what the idea is like. So what are the things which would not be transactional then? That would be valued there.
Honestly, for me to really dig deeper into it, I would like the dictionary definition of what transactional means so that I could have a real basis on it.
I get, you get. That would be it. That's a good enough summarization. Like, I give you $1, you give me this iced tea. That's a transaction, right?
Okay.
So I get, you get would be as simplified as I can make the idea of transactional.
I go to work, you do the dishes.
Okay.
Right.
So then a mother and child go also into transactional.
Do they?
Yeah, no way, because
What is the child paying?
The child brings joy to the mother.
Not necessarily.
The mother wanted. Well, not all mothers.
Not necessarily.
Not all mothers.
Well,
but,
don't you have a duty to take care of the child even if you don't like the child?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Some.
Well,
there's some women that are.
I mean, I think you do, right?
I think the the transaction is your bloodline continues or your family lineage continues.
What if it's not your kid? Even if it's not your kid, if you're just walking down the street, right, and there's a kid and he's like on a mound of dirt crying, like you have a duty to take care of that kid, right?
As a human, no.
Yeah, I mean,
no. Wait, no.
I don't think it's a duty. I don't feel like a lot of people think it's a duty. I think that's just more of like a
courtesy.
Yeah, courtesy.
What?
It's a courtesy.
What? Wait. Come on.
No.
Let's wait. No. Break it down. We're talking about
courtesy?
raising a child, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if you have a baby, there should not be any transactional value. It shouldn't be a courtesy. It is a duty for you to
your
take care
child,
of
yes.
that. Yeah, but I mean, any child in your possession, any child that you are responsible for,
yeah. He was talking about just a random child.
Yeah, he was talking about a random child.
Pile of dirt.
No.
But
I would agree with him though.
Child,
I'm gonna say, but she's saying like that it's different what I'm saying because you're talking about a random child. I would say, as a human being, if you're walking down the street and see a random child crying in dirt, it is your duty to take care of that child.
I'd be like, where's their parents? Where's their parents? That's what I would say.
That's heartless as hell. If you would see a random baby, you wouldn't try to figure out what you would.
I would do it out of the kindness of my heart. As a human being, I would not leave the kid on a mound of dirt. But again, I would get pissed off at their parents because
that's
where is their parents?
They have a duty for them. You have a duty to not walk past that child.
So we can explore like real quick, just to make the point. Let's say you and somebody else were walking at the same. You didn't know each other.
Okay.
He's walking this way. You're walking this way. Baby in the dirt crying. He just walks by, right? Does nothing. You go over and you're like, holy shit, there's a baby in the dirt crying, right? And you like grab him and you're trying to take care of this baby or whatever. Did that guy do something wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then what you're saying is that there's a duty there.
No, that's like a dick move. Like as a person,
because you have a duty to take care of that child. I don't even really agree with him half the time, but I'm just saying, like, you have a duty as a human being with any conscience. You have a duty to take care of a main
what's wrong
child.
with this child.
You have a moral obligation.
Yes, it's wrong for him to walk past.
I get what you're saying now.
Of course, we would just do that out of the kindness of our own heart, of course, but regardless, if we would do it out of the kindness of our own heart, it is a duty to take care of a lost child or
right.
You know.
Okay, yeah, no, I get what you mean.
So
I think you just didn't understand.
This is the point where we're talking.
It's wrong.
We're talking in relationships about the distinction between what are your duties and what's a transaction. And so often in modernity, the way that this gets kind of parsed up is, if this guy's not cutting the mustard or this girl's not cutting the mustard, done, right? I'm not getting the end that I deserve for what I'm putting in, right? That's the transactional nature of relationships. And so what's being asked here is, well, are there higher duties other than, well, I don't feel fulfilled, or this transaction's not being completed to my standard? Is there some other duty there that should keep you moving in a relationship, regardless of that?
If you're married.
Well, I think just communication, I mean, that's a duty. And if you're not feeling fulfilled in one way or for what you previously agreed upon, then that's where communication comes in. You can't have a relationship, transactional or not, without communication. So I think that's what is the biggest base of a relationship.
Well, then what would you say you have as a duty in a relationship?
As a duty, I'd say...
That's not transactional.
That's not transactional.
Yeah.
So I think a duty that you have in a relationship is to always be open to what the other person is saying. Because you can like hear somebody, but you're not listening, right? You can be like, oh, yeah, totally, yeah, that'll change, and then not listen and not put action into it. I wouldn't consider that transactional. That's just, if you care about this person, you're gonna listen, even if they're not directly telling you what they want.
Yeah, but you also have duties to not listen, right?
Can you elaborate?
Whatever you would consider verbal abuse to be. Wouldn't you have a duty to not listen to that?
If somebody is verbally abusing you in a relationship, you shouldn't be in that relationship. So.
Well, okay, that's easy to say, right? But anybody who says that, well, it depends on how you define verbal abuse.
I've been in a verbally abusive relationship.
Let's say you're with somebody who,
but
for like 4 years, who's just fine and quips off at the mouth and says something mean to you, right? You could classify that as verbal abuse, but you're not leaving them over it. You know what I mean?
I would classify verbal abuse as continuous, like it, because obviously everyone's human and we all have our reactions sometimes that we can own it, we can admit ourselves we shouldn't have reacted that way. But if you continuously react that way against your partner,
but that's my point.
I would constitute that as
sure.
abuse.
But that's my whole point, is like just verbal abuse in and of itself. The idea of it happening once or twice, right? Or let's say once a year even, right? From either party. I don't think that people would normally classify that as relationship ending, right? It has to be some kind of pattern.
It does have to be a pattern for sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
It has to be some kind of pattern of behavior, right?
But then when you say that though, then I think about physical abuse, and I don't think there should have to be a pattern. And I said too, the first thing I said was that there should be a pattern for it to be verbal abuse, but then I thought about it, and there shouldn't be a pattern for it to be constituted as physical abuse. So maybe that's not I don't know what the right terminology would be, because I do think it is a little different. But
so that's where the duty ends.
It's definitely wishy-washy.
So this is the idea, is just to ask, the whole idea here is just to ask this, right? If it's not transactional and there's duties, what are they? If you say, well, they have a duty to listen to everything I say, it's like,
for me, it's not transactional.
It's like, well, maybe, but when you think that through, that doesn't make too much sense, right?
You can listen, but there's a difference between listening and believing.
Yeah, but do you even really have a duty to listen to everything everybody says? I mean,
no,
not really. Even with your partner, right?
What I'm saying is, you have a duty to, like I said, listen and not ignore. Like that's what I'm saying. So if I'm sitting down with my boyfriend and I'm like, hey, I really didn't like how you kissed that girl at my birthday party. Mm-hmm. That was kind of like, night's supposed to be about me. That never happened.
Yeah.
That's a fake scenario.
Yeah. So is it verbal abuse when my wife she likes to talk a lot, right? And like all the time. And is it verbal abuse when I'm playing an Xbox and I'm in the middle of mission 3 on, and I'm like, I'm literally gunning people down in this game, and I'm having a good time. And she comes in and she's like, blah, 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 and I'm like, shh, I don't want to hear it.
No. If you said, shut the fuck up, bitch, that's a little different.
Yeah.
What about, sometimes I quip like that. I'm like, shut up, I'm busy playing games.
But I said, shut up, you stupid bitch.
It's all about intention.
So the thing is, if you say no, then the idea here is like, and the duty for this listening thing is very confusing, isn't it?
So, yeah. I think we're going a little too deep into it. I just meant if your partner comes up to you and is like, oh my God, I love that restaurant that we went to last night. You know, maybe plan an anniversary around that. Like listening to the small details and taking into account what they really like, because that's going to be out of the kindness of your own heart. They're not asking you to take them out to that restaurant again. You're just doing that out of the kindness of your own heart. That I feel like is really fundamental, because I'm the type of person that loves when somebody remembers a small detail about me. It could be as simple as like, oh, I love hot Cheetos, and somebody brings me like one of those tiny $1 bags of like hot Cheetos. This still sounds
very transactional.
How is that transactional though? If you're not expecting it,
well,
if you're not,
the idea here is like, I like this thing, right? You do this thing for me, then I happy.
Well, when you phrase it,
so
like,
it's like swiping a credit card.
Well, that's why I think transactional is like about how many times, right? Like you said, I do dishes, you go work, right? If that's the transaction. But if you can't go to work for a year, whatever it is, and I still do dishes, I go to work, it's no longer a transaction, because that's when, like, yeah, if you have that agreement with your partner and the one time they can't do it, you're like, sayonara. That's transactional. If you have understanding and discretion.
So I'll just end it here so Brian can move it on, right? We'll just end it very quickly.
Okay.
So the idea, I just have one question. If you're in a relationship, right, and it's heavily on the transactional side, you don't feel like there's necessarily a ton of greater duties, and you don't feel fulfilled in that relationship, should you leave the relationship?
Not without talking about it first.
Relationship is different than marriage, because I believe once there's marriage involved, you have a duty to that partner. Relationship, you should be finding your one true match that you don't have. Like it should be, obviously you have issues, but it should be pretty easy before you have a mortgage and kids involved. You should be pretty aligned and connected.
Fulfilled?
I would have a conversation with my partner about it. If I'm not feeling fulfilled in the relationship, that could actually be my doing, you know, that could be my fault, because I'm not, you know, seeking out friends to hang out with, and I'm just totally basing my relationship on their happiness, which is not healthy. That's a codependence thing. So,
it just sounds like a transactional thing, honestly.
No, not really. I mean, when you make your partner your sole focus and your sole world, in my experience, I was never expecting anything in return. Maybe like a couple date nights here and there, which I don't feel like is hard to ask, but
well, you know, it's transactional.
But what I'm saying is communication needs to happen before deciding this isn't working.
Boring.
Noah donated $500. Pop champagne. Another year gone. Another new year to make 304s cry. Merry Christmas, Andrew and Brian.
Thank you, Noah.
And the entire whatever crew.
W's
Not
in the
one
chat.
Step back this year, boy.
Not one step back.
Yo, Noah. W's in the chat for Noah. Noah, we're out of champagne bottles, but do not fear. I have some coming, but we have to delay the champagne pop. Speaking of which, the one from Pico Steins, we popped it. I party fouled.
A bit.
Quite a bit. Made a massive mess. So we'll do a quick cheers to Pico Steins. Then Noah, I'll be sure to get yours once we have the champagne balls in studio. Cheers to Pico Steins. Salut.
Good time for me to have a smoke.
And then Grid. Sorry for the delay. I had to get up.
Sounds like outside.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.01. It is at this point in the prattle one must wonder what the woman bring to a relationship besides 3 usable holes and an attitude. Respect to you, Brixan and Andrew, for facing this tripe weekly.
Okay.
Hold on, let me just say quick. Yo, Grid 1, thank you for the TTS. Guys, W's in the chat for Grid 1. It's been a while since we've seen him. I appreciate you tuning in here for our last show.
And that's why I have an issue with you.
Sorry for the delay. Hold on. Sorry for the delay in getting your TTS in. I was cleaning up the champagne, but thank you. What's your issue with Grid 1?
Because you're taking a couple people speaking and saying that all women are not like... Most men, I'm not saying it's anything against men, 'cause I would say women as well, could not have a family and raise them successfully on their own. It takes a community and takes a partnership. It is true, because you will always... I'm sorry.
I know men that raise kids better than women.
My mother was barely in my life, but as a father, he was great. But he can never be there for me and understand certain things as another woman. So that's what I'm saying.
But also, vice versa.
But he's saying that what we're saying is make him believing that women are useless and there's no reason to even have a family with one.
You need both.
And that's why I'm saying when he asks us the question on the paper, what I have a problem with this thing is it divides too much. Yeah. Let's come to an understanding, but don't say you don't need a woman. Because I would never say I don't need.
But I want to tell you something. Now it's fashionable in all the podcasts. I don't know how to say the correct word, but now all the podcasts, it's either men hating on women or women hating on men. There's no any more balance.
And that's my issue.
Radical. Yeah.
That doesn't make it okay. Just because it is doesn't make it okay. Yeah. And that's my whole point is we can have these discussions, but just because we debate and disagree shouldn't mean that. Because I'm talking about straight, right? Because I'm not saying a woman needs a man and a man needs a woman.
No,
but heterosexually, if you want to have a successful family, you can obviously, as a single parent, raise a child well, but they will be lacking certain things, and that's just the God-given truth.
What's your issue with his TTS?
I just said it. I'm done.
She said it.
Okay. All right. We have DeReal Frank Castle. He says, Merry Christmas to both of you and Rachel too. I know it was a joke. Looking forward to next year's shoes. To Keeko, having S with a trans woman is gay in Chase's voice. Love you guys. Turn up 2024.
It's been like 2.5 years.
Trump.
2.5 years. And the fact that you paid for that and didn't spell check beforehand is actually insane.
Yeah, you kind of did put some disrespect on Trump's name.
If you're going to pay for something, the least you could do is proofread,
you
my
called
boy.
Him a turn up.
You can afford it, pay for Grammarly. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Spell check. How dare you? If you misspelled Trump's last name.
I will never hate on someone's grammar, but you paid for that shit, so you have the money for education.
Did he made a mistake on writing Trump's name?
He said TRUNP, and that wasn't the first mistake he made in that whole sentiment. So,
you know what? That could potentially be a bit of a segue on this topic. Normally we save it for a little later on, but we might as well get into it a bit earlier. This also has to do with the questionnaire. So, Keeko, you disagree. It's not, so the statement is not straight for a man to date a trans woman, to which you disagree.
I disagree for that too.
You put a mark through it? Is that a maybe?
It depends.
On what?
So if they're a fully transitioned trans woman and there's like nothing male physique about them at all, and they identify as a trans woman and they've done the name change and they put in the work and that is who they are, I don't think it's gay to be dating them. They don't have any male parts. So
if they have you also brought me into this though and sidewigged me.
I know, but she's speaking. So you mean post-operatively?
Yeah, post-op.
So pre-op it would be gay then?
Because of the fact of genitalia, I would say that it is not a fault of the other person for not being willing to date them. Because that is based off of sexual attractiveness to genitalia. And my boyfriend, he's straight, but he is like, I'm not attracted to genitalia at all. So like the thought of maybe being with female transitioning, male transitioning into female, it doesn't totally put him off, but there would have to be changes,
Sure.
Like they'd have to look feminine because he's attracted to feminine. But I wouldn't say that it's gay. For a fully post-op woman, they're a woman. So no, it's not gay.
And then no, hold on. Okay. You also said that you were maybe on the statement transgender individuals have a duty to disclose to romantic partners, to which you say maybe?
Again, if they're fully transitioned and they look
then no, they don't have a duty.
They don't have to. That's a part of their private medical history. They don't need to disclose that.
Okay.
Of course they do.
They have to, hold on. I would say that they would have to disclose the fact that they cannot procreate.
Okay.
But so if someone has, we're talking about, you said they don't have to disclose because that's their own medical history. So you're telling me someone I sleep with doesn't have to disclose if they have a sexually transmitted disease or something else? That's all medical history.
Keeko using the Andrew argument. Good job, Keeko.
Trans is not going to rub off on you.
But you said medical history.
If they no longer have an STD or anything.
Trust me, everyone hates me on this podcast because of the things I've said. So I'm not trying to do anything against you. But if you are, that is something that because that has to do with your sexual organs at the end of the day. So if you've had something done to your sexual organs, I feel like I have the right to know that before I am intimate sexually with you. It's the same thing about people with AIDS and HIV. They're like, oh, you don't have to disclose because I'm on my medication and I'm not transmittable. No, even if you're not transmittable or not, if you have HIV or AIDS, whatever, I have the right to know that.
Again, I agree with you. If there is a factor or a potential of you being physically affected by what they're going through, then they have an obligation to tell you.
But you'll be physically, mentally affected if you date someone that you didn't know. Like if I would go with a man that he was a woman before and I didn't know, because I really like alpha male and he pretend to be alpha male, I would be pissed off. Okay. I would be pissed off. Like it's unacceptable, completely unacceptable.
I don't know about what she said, but it's just you have a right to know who you're with. If they had a whole different being, like I'm so open, but if I'm dating someone, I have the right to know if they were a different whole gender, sexuality in high school or whatever. Like that's
it's not
things
about
that you need to disclose. Like that's why people start getting mad, because someone they have the right to make a conscious decision. And anyways, if you are trans, why do you want to be sleeping with someone who wouldn't want to sleep with you if you were trans? Like if anything, it's for your own safety to disclose something, because if you're in the room with them, if you're in the motel bed, whatever, with them, and they realize something, that's how people get murdered and killed. So it's your right to disclose all that information for your own safety.
It's their right.
Hold on, you guys can have the exchange. One sec. Athena, you said you disagree that transgendered individuals have a duty to disclose to romantic partners.
Just like about timing. I circled it because I think it's just more like when. I don't know that it's like I think it should be immediately. But
I mean,
you're meeting on a dating app, does it have to be before you go on a date, or can it be like when you meet them in person, you disclose that, or maybe like before you guys decide
so
you want to go?
So what's your disagreement though? Where do you think the line is?
Well, the timing of the duty, because I think there's like
time of disclosure.
Yeah.
Because I agree. I don't think you should be like, hi, my name is Keeko and I'm trans or whatever. But on a dating app, you should probably have that in your bio that's what's going on with you. If like, because that's.
But if you have that,
no. You guys can wait to give your position. What's your position?
I just gave it.
Yeah, you said. Okay, when does this duty kick in?
Oh, so okay, for timing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think first date, but like in person.
Okay.
So to deceive him until the date, you mean?
Well, I mean,
we're gonna get right back into this. I need to allow a few chats to come through because they're piling up.
I mean, how deceiving is it though to be like? Okay.
Metro Mac donated $200. If we're drinking, you're drinking, Brian. Keeko, good to see you back, legend. Dark Labia, you'll get smoked by them.
Dark Labia.
Share 3, I've been with a lesbian, just takes the right man.
Ooh, that might be your new nickname, I guess. Thank you, Metro Matt. Do appreciate the TTS. We have Grid 1 here with a response to Keeko. Thank you, Metro Matt. Grid 1, good to see you in the chat.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.01. AHH Geek 0, you miss the point. All those around you seek to champion degeneracy. The question is, what do these women offer? And you could not answer. All that agency, zero accountability.
I was just saying, regardless of what, because obviously every individual woman is different, right? But in retrospect, someone needs to work, someone needs to take care of the kids, someone needs to birth the kids. So as a man, regardless, even if you get a surrogate or whatever, you need a man to have a family. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a day-to-day life, whatever. But like, if you want to live a good life with a family, a woman needs to be involved in some point.
We have 3 readable chats. We have Lol Paladins here. We'll have a conversation about it. Translation: I'm unhappy. I'm leaving you. You should have done more to keep me happy. Every man can relate. It's always a blind side. I think this pertains to the previous conversation. Is it directed at?
Yeah. Well, it's not directed at anybody. He's just pointing out that when you're having the duty versus transaction argument, that it does seem to always just kind of reduce back to transaction and not duty. That's what he's pointing out.
Okay. Meet the Kaiser, Andrew and Keeko agreeing it's a Christmas miracle. Hallelujah. Next, the blind will see and the lame will be able to open the champagne.
Was that a diss? Was that a diss?
Rude, Kaiser. Couldn't resist one more TTS. Merry Christmas and Happy 2025 to whatever in the Crucible. W's in the chat for Kaiser, W's in the chat for Low Paladins, and W's in the chat for Grid 1. We do have another one here from Low Paladins. He says, you can chop off your peen, you can get silicone bolted up to your chest, even inject chemicals into your body. That doesn't make you a woman. You will always have male chromosomes. Mental disorder. Quick response from anybody on this?
I agree on that completely.
I was hoping for somebody who disagrees, but
we already knew
I
that.
disagree.
Okay.
Honestly, like throughout history in certain indigenous tribes and everything, there wasn't a hard definition for sexuality. More feminine were seen as more spiritual. It wasn't considered a mental disorder until...
You're talking about the two-spirit?
Yeah, the two-spirit.
It's all fake.
All fake.
All fake, yeah. It came from a single Spanish envoy. I don't remember, the word started with a B. I can't remember what he called them, but it was just with one particular tribe, roughly translated to something like two-spirit. But there's actually no serious documentation for the idea of two-spirit among Native Americans.
Well, I can speak as someone who's raised pagan, a lot of pagan communities, which did come before Christianity.
Yeah.
We'll just say that. We also don't view sexuality based off of what you are born with.
They did. In fact, the early pagan tribes, especially the Germanic tribes, they actually executed people in same-sex relationships. And this was actually well documented by the Greeks, especially by the early Greek philosophers, because they were studying pagan tribes.
Okay, Greeks and Romans who also had same-sex relationships with altar boys.
They did. Yeah, hang on.
No, but which pagans are we talking about?
Usually when people say pagans, they're not referring to Greeks, they're not referring to Romans. They're usually referring to barbarian tribes which were later conquered by the Romans. So when people say, like, I have a pagan religion, they're not talking about Romans. Almost no pagan goes for that. They're usually going for the more tribal paganism, right?
Like, specifically because you said German, is that what you...
Germanic tribes,
Germanic?
The Picts.
Yeah.
There was many different...
That's a big surprise.
The Britannians, all of these different tribes, they came down pretty hard on it, actually, surprisingly.
So, not surprisingly, those are not the most popular ones that stuck around, and that's not what has... basically trickled down. If you look into Viking,
they killed them.
Not all of them.
They did. I'm serious. Listen, I'm serious.
No,
I'm so sorry.
Vikings. Listen. First of all, they didn't call themselves Vikings. That was we called them Vikings.
Yes.
Okay, but yeah, the Nordic pagans. Yeah, they were not fans.
Not the ones that we commonly know. My dad is pagan Nordic. I don't associate with that, but also we have Druid paganism. We have they weren't like pagans.
One of the whole Loki turning into a horse and humping another horse, and the various different legends which are around it.
That's the mythology.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, but these mythologies are based around. Remember, I was saying culture comes from the ethos of the religion, right? And so if you study especially Nordic gods, right? No, they were not fans. With women, they seem to not care as much. But with men, because there was such a dominance culture, that was a no-go.
So Loki, who could change into a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the idea was Loki's the trickster god, right?
Yeah, but
and the idea with the trickster god is like, you don't want to be tricked because this is bad. This is bad,
sure,
right? That's the idea.
That's the idea. Mm-hmm. That's not the execution, though.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you how those cultures viewed it.
Yeah.
But I think it's all about trickery.
Trickery, yeah.
And that's why it needs to be disclosed.
Going back to your earlier argument here, right? So I was thinking about what you were saying on disclosure. And maybe I can bring some clarification to it. I'm saying, what's a really good way to show and demonstrate my side of this? So I'll do it this way. You know that there's like apps where you can download the app and it'll show you every sex predator that's in your like radius, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think we should get rid of those apps?
No.
Well, wait. That's really weird though, because that's not going to like rub off on somebody. It's not going to like rub off on them if you date them and they don't disclose their history. Like, why do you deserve to know their history?
Because they have assaulted other people.
But that doesn't mean that they will assault you.
So you're comparing.
So why do you deserve? No, I'm not.
You're comparing
here's the analogy.
To
here's the analogy.
People on a registry.
Anytime you test logic, you're going to be comparing two different things. There's
but they're
no
not
way
comparable.
But why are they not comparable?
They're not comparable because being trans yourself does not affect another person.
Neither does you being a person who has done something which puts you on that sex registry. How does that affect you?
I'm sorry. So you're saying it's the victim's fault for them being on a sex registry?
That has nothing. No. I'm not calling them victims or anything like this. I'm just testing.
Well, how do you get on a sex registry?
Your logic.
Oh.
You did bad thing. You're on this registry, right?
Uh-huh.
But tell me something.
So
why do you deserve to know that? Why do you deserve to know that?
Because that person has hurt other people.
So what? That doesn't mean that person is going to hurt you.
Okay, but how is that comparable to a trans person?
Because if you feel like you deserve to have this thing disclosed to you, just based on your then why wouldn't you advocate to get rid of those apps?
Because it's different scenarios.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
They're not comparable.
Since these people are not actually, there's no way for you to determine they would ever hurt you in a million years or do anything bad to you in a million zillion years. You have no way to actually make that determination. Yet you look at this and you say that informs your decision on what you would or would not do with this person. And so you say, this informs my decision. I deserve to know that. And that's why you deserve to be on that registry.
Because they've specifically hurt another human being.
No, but no. Here's the point, though. You could be on the sex registry for peeing on the sidewalk as a man, right?
For all sorts of different things.
It's up to the partner to make that discretion if that's something they're okay with. So you disclose to them, hey, I'm on the sex registry. It's just because I pissed on the sidewalk, whatever. So it's up to you as a trans partner to tell them, hey, I'm trans. I started when I was young.
Well, let me ask you a question.
But it's up to their discretion
if it were
to
the
say
case
that's okay.
that all trans people, let's say, just like we're put on a similar sort of registration, just like people were put on a sex registration. Not advocating they are. I'm just saying hypothetically if they were. Do you think that would, if people were informed of that, they would make different decisions with them?
Potentially.
And so then the idea.
It's up to their right
so
to
this
make
is the
that
same.
decision.
It's the same concept.
All of this to say, I never said that they shouldn't disclose the information. I'm just saying that they are not obligated to. Especially if they are fully transitioned.
But that's the whole point.
It depends. In my opinion, it depends on how emotionally invested you are with somebody. If you feel safe enough to open up to them and tell them, "Hey, yeah, I'm trans,"
I have a few.
But that's the thing. If you are hooking up with someone that you don't feel safe enough to disclose the fact that you're trans to, what happens when you're alone in the room with them and they find out that you're trans?
How would they find out?
Sometimes they figure out.
They find out.
But like if you're because you said if they're safe enough to disclose it, then they can disclose it. If they're not safe enough to disclose the fact that they're trans, then they shouldn't be around that person.
I agree.
Yeah. So
that's the whole point, is why you should just disclose it. Because if you can't disclose it, then you shouldn't be with them.
So I just have a few things to go back and forth here. So your position before is you said that if they fully transitioned, and this includes operative surgery on their genitalia, that in that scenario there is no duty to disclose.
There's no duty.
But I would almost think.
But moral obligation. Again, it's the debate between duty and moral obligation.
Well, I sort of conflate the two to some degree.
I agree. I think it is.
That's what moral obligation is. They're synonyms almost.
Okay,
like a moral
but
obligation
that's
is a duty.
an ethical debate, and you can't agree on ethics 100%
Let's change it then.
of the
Let's
time.
remove duty. Should transgender individuals disclose to romantic partners that they're transgender?
To romantic partners, yes.
Sure. Okay. But it sounds like, so just to be clear though, even if they've had operative procedures.
Wait, what? Wait, hang on. This makes no sense.
I do want
if a trans. But hang on, this makes no sense, because if a trans partner should disclose to a person they're having a romantic relationship with, then why would they ever go on a date with a person without disclosing that?
Exactly.
Well, if you're in the scenario of like dating apps, it's dangerous to put that on dating apps, because somebody who
wouldn't it be more dangerous to go on a date with them without telling them?
No.
Yeah. So
of course, yes. People got murdered like this.
Yeah. So okay.
People get murdered when they put their information on dating apps and then get lured in by psychos.
But if a guy go out with a woman that she's not originally a woman, and he's really an alpha male, he's going to take it personal and get pissed off.
Okay, so you're saying that it's the trans person's fault for being trans for being murdered.
Yeah, it's a bad argument. It's a trans
So you're saying
defense.
it's their fault for the person that they go out on a date with.
Yes.
If they decide, oh, you lied to me, I'm going to murder you.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that that's
I'm
an
not
okay
justifying.
reaction.
Hang on. Listen, she's actually right. What you're talking about is called the trans panic defense. A terrible defense. You shouldn't make it. You're going to get wrecked on it. I just wouldn't do it.
So,
but anyway,
I'm
not agreeing that they should die. I'm not agreeing that they should die.
Okay.
All right. So, on the safety thing, though, it would occur to me that because you bring up safety, right? If they disclose on the dating apps, it's a safety concern for them. Now, I don't think that violence is warranted in this sort of situation, but the reality of the situation is, wouldn't the trans individual be safer? Again, I'm not saying violence is good. There shouldn't be no violence. But I do think that a trans individual would be safer if they made a disclosure as early as possible. For example,
I agree.
For example, if they were to go on a date and have sex with a person and not disclose, then this could potentially lead to a violent interaction if they were to disclose afterwards, or this individual were to find out. But you did make a differentiation when it came to who would be, I guess, obligated to disclose based on their based on how much of a transition they've made. And you said, well, if they've not made much of a transition or they haven't had the genitalia surgery, then yes, they do. But if they've done everything, bottom surgery, then no duty there. But I would argue that I think the bigger bamboozle here, because, for example, if a straight man would have an objection to sleeping with somebody with a penis, when the penis is inevitably discovered, right, because preoperatively, this would then give them an opportunity to remove their consent and exit the situation. However, somebody who is genuinely heterosexual, who is genuinely straight, and you do have some sort of passing neo-vagina, which I think is unlikely because a neo-vagina is not a vagina. But in any case, granting that it is, you have essentially forced somebody into what I view as a homosexual act, which I think is technically SA. But I do want to say that from the safety concern, you've gone ahead, like, if there's a discovery of a penis, the person can, while frustrated, knows immediately and then can extract themselves from the situation. If you have, like I said, a passing neo-vagina, you could induce an otherwise heterosexual man to engage in a homosexual act.
What makes it homosexual?
Okay, sure.
The fact that it's
I got it. Okay, so transgender women are women?
Yes.
Okay, are transgender women female?
Again, I think if they've had all the surgeries and they're on all the hormones and they look feminine.
Which surgery changes your chromosomes? Which one is that?
It doesn't, but can you see chromosomes in, like, a person?
Yeah, you can see the phenotypes from the chromosome.
Okay, so if you were looking at me right now, what gender would you say I am?
I would say,
Female? Yeah, so you can't see my chromosomes?
I wouldn't say your gender at all. I'd say your sex, I would think, would be female based on secondary sex characteristics.
Okay.
So,
right?
What are
those? So your phenotypical expression. So there's a phenotypical expression with your genotype.
Okay.
So your genotype's male, genotype female, and then you have a phenotypical expression that goes with it.
Okay, but can you see it?
But you changing the phenotypical expression, well, sure.
Can you see my chromosomes?
Okay, hang on. Can I do a magic trick right now where it would appear to you as though I could make a quarter disappear? But did the quarter actually disappear? No. I can trick you, right? And people's eyes can be tricked.
Why?
But that doesn't actually mean that the phenotypical expression itself has anything to do with the actual genotype.
Okay, but why is not being able to change your chromosomes, why is that a deciding factor for if it's homosexual or not?
Okay.
Yeah, so straight is short form slang for heterosexual, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So heterosexual and homosexual, these terms have always related to one's sex, not their gender, first of all. The same sex attraction, opposite sex attraction has nothing to do with gender. So I'll go ahead and grant that transgender women are women. Transgender women are not female. So two males engaged in a romantic or sexual relationship definitionally is homosexual. A male and a female in a... hold on. A male and a female who are engaged in a romantic or sexual relationship, that would be heterosexual. You can a male and a male who are engaged.
What makes that heterosexual?
The sex.
Literally the definition. Unless you're going to be a science denier, which seems increasingly common amongst liberals, you're going to have to explain to me how somebody can change their sex. Unless you're prepared to disregard and deny decades or even centuries of biological science, which is in fact a science. It's not a soft science. So unless you're prepared to deny science, you're going to have to explain to me how a male can become a female.
With the surgery to give them the organs.
Does that?
So then what's
wait, hold on.
If you're going to nitpick the organ thing right now and start saying like, no. uterus and
No. So okay, are they a woman before the surgery?
No.
Exactly.
Wait, so you're saying transgender women are not women? Wow, that's pretty insulting to people who identify as transgender.
What I'm saying is they can identify as a woman and they can have the characteristics of a woman and they can be going through the process of becoming a woman, a female. But you're switching the topic. You said that because the chromosomes won't change, that makes it homosexual. And I was asking, why is that the case?
Well, there's a simple way to phrase it. Can a woman become a trans woman?
Can a woman become a trans woman?
Yeah. Can a female become a trans woman? Why not?
Because they're already a female. Okay, that doesn't answer my question, though.
Well, what you just said is that they can't change their sex.
They can't change any part about themselves to make them more of a woman.
Why can't they be a trans woman?
They can't be because they're already a woman.
So then what you're saying is that a trans woman,
it's not a woman.
Right, is not a woman.
No, they are a woman.
Exactly.
That transitioned
into being a woman.
Wait, that's impossible.
How is that impossible?
I'm going to show you, okay? Why can't a woman be a trans woman?
Is the correct answer that you're looking for chromosomes?
I don't need you to look for whatever the correct answer is. I'm just looking for your answer.
But that's what I'm asking because I don't have an answer. So is it?
You don't
chromosomes?
have an answer?
Is it chromosomes?
Why? Well, I'm just asking why. What's your answer? Why do you need to know my answer to know your position?
No, I'm not. I'm wondering what your position is.
Why does it matter?
Because you're the one questioning me.
And so my position doesn't matter.
You guys are the ones saying that it's homosexual because you can't change your chromosomes.
No, I'm not even asking that. I'm just asking.
I'm asking about a previous thing that still has been refused
I know, but
this is
you can internally critique my position. I'm fine with that. But what you're doing right now is you're just obfuscating because you don't want to answer. I'll answer your questions, but answer mine first. So
why does yours need to be answered first?
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll let you ask your questions, right? Ask all of them. But then I want you to promise that after I answer them all, you'll answer mine.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so why does not having female chromosomes make a sexual act homosexual if the male to female transition has been fully complete?
Wait, I do need to correct you there. You mean man to woman, because you cannot go from male to female.
Fine, man to woman.
I reject your presupposition, huh?
Yeah, for the same.
She agreed. Sure. She just agreed. She said, "Yeah, fine, man."
Well, it's actually really simple. So, if two male dogs were having sex, would they be engaged in a homosexual act?
Does one have a penis or not?
They both have penises.
Okay, then it's not.
Think about what dogs were doing as homosexual.
Then it's not a male to woman transformation that we're talking about.
It'd be a homosexual act, right?
Because both of them have penises. Yes.
Okay. What if one of the dogs didn't have a penis?
Then how would they be having sex?
The one dog would be humping the other dog.
The one with the penis would be humping
the one without the penis, yeah.
Okay, then I wouldn't say that that's homosexual. Why would that be homosexual?
So the male dog is no longer male?
I think comparing humans to animals in this scenario is actually kind of degrading. But
degrading?
Why? Yeah. Where human beings are animals.
We have higher brain cognitive function and we have the ability to decide.
So are you saying human beings are not animals?
I'm not saying that. Biologically,
well, then what are you talking about? We're all animals. Like, what do you mean?
We have a higher function. A dog cannot choose whether or not they want to be.
But that's the whole point that Brian's making. Now you got it, right? So if the dog can't make the choice, the gender choice, which is this construction of the mind, gender does not exist in objective reality. The sex does exist in objective reality.
Okay.
So if that is the case, there's no way for you to ever determine that a dog could ever be a female unless it told you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, got it. So then even if one dog had no penis and another dog did have a penis and that dog was having sex with the dog that had no penis, it would still be a homosexual act, right?
Sure.
Then
but
how would that so then why wouldn't that translate to humans?
Why would it?
Well, because the only difference is that you're saying that if the dog, one dog who currently is a homosexual... Hang on. You're saying the one dog currently who's engaged in the homosexual act were able to somehow turn its head around and just speak in perfect English and say, by the way, I'm a girl dog, it would now be a female.
No,
That's why it makes no sense.
Okay, let me clarify. If that dog was able to get a transitional surgery where it had a dog vagina and it had dog titties, then yes, it would be a female dog.
So I just want to make sure, if I were to like mad scientist this up and just grabbed a random male dog from the street, took its penis off, gave it a neo-vagina, then gave it dog titties somehow.
I mean, that would
hang
be
on. I did all that.
Okay.
When the other male dog comes in, right, and has sex with it, right, that other dog, in your view, is a female.
Yes.
What makes it that?
Because it does not have a penis and it has...
Got it. So then what's the distinction then if that dog somehow had some birth defect that it grew titties and then it lost its penis because it got hit by a car? How is it not still a male dog then?
How is it still not a male dog?
Would it be a male dog then?
Based off of looks,
Not based off of looks, based off of male.
Based off of male.
Yeah.
So your whole argument's coming back to chromosomes and how it was born?
No, I'm just asking you what would make it...
That is
like if a man lost his
though.
penis in an accident, and then had a massive quantity of... Right, that's it. There we go. What does he identify as? So this is the social construction aspect.
Which only humans can do, yes.
Yes, this is the social construction aspect. True. So if that is the case...
How is that not true?
I tell you how it's not true.
No, you don't say anything for a second. Let me finish. Holy shit, before you fuck it up again. So really simple. If it is a social construction, and it has to be identified as a social construction, as a product of purely the mind, then the physical aspect hasn't changed.
Unless you go through the surgeries.
No, because if it were the case that some man, let's just say, some man was walking down the street and his penis was cut off and through some freakish fucking accident, a razor came flying down, cut a huge slit open right there, and he had to keep it open for some reason. A penis could fit into it technically. Then his body upped the estrogen, and he was able to grow boobs, and he had to have that done for some reason. And he said that he was a man. He'd be a man, right?
Thank you, Robert.
If a traumatic accident that's super unlikely to ever happen
gave the same conditionals for this person to have all the phenotypes
versus somebody going through actual professional treatment.
Yes.
How is that comparable?
Because all I'm saying is if there was some freak accident which somehow gave the same exact conditionals as what you would consider the phenotypical expression of a female to be, but still call themselves a man, you would say that they were a man. So the only thing that would make them a woman is you saying they're a woman. That's it. Right?
I mean, if you want to put me in that box, sure.
How else could it work?
It's not what they're saying. You don't decide what they are, but you basically, whatever someone says they are, you're going to agree.
It's not just
like what their overall team saying.
Because how am I, somebody who doesn't know their life, doesn't know what they've been through, I don't know what's in their head.
It doesn't matter. It's emotions.
Exactly. It doesn't
but
matter.
It's emotion.
So why do I?
Can I tell you?
No. Why do I have the right to dictate what somebody else does with their own body?
Because it's not about doing their own. It's not the point. The point is that emotions are irrelevant. You need to look at reality in the face. She doesn't born a woman. She's not a woman. It's simple as that. You guys got indoctrinated for 20 years. They brainwashed you that it's a woman. It's a woman, but it's not a woman. It's a man pretending to be a woman and going through the surgery and manipulate.
Keeko, let her finish.
The problem is that they manipulate their body. okay? It's a huge difference. Let's say I want to do a nose job, right? My nose is big, I want to do a nose job. I still stay my same sex. I can change my face, I can change my boobs, but I'm still the same sex. But they forcing people, right?
Who's forcing who?
The people who, I don't want to say names, but the people who make that all agenda, right? They forcing, let me finish. They forcing people, okay, to have a male changing his sex and forcing regular men who are not gay by any mean, okay, to manipulate them to think that they are women. This person, he's not a woman. It's a man pretending to be a woman. Okay. And it's not correct because it's manipulating. It's a huge manipulation in society. You sit here for an hour and argument about chromosomes. You scared when Andrew and him told you about chromosomes. Every time they mentioned the word
not
chromosome.
Scared, but okay.
Yeah, but it's like you fear from that. And I realized,
don't, but okay.
I realized all people that think like you scared from the chromosome thing.
I'm not scared.
It's a biological, okay. Listen, it's a biological fact. You cannot,
I understand that.
So how about I'm 23. I'm not 50. I'm 23. I'm 23. I'm tall. I'm whatever, 6 foot. I'm 23 and I'm 6 foot, and you just don't look at me right. Is something wrong with your sight? I want to understand what's wrong with your sight because I'm young. I'm 23. Is that seem the same? It's manipulation and it's lying. It's a complete lying, and you agree with the lie. It makes it a lie.
What makes it a manipulation? Who's manipulating people to change their gender?
It's manipulation because
I want to ask you something. I'm actually really worried.
But wait.
No, I'm actually really worried as to what makes you think people are manipulating other people to change their...
What are you talking about?
Especially,
you have to allow the person to respond.
Actually, I would love to hear what you say because I haven't really heard much from this side of the table.
Well, I was just going to say, especially if you disclose and if you agree that it's homosexual, like what's the problem? Like what's the issue?
I don't have problem with disclosure.
I don't have problems. Listen, I don't have problems.
Have the right to decide.
Yeah. I don't have problem with homosexuals or with gay. I even have a couple in my family. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Mm-hmm. But I lived in the 90s and the 2000s, and I knew the gay community was completely different. Today,
but you didn't
it's not.
Here.
Wait. I did. I've been here since the 90s, back and forth with my family. It's not true. It's the same. Also in Israel. Actually, in Israel, we have a huge gay community.
You're from Israel?
Yeah, we have a huge gay community. It's even worse than here. Trust me.
Tel Aviv.
It's the worst. But what I'm trying
to... Oh my God, this is getting fucking TOS, bro.
No, it's not TOS.
Holy, no, I'm cutting you off, man. You can't
God, you always
fucking help yourself, man.
I have a question for you.
No, that has to be fucking TOS, bro.
But it's not TOS. I'm not saying something
You don't know what TOS... Oh my... You don't even... What is TOS? Tell me what TOS is.
I don't know how to translate, but I'm careful with my words.
Nah, you're... Oh my God, bro.
So the question
I say I'm a problem.
Can I have a
massive fucking mistake.
The question basically just comes down to this, right? So if I show you $1, I don't know if you have a $2 bill there or not, but the idea is, there we go. So how much is this worth?
$2.
What makes it worth $2?
That's what society and the government has assigned to it.
So what is this in actuality?
Paper.
That's the argument.
Exactly.
So the idea here is really simple. The idea here is that the social construction aspect of this is that this seemingly symbol of 2 equals $2. And if I hand it to you, you and I have assessed that value as being $2, right? Or it could be a 20 or it could be 100. But what are we actually looking at? We're actually looking at, objectively, a piece of paper. The construction side of the piece of paper is its value. What you're doing is a bait and switch. You're saying the construction side, this is actually, right, in objective reality, worth $2. It's not, though. It's worth whatever you'll give me for it, right? Whatever we agree to. Whatever we agree it is, it will be that thing. That's the distinction between the social construction aspect and the reality aspect. You and I both know, though, that it's just a piece of paper. And so this, when we dive into objective reality versus the social construction aspect, when you say it's a woman, a female, right? Because I think that's a female, right? You could even get people to agree that it was, right? Or this, animal or person or whoever was. It doesn't really matter. Ultimately, the objective reality doesn't change. Right?
The Bronasons donated $200. Why is female Dr. Roxo talking so much? Shut this venomous creature up. Overweight women are not allowed to have opinions. Question, why do women listen to respond and not to understand?
I think she's listening to understand.
Yeah, she's fine.
I think she's doing a great
job. Bronaissance, thank you for the TTS. I haven't seen you in a while.
Can you go right in the mic and say that you're Dr. Roxo, the cocaine clown? Because that would be awesome.
I don't know who that is.
I don't even know.
You never saw Metalocalypse?
No.
So good.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $200. Here's a Miller Lite Bop. The champagne of beers. Rachel has us laughing our Epsis off on the crucible. A Decepticon is still a man, no matter what it transforms into.
Frank Castle, I do appreciate it, man. Thank you. And we have, I'll let this one come through. Are they for real? Says, it's coming in just a moment. Thank you guys for the messages. In nature, dangerous animals are brightly colored, i.e. poison dart frog, venomous snakes, blue-ringed octopus. Do you have a response to this? Because of the hair, I guess.
Because of the hair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're implying that I'm dangerous because I dyed my hair?
I think so, yes. That's the implication.
Cool.
Maybe not dangerous, but it's like brightly colored like animals or bugs or whatever. It's like a warning.
Like they already know what your point of view just because how you look, like radical liberal.
Okay. I wouldn't classify myself as a radical liberal because there are a lot of things that both sides do that I don't agree with. I think it's weird to judge somebody based off of the color of their hair. This was literally just for my birthday party.
Sure. Okay. I did want to have a bit more of an exchange because I don't think we really got to finish unless perhaps I can have it. Then Andrew, I know you wanted to pose some questions unless you've posed them already.
Yeah, well, and answer them. That was our arrangement, right? I promised I would answer first.
Oh, so we didn't even get to her
I just wanted to make
then...
sure that I finished whatever her inquiry was.
Okay, so, did you guys finish? Did you get to ask your questions?
No.
Or?
I mean...
Okay. I would like to finish...
Sure, go ahead.
Mine first, and then you guys can have it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we were having a back and forth on, what constitutes heterosexuality, right? So again, I just ask, is a transgender woman female?
Is a transgender woman female?
Yeah.
If you're going based off of the definitions, no, because they don't have a uterus, they don't have ovaries. So, no.
Well, I mean, there's females without ovaries and uteruses, though.
Yeah, if they have them taken out.
Or they could be born without them.
Yeah, they would still be female. But so
That's
you do.
I want to debate.
Okay. Happy to do it, Keeko.
Okay.
You can jump in if you want.
No, it's different from this.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So you acknowledge that transgender women are not females, no matter what degree of operations they've had.
I mean, if that added information of women can be born without ovaries and yada yada, then sure, they could be female then.
Okay, well, even using, I suppose, your own definition of what male and female is, does it even meet your definition?
Honestly, I don't think it's that deep. If somebody wants to transition, they should be able to.
Yeah, sure, I'll grant that.
Cool.
But are they female?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So then you would agree then that it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman?
That it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman?
Yes.
We're just going purely off of homo, meaning same, and sex, meaning...
Yeah. So I definitely don't think it's homosexual for a male to be dating a trans woman.
Okay, so you think it's heterosexual then?
Honestly, I would say that it's queer. It falls under the queer umbrella.
Okay.
That would be my response
I'm actually fine with that, but I don't think it can ever be heterosexual. Perhaps you disagree that it's homosexual.
I disagree that it's homosexual, yeah.
Yeah, that seems
but we
to be
can
like
agree,
a distinction
we can
without
agree
merit.
that it's not
right?
stereotypical.
I mean, but I don't even, if they're not willing to grant it's homosexual, but they'll grant that it's not heterosexual, I guess
it's actually bizarre that
I'm okay with that.
The T is even there. Like, it's not even a requirement that there be same sex at all. I've never even understood that, but.
Wait, for what?
I see the argument about how LGBTQ, like, T shouldn't be a part of it because it's not about sexuality necessarily. So it is random that it is involved in it. It does seem kind of agenda based in that sense. I'll grant you that. But let's get to this. Where else would we put them?
Okay, sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I mean, and then Keeko, your position seemed to be that you disagree that it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman. Has your mind been changed on this, or still?
I'm not going to tell somebody what classifies them as trans, but
you will tell someone. Sorry, go ahead.
But if you are a man sleeping with a transgender woman and she has a penis still, I would associate that as queer, of some umbrella. Of course, that's not straight.
But not straight.
But if it's a woman, if it's a trans woman who's gone through all the operations and no longer has a penis and has a man-made vagina, I wouldn't consider that gay. Because there's a lot of...
Is it straight, though?
Yeah. Because there's a lot of women who look a lot more like men that dudes have sex with that's considered straight, and they give off a lot more mannish than
they have a
trans
vagina.
Hang on, Keeko, that's totally fair.
But so does the trans woman.
I just have a single follow-up then, if that's the basis of the criteria.
I think you should tread lightly.
What makes
about this conversation?
What makes a real...
If I'm being honest, you're beautiful. But if I saw you on the street, I would think you were a trans man.
It's okay, but I have a vagina.
That's fine, right?
And a real one.
So what makes you any different than a man sleeping with you
Because
versus
I have
Nikita
a real
Dragon?
vagina.
But it's all about appearance.
Actually, this is a really good question for you then. So then what just makes a really ugly woman not a man?
Because it's not about being ugly. It's about...
But what if you were so ugly, you looked just like a dude?
I wouldn't say because you're ugly, you look like a man.
Yeah, that's literally what you just said.
No, what I'm saying is because she's had so much work done that she kind of replicates.
Not to her. Forget what you said to her. Before that, when you were giving your explanation, you said specifically, I actually know some women who look more like men than the men. And it's like, okay, then what you're doing is you're saying, what if there's a really ugly chick who just happens to look like a man? What makes her not one?
So that's what I'm saying to you is I understand what you're processing what I said as being ugly versus pretty. I don't consider her ugly in the slightest. She's a beautiful woman. It's nothing about being ugly versus not. It's just certain procedures. It's certain procedures that women get done that make them look.
If you look just like a man with no procedures whatsoever, what makes you not one?
So this is the conversation that I was saying. I was like, I don't want to bring this up right now.
Bring it up.
Recently, I served somebody. Okay, I check IDs. As part of my job is checking IDs.
Yeah.
I never look at the sex. I never look at male versus female.
Okay.
This person who handed me the ID made me want to look. Are they male or female?
Yeah, it's Pat.
No, there was an X there.
Yeah, it's Pat.
And looking at them, I swear to God, I could not tell if they were a man or a woman.
Yeah, it's Pat.
So
that's
would that
an
make
old Saturday Night Live?
But that make a man gay for sleeping with them? Because they did give off a lot of features that looked manly. I don't know what they had in their pants.
Well, it's not homo. Well, okay.
That's why it was a different conversation. That's why I didn't want to bring it up when we were talking about that whole debate. It was like a whole other thing that I was actually curious about.
But that's a point against you, right? Because that would just mean that if any man out there slept with a woman who was ugly enough to be perceived as a man.
That's not what I'm...
Okay, maybe not. But it's going to be the same. But it's going to be the same argument either way.
It's about distinguishable features that make you look like a man or a woman.
Who think a woman looks like a man are going to perceive that woman as being ugly, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Because it's all about perception. Because I think a lot of women look like men who other men will think are beautiful, the most gorgeous woman ever. And I'm like, she looks...
Yeah. And
like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that if you have a man, if you have a chick who looks exactly like a man, and a heterosexual man has sex with her, but she's born a female, you would never say that was homosexual. Ever.
Can you repeat what you just said?
If you had a woman who just looked like a man,
a woman
for
who
whatever
looked like a
reason,
man.
they were born that way. They just happened to look. They had, I would say, ugly parents. But let's say not ugly, right? Whatever your subjective metric is for this. Okay. Just looked like it's Pat from Saturday. You couldn't tell, right? It looked like a man from your perspective. Wasn't, right? Female, born a female. You would never say that the man who slept with that woman was a homosexual. That would be crazy, right?
So it's all about perception and what you believe. That's why I've said
I believe.
I'm
asking your perception and belief.
Because that's what I'm saying. When you walk down the street, some people believe that they can tell every single person who's transitioned. That's not the case. That's not the truth.
I didn't say it was.
Okay, so my whole point is if they still have male reproductive parts and another male has sex with them, I would consider that on the queer spectrum. But if a man decides...
Wait. So a woman who doesn't identify as anything but a woman, a female.
No, I'm saying a man with...
yeah, but a female who identifies nothing but a female, okay, and just happens to look just like a man. If a heterosexual man slept with that woman, you would classify that as being LGBTQ?
No. That's not what I said at all.
Why not?
Because they have a vagine.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I'm saying. Because I believe if she is a transitioning woman, but fully is transitioned, that they're acting as a female. But if you as a man are sleeping with a trans woman who still has male reproductive parts, I would consider that queer.
Okay, well, let's find out if that's true. So she's born, right? And unfortunately, she had a deformed vagina. They had to close this up, and she can only go to the bathroom through a catheter. Okay, born a female. Okay, marries a man, right? He loves her. Is this now an LGBTQ
No,
relationship?
I'm talking about if this person they don't have to have a vagina, but if they have a penis.
But the vagina's gone now.
I don't care if it's gone. I'm talking about if they have a penis. If they're slinging dick and a man sleeps with them, yes, that's gay. But if they don't anymore, then I don't consider that gay at all. No.
They're born with a penis.
Doesn't matter what they're born with. I'm talking about in the moment they are in their doonies, in their pants, if they have nothing, I don't know what that is. That we need to make a word for that.
So what if you had a female who just was deformed?
She doesn't have a penis?
Yeah, but what if she had something shaped like a penis, but she was just deformed?
Are you talking about an enlarged clitoris?
Yeah.
That's two different things than a penis.
Yeah, but it was so enlarged, it was made to look like one.
But we know scientifically that wouldn't happen.
No, it has happened.
I'm talking about a full dick and balls. Okay?
Yes.
If they have
you're talking about a male.
Dick and balls,
you're talking about a male.
Those are two different things.
Yeah,
I don't know how hard that is.
You're talking about a male versus a female. That's my whole point.
I feel like you don't even disagree with me right now.
No, I do. I do disagree. I'm trying to show you something which is important.
So here, right? I know you're married. I know you have your life together. But say you met a woman and you slept with her.
Sure.
And then 2 weeks later, you find out that she's a fully transitioned woman. Would you now consider yourself gay?
No.
Because he didn't know about it.
Of course not.
She deceived him. If he knew
that's a whole different conversation. But if he deceivement is a whole deceivement is a whole different conversation. We're talking about the actual act.
No disclosure. Yes, it would be deception.
Like here,
yes, that's a whole different debate, though. I'm talking about you.
Sure.
If he knew it, he wouldn't slip with her.
But wait, it's not, and I can prove it to you. Okay, we can just do a blind slit.
You were attracted to her.
No,
if you were attracted to her, are you gay because you were attracted to her?
I'll test the logic for you.
He didn't know.
You can take, let's say that you had, let's say you had a piece of cardboard, okay, piece of cardboard, and it had a hole cut out in it, and you were on a game show. And on the game show, they showed you a picture and said, "This is the woman that's on the other end of that, right? And you're going to stick your thing through this cardboard, and this is what you're going to have sex with." And you're like, "Wow." Okay, and on the other end, it was actually a man. Are you gay?
I wouldn't say you were gay, but
why not?
If you enjoyed it, then you might need to consider why you liked it.
Why not? Why wouldn't you be gay? Why wouldn't you be gay?
No, I'm saying if I know you were deceived, but if you enjoyed that, then you might need to consider your sexuality, because I feel like you should be able to tell the difference.
You don't know, though.
You should be able to tell.
How do you tell?
I feel like there's clear differences.
How do you know?
I thought you said that you should be able to tell.
How do you know? Like
Didn't you say that you should be able to tell?
I'm bisexual, and I feel like I could clearly tell when there's a man versus a woman going down on me.
But here's the thing.
I have a follow-up question.
Again, just real quick though.
And
the second we add the deceptive layer,
and if you're putting your dick through a random cardboard hole, I think we have other things.
Has nothing to do with
related to the original.
I'm all ears.
Have you ever saw a vagina after surgery?
What?
Have you ever saw a transgender vagina?
Not in person.
I lived in Thailand for a year. A lot of them do the surgery.
Just looking at them.
Not just looking at them, because I happened to see it. Okay.
How did you see one? Well, you're saying that. I'm just curious.
I was working in a salon. I was working in a salon and waxing. So I used to see a lot. Okay. And the vagina of surgery and a real vagina, it's completely different thing. By the way, they have to do 3-4 times a day to put something inside, otherwise this hole closed. They have to lubricate it.
It's not 3-4 times a day. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but
they do. If not, they get sick.
Factual,
they're gonna get sick, and it's gonna get decay, and it's gonna go bad.
It will close up.
It will close up. That's what I'm saying. Eventually,
once a day, and then it turns into once every 4 weeks, and then it turns into
wait a second. Let's
be factual though. If you're
wait, but I know a person.
You're talking about.
But wait, listen. I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you.
I know you're not. But you bring up a lot of.
But let me tell you. You don't let me speak. Let me finish. I know a Thai woman. She was not doing it every day. Okay, it eventually closes, and then it's inside. It's got rotten, and she have to do a really emergency surgery that she cannot pee anymore. Regular, she can do nothing basically. So for a regular woman, wait. My point is that a regular woman doesn't have to go through this virtual in order to
does? Is she not a woman anymore?
Wait,
she has
but
issues?
wait, let me finish. A regular woman have naturally fluence. Naturally, she can have orgasm from her vagina.
And it's the same thing he said. Just because you're not a woman, if you don't have an orgasm, like if you don't have an orgasm. You're not a woman if you have issues with your vagina.
Let me tell you something. A person that need to change their sex in their mind, when you imagine just yourself for a second. Imagine yourself for a second.
That's a whole different argument. I agree. Different argument.
Let her talk.
Think about it for a second, because I've been thinking about it, because I try to empathize and I thought about it. Think about it for a minute, for real. Think about it. Inside that you all of a sudden you don't feel a woman. You feel like you want to have a penis and you want to feel like a male. Okay. Feelings doesn't mean anything.
That's not what we're talking about.
Feelings, I'm saying it to both of you. Feelings deceive us. Feelings can lead us to chaos, to destruction. Feelings doesn't mean nothing. Based on their feelings, they change the whole society. Based on their feelings, they get support. Based on the feeling, things happen they're not supposed to happen. It's only feeling. It's not real. It's fictionary.
Well, you feel gay for sleeping with a trans woman. That's your feelings. You feel gay. So
I tell you how it's affects me.
I understand what you're saying, but that's like a completely
Of course, it affects everybody in society. How? It's with numerous ways. First of all, I don't want my son, when he go before the school, he complain. Or my friend daughter, she go to school, she have a kid with dressing like a girl, that they complain. It's a lot of things that affecting us. It's not just one thing.
So
I cannot get benefit from the government. You know, the crippled people don't get the same benefit as they get. It's so many things change in society. You can't even speak about it because they crucify you.
Okay, so you're mad because you weren't dealt with these hardships and you don't have these feelings and you don't have to go through what they go through, and you're mad.
It's not
because
hardship.
Your children in a public school
not hardship.
are experiencing public differences of somebody else's choices, and you guys are having issues with that. Sounds like a you problem. Sounds like your family's problem.
It's not a hardship. You know what is a hardship?
They are not doing this.
You know what is a hardship?
They are not.
You know what is a hardship
to affect you.
You know what is a hardship? When you raise your child until he's 21 or 22, and then God forbid he die in a car accident. You know what is a hardship? When your wife is getting cancer. This is a hardship. When somebody choose to go and cut themselves and deform themselves and take money from a taxpayer, this is a problem. This is a real issue.
A very small percentage of tax dollars actually go to
It's not
that,
actually.
so.
It's completely not. It's actually completely not.
It wasn't Kamala like she was
It's
in favor
completely
of
not.
like transgender prisoners getting gender reassignment surgery?
Actually, I want to add something to this, and there's the fact that there is such a thing as entity attachments, and that's something that creates people to want to become a different gender.
Yeah, let's get into this real quick.
I don't know if that's.
Hang on. This
wait. Can I ask the question that I wanted to ask?
Okay, but we're coming back to this.
Yes, it'll be a quick question.
Right.
I promise I won't attach onto it. But when you were saying like, oh, if you I think you asked if he slept with somebody that was a girl, even though he was married and blah blah blah, and you didn't know, and like
the
2 weeks
perception
later,
is you got tricked. Yeah.
Would you consider that a homosexual act that you did?
So I think that these things are based around intentionality. So the idea that you could be tricked, right, or in some way be moved to do things, or the idea that you can be pushed into doing a sexual. So like, I'll give you an example, a good counterexample. I have to be very careful with how I use this language, but underage people, right? Mm-hmm. They can be tricked into feeling pleasure at certain of these things, right? This is all bad, though. You and I would agree that this is all bad. It's not a determination of their sexuality, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
How come?
But that's not.
How come?
How come? Like, okay, I need more information because that was very vague. So I don't
have to be vague.
know what you're saying.
Okay, I gotta move away from that.
Okay,
but the thing
then
is,
we can talk about it after.
But the principle here is very simple, right?
So you wouldn't consider
a person being tricked, right? They're being tricked. This can happen to anybody. You can be tricked in all sorts of different ways. It's not going to be a determination, though, as to whether or not you're actually attracted to men or women. You have a perception. It'd be no different than if I gave you drugs. What if I gave you drugs and then, your brain was frying and you perceive that a horse was a woman? Does that mean that if you banged the horse, that means that you are attracted to horses?
But like, no, because you're under the influence and you can't make cognitive functions.
Word and then
I'm actually really intrigued by this.
Well,
I want to question.
Because all I'm saying is, would you consider that still, because that person isn't a female? Would you consider that a homosexual act after the fact, after knowing that they're...
Yeah, so that would, the act itself would be a homosexual act.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Sure.
I just wanted to see your clarification on it.
Of course, it would be a homosexual act.
Okay. Because I was like, what if a guy's like,
however,
I hate black chicks, I would never be attracted
that doesn't
to one.
mean...
It's not the same.
Yeah, right, but that doesn't mean... Actually, that makes my point. You could be tricked even in that aspect. So the idea here is like what all Brian's trying to say, he's trying to distinguish between the act... Right? Here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he's just saying, here's our act, and here's not our act. So would that be engaging in a homosexual act? Oh yeah, for sure. Nobody would dispute that is true, right? Would that make the person a homosexual though? Right? I don't think so.
No.
For instance, a good example of this: you're in prison, you're coerced, right?
Well, that's a whole other issue.
But it's a homosexual act, right? But does that make you a homosexual?
Exactly.
It depends on if you're the giving or the receiving.
The receiver.
Honestly. Okay.
No,
of
course not. Of course. That's all we're arguing here is that makes you a victim here as well. It's a form of coercion, trickery. That's the whole point.
I can partially agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said I do.
King One Up donated $200. Keeko, if you think transmissions are woman, then I feel sorry for you. Listen to the IDF Queen. Questions to panel: would you not be mad if you found out you slept with a fraud gender?
Wouldn't be mad if you
If that's all you got out of what I was saying, then I'm doing.
I'll make it super easy, right?
Like I understand.
Your brother knows he's your brother. You don't know he's your brother. He sleeps with you. Are you upset?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's incest.
Why? Why are you mad though?
Because that's incest.
What if he tells you? What if he tells you though? I'm sterilized. I can't get you pregnant. So you're saying you're attracted to your own brother, you incestuous lunatic, right? Does that even make sense?
It's proving your point.
That's a very, very broad, separate discussion.
What's broad and separate about it? Do you feel like you're tricked?
Yes, because I didn't know and he did.
Exactly. Right, there you go.
I never. Don't look at me because you're arguing with her, because I've already said that discretion is the biggest part of it. Discretion versus if it's gay or not.
I looked at you because you have a beautiful nose. Got nothing to do with the conversation.
Yeah, but my point is that you want that disclosed. Because of how it would make
I never
you
said that
feel.
You shouldn't disclose it.
Right.
I never said
But you only want it disclosed because how it would make you feel. If he's sterile, what's actually wrong with this?
Exactly.
Except how you feel.
Exactly. Thank you.
And I guess how society feels about it.
How you feel.
Exactly.
Society would.
Who informs your feelings.
Exactly. Society.
Sure. Yes.
So, I mean, you're kind of making my point for me here. I did want to get to... I did want to just have a quick back and forth exchange with you. When
she's back.
Ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just add something small quickly before we wrap this? To say to
just
the audience?
Take the W, lady. Take the W.
To the audience.
30 seconds. Go.
I wanted to say that I have nothing against transgenders or gays. The problem starts when becoming somebody naturally feel like he's a woman to a massive every single kid, from each school you see so many kids are changing. Kids want to be animals, kids want to be gays. What's the next step? People
too much. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I know.
She on fucking TOS?
No, she didn't say any words.
That close.
She didn't say any words.
God, bro.
We gotta move it off.
She didn't say any words.
I didn't say.
So I think more.
No, you don't understand. You just don't know.
I think more people are coming out as gay and trans because
my
it's
God,
a
no.
safer
Well,
area.
that's fine. She's fine.
No. I'm moving on. I have to fucking move off of this
right.
bullshit, bro. Holy fuck. No.
Can I engage over here? This has nothing to do with that.
I gotta get through my shit.
All right. Nothing to do with that, though, Brian.
I don't care. I do not care. Frank Castle, he says, it feels like deja vu tonight. Keeko, next to Gorlock the Destroyer 2.0. School, education doesn't mean intelligence. Keeko, oh my God, bro.
You gotta chill, Brian.
Okay, Rage Quit Countdown. Hold on. All right, go ahead. Have the comment.
All right.
Oh my God.
So this is this is something that I do often.
Rage quit.
I do often wonder. He'll be all right. Brian will be all right. Something I do often wonder when I talk to spiritualists who make the claim that they can speak to animals, or at least communicate with animals. There's a couple of questions that I have for you.
Okay.
Can animals convey concepts to you, things that they want?
For example, they say, I want my owner to take me out more. Yes.
They can convey those concepts.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Serious?
So this is an honest to God question. It's going to sound very strange, okay? But I really need to know the answer to this. If an animal conveyed through a spiritualist that it wanted to have sex with a person, how would that then be a problem to have sex with that animal?
I don't grasp the question. I'm not.
So an animal conveys. So the big problem with bestiality, and it's a big problem, right, is that the animal can't consent. But as you as the medium, the animal could actually consent. So how would that even be a problem then?
They don't know what they're consenting to.
No, they do, because they can tell her.
If she can read a 13-year-old's mind and say, I want to sleep with Ashton
Let her
Kutcher.
answer. Sisterhood.
She talked
Calm
to them.
this sisterhood down. Just let her answer. I got to know the answer to this.
Technically, there is no problem.
Oh my
Wrong
God.
answer.
I think maybe you would have the ethical duty to just like not say that.
Be the middleman and be like, explain to them why
because
that's
you're the
not
only
okay.
one who knows.
If that's what you believe
Who
in.
knows
but-
what?
Well,
because
she's the medium who has the knowledge of what the animal is asking for.
But the animal wants it.
Okay, but
when I was
then
14, I wanted to sleep with Ashton
ethical
Kutcher.
duty to like not.
I'm sorry, I don't think
express
she's a
that.
medium. I think it's.
That's we're playing into it though. We're not. That's besides the
for me,
point.
it's
We're just.
bullshit.
But even if it's not,
that's what
then
it's a debate. We're
then
just
it could be
discussing
that the medium should have an ethical obligation to like not disclose that because they're the only
Why?
one. Because they're the one.
But that's what the animal wants.
Exactly.
But why is the? That doesn't mean
as
the
a little
person
girl,
wants it.
I wanted to sleep with Justin Bieber.
But wait. The person, let's say in this situation, the person wants it and wants to know if the animal wants it, so hires the medium. The medium, stop. The medium comes out and says, I've talked to the animal. Green light. What's the problem here?
It's an animal.
And so the person.
Wait. I get that, right? We're assuming that this is true. She can speak to animals. So if we take the objection, the moral objection, the animal can't communicate this with anybody, and they can't, right? But now they can. This is Dr. Doolittle shit here, okay? This is some Dr. Doolittle shit. The raccoon can tell you what it wants for fucking dinner now. So the animal says, the animal's like, man,
I feel like
stop, Keeko. Let me ask the question before you answer the question. Let me at least ask it first. So, bam, the animal's like, this is what I want, medium. Medium goes to the owner and it's like, that's what it wants, right? What's the actual problem here? Unless you're saying this whole communication thing can't be possible.
Just because you want something doesn't mean it's right. Just because I'm gonna use words lightly here. I'm gonna try to go around. Just because an underage person might say.
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Because you're talking about how, because if they're vocalizing the point that they want that, even though as a society we deem that as wrong, if they can speak up for themselves and say, no, that's what I want to do, just because someone who's not of the legal consent age says, I want to do this, doesn't make it right for that person
makes no
to do
sense.
it.
The
How is that
animal,
not the same
the
thing?
animal's fully grown in this instance. It goes around and like fucking murders like hyenas and shit.
Even if
it can do what it wants, man.
Even if someone underage murders kids, it doesn't make them right to do those things.
Yeah, that has nothing
It's about
to do
you're
with
talking
what
about
we're
consent.
talking about.
You're talking about consent.
Okay.
We forget that
So you're saying,
bestiality is a thing.
why can an
and-
animal consent to another then?
Because they're both animals. They're both on the same playing field.
What makes that okay then?
It's the same thing why an underage kid can consent to another
If
underage
an animal
kid.
can
They're
consent,
on the same. They're on the same playing field.
Keeko, here's the whole. Here's the whole. It's very simple. If an animal can consent to an animal,
not.
if an
And
animal
legally
could
it's
consent
not.
to an animal, why couldn't it consent to you?
Because we have different communication.
Stop. Fuck. Listen, when you're having a conversation with somebody, this is what drives fucking Brian bonkers. I get it, right? I get that there's a sisterhood, right? Everybody wants to jump in on behalf of somebody else. I've given you nothing but respect when it comes to these conversations. Listen to exactly what you, the person, is saying, not the person next to you, right? Let them answer the question. I'll do the same thing for you. Keeko, if an animal can consent to another animal, why couldn't it consent to you?
Because I'm not that animal. I don't speak the same language they do.
That has nothing to do with anything. Why would that? What would that have to do with anything? If the animal can consent, it can consent. If it can consent to another dog, why couldn't it consent to you? And if you had a medium who came out and was like, "It's consenting," then isn't the medium? Wouldn't you just have to err on the fact that you think the medium isn't really a medium?
Well, that's a whole different point. I would agree with that. That's a whole different thing. That I was trying to be nuanced about it and have a conversation, debate about it. But if you want to take it there, those are two different things. I don't think any of that's real. But I was just talking about the fact that two people on the same playing field can consent to each other doesn't mean it's fair game for everybody. Like two 16-year-olds can consent together doesn't mean a 16-year-old and 19-year-old can
I don't
consent
think
together.
two 16-year-olds can consent together.
Well, I do. And that's a difference of opinion.
Do you think two 12-year-olds could?
I don't think it's right, but I don't think one of them should be in trouble for it. No.
What?
If two, you're telling me
sexually?
So you're here. Let me.
We're saying that they can't. They can't. The whole point here is the reason we have those laws is because we don't think they can.
Okay, but
and if they do,
what happens if they do?
Then you're still saying the same.
Nothing happens, right?
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
You're still saying the same thing though. You're still saying
No, I'm not.
They're not capable of consent. That's what makes it wrong. So the thing is like ultimately here, if an animal can consent to an animal, you're saying it's right that an animal can do that. So if that's the case, if a medium comes in and says, well, the animal consents to you, then the only thing you could really say is that the medium was wrong, right?
No.
No?
Because
No?
First, you can say mediums are bullshit. That's the first thing you should say. Secondly,
I
you
would.
shouldn't be talking about my dog wanting to sleep with me anyways. Like, why were we even, like, if you want to...
Do you know why?
I'm trying to have this conversation, but then you guys
Can
keep
I explain why I
piggybacking
bring
off
it
of
up?
those concepts. If you want to think those things, then
Yeah.
I will agree. Yeah, I would never even be having this conversation, but you guys were feeding into it, so I was feeding into it too. So don't make it seem like I'm trying to have this conversation
I'm not trying
when
to
it's
make
not
it
something I would
seem
ever even talk
like
about.
you're defending this thing.
Okay, thank you.
All I'm trying to do is show you a parallel. So the parallel is for the psychic medium, the person who's the shaman, the person who is the witch, the person who is this thing. If they make the great claim of communication, I can communicate with this thing that you yourself can't communicate with. It's fair to test it, right? Yeah. Isn't it fair to test if they could really communicate with whatever this thing is you can't communicate with?
I mean, telepathy, whatever it is, sure.
Yeah,
not
sure.
touchy motherfuckers,
So isn't it a great
but-
way to test that, to ask it a question like that? Ask them a question like
See,
that.
my mind would never even go to ask a question.
Why
like
not?
that, because that's fucking weird.
Because it brings...
That's why.
Well,
what?
but the thing is it brings up this great parallel that you can point to immediately and say, even if it were true, wouldn't we still have to err on the fact it wasn't?
See, I can't even go into those because when you ask me something like that, all my mind's going to go to is I would never go and ask a medium if my dog wants to fuck me. Like, that's what my mind is going towards. So I'm sorry, I can't get past that part.
You're not asking the medium if your dog wants to
That's what
fuck
you
you.
just said.
You're asking the medium if the person says that the animal can consent to any person. It doesn't have to be you. Why does it have to be you specifically?
Well, if a medium told me that my dog is consenting for this, that, and third to happen, first of all, whatever.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
If they, it's so hard to say this though because you'd be like, "Why are you at the medium?" But I would say you're full of shit. Like
Right.
you're delusional.
Exactly. Yes.
But that's what I'm saying though. I would say this, but I thought we were giving in to this whole
I
ideal
am.
concept. But when you ask me questions like
and
that,
hang on. And Keeko, and what does she say? There would be no problem.
And that's why I jumped in, because I was like, you're delusional. That's why I jumped in, Andrew, is because I was
testing the delusion,
okay.
Keeko.
Maybe I feel like we're maybe fighting the same evil right now. I don't know, but it's really, really common sense to me. Like, I don't know how else to say.
You would think. So I gotta go back to this, right? Why couldn't the animal? Honestly, could you get consent from the animal for something like that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna go out and smoke.
Honestly,
it doesn't mean you should.
Like, okay, what if they substitute animal with
I have to be
B-A-B-Y?
honest and say something.
Like, do you see like how that's like you're just?
Well, those are two different entities.
But you're talking about living
Nope.
things that can't communicate. Living things that can't communicate without other entities. So if they were like, I want you to speak with my baby to me, and you're like, oh, this is what I'm reading. Like, I want to see how you guys tread. I used to do the same thing when I got into this podcast, and sometimes you have to just own up to when you're wrong. Because I would double down and I would look stupid. I will own up. I would look stupid because I would double down on my own opinions, but recognize when that's not okay. Like, I could be 15 years old and you could be reading my mind and I could be saying, yeah, I want to sleep with this celebrity and this guy. Does it make it right? Does it mean that they should go then ahead and do it? So just realize the words you're saying, and
those are two different entities still.
They're not.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So when you say that you could do it, but would you do it?
Ask the question again.
So so say that like you're trying to get consent from an animal. Would you do that? And those would you do it willingly? If someone came in and said, "Hey, I'm trying to get consent from my dog," I know you were able to do it, but would you do it?
I'd have to sit with myself and see how I feel about it, and also tune into my highest self and see whether I'm in alignment with that, because I am just a medium in the end. I'm not.
But do you understand how the fact that you even consider it means that you have the possibility of saying you're open to it, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Which means that you could telepathically, communicate with this dog. And if that dog was saying, yes, this is what I want, you would go tell their owner that? That's crazy. That's wrong. And I think that deserves jail time. I'm on your side with a lot of things, but that's not okay.
That's your judgment, and
it's not my judgment. That's the law.
It's not about.
That's actually the law. Because if they took your advice and went and did it and got caught, they would be in jail.
It's not.
I don't give advice.
What do you think you do?
That's the final word on that.
Graffito Tagged donated $200.
What do you think people are going to you for?
Hold on.
Okay, Andrew, I'm convinced the woman and animal could both consent. The reason it's still wrong is because it's an affront to God's moral law, it's unnatural, and is done purely for gratification.
Yo, Graffito Tag, thank you for the TTS. W's in the chat for Graffito. We do appreciate your message. I need to move things on from here. So, Robert Tanner, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Robert. Robert, he also says, this seems to be an argument between objective versus subjective reality. Objective based on facts and absolute truths. Subjective based on feelings and opinions. If I feel I am the age of 20, must society accept? This is for you guys.
My previous question.
If you feel like you're 20, must society accept? That's the question?
Yes.
I'd say no, because that's not how many years you've been alive and have had experiences.
How is that different from what we argued before? That a man is not a woman. It's exactly the same question.
If you're biologically the age of 40, you're also biologically female or male.
Or male, exactly.
Biologically, yes, I agree.
So you agree that a man that changed his gender, he's not a woman?
So you're changing your biology, though.
Thank you, Robert.
But here I'm changing my biology too. If I'm 50 or 40 and I'm decided that I'm 23 or 22, I'm changing my biology. I can put it in my ID. Imagine if it was the law. Let's say it was a law now that I look young, I feel young, my sexual urge is here, I have a cool head, I go out, I party, I feel like I'm 23. What's the difference? I can go and change my age and everything.
How many
What's
years
the
have you paid taxes? How many children have you had?
How many? Do you have eggs to have kids? How many? You have your period. It's exactly the same. It's
there's
the same
a lot of different factors. You can say that you feel 20, but
it's a lot of different factors. You're repeating exactly for a different thing. It's a lot of different factors. For me as a woman,
I agree with that.
One
for
second.
Let me finish. A lot of different factors.
Let me finish. As a woman, I'm a woman. As a woman, for me, it's completely disrespect when other men come and take what I've been through as a woman, having my period, having my mood swings, feeling down because of my hormones, having my child with no epidural in extreme pain, 17 hours in the labor room. For me as a woman, it's disrespectful that a man can just come and take the woman and be the woman of the year after I hear that it's not even a woman.
Okay.
For me, it's completely, and I don't understand how for you as a woman, it's not disrespectful. Imagine that somebody would take your place.
You have 30 seconds to respond.
Okay, one, I don't feel like it's taking my place. Two, having a period or birthing a child is not a woman experience. It is, but not everybody goes through that. No, not everybody chooses
Majority
to do that.
Majority of women?
Nope. Okay, cool. All right, Pelagic, thank you for the $100 super chat. A moment of weakness, allowing others to control your emotions. This is obviously directed at me. Thank you, Pelagic. Appreciate the super chat. Look, I mean, people can't fucking follow instructions, even if they've been on the show multiple times. They have no even sense of hey, how to avoid certain, even despite hearing the pre-show information multiple times before, just continuously edging on TOS territory. It's obviously frustrating when not only are they breaking your rules, you've told them to stop, and they just continue kind of breaking the rules of the show. So I mean, I don't know what else to fucking say, man. Final thing on this, I do want to ask, because we have people who are not straight here, we have people who are bisexual, who are lesbian. Just a couple clarifying questions, I suppose, to Keeko and to you. So these scenarios, it's fine. A cis man, I don't like this term, but you guys, I think it's actually a slur, cis, but that's another conversation. But for the ease of understanding here, a cis man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Queer.
What did you just say?
Guy comes home, says, "I just sucked my girlfriend's dick." Is that homosexual or heterosexual?
That's weird. Pretty fucking gay.
Yeah, I'd say so.
By the way, check out the
What do you mean?
Chat. Okay, so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Well, how about, I mean.
Come on.
How about this? It's not heterosexual. Okay. A cis man having penetrative booty sex with a transgender woman, is that heterosexual?
Again, queer.
Okay.
Who's penetrating who?
I don't even know if it would matter.
I don't know if it would matter. How about this? But do you think that, for example, a lesbian woman would, a lesbian cis woman being penetrated by a transgender woman with a penis, would this be a lesbian act?
Would you say that two lesbians using a strap-on is a heterosexual act?
No.
No, that would not be heterosexual. Then what?
Queer, obviously.
No, but is it... No, hold on. So a lesbian cis woman being penetrated by a transgender woman with a penis, is that a lesbian relationship?
Yes.
Yeah, that's still pretty gay.
That you think that would
lesbians use strap-ons and other things all the time, so why wouldn't
it's not a strap-on, it's a real penis.
So I mean, okay, so if
they get it removed, they're just going to use
that would be gay.
That's not
that's not straight.
Yeah, using a strap-on, that would not change the nature of the lesbian relationship.
Exactly.
But a lesbian woman, just to be clear. Okay, I'm gonna ask it again. So it can be a lesbian sexual encounter if a lesbian is being penetrated by a transgender woman's penis.
Yes.
Oh.
It would be
It's
lesbian?
queer.
We have a
It's
lesbian
queer.
woman. We have a lesbian woman at
Not
the table.
straight. No.
Let's
Oh, I
ask
know.
her.
Yeah.
Do you think that would be a lesbian sexual encounter to be for a lesbian cis woman being penetrated by a transgender woman's penis?
I personally think this just comes down to like the words. Maybe queer would be a better way to describe it.
What if he came?
That's not.
Like,
it's not
like that doesn't.
But
It's a cis man having sex.
Well, doesn't it just sound absurd? Like
Exactly.
it just doesn't it sound absurd?
Wait. So just to be clear,
absurd.
you're a lesbian woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And would you engage in a queer relationship?
no, I like women, and I would.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, but so transgender women are not women, or?
I like women that are presenting as women. I'm like more particular.
Oh yeah, but can't transgender women present as women?
Yes.
I think it's just personal, based on preferences and like whatever anybody wants to do. But personally, me, I would prefer somebody who was born a woman.
Now, what if I told you that the very people that are would categorize themselves as LGBTQ would say that your refusal to, perhaps they might grant that you are not obliged to enter into this sort of romantic or sexual encounter, but by denying that this would not be a lesbian dynamic, you yourself as a lesbian woman would be target for attack by, I suppose, the very group in which you belong to.
What? I'm sorry. That was very complex.
So
He's saying by the fact that
LGBTQ
you
advocates.
say you don't want to date someone who's a trans woman can get you
hold
hate
on.
in the LGBTQ community.
You refusing to categorize what I previously described as a lesbian sexual or romantic encounter would mark you for attack.
I think everybody has their own personal preferences, and whether you're gay or straight, you have preferences, whether it's based on appearance or otherwise. And I don't think that should warrant anybody to be attacked.
I think you're politically correct. You know the right answer, like what he said, but you're representing it in a politically correct way because this is a man and this is a woman. It's an intercourse between men and a woman. That's what I think. You're just walking.
I think we all play stereotypes. We all stereotype, right? At the end of the day, we all play into stereotypes. And I'm sorry if this gets me. And I do agree. So I'm sorry if this gets me canceled. But when I think of a trans woman, I think of wigs, nails, makeup, hair, bombshell, bad bee, whatever. But when I dated women, I went more for simplistic woman. So just because she's not attracted to bombshell, pink wig, ass fat, da-da-da-da, but I do see your point about because it could in our community get us canceled for saying we don't want to date a trans woman. But that's just not what we're attracted to on the day-to-day. Could there be someone who was biologically born male who transitions to woman who is something we were attracted to? Maybe, but that's not the average person.
But some men, it's like men say, I don't want to date you. You're too short and you're too old.
That's the right for them.
So I'm not gonna get offended because this is his preferences. So
that's not the conversation. I agree.
No, but I'm saying, but they hate you for saying that it's not your preferences. That's the issue.
We both said that we have preferences, and she stands by her preferences. So if anything, we weren't denouncing that.
No, I'm not talking about you.
We said we have the right
society.
to have the preferences, and we understand though that sometimes in the community that they will jump on your back. They're like, oh, you're not accepting, you're not this. But if anything, she didn't say that. She said, no, I'm not, that's not who I want to date, and this is my preference. So if anything, she agreed with you guys. She might be saying it in a politically correct stance, but she's basically saying the same thing you guys are. If you can't hear that, she's not disagreeing with you at all.
Anyways, I'm gonna move it off of this topic. Okay. I guess final thought though, perhaps I think earlier you asked, why does this matter? I think you might have asked something along those lines.
Depends on for what specific thing you're
referring to. Why are you so concerned with this, or why does this matter? Why are we so focused on this?
How does it affect you? Why does it matter?
Well, one, some of you have the position that there is not a duty, or that these people should not disclose to potential romantic partners. This would lead to some straight people essentially being, in my view, essayed. You might not think it's essay. I think it's essay. If you're against essay, you should probably disclose this.
I agree with you.
So, additionally, while I don't think this is the position of most people who are transgender or transgender activists, I'm noticing a societal and cultural creep. And I'm using that term in the sense that things are like creeping to a place where I don't really think is tenable. So if for example, we are in a society where, for example, you might find me denying, and this isn't my position, but if I were to, I think you would find it offensive if I were to deny that gay people exist. Like, oh, you're not actually attracted to the opposite, to the same sex, like that you are mistaken, right? What you guys are telling me is you're making a claim about heterosexuality and you're rejecting my sexuality, and my sexuality is not up for negotiation, right? I refuse to allow you to dictate to me that it would be heterosexual for a male and a male to be involved in a romantic and sexual relationship. I reject it completely. But your position is that it could be heterosexual, or it might not be homosexual, for a male and a male to be, it might not be heterosexual it would be heterosexual for two males to be involved in a sexual or romantic relationship. This is an attack on heterosexuality. In the same way that I suspect you greatly despise the attacks on homosexuality or bisexuality or queerness, there's clearly an attack on heterosexuality. And then, hold on, I'm almost done. And so I suppose my great issue here is, at what point, if I were to refuse and I outwardly state my sexual preference and my sexuality, I don't have anything against transgender people, no problem whatsoever. But if activists insist that I am wrong or transphobic or a bigot because I refuse, or I don't view it in the way that they find appropriate, I refuse to date a transgender woman, well, typically what ends up happening, and these activists are incredibly effective at doing this, they'll target you for cancellation. They're going to go after your finances. They're going to try to get you fired from your job. And in some cases, they'll pursue you for physical violence, right? And so if we don't provide sufficient pushback to these sorts of narratives that, essentially I'm a bigot, if I don't push back intellectually that essentially your accusations towards me that I would be a bigot for refusing to date somebody who's like this, or refusing to accept the paradigm or narrative, then this opens not just me, but other individuals who think like me or feel like me to financial ramifications, cancellation attempts to ruin somebody's career, this sort of thing, and also physical violence, right? So that's why I'm against it.
Okay, so my response to that is, as I said earlier, there are things that I don't agree with on both sides. That would definitely be a thing that I do not agree with from the, I guess, left pro-queer community. I do 100% think that if you identify as heterosexual, you have fully the capability to say no to a transgender who wants to go out with you. I agree with that. And as I stated earlier as well, I never said that they should not disclose that they're trans.
But what if the part of it, the reason that you're making the denial for why you would go out with this person is because you deny that it's the truth to begin with?
What do you mean?
So if you're saying, I'm not going to go out with you, let's just say there was somebody who was even attracted to a person who was trans, okay? And then specifically said, but I'm not going to go out with you because you're still a man. That's what they said, right? What's the problem with that?
Exactly.
There isn't one.
There isn't technically a problem. It can just be hurtful towards the other person. I think taking into account how the other person will feel about that is really, really important, because you can say that you're not going to want to go out with them a million different ways.
But you said the truth.
So it's valid, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that it makes them a bad person or whatever. It does. It's a valid reason to
$200.
Decline.
Hello, whatever podcast. I'd just like to say the girl in the orange top is absolutely gorgeous. My apologies for not knowing her name, but definitely crushing hard.
Wrong team, Danny.
Romantic face.
You're swinging for the wrong team, Danny.
And maybe a Danny could be a girl's name.
Thank you so much.
But it says Danny Boy.
It does.
That could.
And we already established that's not what she wants.
Drunk_Batman donated $200.
Drunk Batman.
Thank you to the Crucible and to the Whatever podcast for a great year for content. W. Andrew W. Brain. Also, if you believe a man can be a woman, you're a retard.
I appreciate the troll.
Thank you,
Drunk Batman. Nice to see you, bro.
Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
All right, we have a super chat here. Thank you, Drunk Batman. Nas in LA, just wanted to say thanks for all the content this year. Couldn't tell you how many times I was working night shift and had you guys in my ears. W. Andrew, W. Brian, W. Chat. Yo, Nas, thank you so much for the support, man. Really appreciate it.
We all know that night shift is always better than day shift. They're always cleaning shit up after day shift. That's the way it works.
Speaking of champagne pops.
Damn. Just Gerald
donated $499.
Thank you, dude.
Pop champagne. Pop that champagne, buddy. To the panel, but specifically to the poisoned dart frog in chair 2. It's okay to say, I'm wrong. Like, literally. It's like,
would you grab
literally
me a beer out of
okay
there
to
too?
change, like, your mind.
Yo, guys, W's in the chat for... Oh, we're popping another one. Here. Oh, she's all right. She's
helping finish.
Keiko's over here. Fucking all right.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
I guess so. Yo, W's in the chat for Gerald. Really appreciate your patronage, man. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you so much, man. And then hold on, guys. We have Wrongful Rage here coming in.
Wrongful Rage donated $200. When I think of Autobots, I think robots. Whether it looks like a car, truck, or other automobile at the time. Robots in disguise are still robots.
It's good.
Not cars, trucks, or other automobile. Also tissue.
Yo.
Okay.
Rage. W's in the chat for Rage, guys. Thank you so much, man. Hold on. How am I going to do this? 1 sec, boys.
A truck is a good attribute to have, I will say, though.
Keeko, we're gonna do this champagne pop, but you do have disagreements with the show/shows. You say just when it teaches men to hate women, and the controversy. Yeah. So those are two separate statements. We'll get into the first one first. When you say the and the controversy, what do you mean?
And the controversy, I just think sometimes this podcast can put women against men, and I don't think that's the answer.
Oh boy.
It's just the way they pronounce it. I do know that there is a plural and singular version.
Why do they do that, Keeko?
It's just the way I pronounce it. I swear to God that I do know what you're saying. I even listen back, and it does sound like I'm saying the opposite of what I'm saying, but my pronunciation isn't clear with my accent on the words.
Go ahead.
But I do see valid points on both sides. I do see a lot of times what the men are saying, but I just don't think the answer is to make them hate all women. Same thing when the women get on here and say like, oh, F all men and this and that. Like, I think both sides are wrong. And sometimes I just don't appreciate the divide it causes between the sexes. But if I'm being honest, I think what Brian does is the least of it. I think the red pill, blue pill, black pill, whatever community in a whole, F&F, whatever, is a bigger issue.
I think they're great.
I don't appreciate the way that they speak to women sometimes. I understand getting your point across.
Podcast, so we're not going to talk about.
You asked me.
No, but you're bringing up another podcast. I'm not them, so.
I was saying how I appreciate that you are a little bit better in how you conduct yourself.
I guess there's a compliment in there.
Yes, thank you. Trust me, I would never bring them up in high regards. I was saying that when you're talking about what you were saying, how I don't like it, the controversy. I was saying how I do appreciate that you guys go about it a little bit better. Mm-hmm. But I just think that we should all come together and not hate each other. That's it.
Okay.
So, do you think this is probably the most humorous thing about doing as much of this as I have on these types of panels is recognizing that on the one side of women's mouths, they talk about equality, egalitarianism, how much they think that men and women are interchangeable widgets, until you talk to them like a man. And then suddenly, they're a fucking woman. Suddenly, they're fragile. Suddenly, you can't talk to me like that. Suddenly, I'm on a different playing field than you. Suddenly, but wait, you're a man, right? And what I've always really tried to drive home more than anything else is that aspect. Is that there's this sense of privilege which actually does exist with women. And the second that you confront them with logic, or you confront them with reason or facts, or you're even moderately aggressive, just like you would be with a man, you wouldn't be any different if you were talking to a man.
I would.
Suddenly, they instantly take affront, clutch their pearls, they can't believe it, they tone police, the whole 9 yards. And so for me, it's like, we can't have your cake and eat it too, right? It's either you're egalitarian, interchangeable widgets with men,
champagne,
or you're not.
And I get that point, but actually, let them go for it.
Okay, Noah.
Noah donated $200.
W's in the chat for Noah.
Jokes on Keeko. I've hated women long before this podcast.
And Noah, like, unless you're a gay man, like, that's very sad. Like, I've never hated men like that. Like, I really hope that you can get out of that and find the right woman for you.
Oh, come on, that was a joke.
It was joking.
But I hope he finds the right one for him and has a great life and a great family with the woman of his life.
Is there even a problem with hating the way that women act in modernity? Is that even problematic?
It's all about.
Does that mean you hate women, or does that mean that you hate how people act? Like, for instance.
Well, here's the thing. I would never say I hate men. I would never go around saying I just hate men.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. What I asked is not whether or not it's problematic to say I hate women. I asked if it's problematic to say that you hate how modern women act.
Yeah, I think it's problematic because I do understand, because you're asking me directly.
Yeah.
And I don't go around saying I hate how the modern man acts.
Don't you?
I don't.
Don't you?
If you actually look at all my episodes,
didn't you just kind of give this indictment? You said there's this like greater community of like red pill, black pill. What you're talking about is
I hate how the younger generation acts.
What you're talking about the manosphere. Right? What you're really talking about is the manosphere.
What I should have clarified, I was going to, but someone started talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I also hate how the women, me included, I've done the same thing going on here, how we conduct ourselves. And it kind of, I'm not saying it's their fault. We can obviously do whatever we want once we're up here, but it gives the platform for these things to happen. So I'm not saying that it's their fault, but I also hate how women get up on here on these podcasts and make us look. So I'm not saying it's all on the men. It's a whole thing how we entertain the conversation.
What do I make us look?
Well, we gotta let Brian move it. Hang on. Damn.
Does that make sense?
Holy shit, libertarian.
Yo,
W's in the chat for libertarian.
Pop champagne.
Holy God.
This guy's
are crazy,
every
man.
time a guest says woman when they mean
I don't know if
women,
I should.
you on the
Maybe
show
the
have to
50%
for a second.
I'm sorry. I meant woman. I'm sorry.
First, we need,
My
once
apologies.
Starkavia is back, we'll do the cheers for just Gerald. But did we get champagne for Keeko?
We got champagne for everybody.
Okay, all right.
I'm already
we'll get a
calling
little
Uber
more
at
while
this
we're doing
point.
that.
Like, might as well.
Hugo,
We're having a good time.
Hugo says the Brazilian real. W's in the chat for Hugo. Thank you so much, man, for the big super chat. Sup, Brian, Andy. Thank you, Hugo. Do appreciate it.
Hey, Hugo. What's up, man?
Thank you, man. We'll get the second champagne pop
I don't like
as soon as we get
the
to the other
super
champagne
chats flow.
Belito, I love you.
But like,
Belito.
don't you think, Keeko, though? I mean, you say that like just when it teaches like men to hate women, like in terms of the total scale of like, because you say teach, right? And this is not an educational podcast.
Okay.
Hold on. This is not an educational podcast, really, but don't you think, in comparison to like the hundreds of universities and colleges in this country, that almost all of which have like a women's studies or a gender studies or a feminist studies program, UCSB, feminist studies program, don't you think the rhetoric that they're teaching people, which by the way, it's not science, it's just like ideology, don't you think that this is like orders of magnitude more systemic and more hateful than like anything I could allegedly be teaching? Mind you, not only are they teaching things that are absolutely despicable when it comes to, you know, essentially branding men as oppressor class. This is like And you could say, well, feminism doesn't teach that, but like feminism, the key tenets of feminism is the patriarchy theory. This is taught in like Feminism 101. Like if you take a feminism class, you're learning about patriarchy theory, which is just that, a theory, and it's not actually, it's totally bogus.
You're learning standpoint theory. Yeah.
But in any case, you're basically painting all men as oppressors and all women as oppressed. This is like an absolutely hateful ideology to be like en masse teaching women that men are oppressors and women are oppressed because you think the oppressed class is supposed to have any empathy or compassion or anything to the oppressor class.
Trust me,
hold on. And so here I am in my small podcast studio, which, like, comparatively speaking, I have very little influence. Like, even on the I have very little influence.
Don't downgrade yourself. You have some influence.
No, not really, because
you'd be surprised, Brian.
Yes, you do have influence.
Thank you. No, that's discrediting yourself.
In comparison to the union, of feminist studies, lunatics, and college campuses, no fucking way.
So to that point, what I was trying to say is there's hundreds of I don't even know what the total amount is. Maybe it's even in the thousands.
Yes.
Thousands of university systems
worldwide.
Yeah. And you guys often like to talk about like systemic and blah, 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 whatever. So, and it is also worldwide. They are teaching and indoctrinating young women to basically have like wholesale hatred towards men.
I'm going to forget all my points, Brian.
Hold on. You know what the singular endowment for most of these universities is? It's in the billions of dollars. That's power.
Okay,
That's power and that's influence. And it's not just the university systems. They've infiltrated. Feminism has seeped its way into every single facet of society.
I'm so proud of you, Brian.
It's seeped its way into corporations, into government, into media, into the news, into journalism, every single education system, not just in the universities, but because these teachers are also
professors. Yes.
Yeah. And
can I say a point and then you continue? Because you've said so much.
I know. I'm kind of like saying a lot, but hold on.
I'm just going to forget half the point.
It has its claws in every single facet of American and Western life. And so you think that this one singular counterculture podcast has any degree of influence? Again, the endowment for these universities is in the billions. Hold on. Yeah, I know. Hold on.
Everything you said.
That's totally fine. The endowments for these universities is in the billions of dollars.
Okay, so
not done. Hold on. I get my monologue. I get my monologue.
Every time he says that, we need to take a drink.
Okay, ready?
So, there you go.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm not done.
Here we go.
I'm not done.
I waited.
So like I was saying, that's power. Billions of dollars in total endowments. That's power. That's influence.
So the question you asked me on that paper is if I have any controversies, not about all the power you had. I understand that. When I was at UCSB and I did take a couple of feminist courses, LGBTQ plus courses, it was just about history and how like suffrage arose. It wasn't anything about like, they're wrong, they hate us, but I have seen documentation where universities are doing that now. They are just as wrong. I understand educating.
Look,
hold on, I let you talk for 10 minutes.
I'll respond after.
Here we go. No, it has to be both ways.
No, but I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that you are worse than them. It was just the question was any controversies I had against you, and I just think it aids and abides by and helps all these other podcasts and create. Because if you want to stick up for men and how there is a uneven playing field in the dating, I do see that, but I just don't like how sometimes the answer is to hate all women and F all women, whatever. I think it should be to have
straw man.
I think it should be have discretion, and because there is women out there who are like that.
Yeah, I don't advocate for the hatred of women, but
you don't. But sometimes your comments do. But Brian, sometimes your comments do.
I'm not responsible.
Brian advocates for the hatred of feminism.
No,
I'm just say something.
Nope.
Can I ask what that is?
Brian, I'm being very fair right now. I'm trying to be very understanding and come to like an agreement.
I was saying nope to her because you and me aren't done with the exchange. So.
Yeah, nothing. He was talking to her.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Sorry, was there more? I didn't
Take this mansplaining, Keeko. Take this mansplaining.
Actually, no, I'm just kidding. You guys can go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm talking a lot. Go ahead.
Oh.
Actually, no, not
Let
you.
me add something.
What are you?
I want to say, please, it's the topic that I love talking the most.
I don't know that you were the great person.
Why? I'm talking about
because they're
it all
going to
the
just
time.
get on you too. But go ahead.
I'm used to him being like this to me. I want to say something.
You mean very kind?
Yeah, but
you mean super over the top?
But no,
kind
but I want
to
say something about that specifically. Working with women my whole life, okay, I can tell you that it's not just that women created the whole facade, okay. I can tell you firsthand that women create something out of nothing that didn't happen just because of the leverage to cry about men.
Where are you from?
I'm from Israel.
You're from Israel, so you did say that.
Oh, you didn't hear it the first 10 times she said it?
I asked her once.
In case you were wondering, Keeko, she's from Israel, okay?
Well, I think because it is...
Keeko! She's from Israel.
It plays reference because she's talking about our experience in a different...
But it's
all right, no monologues, though. Make it quick.
Let me finish.
You got 30 seconds.
You let me give me 30 seconds?
Yeah, you get 30 seconds.
It's not fair, Brian.
Quick.
It's not fair. First of all, Israel, it's way more Democrat than
Holy
here,
fuck, get back to the point.
No, but she thinks it's like something in the middle.
She's not attacking Israel.
No, I'm not saying she's attacking. I'm not saying... Why everything I say you take out of context? Oh my God. I'm saying it's way more liberal than here, unfortunately. You understand? It's way more liberal. But what I want to say is that women,
15 seconds.
have their way... Stop it, guys. It's not fair. I come here because I want to say my point of views too. But women have way more to manipulate men, way more ways to manipulate men. Men, not even the tip of the ice, manipulating women the same. You understand?
How do we have more
I'll
ways to manipulate
explain.
them?
First of all,
by fake boobs and big ass.
Yes, exactly.
Then that's their fault.
Exactly. Wait.
Whoa, hold on. You can't look.
Oh my God, I can't talk. You guys stopping me every 2 seconds.
Because you're literally, me and Keeko were having an exchange. I don't disagree with what you're about to say or what you just said. It's not, you need to make it related to the actual conversation that's being had. Not what is female manipulation?
Wait, if you let me finish.
It pertains to nothing.
No, you don't let me.
Okay, then you have 20 seconds to establish.
No, she doesn't. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You got what's called main character syndrome. It's a big panel. It's a big panel. You've been here a bunch. We do like your input, and you're going to get plenty of time to have input. And this subject, it's going to come back around, right? But let other people have their exchanges. I've been letting them have their exchanges. And I'm a way bigger main character than you. So, I mean, let's be real.
Look, it's because of the patriarchy.
If you're going to have to...
What did you say?
I said it's because of the patriarchy.
That's because of the patriarchy.
And then immediately I was like, I'm just kidding.
So, hold on.
I didn't.
No. So look. If you're gonna do one of the can I say something, you better be sure it pertains to the actual conversation at hand.
When I have HDAD and you stop me every 2 seconds.
HDHD?
Okay, I'm gonna give you 20 seconds.
What the fuck? What?
It's the autism.
I'm going
Stop
to...
it. Stop.
You can laugh all you want, but you know exactly what you're doing. You're not letting me speak and you're like, in purpose.
It didn't.
Okay.
It just went down the wrong pipe.
We're going to let you speak.
It smells damn good in here, Brian.
That's cool. So...
Sorry.
I'm going to give you...
It smells good as well.
I'm going to give you 20 seconds to... And within that 20 seconds, what you're saying has to pertain to the actual conversation being had. I don't care if you're about to say some super base shit. If it ain't related to the conversation, I don't give a fuck.
If she asks me a question, I answer.
When the fuck did she ask you a question?
She asked me 3 times. Where are you from? Where are you from?
One time I only got 2 minutes to explain God. Like, you got 90 seconds. Make it count.
Bro.
I don't know what it is about me that triggers you all the time, but you're always going off at me for no reason.
Her asking where you from, that's a non sequitur.
A few times she said,
you're from Israel. Go back to the actual conversation.
No, but she said you're not from here. It's not the same there. So I tried to explain that it's even worse.
Yeah, but you
said you've been here for 15 years and you're 50.
Hold on,
so
Keeko.
you
Stop. Before she asked you about Israel, you wanted to say something about the actual conversation that was being had.
Keep it together.
You're allowed to come in on the actual conversation that was being had. Keeko threw out a non sequitur about
I don't
Israel.
want to speak it out. It's okay. You can go on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well then it sounds like it resolved
Perfect.
itself.
I love
All right, there we
I
go.
love it. Thank you.
It's not even funny. Like you guys ganging up on me like that.
Nobody's ganging up on you, but you gotta be on topic.
Keeko, shut up. Boys rule, women rule since silence 5. L women, W men. Long
you're
live the
off.
patriarchy. Not one step back.
Not one step back.
Put women in the kitchen again.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now look, Keeko, I agree with the super chat.
Thanks for the $200 at least.
I need to shut the fuck
You're out
up.
of fucking control. Keep it together.
I thought I was doing good.
Keep
I'm
it
so
together.
sorry.
You are doing good.
Unreal.
I appreciate you.
I will be quiet.
Okay.
It's easier that way for me.
And we need to
Save
do the
my
cheers.
vocals.
We need to pop another bottle. But
Dude,
first,
no fucking way.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
Christmas.
I'll take your drinks.
All right, so this is for a cheers to just Gerald. Here's to Gerald. Thank you
Who's
so much
Gerald?
for all your patronage this year, man. Really appreciate
Oh,
it.
okay.
Salud.
Salute, Jared. Or what is it? Jared.
Just
Gerald.
Just. He
Gerald.
doesn't even have a last name.
Just Gerald.
He was born. He was just given like he's Prince.
Don't fuck up Jess Gerald's lore, bro.
Thank you, Gerald.
He's like Prince. We have this one coming through.
Brian,
from Danny.
I'm having a great time.
Danny Boy
Can I
donated
just-
$200.
It's all because of me. You're welcome.
Keeko definitely
champagne.
crushing hearts here, but can't you just let a guy hope and dream?
What?
Wishing you guys all a happy holiday season and sending good vibes your way. Again, the orange top girl, gorgeous.
Danny boy, your simp level is
Thank you.
8,000, dude.
Again,
You've
still
never
wrong
been
team.
with a guy.
I was like, I was not trying to crush your dreams.
Wait, what does I mean?
I have not had a
What?
relationship with a guy.
Oh, wait a second. That's a little different.
Have you had carnal knowledge of a man?
Yes, because it was like my
Experimental
whole
phase.
acceptance journey.
That word
Okay.
they use means.
By
have
the way,
sex
this
with. Yeah,
confirms
okay.
confirms my theory. All lesbians have hopped on the pogo stick. I'm just saying.
No, that's called- that's
my
called a-
ex-wife had not actually.
That's called a
My
gold
aunt has
star
it.
lesbian.
It's
A gold star lesbian
yeah.
has never been with a man. Right? That's the
Yes.
term. Yeah.
Keeko,
gold
what
star
I'm saying is
lesbian.
that there's no such thing.
No.
Her ex lied.
No, I really.
No,
There-
her ex lied.
I think we can both agree
that.
there's some woman you can look at and just know they haven't done that.
I was literally there for all of my aunt's girlfriends. No men were involved. I promise.
Sure.
All right.
believe you.
We need to do a Damien. We need to do a reaction to the. Pull up the message that I had with the two girls who were super late.
By the way, can I take a quick second to just point out how proud I am of Brian? That monologue, brilliant. His anti-feminism, through the roof. I'm like a proud older brother.
And he didn't mention
leaving
video
this year
games.
like a proud older brother. Very happy for Brian.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
And you didn't mention like video games once.
Wait, what?
Well, he started with that.
I
right?
did.
Not the
talk
second
about
time.
video.
With the Shaman.
All right, let's pull it up. Pull it up.
the
Pull it
other
up. Make it bigger.
was really
make it bigger. All right, so guys, we had this girl. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Scroll down. Hide. Scroll down. Scroll. Scroll down. Scroll down.
5:30.
There. We literally drove through Ouch to get here, and you guys never said nothing to our arrival. That's unprofessional. You guys could have texted or said something. It is not late to start either. It's barely 5:30. We told you the start time. Oh, sorry. I should have said we told you the meet time, which was 4 p.m. sharp. Very clear, and mind you, this girl flaked previously. Mind you, very clear in the instructions we send. We say be here at 4 p.m., arrive early if you can. And in addition to this, we also say like, what do we say? We say use the arrive by feature. Most of these navigation apps have an arrive by feature where if you like, it could be 3 days prior and you put it in, I want to arrive at 4 p.m. sharp on this day. It's very accurate. It accounts for traffic, Google Maps. So I said, sorry, but you guys, so basically they got here super late. And I was like, well, you guys are too late. You're not going to be on the show. And she says, yeah, well, that's still so messed up. You guys were texting this chick, knew the arrival time. So why wouldn't you say something like, no way, too late? So initially she said they'd be here at 4:40, and we were even willing to allow them to come 40 minutes late. But then they sent me a navigation update saying it'd be 5:15, and I was like, you're not going to be 75 minutes late. And so basically, this is the kind of shit I'm dealing with every single show, is people blowing up at me. They get mad at me because they're late. Every show, they blow me up. They call me a dickhead, asshole, unprofessional. Now go to the
Wouldn't that be the opposite? Wouldn't the professional thing be to be on time?
Well, exactly. And then go to the spreadsheet.
You guys were all on
the
time.
Spreadsheet, mostly.
I was late, but I told him earlier.
She gave me.
You got here at the same time I did.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, we did.
Keeko's fine. I mean, look, Darkavia.
I got here at
was
4:15. I told him though.
All right, you got the spreadsheet.
Come on.
All right. So guys, I've been keeping tabs, guys. Put us on the other side.
Flakes.
I've been keeping tabs. So
Keeko
20.
loves Trump. What is that?
Shit, my bad.
What is that?
Do you want a MAGA hat?
Planted.
Will you put on the MAGA hat?
Keeko?
Will you put on the MAGA hat?
Put on the MAGA hat.
Okay, so anyways, guys, I've been keeping fucking. So 2022, we started the podcast summer 2022.
That's why you don't buy bartenders.
I don't have data. But it was more than this, but I was being conservative. So for 2022, we did 43 shows. We had it was more, like 3x flakes per show, 129 total 2022 flakes, 376 flakes total in 2023. 16 was the most amount of flakes in one day, 5 day with 10 plus flakes. Flakes in 2024, 11 days with 10 plus flakes. 14 is the most amount of flakes in one day, and we had that happen twice. We had 628 total flakes. So you see that conversation I was having with that woman? I had that same conversation where some woman, where the
like I said, proud older brother. I'm very happy. Very happy with the progress.
Take another drink.
So you should see how you used to deal with this.
Hold on. And so 628 total flakes. Guys, I'm having conversation. This other girl says some bullshit earlier today, like, yeah, so I'm going to be 10 minutes late, and it would be embarrassing for me to show up late, so I'm just not going to come. And I'm like, don't you realize that it's a bigger fucking issue for you to just not show up than you have a minor degree of embarrassment by being 10 minutes late? That's solipsism. It's fucked up. I'm dealing with this bullshit every fucking show. 600 times this year, I've had some girl, thank you, 628 times this year, I'm dealing with women getting mad at me because they're late, that they flake.
Okay,
and they're.
But Brian, how do you explain the fact that you've kept a flowchart of this?
What do you mean?
Why wouldn't he?
I know the episode that this started when you were so pissed, like half the table didn't show up.
Oh yeah, it's bad.
It's bad.
Anyways, so look, we keep stats and data, bruv.
Sounds like you're reaching out to the wrong people.
They're very analytical here.
Oh wait, we need to pop the other champagne bottle.
We do.
Another one?
Yeah, they've been buying them for us.
So Brian, you're paying for my Uber or what?
Yeah, whatever podcast will take care of your Uber this evening.
Thank you.
That's fine.
It's like 10 minutes away.
You're fucking driving.
No, I Ubered here.
I'm joking.
Look,
I saw y'all drinking on other podcasts.
By the way, if you guys
so I was like,
you don't need to take.
You don't have to drink.
You don't have to drink.
I need to.
You don't.
I need to.
You don't need to drink, or we can pour you like a sliver.
I was already planning on buying.
See, like,
just testing my
I'm not an alcoholic because I don't need it to be here. But if it's here,
you do need to drink.
I'm gonna drink it.
Real shit.
I mean,
real shit.
it's like,
Shit. Oh my god.
You're good. It's good.
Was that on camera?
Nobody died.
Did you guys see that on camera?
you're fucking hilarious.
That was fun.
Nobody died. It's
Did you
good.
guys see that on camera, bro? Hey, was that on camera?
Be scared.
The way that my instinct was like wanting to duck.
Oh, that was already 10 years ago.
Dude, there's a fucking dent in the ceiling, boys.
Oh my god. That was right now?
Yeah. That is wild.
Oh, they will never notice that.
Just kidding. That was there before.
Okay. I was like, that did not
I was like,
shoot
no
that
way did that
high.
just happen.
Landlord. All right.
No wonder they hate
Video
you.
proof. Not
all right,
getting
chat.
that deposit.
I'm sorry. It's going on the Discord.
Brian has vaulted ceilings.
All
We're
right,
good.
if you can pour for everybody else.
Yeah,
all right, let's get back to the show, guys.
No more champagne.
Let's get back to the show, boys. Let's get back to the show. If you guys want me to also continue to lose my security deposit for the studio, champagne pops are half off.
2 years ago.
They're half off. Did you just reduce the price?
No, it's $500 for champagne pops, but normally it's $1,000, but it's half off for the final show. So
Got it.
Maybe we should
I need to
re-raise
get.
that.
I need to get into. Actually, wait, hold on.
Well, it's going to take like three
Athena,
more
you
to
had
get
disagreements.
Me to
Yeah, in the DMs.
Did you read it?
Not that anybody does.
I think I maybe have it down here. Wait, hold on.
Because it's not like super dating related.
Wait, but disagreements.
It was the most recent one.
You said that female subservience?
No. The most recent DM I sent. I mean, that one's one, sure.
You don't recall your own position, or?
Well, okay, because it's not exactly dating related, so I wanted to make sure you wanted to like bring it up. It's like related to the show and what is brought up on the show.
No, do you have a disagreement with the show, though?
Yeah, I guess that like.
Oh, it shouldn't be called a dating podcast.
Yeah, and then it also seems like patriarchy is. You guys have a stance that that's kind of the way to go.
Well, not Brian.
Me and Andrew, I kind of like differ a little bit on this.
Okay, so what's your
position? I don't
position?
believe there's a patriarchy. I believe society is gynocentric.
Elaborate.
Yeah, so essentially, like, there's this idea that society, it's kind of like for the benefit. I mean, it depends on your. I hear different definitions from feminists. Like, I've heard the definition of patriarchy by the way, I'm drunk, so I'm losing it. I can't formulate a coherent sentence.
It's okay.
But here's what I've heard as one example of patriarchy. So a society built by men for men, right?
Okay, yes.
But so I disagree with the part where it's for men. I think society is far more gynocentric insofar as like society panders to women.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. But I also think that the patriarchy has created systems that are both detrimental to both men and women. So I'm kind of like a mixed viewpoint on that.
Yeah.
But anywho, this was your.
I'll let you talk, I guess.
Okay, so I thought you had a similar belief to Andrew, that you also thought patriarchy was, because I don't think we live in a patriarchy. I also don't agree with like egalitarianism. I think we kind of, in the United States at least, have this belief of a meritocracy, but I think it's kind of like a myth. I think it would be good, like a meritocracy. A meritocracy?
Yeah.
These are really big words for.
Wait, did we
okay, so wait, we just poured it.
Okay.
Or for poison dart frog, as
Go ahead.
Considering that's my name for this podcast.
If I'm wrecking the exchange, man, I'll let you have the exchange.
In the DM, I kind of wanted to ask a series of questions for the panel and then see like where it goes. That's why I wanted to check with you first.
Well, you can ask me the questions.
Hold on. I see what this is, though. I don't know if it's...
Okay.
It's not like TOS or anything, but it's just...
No, that's why I wanted to double check with you.
I think it's good for entertainment purposes.
I want to hear it. A meritocracy. What's great about a meritocracy?
Well, it was kind of the way I was leading up to it.
Okay.
Well, hold on. We're already really fucked on time.
Yeah.
So maybe time permitting, we can come to it later. But you also said you feel like the show host promotes traditional roles and purports it's all based in logic. I don't think the only way to have logically, in its literal sense, successful relationships is for them to follow traditional gender norms.
Yeah.
I think that's more interesting. So,
okay, yeah.
Yeah. What's your position?
That is my position, that successful relationships don't need to follow to a T strict traditional gender roles.
Yeah, so I mean, there can be exceptions.
Very sneaky wording, by the way.
Why?
Well, hang on. Yeah, have the exchange with Brian.
Yeah, so, I mean, there certainly can't, like, just because something is possible, one, doesn't mean it's probable. But I don't disagree, like, that you could have a relationship that does not follow traditional gender roles, and it could be a fantastic relationship. But in totality, accounting for, like, the billions of people that exist, I would say, generally speaking, yes, traditional gender roles are optimal.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with you. It asked for disagreements, and I just said I don't think the only way to have a successful relationship is to follow traditional gender roles. The question was whether you disagree with hosts. Successful, like a long-lasting, committed relationship.
Do you have obligations and duties?
Of course.
To society?
Of course.
Then why would you promote such relationships, even if they were successful?
Because then if you're engaging with those duties and upholding them, then...
Well, you can't be.
Okay.
So,
can you,
so the idea here is if you agree that it's optimal to have whatever you consider traditional gender roles to be, you think that's optimal. Yeah? Not that it can't work the other way, from your view. Just what is optimal?
Then maybe I don't know.
You don't know what's optimal?
No, I know. Well then
what's
maybe I don't know what's optimal.
Well, then what's optimal?
No, maybe I don't know what's optimal.
You don't know what's optimal. Do you think that it's more optimal to have one parent working, one parent home with the kids?
I do think that's optimal.
Okay, well.
I would even say it's optimal.
Then how could you do that absent what you consider traditional gender roles to be?
In your mind, you're in.
Hey, I let her answer before the sisterhood chimes in.
Okay.
So the sisterhood.
Could you repeat that one more time just so I...
How, if that is optimal, can you achieve that absent traditional gender roles?
Because couldn't you have that one parent be the husband rather than the wife?
Sure. Is that optimal?
I feel like potentially at the beginning, no, but then...
Well, then it's not optimal. And why isn't it optimal?
But then why couldn't you still say, then I don't think it's necessarily optimal for it to be
So why would you
long-term.
promote what isn't optimal?
No. Okay, so...
May I interject?
I think you could have something optimal
listen,
because a traditional...
I'm gonna just do this and sit this way. Let's do this.
Okay. So a traditional... I wish I could.
It's performative. What? I can't. A little bit of performative. That's not okay.
Scoot back.
Yeah.
None of my uncles can
Okay.
Come on. That was funny.
Well, that's okay.
All right.
The traditional gender role would be the woman stays home and the man goes to work.
And why does a woman need to stay home early on?
Early on, it's because she's the mother, so she's mothering the child. There are certain roles.
Well, how do you feed babies?
That's what I'm getting to. So like
Okay.
only a mother can breastfeed, and that's about, I think, would be it in terms of like what the mother.
Oh, if you get into trans breast milk, God help you.
Wait,
but
what?
anyway,
No.
go ahead.
No.
All right,
Oh, okay.
She gave me this look. But anyway, go ahead.
And we're still just talking about optimal.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there are things, that there are different ways to successfully achieve.
So it's optimal to have the mom stay home.
Early on, because of
Well, when is it no longer optimal?
I would say once you don't need to breastfeed anymore.
Why would that no longer be optimal?
Because I think that's kind of an optimal position, but as long as we're still considering that as long as one parent is home and that's optimal while the other parent works, then I don't see why it still can't be optimal that like after breastfeeding is done, that the father could stay home and that the mother could work.
Yeah. What's a maternal bond that happens with breastfeeding?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do children bond with their mom better when they're breastfed?
I'm not sure.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Of course they do. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
In fact, it's part of a bonding experience with children is that they breastfeed with their mother.
Okay.
So if the child's breastfeeding with the mother and then you take mom away, mom goes and works and now dad stays home, how's that optimal?
So, because I mean, why is it optimal that it's optimal that the baby has a stronger connection to mom than dad?
Why wouldn't it be?
Yes.
Of course.
Oh.
Well, I mean, at least for the surrogate years, right?
Yeah.
For these years leading up.
Then the bonding period, when does that kind of become inconsequential? Like it's
I don't think it
optimal
ever
for a child
becomes
to...
I don't think it ever becomes inconsequential. I think that when children bond with their mothers, especially when they breastfeed with them, this becomes a lifelong thing. There's an old saying, right? Even bad men love their mamas, right? The idea there is there's something which is maternal, which is necessary to the raising of a child, right? That dad can't do. Dad can give all the material wealth in the world. You know what I mean? That's great. Doesn't mean child won't love dad. It just means that if you're breastfeeding your child, there's going to be a connection there that is distinct and it's different. And by the way, as far as resources go, men generally are going to be able to provide better resources as well.
Yeah, financially.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you're just looking at what's optimal, if you agree that this is optimal, in other words, if you say, okay, now we have a bonding component, we have mom at home. Mom also may have to stay home for another reason, which is that she has more than one kid. So if she has more than one kid, now she has 3-4 kids, right? Now she's at home for years breastfeeding, right?
Yeah.
How's that not optimal?
No, I see what you're saying.
So if it is optimal, right, then why wouldn't we push for what's optimal?
Because then I'll even, agree with you on everything you've stated.
Sure.
But like eventually there comes a point where the child or children as an aggregate are old enough that this bonding component is like, I guess, completed, right? Like that it's not like.
Okay, so mom has 3 kids. She's at home for 10 years. Okay.
And so then.
And so now, so why would it then be optimal, right?
For dad to come home and
for
mom
dad
work?
For dad to come home and mom to work. Can you explain that to me?
Okay, so.
No. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, yeah. I'm
okay,
trying.
Explain.
So, because then I think it might actually be optimal because, say, mom could make the same amount of money that dad could make.
After being 10 years out of the workforce?
Yes. Just, engage with the hypothetical.
Sure, I'll engage.
Because then, yes, say she could, and then dad could come home, and it might be optimal because then he could grow this paternal bond that was kind of lacking from the maternal standpoint for those first 10 years.
So I just want to make sure I'll engage with a hypothetical by steel manning it first. Dad could come home 10 years in, and now there's a different bonding experience the kids get they would not ordinarily get if dad didn't come home, right?
And financially, they're still the same.
Yeah. And do you think that if we were to expand this out to, let's say, like 90 million families, right, that's actually how that's going to work? That dad should switch out of the provider role to move the provider role over to the mom that he's been in for 10 years. She's been in the maternal role, breastfeeding these kids for X amount of time, multiple children. Do you think if you expand that out society-wide that would be optimal?
I think...
Like, how would it even work? Like, you would be taking women who've been out of the workforce for 10 years and then saying, okay, these women somehow are going to be able to make the same amount of money that men are, bringing the bacon home, right? And then they're going to take over the function of the caregiver role that this woman has been experienced in for 10 years. How would that ever be optimal?
Well, I think it would have to come, I'm coming from the position that this would have had to always have been like the idea.
Let's assume it is. Let's just assume, I'm going to be as charitable as possible.
Yeah.
This was always the way it was.
Yeah. And
right?
then
how in the world can you could you intercede the skill of dad's now at home, right? He doesn't have the same skills she does after 10 years of doing that. She doesn't have the same skills he does after 10 years in the workforce. How in the world would that be optimal versus the reverse if he stays in the role of making the money and she stays in the role that she has the most experience in?
I think in this scenario, we would also have to engage with the idea that society might need, we need a stronger sense of community, whether it's familial, family.
Church, sure, yeah,
and yes.
Agreed, yeah.
And so then I would think that these two things would actually become much right now, if this happened, it would be hard because I think there is kind of a lack of strong communities. And
even if you set it up to happen this way,
then I think
why if you had a strong community would that in any way offset this?
Because then these two components are not as impactful towards the it wouldn't be as
so you want to
oh my god, everything's treat.
So you want to outsource the kids?
No.
Well, then how does the community help?
You're not. It's just supplementing what's
outsourcing.
There already. No. Because outsourcing to me would be grandparents.
Somebody else doing things.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that.
So what is the community doing here? What heavy lifting are they doing?
They're supplementing. They're not
supplementing. How?
They're just. It's communal. Everything is done by everyone except the things that need to be done.
That would be outsourcing.
I mean, outsourcing everything? Because I don't think one person or two people
you can outsource. You can literally outsource everything. But
I know you can outsource everything.
So what are we talking about? What is the community doing here? Give me examples of what the community is doing.
So cooking meals could be a community
so that would be outsourcing the cooking from the mom.
No, but maybe she engages imagine communal living. So maybe take families that live in multi-generational houses. So
they're all related though.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything
Fortunately,
wrong.
guys, I'm going to allow you to each make a final 30 seconds.
So I'll give you the last word. I'll give you the last word.
You can each have a 30-second final statement on this topic.
Yeah, I don't actually even understand ultimately the argument when we reduce it very quickly.
Okay.
If mommy's staying home for 3 kids, right? or even 4 or 5 or whatever. She's going to be home for X amount of years. Her skill set is going to be in homemaking. Dad's skill set is going to be at work. Why would dad leave high-paying work job that he's been at for 10 years to come home and take over the homemaking so she can get an entry-level job? That's insane.
For connection with the family.
Yeah, but even then,
I think that would be optimal.
what's broken? They still have a connection with working dad. Like there's nothing there that's broken.
A stronger connection.
You
saying
haven't demonstrated
optimal.
how it would be weakened. So the thing is like ultimately,
weakened.
What you're talking about doing is you're talking about having an external community come in and supplement for the offset of the money. Versus the skill set. That's insane, because then all people would have to do this for all other people. You would just be right back in the same condition that you were in before. Now you're just outsourcing more time to these things. It makes no sense to me.
Lose money.
So I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Final word for you. Go ahead.
I don't have any final words.
Cool.
Okay.
We have to do a cheers for Libertariat. Sorry for the delay. I was waiting for everyone to be back at the table. Cheers to Libertariat. Salut.
Salud.
Thank you, Libertariat. Appreciate it. We have Studio Games. After years of free content and introducing me to Andrew, I can at least offer this to Brian, especially after over 600 flakes this year. LOL. See you next year. Yo, Studio Games. Thank you for the message, man. Do really appreciate it.
Studio Games.
Studio. He's a stud.
He's a stud.
He's a stud.
He's Studio Gaming.
He's Studio. What is a stud in a lesbian relationship?
That's a thing.
A stud?
Yeah, in a lesbian relationship.
I saw a TikTok recently.
A stud is...
Is that the one who wears the strap on?
It's for your for your day and age. It's like it's kind of like a dyke for your age.
Oh, don't say that word.
Can I not?
No, not that one.
I was gonna say that one, but I know that people have like mixed feelings about that. I personally don't get offended, even though I have been called it multiple times. Ignore the outfit.
And say you would never classify.
I too have been called that word. So anyways.
But no, I don't think there's a
Butch. There you go.
That's what I said before. Butch.
Is that's the POC word or the PC word?
Okay, guys. Calm down. Yep, calm down.
I'm very calm. No, he's talking to me.
She's out of control. She's been out of control the entire
the
panel.
entire podcast.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
All right,
ridiculous.
Go ahead.
Okay, I can
Question
agree.
was posed. Go ahead. Hello?
What?
You asked what a stud is?
Yeah, what's a stud?
Right, I'll just
They answered it for me. I mean...
All right. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Was I wrong?
No. I mean, I don't
Isn't
think
it like the
was
masculine one? Like the more masculine one?
It wasn't a very...
All right, we have... I'm going to get into the
It's
pre-show
so nuanced.
notes
It's
here.
not a conversation.
Let's
Right?
get into the pre-show notes. Actually, before we do that, we'll just get through something in the questionnaire first. Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? Going around the table, go ahead.
A man.
Keeko, are you able to scoot into the table, like scoot your chair? Go ahead.
Oh, me? Go ahead.
Yes.
A man or a bear?
I said it depends.
Okay, on what?
Well, I grew up with a family that we went camping every single year for like 3 weeks.
Of course, and you're a rad, awesome wilderness survivalist, right?
I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. I feel like I'd last a couple days if I needed to.
Okay, can I just ask you a single question? Because I hear this all the time from women.
May you, though? No, I'm
okay.
kidding. Go ahead.
You're in the forest.
Yes.
You have no tools.
No tools.
Tell me how you would start a fire.
So there's a couple different ways you can
Just give me one.
Okay, you can do dry leaves, dry anything, dry bark, anything like that. Okay,
so we got dry leaves and bark.
And then you take a stick.
A friction stick?
Yeah.
Really?
And then
you're going to start a fire with a friction stick?
I have started a fire.
You have not started a fire with a friction... What?
Yeah.
Okay, walk me through how you did it.
Walk you through how I did.
How you started the fire with the friction stick.
Literally just how I said that you make like a little like well with like... I would say...
How long did it take you?
How long did it take me? Like 20 minutes.
With a friction stick?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It seemed like you're lying.
All right.
Sounds like I'm lying. Ask my dad.
Okay,
he taught me. But
man or bear?
Man or bear?
Yeah.
Can I have anything on me? Or is it just like you're plopping me right like this in the middle of the woods?
Just like that.
Just like this?
Sure.
Bear.
Okay. What do you want to be plopped into the woods with, though?
Usually when I go hiking, if it's by myself, I have my dogs and a machete strapped to my leg. So
a machete. Okay.
Yeah. So I feel like I could handle a man if he tried anything.
What if he had a machete?
If he had a machete?
He gets the same thing spawning in you get.
A machete and dogs? A machete and dogs?
Yeah, he gets the machete and dogs, just like you.
Then bear.
Bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, is the man a murderer? And is the bear attacking me?
Well, the idea here is it's a random sampling. So the man could be a rich, suave, multimillionaire, okay, who's an extremely kind man. Or he could be an absolute psychopath. It's just a random sample. It could be anybody across the board.
You took your chances against a random bear and a random man.
Hey, could be a polar bear, could be a grizzly bear, could be a black bear, could be a baby bear.
It's a random man, a random bear.
Honestly, if it's a baby bear, I'd choose a man. Not gonna lie, because the mom's nearby and they don't fuck around when it comes to their kids.
But it's a bear. But anyway, go ahead.
Probably a man.
Yeah, that seems rational.
Both.
Why?
Both?
Because I like both.
Both is awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but okay.
Louise.
Yeah, you got to pick one.
No logic.
Oh, pick one.
Yeah, pick one.
And they're not there to cuddle.
Exactly.
But I mean, wouldn't you pick the bear because you have like telepathic, abilities?
Oh
you could be like, I am not the enemy. You could do that shit. Right?
It's still a wild animal, regardless.
That's true.
Oh my
So, I guess man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Can I say why I'm choose man? Because with an animal, you cannot talk to it, nothing. If it come to attack you, that's it, you're done. But a man is a human being. Regardless, you can talk and at least try. So obviously a man.
Who picks bear? Just you. Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Because I've also been around bears being in the wilderness, especially a mother bear. Granted, I was in a car, so I was fairly safe. But I also pick bear because if they maul me, if they attack me, nobody's going to blame me. Nobody's going to not believe me. If I get mauled by a fucking bear, they're going to be like, oh.
All right, so the concern here is like...
Wouldn't they not disbelieve you if a man beat the hell out of you?
It depends on the man. If they hurt me in a sexual way, it's easy to be like, nah, that never happened. Or...
Why?
What were you wearing? What did you do to provoke it? There's a lot of different things that can happen. And also, I would rather die than...
Okay, I totally understand. Okay, so here's your position, right? It's like the man could do nothing, or the man could like torture me or essay me. That's your position, basically. Whereas the bear could leave you alone, or it could kill you, but it couldn't essay you, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
it could, but...
No, I don't think so.
It would probably kill me in the process, which I would much prefer.
So
You much prefer?
I mean, if we're being real, very real, you would much rather be
I'm about to have the back and forth.
Eaten by a bear.
I want to hear it.
All right.
Realistically.
So
me too, and I would rather be eaten by a bear.
And to each their own.
Eaten by a bear?
I'm saying I would rather be attacked by I would rather be alive than be that.
I'd rather have men.
That's what I'm saying.
To me, than have the bear.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant.
All right. So cool. All right. So going into this, there is some fear of an essay occurring. What do you think is the chance of a random man being inclined to essaying you in this scenario?
Again, it depends. If I was plopped into the woods like this, like dressed, how I am without any like protection or anything.
That makes no difference.
That's not the question.
Yeah, just like you are right now.
Okay, what's the question?
The question is just if you're plopped in there just like you are right this second, you're teleported right now from the whatever studio into the forest.
Okay.
Bam, random man is in there with you in the same forest. You're both looking at each other going, what the fuck? What is the likelihood that you think that this man...
Probably low, but I also think that the likelihood of being attacked by a bear...
What does low mean percentage, though? Percentage-wise.
Yeah, what is the percentage?
I don't know.
If you had to take a guess.
I'm not going to take a guess.
But if you had to, though.
But I don't have to. So.
Yeah, but you do have to.
Why?
Well, because it's baked into this scenario that you're taking a guess.
Okay, but why does my preference for whether or not I'd be alone in the woods with someone, why does that need to be reduced to a percentage?
Check it out.
What do you think your odds are better at? Do you think your odds are better at survival with a man in the forest or a bear in the forest?
If you jumped,
where do you think you're going to survive best? That's the ultimate question.
My response isn't, I think every man is awful and has the potential to blah, 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 blah.
That's not the question. It's the question is, if you had a chance, right? Mm-hmm. And they were like, if we want to see your best survival and we dropped you off right now in the forest, do you think you'd have a better chance at surviving against a bear or a man? That is the question they're asking.
There's no way to actually know.
But your best guess is what we're asking, off of what you've perceived through life, off of your opinions. If you had to be asked, who do you think you have a fighting chance against, a bear or a man in the forest? That's what they're asking. Yes, that's it. That's what they're. I'm not asking.
Okay. That's not what I'm at.
That is what you're asking.
No. Very simply, I'm just looking for the what percentage of man would be inclined to essay.
If you want to go, if you're asking that, I actually know the exact percentage. It's 10%.
And I know that's why it was a terrible way to phrase the question to her. You can't phrase it like that to her.
You just proved him right.
That's why I phrased the question.
How did I prove him right?
You prove him right because
most
10%.
Yeah, 1 in 10 men would essay you. Really?
And do you think 1 in 10 bears would attack you?
You're looking at statistics of how many bear attacks there have been versus how many essays there have been.
But that's what we're asking. It's a nuanced question.
Yeah,
obviously,
so then the bear. Because the chance of being attacked by a bear is much lower than the chance of being essayed by a man.
Okay, wait. The chance of being attacked by the bear is lower than the chance of. Okay, so there's the risk assessment. Let me ask this.
Also, hold on. Let me ask this. Why is that funny? That 10% of men.
Because there's no statistics that support that anywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
It's less than 1%. Less than 1% of men do that site. Yeah. Less than 1%.
Where's your source?
You can get it from RAIN.
The FBI and DOJ.
You can literally get this from RAIN.
It from the FDA, from
the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration.
They've
what?
To be fair, I think they have done some studies on
They have done some studies.
To be fair,
and they've taken statistics from women who report getting abortions because of SA. They've taken a lot of statistics from many different sources. I do this on a fucking daily basis.
Okay. Then how come you didn't know it was 1%?
Because it's not 1%. 10% of men are reported. Reported.
10% of men have not reported.
No, hold on. There are some. For example, there might be some stats that could indicate that 10% of women. I don't think this is actually true, but 10% of women have been victims of SA. But this could, first of all, hold on.
Much higher.
Oh, it's higher. Okay, fine. It could indicate that, for example, there's like a serial man who's like doing this to multiple women. For starters, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio where there's like 10% of men in the population are doing this. Furthermore, like I'm just curious. Then I'm assuming you'd be prepared to throw like 10% of your immediate family members under the bus, like your cousins and fathers and brothers. 10% of them are essayers.
I don't have cousins or a father,
fair enough.
So
I'm going to change the question. If we change it to 10 men versus 10 bears, does your answer change? So you'll come across a group of 10 men, don't know each other.
Hell yeah, I'm taking the bear.
Or 10 bears.
Wow, I'm taking the bears.
Wait, so just to be clear, hold on,
I would take the bear. In that case, I would probably take the bear too.
Yeah.
With 10 men versus, I would rather go against one man in the forest versus one bear for sure. But 10 men in the forest.
10 men are rapists.
But hold on. Oh my God.
It's a gang mentality.
Bro. Not that word. Essay.
It's a gang mentality.
Shina.
What?
You've been on the show 3 times. This was an issue on the last time you were on the show. You've heard the pre-show instructions to not use that word. I lost my fucking mind at you for precisely this reason last show.
Sorry.
I had a conversation with you, not just Damien. We had a conversation before the show about the words you use on the show. Are you just like an op? What are you doing?
I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's anywhere near as high as 10%.
I don't know what to do. Like, it's one thing to make the accident once, but like if somebody you tell somebody not to poke you, and then they're like, what are you gonna do about it? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to do. Like, I don't, like, is the solution just to ask you to leave at this point? Because
No, I
like
don't think
you've continuously demonstrated that you like cannot respect my platform. Like I don't know how many times I have to have a polite I involuntarily manslaughtered I was drunk. I didn't intentionally kill somebody. I don't care what your intentions were if the end result is the same. I've had multiple polite conversations with you about, hey, we can't talk about this, we can't talk about this, we can't go here. I don't know how to get it through to you to not say words that are like gonna get us in trouble with YouTube. Like, I don't know what else to do.
I don't know what to tell because it slipped. I didn't mean to say that.
You have a replacement on that couch right there.
Conversation.
Huh?
It's dialect. Like, I don't
But
know.
literally, like, and the chat, I don't know what the chat's, look, this was literally the issue the last time. I don't know, like, I don't know if you're intentionally just trying to, like,
No.
I'm
do
not
this to
doing it
get...
intentionally. Trust
You could
me.
tell it's not intentional.
It just every time I want to speak, it's like the whole energy since I got here, it's really off against me. So.
Because, like, you just have zero respect for the platform. We tell you, hey, here's some things that are off topic. You can't say these words. You know, YouTube TOS, YouTube guidelines. You just... are you not? Damien was very polite. He went over the pre-show information with you.
He's
like,
not that polite.
Huh?
He's not that polite.
Why are you throwing
It
Damien
wasn't
under the bus?
impolite either.
I mean, we're just saying.
It was direct,
But
it
he
wasn't-
literally just read off it literally went into detail of instructions of what not to do and what to do.
But I think it's
based on passed on the.
I know, but
You know what I mean? So
I've
it's like-
done this podcast multiple times. And
Yeah,
I've had multiple people.
And
tell
I've been on
me
here only twice, and there's still boundaries, and you still interrupt. And how many times have you been on here? Like what? There's things like you literally go through it. I've only been on the thing here twice.
Interrupting is
That's literally what he said.
Forget.
He literally said that's on the that's a list of
Especially
things
if
what not
But
to
I think
do
it's
or out
very
of
clear
respect.
that it's a difference of culture and how she speaks and whatever.
She's
she
been here
doesn't
for 15
understand.
years.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
No,
You
it
need
doesn't.
to-
I'm just
No,
saying,
but you've been here several times
It
at this
doesn't
table.
matter. It doesn't matter. It's good slipped in the heat of the conversation. That's
okay.
not true.
Like, it doesn't make any
Interrupting,
sense. Like,
interrupting is like an easy thing to forget, especially
you
when you're
want me to
emotionally invested.
now if you've been here several times.
But words that you know are gonna get you like in trouble. I feel like that. Like this is my first time here, and even I am like, no, SA.
Yes,
like,
because you are very politically correct. You're not like me. You're very boxed in these bullshit ideas. Don't compare yourself to me, please.
why?
Because I don't think like you. I don't want to think like you. I don't like this liberal bullshit.
Okay, I don't like how
I'm sorry,
you.
but I don't like that.
No, that's okay. I don't think
because
like
you're
you.
trying to put more
but
fire into the conversation.
I'm not.
I'm not doing. I didn't say it on purpose, and you jump on the opportunity to try to go on off at me, and I don't appreciate it.
There have been other people who are actually trying to attack you, and I'm trying to not do that. I'm just saying it's.
I don't care what you say. Don't say it to me. Say it to them.
we're here for a debate.
Yeah, you remember how you screamed when we say something to you on the debate?
That's what I literally did.
Don't be a smartass.
I
Don't
just
talk to
did
me.
that sarcastically.
Yeah.
Duh. Because you did that to me last time.
Like a 15-year-old kid. Oh my God.
This is why I wanted to sit in the middle, Brian, because I feel like I'm very in the middle of everybody. I'm very half and half, and that's why I thought I should be over there.
Look, there's one thing, like, I don't know if you're like a habitual line stepper, a habitual line crosser, Shina. Like,
Line?
we've...
What did I lie about?
No, line crosser. And that's
You're
exactly
a
what I mean.
habitual line
She's
stepper.
not getting it.
What does
It's
that
a-
mean?
Like,
it's a
boundary
cultural
crosser.
difference right
it's one thing if somebody makes a mistake once. I've literally had this conversation with you Not only, hold on. Here's all the background. You've been on the show 3 times. Damien gives a detailed pre-show instructions. Don't say this, don't say. You've been on the show 3 times. Then when you fuck up, I correct you every single time. Despite my correction, you continue making the same mistake. How many times do I need to allow you to continue making the same mistake before you're just completely disregarding, like it's in one ear, out? Yeah, you literally are.
I'm not.
You literally are. I've been on your case all night about shit fucking TOS. You've been asking, you've been in my DMs. I'm not trying. Look, I typically don't throw people on. You've been begging to come back on the show. The least you can do is show me and my show a little respect by like, hey, I've pulled you aside and had conversations. Don't say certain words. Don't talk about this. Then you come on the show and you want to start saying the stuff that I've told you not to talk about. How every single guest here, some of whom it's their first time on the show, they're not having any problems with this. I'm not getting frustrated with them.
I just look at you and you get frustrated. Even if I don't say nothing, you get frustrated and breathe in dramatic ways. It's got nothing to do with anybody. It's with me. You just see me and you get frustrated.
Zero accountability because you've done nothing wrong.
I'm accountable for that. You're right. I was wrong. But since I got here, you've been on my case nonstop, and they can see it. Even they can see it. So you're always on my case. Even in the last show, I didn't do nothing to you. I'm nice to you, and you take it.
You didn't do nothing. You did the same stuff.
Okay.
You did the exact same thing.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
The constant interruption. Like last show, it was constant interruption. Constant interruption.
All the girls talk whenever they want to. When I talk, you shut my mouth. You don't let me talk.
I moderate the other panelists also.
No, not like you moderate me.
Because you're like a habitual fucking interrupter.
Okay. Habitual interrupter.
So I do agree that the vibe has been off, honestly. I've noticed that too. Like every time that you open your mouth, there's always like a certain aura of like, what is she gonna say? I definitely get that. But I do also want to point out that it's not liberal bullshit. It's the fact that YouTube has set guidelines, and this is the platform that he thrives on. So obviously he's going to want to protect the thing that he does best.
I respect it completely, but I didn't
yeah, but
that's why it's all in.
But it's not liberal bullshit. It's not like my point of view. It's not your point of view. It's just what, like, YouTube has a set guidelines for a reason. It's because they're super successful. It's because they're a great streaming platform. It's because they have these guidelines that they do so well. And it's because of the guidelines that YouTubers are able to do so well. So if we cross that, we're fucking it up for him. And like, I've been trying not to do the like interrupty thing, but that's hard for me. I'm a big mouth.
All the time. I'm bad at it.
Look, I'm gonna move it on. This is the final warning. If I need to correct you on something TOS related, or like you use a word that we've explicitly multiple times have instructed that you're not supposed to say that, I'm just gonna ask you to kindly leave. Final warning. If it happens again, do you want to just leave? I mean, if you're just gonna laugh, if you're just gonna laugh about me, like,
I'm not laughing about you.
Just because I really think it's a cultural difference. Like,
no,
TOS,
it's not.
It is. TOS, like, basically, the exact words you use, don't say a word you wouldn't say in mass, that you wouldn't say in church, that you wouldn't say against, like, just you, because of how the guidelines are, there's just certain words that you have to speak around. So, like, imagine that you're in church or mass or something, and you wouldn't want to use those words to a pastor or a priest or whatever. Like, you just have to be careful about the certain things you say, even if you could still talk about the topic, but you have to go around it certain ways.
Okay.
And no, you're saying that, but she said she got here 15 years ago. She's 50, which means she got here at 35. There's cultural differences.
She has been here for how long, and how many people have actually said the words? Anyone? Or did we say the actual term that has been used on the podcast for over 200 shows?
Like that. Like,
I'm sorry. And if you've seen her at last episode,
you're just mad at her for how she's coming against you. You're not even mad at her.
When has she ever come against me?
The first 2 minutes of the podcast.
Because she stepped out of line with that part.
You're not actually mad at her.
No,
she's doing. You're
it's
just
frustrating that
she's got anger issues. Don't you see that she's like so frustrated for nothing?
No, what's frustrating is him having to stop the podcast to yell at her. That's frustrating for me.
Well, I mean, half the time they're stopping it when she's not even saying anything. They're just scared that she's going to say something. If we're being real, like
I'd be frustrated too. You do come at her a lot. I'm sorry. Just from an outside perspective.
But I'm not frustrated. That's not why I'm doing that.
I haven't met any of these people before, so I literally do not care what y'all think about me.
Okay, but you guys see what side she's sitting on. She's sitting next to him and him. You see what she's arguing against.
She stole a bunch of my popcorn too.
That's my popcorn.
The true travesty here.
Yeah.
But like, come on. You see where she is. Obviously, we're debating against her. She's sitting.
It's fine. We can switch seats. If you want to switch seats to make you a little feel better, I would do that for you to make sure that you do not having to stop this podcast so we have this discussion again. If that's necessary, I will.
I don't think switching seats would solve
she made it a valid point. That's why she's been doing that, right?
No, I was saying, if you've ever watched this podcast, you can use some conductive reasoning that the people who are seated over there are going to argue with you and be against you. It's nothing shocking, but you're so offended by her.
But I am not
and she's not fucking up your money. Like, why are you so mad?
I'm not taking it personally.
Yes, you do, because what is frustrating? The debate. Okay. He's going off at me, but I'm not taking it personally. Yeah, I understand it. I'm not sensitive about it.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here and crying and screaming like a lunatic.
I'm sorry. She's still a woman at the end of the day.
That's also disrespectful. If you want to be treated with respect, you should probably extend the olive branch.
Listen, I don't care.
Saying.
Listen, I really don't care.
No, you obviously
It
don't.
sounds like you two want to have a back and forth. Go ahead.
No, because she's want to sit over here and say that I'm targeting her when I'm not. What's frustrating is that
you haven't spoke the whole time.
This is exactly what he's talking about. You're literally interrupting. Let me fucking talk.
Mental issue.
Go ahead, girl.
Oh my God. I literally said you're saying I'm targeting her when I'm not. What's frustrating when Brian has to stop the freaking podcast just to yell at her? When the constant mistake is, if you watched her last episode, yes, this has happened several times. I watched the last episode.
Wow, you're a fan.
Yes, I am a fan of the freaking podcast. That's why I'm here.
And I was just saying the only time you speak lately is when it's regards to her. So it seems
I haven't spoken because I didn't have nothing to speak about.
Okay, fair.
Exactly.
Like, I have no topic about the freaking transgender part what you guys are talking about. I have no input on that. And all what you guys been talking about, I had no input. Reason why I haven't spoken. But why I'm speaking now is that because we had to stop the podcast for him to yell at her. Like he's done like 5-7 other times today. So yes, I've been sitting here because I've been wanting to hear you guys' discussion.
Okay.
And now I'm done.
And she stole my popcorn.
Hey, Darkavia, what?
I did.
Actually, never mind. No. All right, move on.
No, ask it. I want to know.
No, it was going to be some instigating bullshit.
Oh, okay.
I was going to fucking instigate you.
Well,
I'm not going to do it.
Good move.
I want to hear.
Nah, it's okay.
No, I don't think it's worth it.
Absolutely not.
All right, we got
maybe at the end of the podcast.
We got some chats.
Wrongful Rage donated $200. Shina, you're saying things that are risking Brian's show. You are risking little being here. Whether it's an accident or on purpose, YouTube does not give a flip. Mind your tongue. It'd be pissed too.
That's fair.
Fair.
Like, how often do people make it about like the intentions of somebody's actions? But what does it matter if somebody's intentions like?
Well, but how many times, bro? Like, enough.
What?
There's been
Intention?
like this is 3 shows in a row.
Mm-hmm.
3 shows in a row.
Also, YouTube.
Andrew
like,
wants the.
I think she got to go, bro.
No, I'm a man of my word. I said I'm giving her one more
shot. I was just saying, regardless of intent or not, regardless if she's intent, she's still doing it. But I just think it wasn't being explained in a way that she can
Andrew,
understand.
You were going to come to my defense on this one, or chat doesn't like me on this one.
You can when you're defense.
Chat disagrees a little bit. Okay, we have Danny Boy here. After the truthful statements about Chair 3, Orange Top, I knew she'd say man to that question. It's a win, boys. LOL, Andrew said simp
Danny
level
Boy.
8,000.
Danny Boy, back at it again. You know you could just cash app her, Danny. She will give you your cash app.
See what I mean? You see what you did, Danny? You see what you did?
Oh, boy. All right, thank you, Danny Boy. We have a TTS coming in here.
Cat donated $200. The woman are bug boys.
The women
Get
are
on
bug
him.
boys.
Get on him.
Wait, you know what we're going to do?
Get on him.
For what?
The woman The woman.
Didn't
That's
even
a
catch
shot.
that.
Yeah, but he's making fun of you, saying
I don't
woman,
think he was.
dork.
I don't think
you
he was.
dork. He's making
I don't
fun
think he
of you
was.
because you can't say it plural.
I don't think he
you,
was.
No.
That
Now,
looked
look how
very
embarrassed you are.
intentional.
That because
No,
the light bulb
that
went
looked-
off. The light bulb went off, and you were like, "Oh fuck, he is. He's making fun of me for saying."
They make it
Well,
very
that's the woman of the
intentional.
patriarchy.
He was being dead ass right there.
Yo, chat.
He was
being-
dead ass making fun of you.
One second.
He wasn't.
One sec.
He fucked up.
Hey guys,
I guarantee it.
We're gonna do a $69 roast session intermission right now.
Please.
For like 10 minutes. I feel like we need a little roast session. You can
We don't.
roast chat. You guys can roast me. We're gonna do a little 10-minute roast session. Then we're gonna get right back into the topics of the show. 10 minutes. Then there's a cutoff. Whatever comes through, we'll let it through.
What time is it?
$69, 9-ish.
Yeah.
$69.
Not even 9:30 yet.
Yeah, it's not-
4:21. No, I'm gonna count 10
But who's
minutes.
gonna roast us or the people?
Yeah, they have until
There,
4:31.
I'm probably
it says
gonna
down
get
there.
roasted. I don't know, but we'll see. $69 roast session if you guys want to get it. Actually, you know what? Here,
That
while we
woman
kick
thing
off
is
the
so
roast
popular
session,
here.
I think you two have some words for each other.
It's
Go
like
ahead.
a Californian thing. Like it's not like bad. Like people say that. Like I was on the podcast 3 times, and that's a really popular word.
Hey, so Darkavia, how do you feel like?
What?
And
What word?
Saying woman.
Yeah, but I was raised in California. Nobody fucked up woman and women. The
I don't know.
idea
I feel
that
like that's
that's
really
because it's a
popular here.
California accent is wild to me.
That's like
I think we're correctly saying it. It just
Yes,
sounds
like,
different.
it sounds
to them.
different, like, literally, like,
I know
there's so many people
the
that
difference
say
between
that.
woman and woman. Like trust me,
There's
but it
so
just
many- even
sounds
men
the
say
same.
that.
So Keeko, as an elder at the table, do you have any words
Wow.
for Darkavia?
Not
Like-
at this moment.
No, just like advice, like when it comes to like the situationship that she's in. Because
Know your
it's-
worth. Know how beautiful you are, how gorgeous you are.
Wait,
that
aren't you bi? Like, would you hit?
Whoa.
I've been in
Sorry.
a relationship for 2 years. But I just want you to know that you're absolutely
the
beautiful.
fuck?
You're
Sorry.
gorgeous. You're the prize. And make
Oh
sure
my
that you're not settling for no man. And
Oh, we got
you're the one that they're seeking after. And
Yeah,
make sure
definitely, I
you
know
have
that.
your shit right. That's literally all. It was nothing against you. You're a gorgeous woman. And
Thank you.
I'd like to
I
take
know.
this.
Literally
I
it.
want to take this roast moment as a chance to.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
I want to apologize to the chat, guys. I do. Look, listen. As somebody who does identify as
labia wars.
I am currently PMSing. I'm currently PMSing. I am on my period.
We can tell.
So that's why I've been so frustrated.
Always on your period. That's
In
the
fact, it's a
problem.
full moon. It synced.
Is
to
it?
The, yeah,
Yeah.
I believe I synced.
It's a full moon, yeah.
I synced with the other women at the table too.
Yeah,
so.
it is.
I think so.
We're all in
There it
this
is.
together, Brian.
All right, I'm letting these through. Oh, Darkavia, this is for you.
Who cares donated $69. Darkavia, I'm Asian. I'm simping real hard right now.
DM me.
You got my attention, you single? What's
Yeah.
your number?
I can't
don't
say on here, but go ahead and
don't
DM
say
me.
that.
If you're really
But
Asian, I'm down.
Aren't you dating a guy though? Or is
No, I
that?
ain't dating nobody.
Well, you're.
I am publicly single.
She's single, but
Friends with benefits.
Micah donated $69. Brian, you're already demonetized.
No, not like that, though.
Intentions are literally the difference between who gets flagged for toes and who doesn't.
Bullshit.
You're still a normie afraid of censorship.
No, the
Leave
intentions
Shina
were,
alone. Be a man.
Shut up, you fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. when it
Micah,
comes to
Sheena
TOS.
might just
For
fuck
example,
you.
I'll give an example.
You don't need to give an example.
Okay.
Here it is. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just shut up. Just
Yeah.
shut up. Show me your channel. Show me the things you say on it, or shut up.
You got to understand, like me and Andrew, we have contacts at YouTube. I've been doing YouTube for over a decade. I know exactly what is TOS and what isn't. And sometimes you err on the side of caution with this stuff for good reason. All right. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Yo, Dave
Von
Long, thank you,
Jackson
man.
donated
Hey, it's
$69.
Keiko's crush.
Had to show up for the last show.
You got a crush on this guy.
I absolutely loathe meta conversations, Toe. Nobody cares about how you feel about the convo W Darklabia or however you spell her name
Darklabia.
BTW.
Who's Darklabia?
Darkavia.
Oh no.
Oh my.
That's going to be her nickname.
No, it's pink.
Calm
I
down,
swear.
Darklabia. Quick. Whoa, what?
Can you show
What
us?
is it? What the?
Donated $69.
Wait, what were you about to say? Andrew, what were you about
I
to
didn't say anything.
What were you about to say?
Nothing.
Chair 4 is a Hispanic.
Oh, okay. I'll drink more booze. All right. There we go. I still have some champagne left over. Thank you, Metro Matt. Hispanic. What?
Where's the black guy?
I don't even know.
Rachel Wilson donated $69. Keeko, the correct way to say women is just like swimming. Say 3 women went swimming and it should rhyme.
Woman, 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 woman.
No, you said woman, 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 swimming.
I'm glad you noticed that because I said woman and then women every other word. I'm glad you noticed that because there's barely a fucking difference.
This is the roast. This is the roast session. So here we go.
Mr. Baseman donated $69. Chair 2 ate so many Jolly Ranchers she turned into one, and consequently lost all brain function. Brixan send the asteroid bro. Keeko's insufferableness is at a 7, I need 11. Chair 7 is a fed. Cheers.
Cool.
Yo, Mr. Baseman, thank you, appreciate it.
More insufferable or less insufferable?
I love the association with Jolly Ranchers to hair dye to no brain cells. I appreciate it.
I like your hair.
Thank you. Went down a good road there, who donated $69.
Yo, thank you, man.
There are 0 biological males who would ever not pluralize woman. He was making fun of you.
Yes.
It's an absolutely brain-dead thing to mispluralize your own gender. Also, Orange Top is legit hot.
Yeah, it's true. He legitimately was making fun of you, I'm telling you.
But the second part of that, it's absolutely brain dead to like whatever, mispluralize your own gender. I think the issue is you guys fail to realize that us women don't give a fuck that much about it like you guys do. Like that's the whole issue.
Oh, here's another way to think about it. Womb man.
Womb man. The womb part didn't change any part of the second half of the word.
Try to say it like that. Womb man. And
if
then
I said womb man versus womb man, it's the same thing. So you
look at it. Hang on. If you say it quick. Hang on.
Say
womb man really quick.
Woman.
Yeah. There we go.
What did I say?
Now say woman.
Woman.
It sounds the same to me.
Right? And I'm saying 2 different fucking words. Like that's like, I'm not even trying to argue about it, but like literally people DM me this and I'm like, I'm saying different words here, but I think it's just an accent that you can't tell I'm saying 2 different words.
What
like
accent? From where?
There's so many people that say that.
We knew how to say women.
You don't know where he's commenting from. Everyone, no matter where you're from, everyone has an accent. Even if you don't sound like you have an accent to me, someone from Australia thinks you have an accent. We all have accents.
Yeah,
That's a part
I get
of
it,
dialect.
but I was raised in the same area you were.
You were
I was raised in Santa Rosa, California.
Okay, and you can't.
For some reason,
but like,
it appears that I can say women and woman.
But it's so funny
bizarre.
because if you had a whole debate with me and I was pointing out to you, you keep saying men instead of man, you'd be like, oh, you're so deflecting from the overall point. The only thing that you can point out is the fact that that sounds the same. But when you guys do it, it's such a fucking truth bomb to us.
No, hey, listen, it's totally fair. If you want to correct, if I said men,
but you're not correcting anything because I'm saying what you think I'm not saying.
If I said men versus man, it would be totally legitimate.
And you see how we're debating over woman versus one man right now? Let's please get back to the plot. Like it's nothing,
this is the plot. That's part of the plot.
I can do a lot of things for money, but debating that is stupid.
667 donated $69. The IDF Queen is one of the most based women that has ever been on this podcast. Only beaters can't handle the truth. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to all of my yiddle diddles. Christ is King.
What's IDF?
Thank you, Ruin.
Israeli Army.
I do appreciate
Israeli Defense Force.
My best. Hey.
Patty donated $69. Brixan, you better use this money for the popcorn that Keeko stole from Andrew and not to buy another burrito. Merry Christmas, everyone.
All right. Thank you.
I am out of popcorn.
Are you calling me fat right now? I am not fat. Thank you.
We'll be after you stole all that popcorn.
You should have made to all of us.
Wait, are you wearing a cross?
I am.
I didn't.
Drunk underscore Batman donated $69. It has been a rough night for you, Brian. Use this $69 to get yourself a long and fat sour cream-filled burrito.
Drunk Batman. Drunk Batman.
This isn't blessed. This isn't blessed though, or anything. This is technically just a piece of jewelry because it's not blessed.
Oh my God, who the hell
Thank you,
cares?
Keeko. I got to respond to
You
the teacher.
fucking asked me.
Yeah, but I didn't really care. All right. Well, I do care. Hold on.
You
Okay,
literally
I'm
asked me.
I'm drunk. I don't know. I'm a lightweight. Okay, Keeko, I'm not a bartender like you. All right. Proposition. I will have a burrito delivered, and I will eat it on stream for $1,000?
$1,500.
No.
I think 1,000 is good.
But combine them.
900 combined with
them. No. So 2 or 3 500 TTSs that say for Brian's burrito, we get the burrito.
Or a $1,500 one.
Yes.
I don't know if that's.
What about
hang on, boys. We're raising it for the end of the year. We can do it.
But they're not they're just burrito pops.
They're burrito pops.
Those would not count towards champagne pops.
Yeah.
Sure. It can be collective.
But you got to put a bunch of sour cream in it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Bro, you got to
you have to finish it in 3 bites. You have to finish it in 3 bites.
Sour cream, that's not.
3 bites.
Whoa, hold on. I fucking hate.
So do
I
I.
fucking hate sour cream.
That's gross.
I would fucking.
I need an extra 1,000 for like a sour cream.
What about if they send $700? I'll order us a pizza right now.
I don't know.
So you want
right now?
You want somebody to donate money to benefit all of us?
No.
I doubt that will ever happen.
Not what he wants. Oh, I wasn't asking for any part. I was just saying if someone does that instead of a champagne pop, I will order fucking pizza because then I get to eat it. I will do that.
Look, like, I'm just saying.
So you're saying for $2,000 you'll eat a sour cream filled burrito?
It will have sour cream. It will have a normal serving of sour cream in it. Mm-hmm. It can't be extra. It'll just be.
And you're gonna
sour cream.
And you are going to hate that.
I'm really skinny.
I do not eat. Like I detest.
Bella Hadid
but I will have sour cream for what did I say? For an additional 1,000?
Yeah.
So 2,500.
Yeah, dude.
My idea sounded a lot better.
That's a lot, bro.
So it can be if you're gonna do 500. You have to say burrito in the 500.
Burrito in the
collective.
500. Yeah.
Or somebody can do 1,500 for a burrito sans sour cream, or 2,500 for a burrito with, and you have 30 minutes to do it.
30 fucking minutes. Wow.
30 minutes.
It's a long time.
You can also do that, and I'll buy
there needs to be a cutoff because if we get
otherwise you can't get it.
Well, if we get
and the roast sesh is over.
Yeah. So
in 10 minutes.
Because if it's like 1,500 and then we're just waiting to get to 2,500, then the people who paid it's just not fair. So
agreed.
30 minutes. We'll do a cutoff then.
Democracy.
Okay, I'll let the rest come in. There we go. There. Look at that. I'll eat a burrito on stream. It'll be called a burrito pop.
You
in my mouth.
You know they ask about you at In-N-Out. Apparently you're known there. Yep, you're known at In-N-Out here.
I do go to In-N-Out.
They tell me about it.
Why do they tell you about it?
Because they come into my job and they're like, yeah, I serve that guy In-N-Out all the time.
Do they spit in my food?
No. They're very respectful.
You can see them making the food.
You can't. You go to the drive-thru. They say that too. I'm not lying either. He knows I'm not fucking lying either.
Here, let me give you some, Andrew.
What about me?
No.
I've already been crucified for eating it. I might as well keep going.
No.
The only thing...
You've stolen enough, Keeko.
All right, I'm going to let these... Okay, guys. These, and then we're going back up. We're going back up, boys.
$69. Base Andrew is from Santa Rosa. I used to go to Windsor Waterworks like a DJ when I was a kid. Good times. So many attractive women there.
Yeah, so... that was look at this. He can't pronounce it either, Keeko. It totally is not a joke at all. He's just a fucking idiot, right?
That's the same person.
Yeah.
One from Rage donated $69.
You won.
I win.
Dare 2, you are the one thing the Hulk won't smash. And that dude smashes everything.
Oh my god.
That wasn't funny.
Yeah, it was. Why are you laughing then? What is
that
Keeko.
Wasn't no.
Keeko, why are you laughing?
Because that's such an easy I could say an easy thing that's not funny.
Danny Boy donated $69. Is simping really when you just tell the truth? All I will say is I must be persistent and consistent because a winner never quits. Orange Top is #1 gen to you. It's woman Keeko.
Of all the things we've said on this podcast, the fact that you guys have made 4 responses about women right now is actually insane. Can we get back to the topic?
Dark Omen 42 donated $69.
It's over, Brian. Cancel
Merry
it.
Christmas all.
No, I have to let the ones come through.
It's been a wild year, bigly entertaining. Here's to all your burrito stocking stuffer dreams coming true. TTS Trump voice is the best. Totally need to get that working.
Thank you, Dark Omen. Do appreciate it. We have 2 more.
Roth donated $69. Dark Avio eyebrows 10 of 10. Keeko, we will do the pizza order if it's 50-50 because I believe in equality.
Gross. Gross.
You know what? I'll actually pay for the whole thing. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I'll pay for the whole thing. Because I want pizza.
Yeah, but you said 700. So half of 700.
You know I'm not seeing that money.
The lady boy next to Andrew is correct. YouTube TOS is liberal bullshit.
Yeah.
Brian, why not get a 10 seconds delay and avoid popping a champagne bottle? Merry Christmas. Thank you for the year loans.
Yeah, Corleone, the thing is that you're talking about, I believe it in radio, it's called like a dump button. There actually no such thing exists. There's nothing even built into YouTube. There's nothing in OBS. People have been asking for a dump button. So dump button would be they use this in TV or radio. If somebody says something, because like the FCC is like way more strict, if somebody even says the F word or something, they can get fines and this sort of thing. They hit a button and like whatever was just said instantly deleted. My understanding, these are like super expensive, but there's not a function in OBS to do this. The only way you can do this, from the research I've done, and I've looked into it, you need an entirely separate computer. So you need to be able to feed, you need to be running 2 OBSs, you need an entirely separate streaming setup. So I need a secondary computer, and then you need to, I don't recall the exact procedure, you need to dump the feed from computer. This is probably not going to make sense to anybody. You need to dump the feed from computer 1. That'll stop it from going into computer 2, which is what's outputting. So if you dump I don't know, whatever. There's no way to do this in OBS.
Yeah.
If it was a simple solution, trust me, I would absolutely have a dump button. Just hit it, super easy. I don't know. It doesn't really exist when it comes to live streaming.
I mean, even live news can't do that. Like, even when there's like a live broadcast, you'll see there's a mess up and like you'll hear it, and then there's a delay and blackout. But like,
Keeko, do you like crystals?
What kind of like magic crystals?
No, just crystals. Regular crystals.
No.
No. If you had to have a crystal, if you like, somebody was going to gift you a crystal, what color would you want?
Is a diamond a crystal? I don't know.
No, it's just a normal crystal.
Pink
crystal. Okay, got it.
Are you gonna give me a pink crystal, Andrew?
Absolutely
That's beautiful.
not.
All right, we have
Trump's gonna give you.
Here,
a
I'll
pink
just
crystal.
do this. Austin Moon, the odd chairs other than the last and bricks are fine. No simp. Separately, Keeko co-host 2025. Let's keep cooking. Long live the patriarchy. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh wait, no, sorry guys.
You hear him?
DTS
Let
is
the man speak.
back. Okay, guys, we're going off of the 69, but we'll let the last ones come through. And then we'll get back into the topics. It's been a while.
Donated $69. YouTube Toes moderation is notoriously bugged, boys. You can't trust its accuracy. It will flag and demonetized videos that simply use words that sound like Toes violations.
Yeah, this is actually a really good point. So there are people that do manual reviews, but most of YouTube's detection systems are AI. They're totally automated. It's not looking for the context. It can't look for context. It can't
Doesn't even understand it.
It certainly can't even understand intention going even beyond context. So even just dropping these words into the conversations, it's like, videos demonetized. We want to try to avoid it. The vast majority of our videos on individual levels end up demonetized because of one, just the nature of the conversation, but we can sometimes help it by avoiding using certain specific words. Danny Boy. Danny
Boy donated $69. I can't be the only one that noticed Orange Top had the cutest facial expressions throughout the show. You guys know how to book guests.
Hey, they really like you. Danny boy.
You spent about $400 that you could have put into her pocket.
Hey, listen.
What are you doing?
If that, the relationship doesn't work out, maybe he can, maybe it could still be a she, right?
I don't think it's a she.
Danny Boy. It says Danny Boy.
Okay, never mind then.
Thank you, Danny Boy. I appreciate the flattery.
Boom.
You?
All right. Okay, let's get into the notes here. Maria, you're a shaman. Have you ever dated another shaman?
Can I just quickly point out that Danny Boy is simping for a 30-year-old lesbian? I just want to point that out.
Andrew, there's nothing wrong with that.
There is, actually.
Because he'll never find love?
If that's what he's going after, no.
Danny Boy, can I just, I'm just going to say this again. Look at me, Danny. You're simping for a in her 30s lesbian. Maybe not the best dating strategy, bro.
You could have took all that money and took a nice woman that was interested into you on a nice date.
I wanted to say that I'm happy that you explained
but instead you're doing
everything
this.
about
that's why I can't.
About the YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Because I didn't really understand it before how you explain it now. I didn't really understand what's the gravity. Of what you mean. I swear to God, I didn't. I'm so happy you explain it.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I what you said, because some of the stuff, I'm embarrassed to say it, but some of the terms you use in, especially if it's letters, I don't understand it.
Because to her, we're already saying crazy shit.
It's all good.
So she's like,
it's all good.
Why is that crazy?
Okay, so have you ever dated a shaman?
I have not.
Have you ever dated a mage?
What is a mage?
You don't know about mages?
No.
Oh, you're in for...
That's another video.
Wait, by the way, guys, really quick. Boys.
Or is this Dungeons and Dragons?
You remind me of my son.
No,
it's
not Dungeons and Dragons. Brian is not refined enough for that.
Guys, here's what I want you to do, chat. If any of you are playing World of Warcraft Anniversary Realms, here's what I want you guys to do, okay? Because I'm being a goblin right now. All right.
And this is why y'all don't.
Brixan. I'm on Horde Night Slayer. That's my alt. I have a rogue who's 60, but that's my warrior alt who I'm leveling. But yeah, mail me some gold, boys. I need some gold. I need gold. I need items. I need materials for engineering, copper bars,
What's in it for them
iron bars.
If they mail you this stuff on the game.
Another transactional relationship.
They're showing.
That's why they don't get.
I will do a shout. I'll maybe shout them out at the end of the show, time permitting, or I'll do it some other time.
Oh my God.
I need Black Lotus. If I need gold, I need enchanting materials. I need everything that is GFPPs. I need GFPPs. I need
So you don't want to work hard for all these things that they work for. You expect
I want to be carried.
You?
I want to be like a woman.
Y'all can call me at 304, but I'm gonna call you.
Carry me.
That's the trade-off.
In my World of Warcraft ambitions, I want to be carried.
Look, he only has so much time.
I'm very busy. I don't have
shout out their username.
You realize first off, hold on.
These motherfuckers.
You gotta realize, it takes a while to if you got gold, you can just buy these costumes. But if you don't have the gold, it's gonna take like an hour.
You're gonna have to grind.
Yeah, it's gonna take a couple hours just to farm the consumables that you need for raid night. Okay, and if we're gonna be I don't know if there's wipes, and then I have to have multiple GFPPs. I need to have mongoose. I need, I'm melee. I need the mongoose elixir.
You're just asking for them to give it to you.
The python.
I need.
Well, if they want to have their AOEs in order.
Winterfell firewater for the attack power, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Y'all can do this, but don't complain to me when you don't get laid.
Sharpening stones, boys.
Don't complain to me.
Brixan, that's my character name. Mail me gold. Mail me consumables. Help me out, bro. I missed the Molten Core lockout this week because I didn't have time.
What are you talking about? Women love this shit. This is exactly the type of stuff I talked about the entire first date with my wife. What are you talking about?
And she was like, I know exactly what I'm going to do when he's doing all of that.
Which is what?
Which is a great trade-off. I'm fine with it if you know when to log off. You want to play your game? It's me free time. But don't
by
talk
the
to me
Keeko,
like I care.
Don't overthink. It's a joke. It's a joke.
But that's my job, is to overthink. That's why I'm here. So they pay me for.
What? RIP.
When are you going to do the overthinking part?
Okay, all right.
That was clever.
That was good.
That was good.
Yeah, I'm impressed with myself.
These Swedes are
Donald
abusing.
Trump
This is
donated
not
200
below the threshold.
Swedish kroner.
Send it in
Trump,
USD, bro.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Send it in USD, bro. This is 18.
They're eating the dogs.
Abuse, man. All right. Oh wait, it already came in. I don't know what I'm. Okay. Okay. Shaman dating. Your ex has a restraining order from previous partners, and you're still trying to figure out how to make him go away.
I actually filed a restraining order this week.
You did.
Wow.
I did.
Against your ex.
Correct.
Wow.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I wonder why the angels didn't tell you to stay away from him.
It's not that they did it, it's that I'm stubborn and sometimes I don't listen. So it's not a they problem, it's a me problem.
No. I can see that.
Yeah.
I know if I could communicate with angels and they were like, hey, Andrew, probably should stay away from that chick, I'd be like, well, okay, literal angel, I'll do that. But, to each their own.
Well, I also have complex PTSD.
Yeah.
So I kind of...
I can see where that could interfere with the angelic.
Yeah.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Mm.
Okay, so we have...
Sorry. What are you going to say next, Brian? Please.
It's angelic restraining orders.
Wait, okay, hold on. Here, I'm going to get back into the questionnaire then.
All right.
That's actually a very valid point.
Oh, wait. Final thing on the bear thing. Hold on. No. Don't worry about that.
The bear.
Don't worry about that.
Hours ago.
Yeah, wait. Final question. Although I'm still confused, even like with the numbers you provided, like wouldn't you assume if it's 1 out of 10 men, like the other 9 men would just intervene on your behalf because men are benevolent?
Excuse me. Can you repeat?
Well, you said using your own stat, you said 10% of men. So when we gave you the 10 men versus 10 bears, I think you still picked bears, right? And you too, Keeko? No, you said
she said no bears.
No, she picked bears.
She picked man.
Even on my paper, I picked a man versus a bear.
No.
I thought you said
there
with
was 2
10
other
men.
ones. Oh, 10 men.
Oh, I did say that.
Yeah, with 10
I was
men.
kind of joking though. I was fucking around.
Yeah. Oh,
I was
okay,
like,
but so
10 men versus a bear. Yeah. Give me the bear.
Okay, so using your own stats on this, like it would be 10% of men, that'd be 1 out of the 10 men. Like if that one guy did try to do something, like it's safe to assume like most men would intervene seeing you being attacked in this way, and they would like probably kill that guy. Or do you think they would stand by and watch?
I mean, there's a couple different ways that it could go. They could intervene, in which case, yay, great.
Wait, hold on. I'll go ahead and grant that it could, like, they could watch. Like, that is
They could
a
also
possibility.
join in. That is also a possibility.
Wait, but you said the risk is 10%. So that would mean only one man would do it and the rest wouldn't.
Who wants to join in on that?
You'd be surprised.
Okay, hold on.
There's actually a whole genre.
So, okay, okay, fine, whatever. I don't think I'm going to get anything from that question then. Just occurs to me that...
I also just think that the man versus bear argument is stupid and doesn't actually address any of the concern that us women have with men or bears.
Well, I think it would indicate that women who'd pick bear...
I agree with that.
I think it would indicate that women who'd pick bear are sexist.
I think they're scared.
Scared.
Oh, okay. So hold on. Let me change it then. So if we replace man with black person, and if you pick black person because of previous negative experiences that you've had, would this be racist?
I mean, I think making it a definition of black man is racist in itself. I'm just saying men in general.
What do you mean definition of black person?
I mean, you have to make that distinction. I think that makes the question racist in itself. When it's not race, it's gender.
Well, that's fine.
Wait, so that...
just granted that, sure, the question in itself, let's just assume for a moment that it's racist. Does that mean that if you wouldn't pick the black man that you're racist?
Well, I mean, like I said, it's just men in general, but that's also like, does that change the type of bear? Is it a brown bear or a polar bear?
Do you agree that there's some nations of men where due to the culture, they SA more than other groups of men in other nations.
Based off of the statistics that we have, that could be accurate, yeah.
Sure. So in this case, if somebody were to make a presupposition about black men based on this categorization of a subcategory, wouldn't that be racist?
So I think it's interesting that you took I think this question is dumb because it doesn't address the actual issue and turned it into a race thing. So
yeah, what does that have to do with the question I asked?
I'm just testing the logic.
Logic for what? I'm saying that the question itself is dumb.
Well, I was saying it's a test for women.
Well, that's how I'm saying that the question itself isn't. There we go. Now that we have ascertained that you have an opinion and I have an opinion.
You actually just said that you agree that me saying that the question in itself doesn't actually discuss any of the actual
doesn't
issues.
mean that the question is dumb.
Okay, so what would you say that the question is?
Well, the question is trying to test your logic. It's just trying to determine if you're consistent in your logic across multiple categories. So if it is the case that you think 1 in 10 men would SA, perhaps that's true, right? But what if we break the demographic down? Are you willing to bite the same exact bullet in the same situation if it were the case?
How about let's
hang
not?
on.
No.
Hang on. Let me finish. I can't finish the question?
How about
You're so terrified that I finished this question.
No, I'm not. I'm
Then
just
let
saying
me finish it.
Shiver me
Let me
timbers.
finish it. Then let me finish it.
Okay, but why make the distinction?
Can I finish the
You
question?
can.
Great. Then let's do that. Okay. So if it is the case that what you're doing is you're saying 1 in 10 men will do X, and that's why I picked the bear, doesn't it stand a logical reason that if there were, I don't know, certain subgroups of men who are more likely, men in their 20s, for instance, right? Things like this, that you would try to adjust for those things?
Again, are we adjusting the bear as well?
No.
No? So what type of bear is it?
Well, it's a random bear.
Well, no, because demographically, if you're talking about the different species of bear and who's more likely to attack a person.
Yeah, that's great. I agree that different bears may be more likely or less likely to attack. I agree.
Okay, so which bear?
Because
what
we're
bear
just keeping it. Here's the point. The point is we're keeping one side of the question the same. We're just asking a different aspect of the question.
Because you don't know the man you're going to come across. It could be a docile man who loves all
now,
men,
so now, if you could correct,
if
you could correct for demographics, would that change your answer?
No, I think I'd still choose the bear, honestly. Yeah.
Really? Like, I'm actually genuinely curious because I'm the type of person who most people think I would say the bear. That's who I've been brought up to think this. But literally, if you were plopped in a forest and you were just on a hike, you're just doing your everyday hike or whatever that you want to do, you would rather on your walk and trail pass a bear than pass a random man. Like, take the nuance off of it. You would, on your own, just taking a morning hike,
on a normal
you
hike.
would rather pass a bear, any breed of bear, than a man. That's genuinely...
Any breed of bear? No, I would choose the man.
Okay, that's the point, though, because you don't know what man you're coming across, and you don't know what type of bear you're coming across.
I could probably ascertain that I'm not going to come across a polar bear.
Okay, but there's black bears, there's grizzly bears, there's brown bears. You can't tell that man that's walking by you. You can't tell if he's an assaulter or if he's the most lovely man you've ever met. You can't tell that. So it's like if you had to choose without any knowledge, if you had to choose between a bear and a man, you would choose a man.
That's also why I'm saying this question doesn't take into account the actual issue.
I get that, but this is what they would do to me. And I would stick down and I'm like, no, bear, because I'm thinking about the nuances and stuff. Yeah. They're trying to get you caught up and you're falling into it by not just admitting the fact that you would rather come across a man than a bear. And you're even a cougar, even a coyote, even a shark, even in reality, you would rather come across a man than a wild animal like that could tear you into shreds. Like, I just listened to the voicemail, the call of this little girl and her stepdad in the forest while these bears and her cubs were eating them alive, and she's talking to her mom. Okay, I much rather take my chances. And I also know about the case of McKenna, who was in the forest with the man and didn't survive after 10 minutes of calling 911. It can go either way, but I think statistically, we can realize that you have a better chance across a random man walking past him than a bear.
For surviving, yes, I agree.
Okay, and that's what they're asking. They're not asking the nuance. They're not asking all the other stuff behind it. That's all they're asking.
Well, I appreciate that exchange. In this case, we're not. We're asking. Sorry, popcorn.
You want me to?
I'll take it.
You need a little breather? You need a little breather?
No. They're asking a question about if something is racist or not. So if you specifically could choose between a distinct race that you could spawn in with, if you refused to choose one based on a preconceived notion that you had about that race, would that be racist?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, let's say that you thought, well, I don't know, Asian people were more likely to essay than white people. And so you chose, in this case, white people over Asian people. Is that racist?
Yes.
I would say...
You have no predisposed interactions. Because if you have 3 bad interactions with a certain particular race, I don't feel like you have an issue with saying that you have an issue with them. But if you've never interacted with them, she's not going to answer.
Here, we're going to let her answer the question, guys.
She wasn't
going to let
answer.
her try anyway.
Well, so I've had a lot of bad experiences with white people, Asian people, Hispanic
Asians?
people. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I've had a lot of bad experiences with men in general, which is why I picked the bear in the first place.
I have no idea what this has to do with what I asked.
Wait, let me ask a quick follow-up question. So you've had a lot of bad experiences with men?
Men,
right?
yeah.
Okay. So if you've had
and a woman,
but so you'd be totally fine if somebody's had like bad experiences with a racial group. They're like, oh, I don't want to be in this scenario. I don't want to be placed with this racial group.
Depends on how bad the trauma is. Honestly, you can't control PTSD.
Huh?
You can't control PTSD.
That's not the question, though. Answer the question.
What was the question?
Okay, so you're saying if you have trauma with men, totally justifiable to pick the bear. Question is, if somebody's had has had...
Yeah, let's say you only had good experiences with one type of sub-demographic of men.
Has had, say, 3 bad experiences with 3 black men. Would that be enough justification for you? Like you would have no problem with them just because they had 3 bad experiences with 3 individual black men, that this would be enough pretext and justification to pick the bear over, black people, enough justification to pick the bear over a black person?
Again, depends on the trauma, but yeah. Why wouldn't that be?
Would that be racist?
I don't think it's inherently racist because you're not like, you don't hate the person because of the color of their skin. You just don't want to go through the flashbacks. I don't know, honestly.
Oh. Okay.
Using deductive reasoning.
Final question on this, on the bear thing. Can you at least have some sort of, this is almost going to be full circle here. What do you think about conservatives who object to transgender individuals having access to bathrooms of their opposite sex? Just transgender women who have access to women's bathrooms.
I'd say that if you're worried about them doing anything, then your actual worry is men, not the transness. You're worried about what's going on inside their head. So
you're fine with, like, for example, if conservatives were to put forth a law in a local jurisdiction or at state level or even the federal level that transgender women were barred from entering the women's bathroom, you'd be totally cool with this?
No. That they were barred? That they were not allowed?
They had to go into the bathroom with their sex.
Biologically assigned sex, yeah.
I don't...
But I don't understand. So you pick a bear over a man, over... Yeah. Do you pick bear over a transgender woman?
No.
Huh. Even though it's a male?
Even though it's a transgender woman.
So that would be a subcategory of male?
Sure, if that's what you guys want to categorize it as, yes, I would choose.
I mean, that there's no other way to... You can say it's woman, sure. Or that's a woman.
I would think
but anyway,
that
the question,
that they are less dangerous than an actual man, yes.
Okay, that's fine, but if from the conservative viewpoint, conservatives view transgender women going into women's bathrooms, what actual objection would you have?
I don't have an objection.
You literally just said you have an objection to conservative.
I have an objection to it being barred. I have an objection.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's the point.
They have an objection to it. They're going to attempt to legislate against it being possible to do.
Okay.
Because they have PTSD.
Because they have PTSD of a trans woman.
I don't know how else to make, like, your fear.
Well, you can't say that, like,
so the legislation as a whole has trauma associated with
Well, I mean, it would have to from your worldview, right? If somebody stole a Snickers bar, they could conceivably, in your worldview, have as much trauma as somebody who, I don't know, witnessed a murder, right?
No. Oh, God forbid, a Snickers bar. But a murder.
So wait, is that objective then?
What do you mean?
So I mean,
what box what do you want me to
There's no box. I'm just
what is your goal with these questions? And why aren't we asking every single person here the same questions?
Are you upset?
Not necessarily.
Are you upset because am I giving you too much attention? Is it upsetting to you? Do you want me to back off in the attention for you? Are the questions getting a little too hot for you? Are you having trouble?
I'll answer. No,
I want to answer. Are the questions getting a little too hot for you now?
No, I'm just wondering.
Well, then just answer them, and I'll answer yours. In fact, I'll make the same deal.
Why aren't we asking everybody else the same question?
No, let me answer that. Hold on, let me answer that. You're the only person who picked bear. Okay. Yes, obviously we're going to have the conversation with you.
Okay.
Nobody else picked bear. That's why.
Picking bear does not have anything to do with the transgender argument.
Here, I'll explain it super easily. You're afraid of SA. Conservatives are scared of either themselves, if they're women, or their daughters, or their sisters, or whoever being SA'd in the bathroom.
That happens regardless. Men will sneak their way into the bathrooms and harm kids. So your issue is not with trans women. Your issue is with men, period.
Yeah, but their issue is with transgender women.
Yeah, because they're trying to target a specific group of people who they don't want to have rights.
But they don't, hold on, no. So, just stop. Hold on, let me answer your thing. They don't want cis men in the women's bathroom either.
But it happens regardless. So what is barring trans women?
No. They're already against that. They're already against
But trans women statistically don't commit the same amount of crimes that you are fearful of.
I don't know what the crime statistics.
And men don't statistically maul people very often either. But the thing is you'd still pick a bear. The question is not to ascertain whether or not you think the likelihood is the same. It has nothing to do with that. The question is just that within your purview, if it's enough for you to say I'd pick men based on my intuitive feelings, right? And this is why I would have some sort of guard against that. Why wouldn't it be totally fair for conservatives to have the same guard against it?
I'm sorry, are we allowing bears into women's restrooms now?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that has to do with the question.
I don't understand your question.
No.
It's just simply you pick bear over man because because of fear of SA. Conservatives don't want this group in the bathroom because of this fear. Simply put.
Okay, so my decision, because of my experience with SA, which has happened multiple times, my experience to me, personally picking a bear, which has nothing to do but affect me, is now justification for conservatives targeting a group of marginalized individuals.
Yeah, well, if it comes from the set of preference based on whatever you conceive personal trauma to be, in this case, SA. It doesn't have to be SA. It could be you snubbed your toe. It could be you punched yourself in the face. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter, right? The ideal objective here is the same. If there's some experience of trauma or you feel like it'll be traumatic, you would prefer X thing. If that is the case, why can't conservatives make the same preference?
They can voice the same preference, but at the same time, men will still go into women's bathrooms and assault people.
And bears will still maul people.
Barring transgender women from accessing the bathroom that they feel the most comfortable in is not going to stop anything.
Darkavia, you had something in the
just one last question. Okay, I'll just grant everything you just said as being true, even though I don't think it is. I'll just grant it all as being true. Yes. how in any way, shape, or form would that have anything to do with whether or not it's completely legitimate if you have these preferences based on trauma, for conservatives to not have the same preferences based on what they conceive of as being trauma, and then making legislation towards mitigating that trauma for other people, which is exactly what you're trying to do.
Have they themselves experienced trauma from a transgender woman?
Perhaps, or perhaps
Maybe.
not.
Maybe.
Perhaps not. Do you think...
As a whole, again...
I don't understand. Do you think that a woman needs to experience being SA'd to not want to get SA'd?
No, but I think
of course not. So therefore, we can ascertain that you don't have to experience the trauma to still want to mitigate the trauma you would experience.
But to top that, would you change your mind if, let's say that a transgender woman now, after the transition, full transition, but was accused of sexually assaulting a woman when he was before the transition? Would you change your opinion about when transgenders going into bathrooms if they were sexually, like they did if
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying if one transgender woman before they transitioned...
if any, hypothetical.
So, yeah, but if any one, if one of them...
No, I'm saying if before they were transitioned, it was a man. And so what if they committed that essay on a woman before becoming a woman? Does that change your opinion?
I don't think that we have the right to make a law based off of the act of one person.
So they were committed of that crime as a man, but now as a woman.
I mean, why not?
Does that change your opinion?
Why couldn't you make a law based on one person?
Because why would you attack a marginalized group of people? Why would you say that they can't go into a woman's bathroom because of the sole choices?
Because it happened once doesn't mean you're going to accept it to happen again.
Like I said, it's going to happen regardless.
Yeah, I'm saying that, but
so
I'm saying that
why
when you can make
would it be illegal to allow somebody to use the restroom?
Well, yes, but when you can actually say that it's fine because it has happened with one trans woman that was once a man and did that crime, and now you're just going to say it's okay because only one person did it. Only one now is a woman but was a man when they committed the crime.
Does the trans make it different?
Because of the perception of trauma. Why does it make it different?
Yeah, because he's a woman now, it disqualifies the crime that he did when he was a man?
No, what I'm saying
Brian,
is...
can I add
Go
something?
off, Queen. That was for Darkavia.
Yeah?
No, because I was literally about to move it on. Sorry. So, getting into the pre-show notes here, we have Lexi's notes, actually. Lexi, on your Instagram, you describe yourself as bisexual, an activist, pro-choice, and feminist. You are in an open relationship.
Good God, is there any box you don't check? It's just like...
She believes in what she believes. It's fine.
It's like every single box I can think of. Open relationship, bisexual, activist.
She's not hurting nobody.
Damn.
Is there a problem?
Okay, so you're in an open relationship. So can you explain, I guess, the nature of the open relationship?
I'm gonna need to be more specific.
Sure, I'll ask him. So you said you're in a relationship currently?
Yes.
I must have missed this part. How long have you been in the relationship?
2 years.
2 years, okay. And it's with a man, a woman?
A man.
A man, okay. Is it open for both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So he dates, is he bisexual? Is he?
No, he's straight.
Straight, okay. And he, hold on. Do you guys disclose to each other if you're going to be having carnal knowledge with somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. It's not polygamous relationship though.
We've talked about it and we wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it, but it would have to be a very specific scenario.
Okay. And so are you currently seeing other people besides your boyfriend?
I mean, I've seen other people, but I'm not currently seeing other people. I've been flirting here and there, but nothing totally solid yet.
But you guys sleep with other people?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. And have you ever had a roster?
What do you mean?
You got a roster, 3-4 people you're sleeping with at the same time?
No.
No. Okay.
1 to 2.
Huh?
1 or 2.
Usually it's just one for both of us. Like, he had a friends with benefits for a bit, but then she got into a relationship, so that kind of stopped. I was friends with benefits with another person that was also in a relationship, so that was just kind of like on and off, I guess. But we were all very safe. Like, we have ground rules for like when interacting with other people, like protections always used, stuff like that.
And you who was it, kind of a mutual thing? You both wanted this open thing. Did you push it? Did he push it, or was it mutual?
It was definitely mutual.
Okay. From the get-go?
Yeah, from the get-go.
It's never been monogamous.
Have you guys had open relationships prior, or is this your both like?
I mean, I never like fully committed to anybody in high school, I guess. So, but this is my first like actual relationship that's been open. So.
Got it. Okay. Hold on, I'm going to get through the notes here. You said you do have a few interesting stories. You have one date that lasted maybe 3 minutes tops.
Yeah.
Tell us the story there. What happened there?
Okay. So this is post leaving my ex-husband, and I was trying to get back out into the dating field. So I downloaded Hinge.
What's
went
Hinge?
out. Hinge, it's a dating app.
Okay.
Tinder.
What's Hinge?
Okay.
Hinge, it's not Tinder. Tinder is
I don't know. I've never been on a dating
more
app
for like
ever,
hookups.
so.
Hinge is more of a like less intense Tinder, which is why I
To
joined
an average
it.
person, it's the same thing as Tinder.
Yeah. But so I had gone on a couple dates with a couple different people. Didn't really see anybody a second time. I was talking with this guy. He asked if I wanted to like hang out after he got off of work. And I said, yeah, sure, let's go. So I got ready. I didn't know what we were doing. He came to pick me up, swung by my house. I got into the car. He drove like a little bit down the street and then parked. And I thought that was weird at first. And then he was like, oh, what do you do? I do this, blah, blah, blah. So we talked for like maybe a minute. He offered me his vape. And I was like, oh, is it like weed or nicotine? And he said nicotine. And I was like, oh, I don't do that. And I was kind of uncomfortable with like taking drugs from a random person anyway. And he was like, oh, so you don't smoke? And I was like, I mean, I do weed occasionally around like, friends. And he was like, oh, so like, can you take a vape? And I was like, no, you said it was nicotine. I don't smoke nicotine. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he turned the car around and then dropped me off across the street from my house. What? And he was like, okay, I think we're done. And like shooed me out of the car. And so I was like, okay.
Maybe.
And I just got out of the car super fucking confused. I was like, what just happened? And then I just walked back to my house, and my sister was sitting on the couch like she had just turned on a movie, because I was like, hey, I'm probably going to be out for a few hours. And so I came in and she looked at me like, why? What are you doing? Why are you here? And I was like, the weirdest fucking thing just happened.
Maybe it's for your own good. Maybe he wanted to drug you or something.
Yeah.
He's trying to fucking fuck.
Going to Amanda here, you said before you fully accepted the fact that you're gay, 8 or so years ago, you went on a date with this guy who was British, and you just remember the entire time he was trying to argue with you that Britain just gave the United States back their independence, completely denying the Revolutionary War. Well, I don't know if this has come up before, Andrew. Wasn't it a case that England was kind of like smoking the U.S., but they just didn't want to deal with it? And
they were just done with the empire, so it was just unaffordable. Honestly, if they had wanted to crush us, they could have crushed us, to be fair.
It's expensive and like all the way across the Atlantic.
I mean, we like to tout that shit. We like to be like, we kicked your ass, but the truth is they really could have messed us up bad.
Who are you talking about?
England. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to wait until Keeko's back for this one. What is it, Keeko? What is it?
Rushing me now.
What? With a quickness. Be with a rapidity, Keeko.
I'm ordering a pizza.
For us?
Yeah.
That's a terrible idea. Eat one of the fruit snacks that I have. Wait, hold on. There's a banana. There's a banana. There's a banana.
I'm allergic to bananas.
What?
Are you allergic to cheese?
Allergic to vanilla.
I have a
It's
cheese
allergic to
quesadilla in that
bananas.
white box if you want some.
All
I
right.
never even heard of it.
Cool. Or why don't I just? Okay, that's fine. I guess. 1 sec, guys. Okay, let me get into the other thing. Then I'll come back.
Better
to
be
that.
meat lovers, Keeko. Nobody
let's
wants a
see.
vegetarian pizza. Gross.
Have you ever had a sugar daddy and/or sold pics?
I did sell pics. Sorry. Yeah, so I did sell pics. I had attempted to get a sugar daddy at one point. Not like actively, but I had like those DMs and I was a teenager and I was dumb. And it ended up being a scam. But I did meet, because my boyfriend's really into like Comic-Con, stuff like that. And there was a guy that we met there and we exchanged Instagrams and he kept DMing me and he kept asking if I wanted to hang out and he offered to like pay for an Uber from like my house all the way like into mid LA. And I was like, no, I'm okay. And he was like, well, can I at least buy a picture off of you? And at first I was like,
How much did you charge him?
He offered $60 for like a good, Tata.
I'm sorry.
Teaser.
Do that. Oh, what?
Tata teaser.
Oh, okay.
Titty photo. But like with the bra.
Of
just
the titties.
Just yes.
Wow. Yes.
So I was like, fucking $60 for not really showing anything, but and he Venmoed me and I sent the photo. So yeah.
And that's it though.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going to Amanda, you have sold pictures also. No sugar daddies though.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you said. Oh wait. Oh, excuse me. No, you wrote no. That's my mistake. There's something that was crossed out, so my mistake. No for Maria. Darkavia, or no, sorry, this is Athena. No, but you always wanted to dip a toe into prostitution.
That's just like a feet pics joke.
So okay,
It's just a joke.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a joke.
Wow.
But you did write, always wanted to dip a toe into prostitution.
Get it? Because dip a toe, and then feet pics are like the least objectionable form. Thank you.
I like it. No, it was good. It was good. Let's see here. Where were we? Keeko disagrees with that, but she's being a degen. Yeah, she's being a degen back there.
Being a degen.
Wait, so just also, Athena, none of these disagree? It was just this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well. Sorry.
I'm done.
I mean, you didn't disagree with anything else, so.
I mean, they're really vague.
Mm-hmm.
I'll join the conversation.
So we're going to go to then Maria.
No, you had your chance.
I did pretty good.
Maria, so that you disagree. The statement is you can be sexist towards men. You disagree.
Disagree that you could be sexist towards men. My brain is not grasping that for some reason.
Can you ask the angels? What are they saying right now? Do they think you can be sexist towards men?
Actually, you can be sexist towards men.
Do you know I actually know an archangel?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he says he's an archangel.
Pardon?
He said he was an archangel. So maybe he was.
A person, a human being in flesh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's new to me.
Yeah.
So your position on this?
Yeah, you can be sexist towards men.
Okay.
But you said you disagree. You also circled, so the statement is you can be racist towards white people, to which you disagree. So you think you can't be racist towards white people? We have a few too many people up from the table, by the way.
Keeko.
Actually, wait, yeah, you can be racist towards anybody, actually.
All right. Are there any other things, because you've circled quite a few things here just to save me time.
Okay.
Did you misunderstand? I'm not saying this to be
possible.
mean,
It's possible.
Like,
it's possible. Like, ever since, like, this whole restraining order has been really screwing with me. So sometimes my brain doesn't really it's triggered my PTSD. So sometimes like I'm not fully understanding.
All right, I'll okay. Okay.
If you give it back to me, I'll reread it.
That's fine. On this one, Keeko, men are the primary victims of war, to which you disagree. Why? Also, Maria, you also disagreed with that.
I mean, if you're saying victims of war, as in like, yes, they're the ones who are picked to go out and fight war, sure. But if you're talking about like where soldiers are sent and where the war is actually being taken place, I think equal parts are equal victims. I think everyone is equally a victim of war. Like, we from our country sent men over to different countries, and that sometimes the actions that they did to the women and children in those countries were not okay. So that's why I think both genders were affected equally.
Let me ask you a question. So I agree that trauma can be debilitating. PTSD, things like this can be brutal on a person. But do you agree with me that you can heal from traumas?
Yes, you can heal from traumas, but it depends.
Can I ask you, can you heal from a trauma if you're dead?
No, but it's the same thing.
No.
She's not in frame enough.
But like, sorry, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, turn your phone the opposite way, please. I know you're waiting on your thing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I get that sentiment. That's why I'd say, like, when they were picking random numbers for different men to go to the war and all that. So I'm not saying, it's not like if you're picking the country that are sending the men to go to war, the men from that country are more affected. But then if you're discussing the women that are affected in the country that we're fighting against,
there's still going to be men in those countries too.
But they died being assaulted, so it's the same thing. They died in war. They died being assaulted.
They don't usually die being assaulted.
But they did.
Some, but overwhelmingly.
And some men died too.
But a lot more men die than women do in war. Significantly higher numbers. And my question just
because statistically, we only look, when we do statistics, we look at the men that we sent to war and we document how many came back. We don't document how many women we killed while we were in those countries.
In fact,
That's not incorrect.
Yeah, it is. In fact, we overwhelmingly do it. So, for instance, you could take.
But it's usually accurate.
Nope, it's actually quite accurate.
Andrew, we have no way of statistically proving how many women we hurt because we don't document it. They are killing these women and throwing them in the bushes.
And children.
They're not being counted for. They're not being accounted for. But every man who didn't make it back home was accounted for.
Every human being,
difference.
Roughly, not all, right? But almost every human being who died in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki blast were accounted for.
No, because they're still dying to this day from the chemicals that they're consuming.
They're not. They are. They're not dying from the Hiroshima Nagasaki blast. The radiation's been gone for years and years and years and years and years. But this aside, if you talk about like the Japanese invading Nanking, for instance, we have a pretty good idea of the death count there for men and women both. We don't. You could make the argument, I suppose, we don't know the entirety of the SA count. I would agree with that, right? That's a much harder thing to track. But they're still alive, meaning they can still at least heal from that.
We know of. We don't just because you can't.
No. We can take an accounting for. Stacy was here yesterday. Now Stacy's not here.
You can't account all the women that were forever maimed from those things. If we can't even count the ones that were SA'd, we don't count. We don't count all the women and children or even other men, because I'm sure there was also men who were victims of those things.
Sure.
We don't account for them.
But can they heal from those things?
But I'm saying we don't account for all the ones, just because you're saying, oh, they were just SA'd. No, we don't know which women were killed or not. We know
which women were killed.
No,
yes, we do.
We don't.
Yes, we do.
We don't.
Why do you think?
We don't.
Why do you think in
our
modern
own history, any country, even other countries, will never admit how many people they hurt for us? It's the same thing.
Why do you think
they will never?
But even if we just had estimates, even if we were just going off of estimates, we didn't have the exact clear picture. We were just going off of estimates.
We have no clue how many women were there before we touched down versus after.
If we were to assume, for instance, in Germany, that let's just say, right, these are wildly inaccurate numbers, but they're fine to demonstrate. Let's just say that 100,000 soldiers in Germany died. Okay, 100,000, and 500,000 women in Germany were SA'd, and only like 30,000 died. Okay, it's horrible that 30,000 women died,
And
but the
horrible
ones
that
who
those
were
men died.
essayed, do you at least agree with me that there is a potential for them to get past that trauma of the essay, whereas for the dead soldier, that does not exist?
Actually, that's not what I'm arguing with you against. I agree with that, but I'm just saying the numbers do not constitute accurately the amount of dead soldiers versus women or children affected by it.
They
we
do,
count,
though.
No, because we count
Yeah, they do.
we count every single man who doesn't make it back home. We don't count every man that they touched in those countries. We have no clue what the fuck they were doing.
European nations.
If you think that those men, what do you think they're doing? They're coming home
I'll
from war
explain it
and
in a
saying,
second.
yeah, I essayed this woman in this tribe and this child in this tribe. No, they're not coming home and saying those things. We have no clue what the hell they were doing.
Do you realize that many nations, right, for 200 years have been taking a consensus?
And the consensus?
I'm sorry, a census, not a consensus.
And the census never asked me if I was assaulted. They asked me my race.
But did they count if you were alive?
But that's not the point.
Answer my question, Keeko.
But a dead person can't.
Can I come to your door, Keeko, and count you on the census if you're dead?
Do you think Afghanistan is doing a census?
Know. Okay, so we're gonna.
You think Afghanistan is doing an accurate
census? If you won't answer a single question,
that's my answer.
Okay, so let's back up. When somebody goes, if the census goes right, and they count Keeko on the census. Does Keeko need to be alive to be counted?
Yes.
Okay, so if they go the next year and Keeko is not alive, can they count Keeko?
No.
Okay, well then we can pretty accurately determine the numbers of how many women and men, die, including in war, because they still take a census.
But not those foreign countries.
Which ones? We had European wars. What do you mean?
I'm not talking about those ones.
Which ones?
You said about war being affected, and even if those European wars, you're talking about census, because I already answered your question. Do I believe that if you are still alive? That's not what I'm arguing anymore. If you want to keep going on that, that's your whole overarching point. We can end the conversation because I already agreed with you that they have
then
the
men
opportunity.
have to be the primary victims.
No.
Well, then that makes no sense.
That's what you just. A victim doesn't have to be dead. You don't have to be dead to be a victim.
But
that's never been.
We're not asking if these people aren't victims.
That's what he asked. It was a victim of war.
No, he didn't. He said who's the primary victim.
And you don't. To be a primary victim doesn't mean you have to be dead. We're all still victims. And I said we're both. There's no primary. We're all equally. Men lose their lives by being forced to fight these wars, and women and children lose their lives from the men who go and complete those wars, and maybe even the men in their own country taking advantage of the times that they're in.
Okay,
that was my whole point.
Keeko,
that's a different question.
A meteorite blasted through the ceiling and killed you right now, and all of us in this room had to see it. Who was the primary victim of the meteorite?
Everyone who was in the line of the meteorite. There's no. It's not. We're not gonna. I'm not gonna count from a meteorite if you were a man or a woman.
We're all alive. None of us got hurt. We just had to watch that happen, which is horrible. But we did see it happen.
There's no man or woman answer in there. It depends on the county number.
I'm not asking about a man or a woman. So here, very specific to my question. Meteorite crashes through the ceiling, hits you in the head, explodes your head. You're dead instantly, and all of us have to watch it. The meteor didn't hit us. It hit you. Okay. Everybody in this room is definitely affected by that. Who would you say was the primary victim of the meteorite?
I would be the primary victim.
You would be the primary victim. Yeah. Why? Because the people around us, around you, even though we could be traumatized by that, could potentially heal. You, on the other hand, could never heal, right?
But if I'm so with your same analogy, meteorite comes down, hits me, explodes my head, and then I go and all of you guys, you're victims now too. You're still primary victims because that meteoroid that came down was a whole. It's still, no matter who is the on site, you all are victims.
I have no idea what you just said.
Like more than one.
Like if
you were the only one that died, but other people.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying because I'm not, maybe not the exact analogy he was using, but he said if I got hit by a meteoroid, right?
Like you died, but other people.
No, but I'm alive. The meteoroid comes down, hits me in the head, but I'm still alive with the meteoroid in my head. Nobody got hit, and I go around and fuck all you up. You are still victims of that meteoroid because I would have never done that if the meteoroid didn't exist.
Completely agree. Who would the primary victim of it be, though?
That's not the fucking question.
That is. Do you want me to read the question?
That's not the point of the question.
Brian, what does the question say?
What's the point of the question?
It asks who are the primary. Okay, so this is number 14.
So you're talking about primary. You're talking about initial.
Men are the primary victims of war.
So you're saying they're the first victim.
No, they're
What
the.
if you die?
Are you talking about
No.
primary as first? Because the example you used, all I was using for
Hang
primary
on, I'll explain
because
it.
I was the first person who was hit, and then I affected everybody else. So you're saying that men are primary because they're the first ones who were
No, not
affected,
because they're the
and then what
first.
they went through
No,
was
Keeko, you're wrong.
causality on everybody else. That doesn't make a difference.
No,
it doesn't.
The word primary is main.
Okay, so if I was the main person who was hit, and I fucked everybody else up because I was hit,
Then you would be the main victim.
but they were still victims of the war. They're still primary victims of the war.
Nobody said they're not victims.
You know
We're
that's
asking
not
who's the
point.
main victim.
Andrew, you know absolutely that that's not the point.
It is the point.
It's not, and everyone here can see that that's
So
not the point.
you think that men? Well, the reason that this is actually phrased this way, men are the primary victims of war, is to make sure that it's noted that
Okay.
all people can be victims of war.
Okay, so if I said, if I would change my answer back, and I said, men are the primary victims of war, but because of war, women are equally as victimized as they are. Would you agree with that?
Well, no, because you would be.
Okay, well then that's my. We don't agree then.
But let me explain why. It's literally in the phraseology. So if you say men are the primary victims of war, but women are equally victims in war, then you're actually saying men are not the primary victims of war.
Okay,
so
then I'm not saying that
you
then,
would
because
be
I'm thinking
contradicting
primary as
yourself.
first. Because unless we're using
Main.
primary
It means
as
main.
in like they experienced it first and then they acted out
No,
because of their
main.
experiences,
Main.
then okay. But if you're just trying to say that like no, they're the only ones affected by it, they're the
Nope,
main ones,
not saying that.
or they're the main ones
Main
that
ones,
are hurt,
yeah.
then I disagree. I think many more women were hurt from wars than men. I think many more men
can I
made
add
it home than women did. Yeah.
Many more men made it home than women.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would entail that you think more women die during war than men.
Honestly, if I think about it hard, probably. Maybe not statistically. If we
Not even
look at the
close.
statistics,
Not even
but
the
if
same
we
universe.
actually counted it, I would probably say that more women died during war than men.
Oh, can I say something?
Based on?
Erroneous.
What I'm not from. Obviously, I know women weren't picked up and dropped into war, but the mass destruction that war causes in these people's countries. I'm not saying just
The
America.
same places that the men live?
Can I say something?
But men aren't raping other men.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the death portion?
Because they usually do that and then.
Yeah, but even if
That's
that
why.
was the case, even if it was the case, and it's not, but even if it was the case that they did that and then they're dead, right? Again, people who are alive can heal from trauma. Dead people cannot.
That's why I said
so.
they're
If the
usually
question
getting assaulted and then.
so the
that's
first
why I
thing
said
you'd
that.
have to demonstrate, or at least make a case for, is that one, women die way more in war than men. There's no possible way that that's true.
See, I would never. I would not just start a conversation with that unless you're forced to give me an answer. If you're forcing me to actually make a conductive reasoning, and if I sat
be
down and
inductive.
thought about like
Inductive
everything,
reasoning.
I truly think that more men made it home than the women who were
not
living
true.
there.
I come from a country of war, and I can tell you 100%.
At least you're owning it now.
100%. No, I'm just telling you, 100% women not even close. Every time there is a war, the majority of the young people of the country between the age of 18
So what
to
war are you
30,
talking about?
I'm talking about all the
No,
wars
I'm talking
that
about what you're talking about. Your personal experiences that you've
No, it's
experienced. So I'm
not-
asking you, what war are you talking about?
World War
But
II,
let me-
World War I.
World War II, exactly. Let me tell you something.
She's 50.
But let me tell you something. My grandparents were in war. My grandfather was in World War II. I was in 3 wars in my country. It's no way by the numbers that women die in war more than a man, because the first people that the government forced to go to the war, they obligated.
That's not what we're
is
talking
the
about.
men.
We already talked about that. You came in late because you were sitting up.
No, but I
somewhere
was
else.
listening to what you
I
were
already
talking.
talked about that. I was talking about what happens once the war is already started in the country. I already acknowledged
But the
that
women
we
always
sent-
hide. The women hide under the ground in a.
Why do you think they're hiding?
Because in every time it's a war.
Do you think the men aren't hiding?
No,
too with
it's
them?
always they protect the children and the women.
Right,
That's the
why?
first people.
Why?
Because that's the one.
Because we know what happens during war. That's why we say
But
protect
it's not
them,
the
because we know
point.
what happens
But his
during those
question-
times.
honey,
we know
listen.
about concubines. We know about
But listen,
all these things
it's
already.
not-
we know about
I'm
the
not
Japanese. We know about the Spanish. Like,
wait, let me say something. I'm not contradicting what you're saying that in war, when war happened, women get raped, women get, assaulted or whatever, right? I totally agree with you on that, and I've seen it with my own eyes. But every time is the war, the first people to be on the first on the battle, it's men, because men obligated. It doesn't matter which country. It doesn't matter if it's the Middle East or even here now in America. They signed the men first. Now,
and that's why I'm saying you weren't here. We already discussed all of that. I already acknowledged the fact.
So what is your point? Because you're saying women.
Because he said that they're basically saying that women are affected by war as well, or where I understand we send our men on the front lines. I'm not talking about like say for example, if we were starting a war, right, and America sent their men out. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what country we land in and the things that those women experience in the other countries. I'm not talking about myself.
But between you and me, no, I'm not saying you're talking about yourself. Between you and me, in a lot of wars, even like Vietnam War, the women that got hurt, it's mostly by their own people, not by the foreign.
But regardless,
even in Iraq, in a lot of places.
Regardless, they're a victim of war. Is my point. It doesn't matter if it's the people impeding. They're still, when war happens in man's mind, they're like, this is a lot, not all of men, but a lot of them, it's an opportunity to take advantage. And that's the only thing I was pointing out. I understand that. I'm studying to be a police officer. I agree with it. I understand that men. Yeah, I am. That's my goal. I want to be a police officer. That's my overarching goal.
Actually. Can I also put in there that, like, let's say, like, where we fight the different countries and stuff like that, yes, men are in front lines, but some of those men leave, like, are victims of war. I agree with that statement. I don't disagree. But I also have to agree with what you're saying, that women do have to they also sacrifice a lot when it comes to war, simply is because we're also, I don't know if I can say this, but bombing? Can I say that?
You said it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like our people are also like bombing their countries, and women are dying from that. Or like it happens all the time. You see it everywhere, and it's just like, yes, people do lose their lives, and I'm saying whoever lose their lives, but there's a huge majority of women from other countries that experience that because men are front lines. They have to make sacrifices for that.
Okay. Yes, there's civilian casualties, but like. Let's say there's...
It's not just civilian casualties, though.
It's women. But look, if 6.5 million women die of hunger and disease, and there's civilian casualties, and 5 million civilian men die of hunger and disease or some sort of bombing, if there's air raids or something, and then you have 0 women die actually fighting the war, and 20 million men die during the war... How can you?
But what if 20 million died by being assaulted during the war? Would that make it equal?
That's literally.
But if that was it, we're not contradicting.
Let's use.
But I'm saying because you guys always do these nuanced topics. We don't have If you say we have accurate statistics about that, that's actually
you're actually
insane.
Keeko. Hold on.
Just look it up.
World War I and World War II and most recent wars in the past 100 years, these are heavily documented. World War II is World War II is one of the most research historical events ever.
Have you ever read a statistic about how many women were SA'd during it?
Yeah.
Yes, there are statistics on this.
And you think they're accurate?
Well, no, they're estimates.
And they're nowhere near accurate.
Perhaps not, but
because I've never been asked how many times I've been SA'd, and I'm living here till this day, and I've never been asked.
But Keeko,
like
here.
It's, as I'm saying, you can get an accurate number. You can get an accurate number of how many men come back to your country. That's something that's documented. People are waiting for their people to come back home. There is no way to accurately document how many people were assaulted during that time.
Okay.
Like if you can't,
men either, right?
You can't just agree on that.
Of the men either, right?
Okay, so hold on. Keeko.
Yes. Of men assaulted, dead. No, we can actually count that, but assaulted, we have no idea. I'm sure.
So it could be just as many men are SA'd as women then.
No, because
now the estimate matters, right?
Here, wait, Keeko.
No,
why don't we use
What are you talking about?
Why don't we use intersect?
He's saying that.
Keeko, stop. Let's use intersect.
She doesn't talk.
No, because I didn't even get a word out. I've been trying to.
Because you keep talking, you keep walking around. You don't know what's going on. If I'm being real, you haven't even been here up the conversation. You know that's right. You know that's true.
Does he need to be? I'm here.
You were gone too, so it's like don't stop us when we're talking, and she's barely having interaction, and you were just walking around while she's been sitting here the whole time. I think she should be able to speak if she's been patiently waiting here while you were walking around.
I don't think there's been a single time at this table where me or Brian haven't been present. at the table.
You were both just gone 2 seconds ago. I'm not delusional.
Because he got up for one. No, I don't think. I didn't think that's the case.
What the fuck?
They were both gone. They were both gone.
2 seconds ago.
5 seconds.
Now
We're just wasting a bunch of
trying
time.
to act like I'm crazy.
I was up for
As you're gone again. I smell the cigarette smoke that you just smoked outside on the balcony.
Oh, shut up.
No, that's fine. You can smoke your cigarette, but you were both gone. You said there was no present point where you're both gone from the table, but you were both gone 1 minute ago.
For 1 minute.
All right, so
thank you.
Let's use intersectionality. Let's use intersectionality, Keeko. If we're talking about World War I and World War II, who's the primary victim of war, men or women, of the U.S. population?
If we're talking about like U.S. women versus U.S. men, or are we talking about men versus or women versus U.S. men? Because we're talking about women in general versus the U.S. men. I don't know the exact statistics. But if we're talking about, men, if we're talking, let me finish.
No, you let me finish.
No, because you asked me a question. I'm answering it.
Stop spazzing out. Holy
if you
shit.
talked about, if we're talking about World War II and men in America versus women in America, I would say 100% men had it much worse. Men had it much worse compared to U.S. women. But if we're talking about the women in the countries that we went to, it's a different conversation. Different conversation. I'm not saying I'm not.
Sure.
I'm not.
At least you're conceding that in these wars,
A U.S. man versus a U.S. woman.
Yeah.
A U.S. man is a primary victim of war over a U.S. woman, no doubt, 100%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why?
Because we, as a U.S. in the U.S. here, we were safe as women. We didn't have to deal with anything besides men just not being in our households. But what those men did in those other countries, I don't know.
Wait,
That's
so what's worse? What do you think is worse? Like, say these are the numbers.
Getting shot in the head or assaulted for hours?
No, but it's not one
shot
for
in the
one.
head. Sorry.
So, like, let's say there were 5 million essays of exclusively women versus 20 million male deaths. Which is worse?
Why is it 5 million essays versus 20 million deaths? Give me 20 million essays versus 20 million deaths.
Actually, I can demonstrate it so that you know, right? So, if you have two countries that are going to go to war, you agree with me that it's going to be the men who go and fight each other first. Right? One army cripples the other army. So let's say in this particular case, it's not even the United States. We'll just make up two different countries, right? We'll call it Keekoland and Wilsonland.
Okay.
Wilsonland and Keekoland are in a war and the men fight, okay? The Wilsonlanders, right, victoriously finally conquer the Keekolanders, okay? And after taking heavy losses, they were able to then go through and dominate Keekoland and put every man and woman to the sword. Even if that was the case, that they did, you would still have more men who were victims. And the reason why is because if these countries' men are fighting, they're taking casualties on both sides. So even if one wins and then dominates the other country, puts them all to the sword, the men of both countries still would have had to have been the primary victims.
I didn't hear assault come into that conversation once. Like that was
no. But can you just agree to math?
That's
like
not what I'm arguing.
If men are fighting the war,
not what I'm arguing
then
at
men
all.
on this side die, men on this side die. Even if one wins and then invades and then puts all of them to the sword, there still had to be necessarily more men dying, right? Right?
If I say yes, will we stop?
Well, I just want to know, is that the
me.
case? That it has to be that way? That has to be true?
I will come to a compromise on a different discussion, but this one I'm pretty headstrong on, so we can move on.
Okay.
All right, we have a chat here from Danny Boy. How's the women on the panel's bow game? Thoughts on bowing for your partner? Well,
I think I'm not in Asia. That's what I think.
Have you seen the bow video?
I have
you
multiple times.
Okay, we'll pull it up.
Okay.
Darkavia, are you there?
Yes.
Chop. Chop. Pull up the bow video. All right.
That girl again.
So this is actually a video I took of my ex-girlfriend. I dumped her after, well, I'm not going to get into that, but
I believe it.
I dumped her.
You
and
serious?
start it from the beginning. No. Start it from the beginning. All right, play it. Boom, huge bow. All right, this is my expectation from a girlfriend. She's got to hit a bow when I meet her. doing my laundry. Look at that. She's got my dinner. She had my dinner prepared. Very kind of her. Scolded her for those nothing tomatoes, just tomatoes. Strange. Very attentive, very attentive. This is my expectation in a relationship. So Danny Boy does ask, thoughts on bowing for your partner?
I don't indulge with rage bait.
How would that be rage bait?
You see exactly what the fuck she's doing.
What is she doing?
I guarantee she probably runs shit in that house. That is rage bait.
How did she runs shit?
Throwing the shoes, throwing the clothes. Get the fuck out of here. That is rage bait. Stop it. That's low.
Who does it make angry?
No, that's like low vibrations for your own podcast to bring some rage bait shit like that in here.
Well, why would it enrage somebody?
Are you upset? Are you enraged?
No.
You sound
I think she's a fucking idiot, but like that's not my problem. She could do whatever the fuck she wants.
Hey, don't talk about my ex-girlfriend.
She's a fucking dumbass.
You're a dumbass.
Is it because you do you hate Asian women, Keeko?
Not at all.
There's definitely some anti-Asian.
Actually, the first episode I went on, I was the only woman on the whole podcast that said I would date an Asian man. Actually, I was the only one that said I would. So you know that's not true.
Huh?
Thank you.
Okay, so you seem like you really don't like the bow.
No, it's not the fucking bow. It's this.
It's the what?
Idiocracy.
Just focus on the bow.
No, fuck the bow.
No, don't fuck the bow.
The bow was the least of my worries in that video. The bow was 2 seconds. I don't even see the bow. The fuck?
Lexi, your thoughts?
I'm pretty sure the video was just a TikTok trend.
Rage bait.
Yeah, I guess. And B, as for the bow, it depends on if my partner, if that was part of his culture, if it was socially and like their culturally like norm, if it's like a symbol of respect that they're really not willing to let go of, I'd be willing to do it. But I don't know, if my boyfriend right now asked me to start bowing for him, I'd be like, no, fuck you. Like, that's my stance on it.
You watched the same video I did.
Wait, scoot your mic, Keeko, to the edge of the table. Your thoughts, your reaction?
Yeah, a little too much for me.
You wouldn't do that for your girlfriend?
No, and I would not want her to do that to me either.
Okay, what about you, Maria?
Not in America. In Japan, it's traditional, but not in America.
Okay. Scoot into the table.
Sorry. No, I wouldn't do it, but I want my boyfriend to do it.
Girl.
Okay.
So right. Whatever you got going on, I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't want him to ask me to, and I don't think he would ask me to, but if he did, I think I might. Just saying.
Shina?
I see it a lot in the Middle East. When men come from work, they wash their feet and make the food ready. It's acceptable in many things. Depends on the relationship. Like if my man, this is what's gonna be his thing, I would do it. Yeah, I have no problem.
All right. I do have some follow-up. I have some follow-up things on the bow. But going around the table, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
No?
I've always said no.
I mean, you are though.
How?
For sure. You just are. I mean, there's no.
I'm not a radical feminist, maybe that, but I'm not.
I think people confuse feminism with wokeism.
Maybe because whenever they break it down on here, though, they kind of synopsisize the two. Because I don't think that we are oppressed or whatever. No, I don't think.
Are you a feminist?
Yes, but definitely not woke.
You probably are a bit on the woke side.
What makes me woke?
Well, what you use the word. What to you is woke?
Like I said, I don't agree with either extreme side, left or right. You
kind of have to be woke to be in an open relationship. It's kind of like a synonym. Like,
let's say one side.
I don't think anyone who's not woke will be in an open relationship.
Yeah. Let's say one side is based. We say the word based for one side, and then woke for the other. Whatever the opposite of woke is.
Okay, but
what would be whatever you think woke means?
No.
Whatever you think that is, right? We're drawing the parallel, trying to figure out your stance.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what you define so that I could say whether or not I agree with that.
And that was a woke statement.
So I just want to make sure.
Why?
That was very woke of you.
So I just want to make.
It's like the whole.
If you guys can't arrive
hang on.
within a minute. I'm moving it on.
So I just want to make sure, right? Does woke mean something to you?
Extreme far left.
Okay, great. So then whatever the opposite of woke would be, right?
Extreme
Let's
far
say
right.
it's based, right? What does extreme far right entail? What does that mean?
Well, I think that just means, like you had said earlier, people who deck out their freaking shit in MAGA stuff and who are like brutally, if you don't agree with me, you're gonna rot in hell, that type of person.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then far left means?
Far left means that they think that people on the far right side are just never going to agree, or we're never going to find like that middle ground, and that we're just too separate to be able to like come back into the middle.
That doesn't tell me anything about far left beliefs.
Far left beliefs?
Yeah. What are
I
they?
gave you guys an opportunity to wrap this up.
Yeah.
So you guys each have.
I need to know. It's important because if you say I'm not this thing,
yeah.
right? And if I say woke is far left, and I ask you what a far left belief is, and you say and it so happens to coincide with your beliefs, then that would make you a far leftist, right?
Yeah, but
so what's a far left belief?
I just said a far left belief is like the idea that we're too separate, and that also the people.
What?
No, that's a belief.
The far right could
against
believe
them,
that. Like, what does that do with an actual
they're both
belief
polar
of the far
opposites.
left? Yes. So
exactly.
So both of them think they can't get along. Great. What is an actual far left belief?
I guess a far left belief would be like, oh, you used my wrong pronouns, and then they go off on you. Or
do you think people should use the correct pronouns?
It depends on how close you are with the person. If you're going to see them all the time, then yes.
It sounds far left, then, right?
Yeah. Why?
That's what the left. That's a far left viewpoint.
Far left.
Why is that a far left? And what's wrong with that?
It's nothing wrong with it.
Whether there's something wrong with it or not, we're just trying to figure out the viewpoint system.
The far left believes that
I feel like that's just a left belief.
We don't like to say pronouns.
Well, then what is a far left belief?
Far left belief is the people that literally are like, you don't respect me, you don't respect my pronouns, you need to respect me just because I'm trans, like I deserve all these things.
Don't you think people should respect people just because they're trans?
I think people should respect people, period.
Yeah, so that would entail then that you think that people should be respected just because they're trans.
Not just because they're trans, but because they're a human being. Yeah,
that's a left.
Yeah,
far
but
left
also
belief.
How is that a far left? I feel like that's just a normal.
That's far right.
Belief.
Do not believe in respecting
I
others.
believe it too, but that is what a far left. Like today, that is stereotypically a far left belief.
Yeah, I'm just trying to differentiate.
Like, the fact that you even like agree with that stuff and like give into it, that's a far left.
It's not even
I don't agree with the people that rage out. You know what I'm talking about?
That's like a social justice warrior or something. But we're talking about far left.
I don't agree with the people that freaking.
I get it. I get that you don't like the fact that there's people yell and scream and rage out. I'm not even asking about that. What I'm asking about is there's a belief of a far leftist, and the belief itself, not the spurging out about the belief, but the belief itself that you disagree with is this thing.
That people are entitled to more than just because they're part of the LGBT community. I don't agree with that.
What far leftist thinks that you're entitled to more than?
A lot.
What does that mean?
It means that they think that they are better than everybody else and they are more deserving of opportunities and they should be given a job just because they're trans and
she's right.
Stuff like that.
Okay, now
there are people like that.
Got it.
And that's what I would think is woke.
So
people that are that extreme.
Yeah, so there's one. So there's one thing.
Okay.
Give me another thing.
Why? You just asked me for the one thing.
Yeah, now I'm asking you for another thing.
Okay. I don't know. I just don't like how intense people are on either side.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Cool.
It doesn't really tell me much, but I mean, like if you were like, Andrew, what are a bunch of far right beliefs? I'd be like this and this and this and this and this and this and that. You know what I mean?
What are some far left beliefs?
Far leftist beliefs would be things like socialism, universalization of healthcare, the idea of probably gun control, multiple stigmas against the idea that we need to have a nuclear family. There's like the list goes on and on and on.
Family?
Yeah.
You meant to say that we don't need.
No, I said no. Listen, I didn't stutter. I said that we need a stigma against the idea we need a nuclear family.
Oh. Okay.
There was no stuttering. I was completely 100% correct. Stand behind what I just said. But those would be like instances of, and I could keep going. Like I could keep going on far left ideals, or if you want far right ideals. And so I could tell you exactly where I differentiate between these ideals, right? So that's all I'm asking you. It's not a trick question. I'm just saying, if you say I'm not on the left, I'm not a far leftist, and the reason is because I don't believe in this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing the far left believes in. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, well, I could give you a bunch of reasons as to why I'm not far right. I do lean more towards the left. I just don't.
Yeah, but what differentiates you from a far leftist? Like, I know I'm a right-wing nutcase. Like, I know I'm on the furthest right. You can't get more right. But what is that like? Ultimately, I can say that, and I could give you the differentiate between me and like centrists and leftists and far leftists and this type of thing. So what differentiates you from the far left?
I just have met a lot of people that are super intense with like, oh, I'm better than everybody else because I'm left and because I'm this and because I'm that. I don't agree with that. But I don't actually know a lot of the super far left beliefs. I just know that I follow
because they sound like your beliefs to me, honestly. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, they do.
I agree more with the left than I do the right. That's all that I'll say.
All right.
Feminism as in equal rights for women, 100%.
Okay, feminist. Yep. Are you the question is, are you a feminist?
A feminist? I haven't looked up. What does that mean? Is that equal rights for women? Equal rights for everybody, like regardless of.
Okay, Darkavia.
No.
Not egalitarianism, because I believe in hierarchies, but of merit. So if feminism is egalitarianism between the sexes, then I just don't think that's possible.
So no?
No.
Okay.
Shina?
I think in the American perception of feminist, then I'm not a feminist, but I think how I think is the real feminism and not how they twisted it in the last 50 years. Real feminism is to love a man and respect a man and not to hate on a man. The definition of feminism in this country is to hate men. That's what feminism is.
What? Well, what other definition is there?
What?
I don't hate men.
No, I'm saying they say they don't hate men, but they do here in this country. I've never seen so many women hate men like in America.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm
talking about. The new age, like the slut walk and the whole anti-men sentiment. I know exactly what she's talking about.
Thank you, Keeko, but I don't. So the thing is I don't actually understand when you say that there's a different definition of feminism you run off of.
I meant in my country.
Yeah, and even in your country. What is feminism in your country even?
It's, first of all, it's split into two. We have the radical leftists, but the majority of the country that they, like me, my ethnicity, it's completely different feminism. Like we can be married, we can have a career, but still the husband and the kids is number one. The man is the king of the woman. You can have a great career, but your man would come before anything, your man and your kids.
Like, so you don't believe in egalitarianism or equality between men and women?
I think women have more rights than a man in general.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. Do you believe that there should be equality between men and women?
Depends on what. Because I think I don't have the physicality that men have. I don't want to have equality and everything. I think it's destroying us.
So no?
No.
Okay.
All right, we're going to come back to the feminism thing in here in just a sec. Can we go to Twitch? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. We haven't checked in a while. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, it's been 17 minutes since we got a Prime sub. If you guys can, check if you have one available. And drop us a Prime sub. Would really appreciate it, guys. We also have a super chat here from Realizer Network. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Donald Jr. 2028. Let's go. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, guys. If you want, you can get a read-in at 100. TTS is still at 200. All right. So I'm going to come back. Actually, no. Well, feminism, we might as well get into the feminism conversation. Still need to do that too. So, Keeko, I mean, actually, aside from the primary, you think women have equal rights to men. You think women
today?
Yeah. You think women are not oppressed in the USA, and you don't think that there's a gender pay gap.
Not today.
Lexi, you disagree with the following statements. Women have equal rights to men in the United States. Women are not oppressed in the United States. There is no gender pay gap. You disagree with all of them. Amanda is gone, but Maria...
The pizza's on the way, guys. Pizza's on the way.
That's fine. There's also bananas back there if you guys need any on the whatever. Maria, you said you also disagree with those 3 statements.
Say it again.
Women have equal rights to men in the USA. Women are not oppressed in the USA. There is no gender wage gap. You disagree with all of these.
Okay. There is a gender wage gap.
Okay.
And
women and women are oppressed in the USA?
I agree that women are.
Okay.
No, actually, are they oppressed in the US? They are actually. Right now they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that you also, women have equal rights to men in the USA. You disagree?
Correct. I disagree.
Okay. So for those of you who disagreed, that also includes Amanda, but she's up at the table, or up from the table. Let's start with women have equal rights to men in the USA. Which ones? Do they not have, like, which rights do women not have equal access to?
About to say abortion.
I am. Bodily autonomy.
Okay, cool. What besides that?
Nothing.
I think bodily autonomy is a pretty important one. So.
Okay, sure. Anything else though?
That they're not equal?
The statement is women have equal rights to men in the USA. So aside from
bodily autonomy.
Aside from that, is there any other right?
No, I don't think so.
Just that one? Mm-hmm. Maria?
That's all I could think of right now.
Abortion. Okay. I'm still waiting on Amanda here, but so I'll go ahead and dive into that. How would that be evidenced? Because when we're talking about equal rights, that would indicate like a man has a right that a woman doesn't, right? When it comes to abortion, men have no reproductive rights whatsoever, and so wouldn't it actually be equality to actually completely walk back women's rights to abortion? That would create equal rights.
I'm sorry, no. So men don't have to carry a fetus.
Neither do
right.
women.
Okay. Well, hold on. No. Hold. I want to engage with you on that.
Okay.
So men don't have to carry a fetus, but what does that have to do equal rights? That has to do with comparisons between men and women.
Okay.
Right. So men don't have any reproductive rights.
So
where's the
second point,
where's the inequality? Okay, go ahead.
My second point is men, when they want to get a vasectomy, that's an easy doctor's visit. They get pain meds. They get told to stay off their feet for like 3 days. They can get a vasectomy, no worries. But if a woman wants to get their tubes tied to prevent the same thing, and because they don't want to have kids, they have to go through a bunch of like hoops to jump through. They have to, depending on what state you're in and depending on what doctor you have and insurance.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So can I respond, or do you have more?
I was going to say that the requirements for that are you have to be married. You have to have at least 3 kids, give or take.
This is completely just factually untrue.
That's very true.
Is there a law? You'd have
it's
to
not law. It's not law.
It's not
law.
So it's up to the doctor's individual.
Yes. If you go to a doctor.
So you're saying all doctors have this mandatory, you need to have had 3 children and you need to be married?
I'm just saying it's a very heavy bias. Mm-hmm. So it's not, that's why.
It's fake news, but okay.
It's fake news. You want to tell the many women who were denied getting their tubes tied?
Sure.
You want to tell the many
private
doctors who got refused to get their uterus taken out because of endometriosis?
There's a lot of private doctors that would do it.
Hold on, but you're saying you're putting forth. You're putting forth like a position where you're saying essentially all these doctors, the requirement is the woman has to have had 3 children and be married.
Sometimes they even have to have the husband sign off on it too.
Yeah.
While perhaps it could be the case that there is anecdotal evidence that this has occurred, this certainly isn't widespread. And you would have to like pull these OBGYNs or whatever the doctor is that does this procedure. You'd have to like actually provide evidence that this is a widespread practice and like some sort of like, and I don't think the medical literature indicates that that's the requirement to get a hit.
You mean the medical literature that literally hasn't tested women's period products for actual blood until last year? You mean the same medical system that derived off of men and thought that women were mini men, even though they have completely different organs, different functions, different hormones?
To
You're
your
talking
point,
about the same medical
I'll address
system?
your hysterectomy thing.
Yeah, the same one.
It's not hysterectomy, that's 2 different things.
Cool.
Or what was it?
Yeah,
it was
tubes tied.
Excuse me.
Hysterectomy is usually a medical thing that's
I misspoke. I meant
that's
getting
removing
your. I meant getting your tubes tied. So okay.
Actually, I'm happy to engage with this.
Yeah. So one of the differences that immediately comes to me is that it's a much more invasive procedure to get your tubes. It is to get your tubes tied. I don't know if you want to be another science denier. It is medically more invasive to get your tubes tied. Getting the what's it called? Sorry, I'm blanking on it.
A voluntary procedure.
The vasectomy, you're like in and out in 15 minutes.
You can also
so that's a privilege that men have.
That's just the kind of the
point
nature.
Is like they're making sure that you are set in it because vasectomy can most times be reversed, whereas getting your tubes tied can be reversed, but like if you get them cut or anything like that, it's a permanent decision. So his point is like the medical staff is just making sure that you are completely sure in your decision, because it's a lot easier to get a vasectomy than it is to get your tubes tied.
Well,
both are still voluntary procedures though. So
but let me give you
I was just saying what he was
perhaps
saying.
a good to piggyback off Keeko. She makes a good point in spite of herself. She didn't even mean to make this point.
No, I know what I was saying.
Even though it's really good. What does first do no harm mean?
Do no harm?
First do no harm. That's what every doctor operates under. The idea of first do no harm.
Yeah.
Let me give you the argument and then you can respond. Okay? So my argument would just be this, that if that is the case, right, that you take in the Hippocratic Oath, which came from Hippocrates, right, and he says, hey, first, you should always do no harm. If it is the case that a doctor, let's say, was performing women getting their tubes tied at like 22 for these women, and then would see them at 27 going, I regret this is awful, this sucks, this is horrible, and he had that experience over and over and over and over and over, doesn't it stand to reason that that same doctor would say, okay, this is doing harm?
Did that actually happen though?
It does. Yes. Not only does it happen, but men are coached too when they get a vasectomy, especially if they go in young. You probably don't want to do this and you should wait, and you should wait for an elongated period of time. But the difference is that men aren't going back to the doctor, right, and saying, please undo this. Women are going back to the doctor and saying, please undo this, or I have regrets, or it's causing me mental health issues, this and that. If it were the case that you're a doctor and this is being reported to you by most of your female patients who you do this on when they're young, and your oath is to not do any harm, at what point would you think you were doing harm?
Okay, well, what about the women that you're turning away from getting these procedures and they have severe endometriosis or ovarian cysts, or if they get pregnant, it can be detrimental?
Women aren't getting turned away for that.
Wait, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. So you're saying that these doctors who are continuously consulting with their female patients and checking on them and making sure that they're ready, couldn't we almost reverse this argument and say that this is actually evidence? Like, oh, the men, go ahead, sterilize yourself, but the doctors give a bit more care when it comes to the women.
You could say that it's care, but oftentimes I believe it causes more harm. My friend's mom had endometriosis and got pregnant in a very, like, dangerous time to get pregnant, and luckily everything was fine. But if something bad had happened, like she wasn't able to get hysterectomy until after.
We're moving off the topic here. The topic originally was about it was about
reproductive rights, yes.
And then we were talking about abortion, and then it came into this kind of more niche thing.
Yeah.
I have to bring it back to how is women's lack of access to abortion, I suppose in some states, evidence of an inequality between men and women?
Because it's blatantly refusing their right to bodily autonomy.
Ah, I see. Bodily autonomy?
I swear, if you bring up the bodily autonomy to a fetus, we will have a very long discussion.
I'm not going to.
Cool.
I'm just going to bring up I'm just going to bring up the draft.
The draft?
Yeah. What about the bodily autonomy of men when it comes to being drafted?
I never said I agreed with the draft.
Yeah, maybe not, right? But whether you do or you don't, wouldn't that be a case of men being oppressed and women not being?
I mean, yeah, but who created that system?
Why would that matter?
Because you're
men,
you put yourself in that position. It's not like us women all voted for you to go to war.
Or a queen.
You voted for yourselves to do that.
Let's say it was a king or a queen who invented that system yesterday. What would that have to do with the fact that right now, today, me and Brian can't do anything about that?
Wait.
So, and hang on, since we can't do anything about that, aren't we oppressed by that system?
In the super hypothetical scenario of a king or queen
like right now, right this second.
No, we don't have a king or a queen here.
We don't need a king or a queen. Right this second, I can be drafted. You can't. Yeah.
Depends. How old are you?
Right now, I'm 40.
I don't think you would be drafted.
Yes. In fact, the draft can be accelerated up to 70, like it is in the Ukraine and in Russia right this second. Or it can be decreased to 13, 14, like it has been in World War I. So the question is,
wasn't there talk about making the draft for females too?
Yes, but interestingly enough, that's nice that you're talking about it.
Yeah.
But it's not the case. So if it's not the case, you say you don't have any bodily autonomy, but neither do I.
Do you have to grow another person inside of you? And then
I'm sorry. Do you have to go die in a war?
No, I don't have to, but I can choose to.
Great. But you can be. But I can be drafted. You can't.
You could always break your leg too.
Yeah, I know. You can always just not take jizz in your pussy. I mean, sorry. Like, all you have to do is not let a guy come in your fucking pussy, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no, you're totally right.
Yeah, I know I'm totally right.
It's almost like my mom was on birth control. They used a condom, and my dad only had one testicle.
And all she had to do is not let him jizz in her pussy.
They used all the proper things.
Like not jizzing in the pussy? I promise you that what happened in this case is your dad came inside your mom, 100%.
Came inside of a condom that also happened to be inside my mom.
And so came inside your mom?
Inside of a condom.
So came inside your mom.
Inside of a condom.
So wait, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that I got this. I just want to make sure I got this right.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Excuse you. You're not speaking.
I am speaking.
So your dad, listen, you green-haired freak. Your dad came inside your mom, right? Your dad came inside your mom. Answer the question.
Rachel, she did nothing wrong.
Just in case she's
Can you answer the question now?
How many beers have you had?
Not enough. Can you answer the question?
Obviously.
Yes, thank you. How fucking hard was that?
How hard was it to deduce it yourself, asshole?
Oh, how hard was it to admit a thing that you can't admit because you know it hurts your argument?
Why would it hurt my argument? Why is someone choosing to have consensual sex and use all the protection necessary to prevent a pregnancy?
They're not doing everything to prevent a pregnancy.
Why should they? What's
the thing you can do that's 100% effective to prevent a pregnancy? What can you do that's 100% effective to prevent a pregnancy? What?
I'm sorry, can you talk to me like I'm an actual person in front of you?
As soon as you start answering questions, I'll start talking to you like a person who can.
As soon as you start asking me relevant questions.
Great. Here's the question.
Is there a thing you can do which is 100% effective?
Abstinence.
Yeah,
Duh.
Great.
Cool.
Great.
How long have
so
you
don't
abstained?
say
How
I've
long
done.
Did you abstain
Don't
before
say
marriage?
I've done
Did you abstain
everything.
before were you 100% ready for a pregnancy every single time?
Would that
you
matter?
Came inside a woman?
Why would that matter?
It does matter.
What's the relevancy? Tell me.
What if you got a woman pregnant?
What if I did?
What if you did? Were you
Then
ready
that
for that
would mean
every
that
single time?
I came inside the woman, right?
Yeah, and does that mean that you get to dictate whether or not she has your kid?
No. But the thing here's the distinction. When you say to me, no, women don't have bodily autonomy. They don't have any. They don't have any. Except then you give an example of mom and dad. You say they did everything right. No. If they're having sex, right, then the idea here is there was a form of birth control that they had at their disposal that they did not use called
abstinence.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
A condom is a way for men can prevent women from getting pregnant, and a form of women's condom is birth control. Like what? Like isn't that why birth control was
Also,
invented?
men lie about putting on condoms all the time.
You know how you can prevent all of that?
Let
What
me
if
guess,
you're
by not
assaulted?
having sex?
Yes.
But what if you're?
Isn't that
but what if you're
crazy?
assaulted?
Isn't that crazy?
But what if you're assaulted?
What if you are? We're not talking about cases of assault. But even in cases of assault, I would just grant, fine, have the abortion in the case of assault.
So, no.
I'll take that.
I would just grant it.
So
I'll take that.
you're saying that my
I'm
body
down
has
on
to
that
be
hill.
violated against my will and a pregnancy to happen for me to get the right to abort that pregnancy.
No, what I'm saying is that your argument that there's no, I did everything right. My parents did everything right when it came to using contraception. No, they didn't. The truth is that there was always, for your parents, a 100% foolproof way that mom never would have gotten pregnant.
Okay, so you think that abortion shouldn't be an option? You think that it should be illegalized? You think that women dying because they're forced to be going through sepsis before they get treatment for a miscarriage?
Never happens.
Yes, it does.
Name a case. Name a single case.
Cases.
What are the names? Name one name.
Oh man, I swear. I literally have TikTok posts about this.
Yeah, okay.
I have TikTok
then why
posts
don't you?
about
Why
this.
can't you name a single name?
Because I suck at names.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I looked into the at this point there's only two actually. But what's interesting?
Awesome.
What's interesting is that the cases themselves, these are grievances brought forward, but they're not even proven. They're just bitching about it. It's not even proven. And out of all of the possibilities,
I'm sorry, families and husbands and kids are bitching about their mom dying to sepsis because they were refused.
They weren't being refused. These women, like many people do, they sue for malpractice where they have no merit to do so.
Okay, so
it's very hard to prove.
Yeah, I don't know what you're smirking. Like people sue for shit like this all the time, even though they're in the wrong.
But the women that
are not being refused treatment for sepsis ever.
No, the doctors refuse treatment until they get sepsis, and by then it's too late.
No, they don't. Where?
It's literally happens.
Name the case?
I can't because I suck at names. I will email it to you.
You can email it, and here's the thing. I'll pull the case up, and what we'll see a grievance where the person claims that this is what is happening, whereas the hospital says that isn't what happened.
There have literally been cases where doctors said that it could have been avoided. Their death
years
could have been
and
avoided.
years ago. Currently, right this second, if you have an ectopic pregnancy, or there's sepsis, or there's any hurt to the mom from the pregnancy, it can be terminated in all 50 states, and the doctors do it.
Cool.
So I don't even know what the argument there is when it comes to this.
The argument is if I get pregnant, I would want an abortion. I am not.
Right. That's the argument.
Because
you want to kill your kids.
It's not killing a kid.
Well, I'm sorry. You want to kill the man's kids.
No, they're not kids.
How do you know? How do you know they're not kids?
No. Okay, so it starts off as
Can we ask the angels? Are they kids?
Wow.
What do the angels say? No, I'm kidding.
Fetus?
I'm joking. Yeah.
A fetus.
How do you so
a fetus?
Yeah.
A fetus, someone who is not an actual person and cannot survive outside.
A fetus
of the
is
mother.
actually not considered a fetus until it's almost 4 months. That's why you're not allowed to legally have an abortion after 4 months. Yeah. That's why it's now when you find out you're pregnant, it's within
I do.
Good.
It's within the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So you find out you're pregnant.
But have you ever seen an abortion?
Yeah.
Actual abortion?
Yes.
It's literally a baby with 2 hands, 2 legs.
Have you seen?
But with no nerve endings, no parts of the brain that can process
They
pain.
don't even form a
It is
heartbeat
not
at that point.
A fetus does not have more rights than the woman growing it. A fetus.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
You don't. Wait. You don't.
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I literally had pizza the other
I
day.
can't eat cheese. Thanks though.
Oh, are you vegan?
I am
No,
vegan.
I'm allergic.
Oh. By the way, I do need to make an announcement really quick, and then you guys can get back to talking about killing unborn children. But
a fetus, yes.
Sorry, my bad.
It's not a fetus.
Children, it's not
somebody. I've been doing this podcast for 2.5 years. This is the first time ever somebody has managed to stuff the toilet. Congratulations to whoever that was. I don't know who it is. In any case, you guys now need to use the waste bin, and you probably can't flush the fucking toilet. Congratulations. That toilet.
It was you.
No, it literally wasn't.
You are the last.
It was stuffed when I went in there, dorks. So, whoever used it, whatever, it doesn't
Look
matter.
at the cameras who were before you.
Oh my God, I don't care who did it, whatever. But congratulations, you win the prize. You're the first after thousands of people using that toilet. You managed to stuff it. Good job, whoever it was. Good job. I don't know if you put something down it, a tampon. I don't know.
A tampon.
Fucking flushing your feminine fucking products down there. I don't know.
I'm pretty
what.
sure on the box of tampons it says not flushable.
Yeah.
But congratulations. If I had a trophy, I would give it to you, whoever you are, for managing to fuck up our toilet. Good job.
It would be well done.
It is good, Keeko.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Are we doing the intermission roast session?
I always gotta feed my children.
I don't think so. I mean, we could. Okay, guys, fine. TTS is for like 10 minutes. For 10 minutes, TTS is, wait, let me let these come through then. Hold on. Blawfest, thank you for the
Wrongful
10
Rage
gifted
donated $200.
subs on Twitch.
Wow. In 1 week I saw a Goonabilly Asians and the final form of Keeko's, the Black Kuma Gremlin. I'm sad I won't see more next week. Life goes on.
She's back there and she said, what?
What? What does that even mean?
She says, what does that even mean?
Should I be offended?
Thank you, Rage. Do appreciate it. Guys, TTS is temporarily at 69 just while we eat the pizza, just so we can have a little
Wrongful
intermission.
Rage donated $200. Wait, your dad used a condom, your mom on birth control, and they still produced you. That's what we call a raw deal. However,
I don't agree,
they
but
could
okay.
have wrapped you into a vacuum. Be grateful, life's a blessing.
I wish they did.
Thank you, Rage. I do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. $69 TTS while we eat this pizza, guys. Just giving people a little food break here. Keeko was even so nice to get a cheese pizza, but unfortunately still didn't work, I guess.
I got cheese and pepperoni.
Yeah, so people who can't eat meat, but
yeah,
didn't really.
But he said it was Keeko. She looks like she eats Taco Bell at 1 a.m. One else.
Damn, that's a roast. If
But
I've
like,
ever heard
why would I eat Taco Bell at any time besides 1 in the morning? I feel like it's more of a roast to eat Taco Bell like at 1 p.m. than 1 a.m. Like, that's a very reasonable time to eat Taco Bell.
Agreed.
Sorry, I'm young and turned.
Darkavia, can you read this?
Octavia, can you tell the story about when you came over and saw my lightsaber?
That's I know who that is.
Oh. So it's true.
What color was the lightsaber?
Blue.
What color was his penis?
White.
White.
Wow.
Okay then.
She was really quick with those responses.
Wait, Lexi, question for you though, because you mentioned like but who created that system, right? When we were talking about like men being drafted, I think that's an interesting conversation to have. But
sure you do.
But before I mean, it was like 5 minutes ago. I should have brought this up in the moment, but I actually would be interested in having that conversation. But first, you need to concede that men are oppressed in this dimension.
I never said that they weren't.
Yeah, but are they?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Can I also concede that and then engage?
Yes.
Okay. I like the bodily autonomy conversation you guys have sometimes, especially when it brings up like the draft and stuff. Because can you guys share your position? Do you think removing the bodily autonomy of a woman's right to an abortion and then the man's bodily autonomy in respect to a draft, that those are equal in, like...
severity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Worse for the men.
No, so then it's not equal in severity.
Yeah, I know. I just rethought it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's worse.
Can you explain why?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the general idea here, at least for me, the belief that I have is that that's a human life anyway. And so all I'm doing is interceding to prevent a murder. Whereas the draft, women can actually vote to send me off to war, and they don't actually have to fight in those wars. I consider that to be a worse and much more egregious thing. Yeah.
Have you fought in war before?
No. Would it matter?
No. You just like to talk about it.
Have you had an abortion before?
No.
Well, then what do you? It's like, so what?
I wasn't talking about abortion.
But yeah, but that's the comparison we're
You
drawing.
just like to talk about war.
Yeah.
But
Men like to talk about war.
But
and they've never been part of it. Sounds like Trump.
But you value.
Women like to talk about abortion, even if they never had an abortion. Like, what's your point?
But you value a human life more than an animal life.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So it's all about also values.
I don't think you're the one to speak for animal rights because you were talking about letting humans fuck.
Well, I'm a vegan, so I could talk about vegan rights.
We can talk about vegan rights, but you already said that you would co-sign a man fucking a dog because the dog said he wanted it, and that's a whole different topic.
$69 TTS next 5 minutes. We're waiting on
the reason that we should be able to eat animals is because they can't do anything about it.
What the fuck?
And they taste really good.
Okay, so we should be able to abort fetuses because they can't do anything about it.
I can do something about that.
No,
so there we go.
I mean,
he's trolling you guys.
Literally. What do you mean we can't? The Supreme Court ruled it. I have the force of the nation at my back.
The Supreme Court
I have
ruled
the
that
force of the nation at my back.
It was a constitutional right for 50 years.
And now it's not. And now it's not. So that's called force doctrine. So the thing is, it's like animals can't do shit about it. That's right, because of force doctrine. You broads can't kill your kids because of force doctrine.
A fetus itself cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, but the men can do something about it. And we are.
You had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. We outlawed it. What am I going to do about it? Here's a legitimate question.
We got to let her talk.
Okay, all right.
We got,
okay, it goes back to the draft thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then do you guys have like a position on, do you think it should be like that the government should impose the draft?
I think everyone would say that.
Well, yeah, they're gonna have.
Really?
They're gonna have to at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that there shouldn't be a draft?
No, he just said he does think.
What's your question?
Like, do you think the
there
government
has to be a draft.
should impose a draft?
Yes, there has to be a draft. Has to be.
You mean should a draft exist?
Yeah.
Should a government
the
be able to
potential for you to be drafted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. It should.
And do you think that both men and women should be a part of the draft?
Wait, you disagree?
I do.
Oh, okay. So
I do too.
Oh, well, let me
I don't want anyone fighting for my country that doesn't want to willingly do it.
Yeah, but
I like
here,
that
no, let me give you an example.
Then there won't be a country.
Let me give you an example.
There's many men who are willing to be on the front line.
Would you guys kindly shut up and
Many
let me
men.
ask the question? Okay. So, you think there should be a draft? You think excuse me, sorry, misspoke, alcohol, whatever. You think there should not be a draft? You think there should not be a draft, right? Okay. Let's say in this scenario where there's a belligerent another nation, a belligerent other nation, say China, for example, and we know that they're going to invade us.
Love this argument.
Oh.
Ryan.
That's the banquets.
Wait. We're good. All right.
Party foul.
Okay.
Hey, he spilled the champagne.
It's just that area.
It doesn't work.
Damien, can you write out a message for the $69 TTS thing, just so you know what it looks like? Okay, so China's going to invade, right? and let's assume in this scenario that China has a more powerful military than the United States, and we have a volunteer force. This is hypothetical, right? So I'm in this scenario, I'm saying that China has a superior military, right? And let's remove nuclear weapons from this conversation, just because, I mean, that'll just be a nuclear apocalypse. And so in the scenario where China has a stronger military and you have a volunteer force, and you know, it doesn't even have to be China, but let's say we know the intentions of what China's doing. They're going to come in, and here's what they're going to do. They are going to put to the, well, it wouldn't be the sword because there's guns. They're going to kill every single man in the country. They're going to take all the women as war brides, and they're going to essay the women. We can stop this belligerent other nation. Here's the thing. We have to force people to go and fight and to prevent this. Do you think, as a woman, knowing that this other country, if we don't go and force, it could even be both men and women, but it would be men. If we don't force the men to go and fight, they're going to be killed anyways, and then all the women are going to be killed, or not killed, they're going to be essayed too. Would you then vote for the draft?
No.
So just to be clear,
okay,
versus and in this hypothetical, there's a high certainty of probability that if we do draft the men to go to war, we would be able to repel this belligerent nation that wants to murder every single person in it and essay all the women. You would still vote against it.
Yeah, I know what it
so
entails.
it would entail you being essayed.
I know what that means.
Okay,
so
I agree.
Yeah,
because you agree.
She made a great point that she was like, I don't want anyone fighting for the country that doesn't believe in the country. Andrew then brought up, then you might not have a country. I understand both of those things that are being entailed, and I do think that that countries should exist because people want them to exist.
But I think that we have plenty of people who are already willing.
I agree.
To fight on the front lines. If they're not, they're liars, because all these Trumpers, MAGA flaggers, whatever, look like they're ready to go on the up and front for us. Because I'm not even a Trumper, but if it was we were going to war, I would sign up myself. Mm-hmm. I don't think the majority of women would do the same thing, but that's exactly why I agree. Because unless you willingly want to fight for our country, I don't want you fighting for me.
I totally agree. I do not think you need a draft in this situation, and especially if we're going to talk about the United States. I do not think it would ever get to the point where you would need a draft. I think people would. I think people would voluntarily. I mean, that's fine that you think that, but
in this hypothetical,
these Trumpers, they wouldn't. They have their whole fucking.
But hold on. In this hypothetical, stop. In this hypothetical. Sure, there would be plenty of men knowing that this would be the outcome would go and volunteer, but even the volunteer force isn't enough. You would still have, in order to expel this threat or defeat the threat, you would still have to go ahead and draft men. If you don't, it's the end of the country. They're going to invade. They're going to kill all the men. They're going to, do what they do to the children and to you.
I think it's horrible. I do.
That's basically P word versus I word at that point.
Something?
That's because exactly what we've been talking about.
What do people believe in, and maybe.
So look, at least you're consistent in your belief of hey, not being for the draft. But given the reality that men do have to register for the selective service, governments and nations are not going to relinquish their right to force its citizenry into a military conflict if they deem it necessary to ensure the continuity of the nation or the state or the government.
I don't disagree with that. I just think it's wrong.
But can I add something?
War is wrong.
Yeah.
War bad.
Yes.
But war is a reality.
Exactly.
So it's not something that's going to go away. They're not going to give up. They're not going to give up the power to forcibly raise a military. They just won't. So it's just kind of
I understand what you're saying. I'm just.
I want to.
But my position is that that's bad.
But all platitudes of we should just end the draft and selective service. It's just a waste of time and energy that should be devoted to.
I would also argue that even if the selective service was removed, that if wartime came around, the government would just reinstitute it. And it would be towards men again.
Can I add something, please? I want to add something to this. What you're saying, I actually just saw the proof in the last few months that it's completely wrong, because Like in my country, a lot of women talk like you. I don't want to go to war. Oh my God, I'm against war. I'm against this.
That's not what I said.
But no, but you said I'm against like war and fighting, right? That's what you said.
Of course, and I think
that's what I'm saying. So let me just say something. I know plenty of women and men that said what you said, and when shit went down, okay, they are the first one. They were like, sorry to say it, but they're the first one that've been prosecuted. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, so to that, I would also say some of those people would be the first ones to actually be like, actually, I'll fight. So like,
but sometimes you can't fight because it's too late. And just I want to add something in general to all of you here. The level of oblivious the people and specifically women have in this country that it cannot be a war in America. Just a second, let me finish.
No one's saying that.
You said before. No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
No, I did not say that.
No, not you, but basically, it's not gonna happen.
Gotta make up for that.
But this is completely crazy because it could instantly be,
I agree with that.
Be a war, and if you not one and each of you be stepping up and be ready that something like that could happen, regardless.
I would.
Wait, regardless.
You can't
let me
tell
finish.
I wouldn't.
I'm not saying to you. I'm saying regardless to our feelings. No, I'm talking
clear.
in general. Okay, sorry,
Thank
but
you.
I meant to the majority of the people here. Sorry, I'm saying if people not prepared, a man doesn't, I give you an example, a man doesn't have to go and be crazy and unaliving people, right? But a man need to know how to do it and be prepared just in case something happen. With that being said, everybody should be prepared because everything is diverse that could change in an instant of a minute.
Okay, I like what you said because I also think, like it's been brought up before, that then it would always be the men, but then the women might have this other obligation to birth children against their, like their will. If it came down to it, needing to
repopulate.
That happened in Soviet Russia.
And
it's happening right now in my country.
Wasn't against their will exactly,
okay,
but they outlawed the
my point is,
in my country, it's happened right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They telling the women in the news everywhere. They said you have to have a lot of babies.
Yeah.
Because a lot of women being like unalived.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, it's not just that. It's because it's surrounded by enemies. But
exactly.
The thing is like what you have is a classic libertarian position on this. The idea of voluntarism. And it's like, well, that's great until duty conflicts with community. And then community is going to say, well, we're going to have to double down on duty here.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't see a way around it. Ultimately, everybody likes being guarded while they sleep. Yeah. And it's like if the police weren't paid, we would have a night watch. They'd be volunteer. You know what I mean? Yeah. And if they weren't volunteer, then we would elect that people who didn't want to do it still had to do it.
I was just saying, I think that we have enough volunteers here.
I think also it gets to the point of like, who is your community?
Here.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like,
unless they're bullshitting.
Well, it's going to start with a nation.
Huh?
It's going to start with a nation.
Exactly, but sometimes I think it starts with a nation, but does your nation deserve it if you don't believe? Like, if you don't have enough volunteers, why should that nation be protected?
Yeah, so the idea here is like, what if you had so many self-centered people that they would refuse to step in order to take care of the nation? The idea here is the duty avoids this concept altogether. It's saying the idea that you can be selfish enough where if it came to an invasion, it's not that you can't be drafted and be sent to an unjust bullshit war, because you can, and most of the time you are. It's in the time where, what if there's an invasion? You know what I mean? We need men. We need them now, right? Here's a gun. You're going to follow orders or else, right? At what point, even if this happened in your own household, let's say you had like 2 adult sons who lived with you, wouldn't you draft their ass? Wouldn't you be like, get your ass out of bed and grab that gun and come? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're like, but Mom, I don't want to. I don't give a shit what you want.
Yeah. But I like what you had to say about like, it comes down to duty.
Duty, yeah.
And it comes down to like people being...
Sorry.
Mr.
We're so
Baseman
trained,
donated
fucking Pavlov dog shit.
There we go. That's the insufferable gibberish I remember from Keeko. W. Andrew, W. Brixan, and W. the chair holding the neon hair chick, the real MVP. Also, abortion is baby murder. Send the nuke.
Look, these chairs
what a way to end the statement.
Rated for...
Mr. Baseman, I was just getting... I was just getting there, you know? Slow build up.
Yeah, but your final thought on this, and then we're moving off.
Okay, because I do agree with the duty, and then it was about...
It's hard after that.
No, you said something else. It was the duty, and then it.
If we were invaded tomorrow and they made the men go in the front line.
Oh, and then self-centeredness.
Yeah.
And then I would say, if your country doesn't feel a sense of duty to overcome its self-centeredness, maybe that country should not exist.
Yeah, but what does that do for all of the families, right? So, like, let's say 60% don't and 40% do. Like, I'm not going to let you carry off my wife and children because you're like, well, I'm not gonna, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, no, fuck that. There has to be some consistency here when it comes to duty. Like, you can't invade and take off with men's families, their whole family, their whole you kill their whole bloodline. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. There has to be some sense of duty which is instilled there. And by the way, we're not there. And no country really ever gets there. Maybe when they get to like Banana Republic, which we're getting close to, but we're not quite there. You do have to have some sense of duty, some sort of civic duty for what men are prepared to do, and that's going to cancel out autonomy. It's just that that's expected. For women, it's not expected that there's any higher duty.
Before we let you,
I want to just wrap it up with something. The problem specifically in America regarding this subject, that most of the women specifically are like living in their comfort zone, and they don't see anything like that. Everybody, if you invade somebody's space or comfort zone, immediately, I don't feel comfortable, and it's not supposed to be like that. And I want to give example why. 6 years ago, I was in Miami, Florida, in Aventura Mall, and a guy can I say the word?
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah, and I was there, and I turned around, I heard like a weird noise, and I recognized that noise because I've been in a situation like that before. And we're like, mass of people like coming towards me. I have all the shopping bags in my bag. Americans were screaming, "Oh my God!" Like that. All the people there. What I did, I dropped everything except my bag. I put it like that. I run away from the exit and hide in the bushes for at least 4 hours. And I hear
you were a hero.
No, it's not about being a hero. It's just how I act. I'm always prepared, and people here are not prepared. That's the only difference. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody.
I'm pretty confident that other people also could have dropped all their stuff and hid in the bushes.
No, they didn't. That's I told to all my friends. It's not true. Everybody was screaming, looking at each other. They were not like that.
I don't know.
What does this have to do with it?
I know everything I'm saying. You contradict me. I tell you from experience that I saw the difference between American people and the Middle East people. Completely different. American people were really afraid.
What does that have to do with the draft?
No, but we're talking about something else.
No, we weren't.
Okay. So.
Anyways.
No matter what I say, you guys have something
we
negative.
don't have to get on.
Look, I mean.
I don't like bullying.
Bullying?
What I meant that everybody here living in a comfortable. Everybody here are comfortable. Yes, they are bullied, but I don't care. I can
cry bully.
I can see, obviously, disturb them when I speak.
I don't cry unless.
No, it's not disturbing when you speak.
But whatever I say, you didn't listen from the beginning. My point.
Hold on. We were talking about
my point of view was that people in this country are super comfortable and they're not prepared for any scenario besides their nails being broken or something that is uncomfortable for them. That's the whole point in this country.
That point doesn't pertain to the conversation at hand.
Okay.
Even that doesn't pertain to it.
Okay.
And I'll repeat exactly what you said.
She's giving an anecdote about running away from
in case you were wondering that I wasn't listening, I was listening 100%. You were in Miami, Florida. Somebody started banging around. You had the level head to drop all of your gear, run off, and hide in the bushes while everybody else was screaming like a bunch of lunatics. Hang on.
My point was that you guys react differently.
Did I get the story wrong?
But it's not about the story. I had a point when I said that story. I didn't say that story to get glory from you guys. I don't need that.
Yeah, but what was the point?
My point was that in this country, people are not prepared for nothing. They don't think that's why she doesn't feel duty, or they don't think that people should have. People force them to force to go to the army or whatever, because nobody here cares. People care only about themselves.
Not what I said.
You have 2 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 2 out of 6 women saying here that we would go do that. So I don't know. I'm assuming they wouldn't because a lot of women went. But I can genuinely say that I would.
Would you have babies on behalf of your country?
I've been to a shooting range, so I have no problem picking up a gun.
If we had a war on our own soil and we were underpopulated,
they were like, Keeko, we need your womb.
If we had a mass war and we were underpopulated, I would understand that. If we had a duty of our country to keep
our birth rate right now is below replacement. Keeko, your country needs you.
I think we both don't think that. I think
no, it is. It's 1.6. It's 1.6. It's way below replacement right this second.
I'm saying,
Keeko, your womb is needed by your nation. When can we expect the first Keeko kid?
Once we can figure out why all these people are sleeping on the streets, then we'll get it together. We have enough people right now that we need to deal with.
Here, going to you, then I need to let the chats come in. How do women not have equal rights?
Oh, me? I just think there's just an age gap or a wage gap still.
Okay, the wage gap. Is there anything else when it comes to equal rights?
That's what I was thinking of when I started.
But I mean, when it comes to rights, corporations aren't really the ones giving you rights. Corporations are the ones that would be paying you. Like employers don't grant you rights, really.
I mean, I think that, like, I'm just speaking about the wages. There's women that make less than a man doing the same job. So that's what I was.
But I'm not sure if that's evidence of, like, because there's already a law that it's illegal to pay a woman less than a man for the same work. So.
Well, I guess then they're not upholding it. So therefore, even though there's a law, the rights.
We'll come to that in a bit then. I have to let these chats come through.
Sons of Liberty donated $69. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year whatever. 2025 requests, chase appearances, late week debates like Billow Talk. 2025 will be great, Daddy is back as president. Trump for king.
Trump for king.
Yo, Sons of Liberty, thank you for the TTS. I do appreciate it.
How
Keeko,
can you call another man daddy that is not your father and not feel gay as hell?
Here's why.
Like, that is the gayest shit I've ever seen.
I can explain it.
You think sleeping with a woman with a vagina that was a man is gay, but that's gay.
Keeko, I will explain it.
Sorry.
It's because of that reaction that they do it.
I don't care about the reaction.
I know, but they do. That's why they say Daddy
But don't
Trump.
get your panties in a twist when I say that a trans woman with a vagina is not gay for sleeping with a white man or a man, but you can call another man fucking daddy and that's normal?
Yeah.
I don't even call niggas daddy. Sorry, I don't even call men daddy. Like, why would I?
But the point is that they're feeding into the delusion both ways.
I don't even, no matter how mad you make me, I would never call another man daddy just on the sake of pissing somebody off. Like, that's gay. I'm sorry.
Donated $69.
You should question who you sleep with.
Chair 1, I can fix you. Andrew W's as usual. Brixan, you good bro?
You know how it is. All right, thank you.
I broke his mic clip. He's pretty pissed.
Yep, very rude. Very rude.
You're not calling niggas.
I barely touched it.
Just
fell apart.
Oh boy, thank you, Harambe.
Daddy Trump, go for it.
Just Gerald donated $69. Okay. I will do another champagne pop if the person who clogged the toilet takes ownership of such a colossal.
Who done it?
I'm sure.
I don't even eat enough.
Keeko.
Somebody, I don't know how, it's never been clogged before, and we've had like over 1,000 people through the studio. So good job, whoever did it.
Bluffist donated $69. Seat 1, the more you talk, the harder you make it to underestimate you. Seat 2, your parents are living proof that two wrongs don't make a right. Seat 6, your face looks easy to draw.
That's my friend.
Russ.
That doesn't.
I don't know. If
I don't feel like the third one was a insult.
Easy to draw.
Yeah.
I think it is.
I didn't know if mine was an insult. If I make it harder to underestimate me, wouldn't that mean I'm
lower the volume just a tad?
Victor donated $70.68. Why do open relationships exist? Can you not get enough from your man? Instead of somehow loving your partner by letting them screw someone that isn't you. What about hugging cuddle senpai in chair 4?
Quick response to this.
Us being in an open relationship doesn't take away from our relationship at all. I get plenty enough from him. I'm just also bisexual, and he doesn't think it's right to like box me Also, we just enjoy sexuality and we enjoy
careful with
sleeping with
that.
other people.
Please be very careful with those statements.
What?
Wait, what?
Because you just said I'm in an open relationship because I'm also bisexual, and he doesn't want to box me into this category. But that's the exact thing that so many bisexual people struggle with, is the fact that people think that the fact that we're bisexual, we can't be with just one man or one woman.
Oh, yeah, no.
So
I'm not.
just don't make that your forefront, because that's the first thing. The first they asked you, why are you in an open relationship, and your first response was, I'm bisexual.
That's her preference. It doesn't matter how she works.
Yeah, it's a preference.
No, but if you're saying I'm bisexual and my boyfriend thinks I don't deserve to be put in a box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Respect.
But that's not
Mad
because
respectful.
it's not because she's bisexual. It's because she wants to do what she wants to do.
Well,
I'm bisexual.
That's
and
not
that
what she
means-
said. That's what you got from that?
No, I repeated her exact sentence, actually.
Yeah, but that's what you got from that sentence?
It's not what I meant.
That's not what she meant at all.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
That's
saying
not. You obviously don't know what she means, because you wouldn't have.
I don't know why we're under understanding over here, so I don't know why you're yapping. I'm saying you have to be
appreciate it,
careful
though.
about your word choice, because people will take what she said and misconstrue it into something completely different. So I'm just saying details matter.
We
Thank
both
you.
agreed.
honestly,
We both agreed right out of the bat, because we both came from bad relationships and we were both still healing, and we came from being friends with benefits, and we didn't want to stop seeing other people. But we both cared about each other a lot, and we formed that emotional connection, and we wanted to explore that more. So we decided to be in an open relationship, and we're still in an open relationship. It's not deeper than that.
Yeah, I respect your man for literally having that openness, I guess, and being open-minded. That's mad respectful, because not a lot of men can do that.
Yeah.
A straight man, right? Am I right? Is he straight? Exactly. Yeah.
I don't think it's about being respectful. It's just like that she found someone who understands her.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think a man but I don't think a man is considered disrespectful for wanting a partner to not be with other partners because
No,
of
I'm
their
saying
sexuality.
that I find it really respectful that he is open-minded.
Because you said because a lot of men can't do that, but when you say it like that, it makes it seem like
a straight man. I said
other
straight
men
man.
who don't do that are wrong.
Straight
but there's
men
nothing wrong for a straight man wanting a woman to be completely to themselves. There's nothing wrong with that.
Personally, I would never be able to do it. But that's why I say that it's really hard to have that relationship and keep it up for 2 years. It's
So
mad respectful.
you're allowed to sleep with other men?
Yeah.
A real man would never agree to that. Like an alpha real man would never agree to that.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I think that's a friendship or a roommate situation and not a relationship. If I'm being honest, but if it works for you, I respect it.
If you let you sleep
if it
with
works
other
for you, I
people,
respect it, but I wouldn't.
Or he doesn't really care about you, or he's got gay mentality.
Well, she doesn't. She's doing the same thing though. She's
my belief in how we care about each other is not open for debate. He cares about me he puts my happiness way more than my ex-husband did, and he came from.
You compare it to your ex-husband, but compare it to a normal relationship.
Just because it doesn't work for us doesn't mean it don't work for them.
I've been in normal relationships. Doesn't do it for me. I honestly believe monogamy, how it's been nowadays, is kind of toxic. I've been in monogamous relationships, and people acting like the other person is property.
It is property. It is property.
But
when you with your man, wait. I want to say
LGBTQ relationships
I want to say something.
You wouldn't like that, right?
Hold
so
on,
it's all about
Keeko, you're always going over me. Let me finish. I want to say something. When a man really care about you, okay, the definition of him caring about you is that you are a woman, but even by the Bible, she's the possession of the man.
See,
okay?
That's not what the Bible says, actually.
In my Bible, I'm Jewish, I'm not Christian.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Even the word, wait a second, even the word wife, a husband, a wife, ba'alech, yeah. Even the word, when a husband call a wife, ba'alech, it means he's the one that own you. Like if you marry with someone, your man owns you.
Okay, that's great for you and your beliefs. I'm not religious.
Because now you're young and you don't understand. I'm not religious so much either. Wait, let me finish.
So you're not religious, but you're speaking about your Bible.
But wait, let me finish. I want to explain something. Maybe I'm religious. For Americans, I'm religious. Okay, for Americans, I'm religious. For Jewish, I'm not religious because I'm not dressed like religious.
Can you elaborate on that?
I'll explain. I'll explain because we practice religion by our clothes. Like if you're really religious, I would go only with skirt. I won't be sexy. I cover my hair with either a wig or a scarf. you know, so it's a little bit different. So I'm not considered really religious, right? With you, it's like in America, it's like either you practice or you're not practice. But for me, I'm not looking religious, but yes, I think religious, because if I'm dating a man, for me, it's super attractive if he would tell me like, don't wear this, do this, cook for me.
See,
like I want you to do that.
That is red flag.
It's not red flag.
For me.
And wait,
for me.
For you.
Okay,
I don't think she's your
let me
type.
finish.
Sorry.
Let me just finish.
Huh?
I don't think
I
she's your
agree.
type.
Wait, let me just
not by a long shot.
Let me just finish 1 second. When I talked about the age, I'll explain why the ages is different. Because now you're young, so you have a lot of opportunities, you have things coming your way. When you age a little bit, right, and you want to settle, and your energy level not going to be here, it's going to be here. When your sexual level, it's going to be here and not here. Because now you're working from a paradigm of like, you're more horny, sorry for that word, but you're more horny, you know? So why are you doing that?
I'm sorry.
Oh my God! Today you're really being nasty to me, all of you.
Whoa, that's a compliment.
Oh my God.
MILF mean? Do you know what MILF means?
No, I didn't know that it says MILF. I just saw that they disturbed me.
He was complimenting you.
Sorry.
It was
Okay.
a compliment.
But
He actually
basically,
was.
okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Basically, what I'm trying to say. Okay, no, I don't want to lose my thread of thought. Basically, what I'm trying to say, when a woman get older, okay, and she wants her man to protect her and love her, because you're not going to have the energy to go and sleep around or start new relationship or have this energy of excitement. The excitement comes from different things, not necessarily from the sexuality and the fresh people.
I'm very aware of that. Like I said, I was married.
Yeah, but you were young married. You're not. When you marry, I got married when I was 18. Listen, when I got married when I was 18. Okay, you know how long it was. I'm completely different person when I was married virgin. When I was 18, I saw things differently, right? Mm-hmm. Today, I'm consider myself a little bit more open-minded. But your mind gonna change drastically. And if you're with a man that he's not protecting you, if he love you, he would protect you. He would never let you explore yourself, like you said the story before that a guy asked you to smoke. What if he had drugs there? What if he want to do something to you?
Exactly.
Your man put you out there, but your boyfriend put you out there. The man's supposed to protect his woman no matter what.
How
his
is
possession.
He putting me out anywhere?
He's putting you out because just the fact. Wait, let me explain what to me.
Let their woman do those things. So the fact that he is okay with you being out there with other men.
Don't
you come over me just.
Don't you dare interrupt Shina.
Wait, I want to finish. I want to ask Andrew a question because he's married man.
Let her ask Andrew a question.
He's a married man, right? If your woman would decide to go out by herself and do things, don't you feel that it's degrading you as a man?
I think we know his answer.
Well, it's actually worse. But
worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we know exactly what.
You see the attitude of the man, and then when you see the attitude of the woman, that's how you can dictate what kind of man she have.
So how
by seeing you, I know what kind of man you have.
So okay. So if I wasn't seeing anybody else,
okay.
If I was fully committed to my boyfriend,
okay,
right, and he was not okay with me exploring other people,
okay.
Yeah.
What about him still being in the open relationship?
I'll explain. I'll explain.
So you think that's okay?
No, I'll explain. First of all, I believe in monogamy. I don't believe that men and women should do it. But I do come from the Middle East, and I see a lot of the Muslims that they have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 wives, and they are like living together and living and successful in their relationship. Plus, physically, a man is a giver, a woman is a receiver. When a man, listen to this because it's important to me that you try to understand it. Man is a giver and a woman is a receiver. When a man starts to be a receiver and try to get more women and more women, he doesn't understand it, but the paradigm of his thinking become a receiver and he act like a woman. Because if he had a mentality and paradigm of a man, he would never ever accept even himself sleeping with multiple women. Even when Muslims do it with multiple women, they marry them, they have structure, they do it in a specific way. They don't go and sleep around outside of the marriage with 4 or 3 women. It's completely different. But when a man sleep with a lot of women, physically it's completely different when a woman sleep with a lot of men.
Okay, so if me and my boyfriend, if we got married, right?
Yeah.
And then if he took on more wives and it was within that structure,
completely different.
It would be completely different.
And I'll tell you why.
And then
your eggs, listen, your eggs are limited until a certain age. His sperm is not limited. It's endless until the rest of his life.
That's not true.
He can have, of course it's true. Men can have kids until he's 70 or 80.
Yeah.
But their sperm does the amount of good sperm they have does dissipate the older.
Yeah,
they
but
get.
men can still get a woman pregnant in his 70s.
They can, but it's going to be a
woman
fucked up
cannot
kid.
Get,
I mean, is that what you
doesn't
want?
matter.
Look at that. A TTS.
I'm talking biology right now. I'm talking biology.
Donated $69. Chair 2, wait, you disagreed at the raw deal, but you agreed they should have been rid of you? You believe you're worthless? Please reevaluate your worth. I'm not without sympathy, however I lack pity.
Okay, can I respond?
There's 2 more coming in, so you have like 5 seconds.
Okay, well, never mind.
It's about me or it's about her?
Too much pressure, oh my god.
Cass donated $69. Chair 1, I can fix you. Andrew W's all night as always. Brian, do you feel better after the pizza?
You're not yourself without a Snickers.
I'm a real woman. I feed the table.
You gave me the tiniest piece of pizza, Keeko.
There's more.
Scum pizza.
I asked you.
It was good.
What kind of woman brings you a fucking? It was a pizza bite, Keeko.
Wait, I was doing my best.
$69. White BBW with watermelon hair. We know what she's after.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at
What
that.
am I after?
That was kind of funny.
I think I know.
What?
Keeko, what's she after?
What am
I was laughing at the BBW with watermelon hair.
What is BBW?
Big, beautiful woman.
Oh.
With watermelon hair.
So me.
She is beautiful.
Thank you.
So I giggled because that was a very accurate description. I'm sorry.
Anybody at the table know what this TTS is?
No, what am I after?
That I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't answer that.
I don't think you even know what you're after.
I don't think you have an agenda.
Have a type of man you like?
A cuck?
No, that's not what it was trying to hint at.
Can I say I've met her boyfriend?
Did you?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I served, don't say my job name, please.
I will.
But I served her yesterday. Actually, no idea this was happening.
Wow.
So I actually met her and her partner together.
Did he look
yesterday.
like a cuck?
No.
Andrew.
Nope.
Well, he's a cuck.
That is so
He looked like a regular, either a regular white guy or a white Latino with like a little bit longer hair.
A man
He's
who
very
lets
nice,
his woman
very
fuck other
respectful.
men's a cuck. Definitionally.
It doesn't matter how
But you asked me what he appeared as.
Right.
he
it
doesn't
doesn't
like
matter how he
watching.
looks. He's
That's what he asked.
That's what a cuck
And I was
is. No, that's
saying
one
it's not
category
like,
of cuck.
don't envision, I just want you to say, like, don't envision her boyfriend
Cuck?
as some like
Well, hang on, I'll explain.
purple hair,
Hang on,
like
calm
whatever.
down,
Like
Keeko,
that's
for 2
literally not what it is.
Oh my god.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cuck comes from the cuckoo bird. It's the idea.
Okay.
This is the idea.
What the fuck?
Really? I didn't even know that.
Man, you would know a lot more if you talked a lot less. But anyway, the point is
way more than me.
the point.
Don't talk to
Anyway,
people that way.
the point is it comes from the cuckoo. The idea here is that the bird would lay eggs in the nest of another bird, and then that bird would unknowingly raise its offspring. That was the idea. The
What does
reason
that have to do
I'm
with what I
trying
want?
to explain, you have to not talk. Right?
Explain
or else
faster.
I can't explain it to you.
Long-winded.
So just okay. Well, here I'll do the Destiny meth draw thing. So here's exactly what happened. I'm going to give you the exact meth draw. Blah, 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 blah. So here's the thing.
I was following.
What happens is
How do
because
you
in the
feel about this?
because in the 16th century they redefined the definition. So now we know what a cuck is. It's based on an English definition and it has to do with paternity. And it's okay.
I
Does that make you feel
got
better?
that.
What is that?
I
What do you
actually
want me to
understood
s-
that a lot better.
Same. At the same time.
You're speaking my language
Yeah.
right
Oh my
there.
God, this
Make
panel
it
is off the rails.
what
Off the
what am I
rails.
after
It's the
then? I
final,
don't-
it's the finale.
You're okay.
In regards to that context.
Do you date black men?
I'm out here in Miami.
Do I date black men?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
What?
I am open to it, but
date
I have not.
African American.
No, he is not.
What the fuck,
date-
Brian? What's going on here?
Would you date the security guard?
Yes.
Whoa, Desmond.
Desmond.
Hey, Desmond. Yo,
Shit.
You could be guy number 63, bro.
oh.
He didn't even ask the body count question.
Yeah. Very,
Colton
very odd.
Carlson donated $200. Chair 7 is a oh look, there's a butterfly.
That chair 7 is.
When did you guys start this chair shit? Like, that's a
Right?
new
When did
thing
that
from the last
happen?
time
Well, it's
I was
just
on.
like, that's chair.
I understand it's a good way, but this is like, usually they just like say our names or describe
Yo,
us
Colton,
or
thank
like
you.
an insult. I'd rather them say the insult.
I think you sent it twice, Colton. I do. There was a delay on the TTS, but thank you for sending that in. By the way, TTS is back to 200. I'll let
Spicy
this one come
Ween89
in.
donated $200. Chair 7 all night look, it's a butterfly.
Thank you.
Thanks for the 200.
Appreciate it, Spicy Ween.
Butterflies.
Spicy Ween. Jelly bean. Thank you, bro. Appreciate
you
it.
36 years old? 35 years old? How old are you?
Probably.
Maybe.
Probably.
Does it mean something?
Spicy Ween.
89. I just always assume it's their year they're born.
Oh, I don't know.
Spaz now. Chair 2 or dark labia is the perfect example of the far left. Spaz is at the weirdest time with feelings and not logic, not listening at all. Hold up the big.
Yeah, I would respectfully stop calling me that. My name is Darkavia.
The more you tell them not to,
the more that they will.
They'll keep using that nickname.
Keep calling me that.
Reverse psychology.
Yes.
That totally is gonna work. Okay, we have.
Please, I don't like it. At least call me Dark Vader or something.
Wait, is this TOS? Hold on.
Please.
By this.
I'm never coming on.
Andrew, did you see this? Is this TOS?
Where?
This super chat here.
My friend my friend made a joke last time I was here, and now it's
Dark
stuck.
Livia?
Yeah.
Realizer Network. I'll read the parts that are acceptable, but unfortunately, you're getting a little TOS here. He says, I honestly, do you even know how much I risk? How much he even knows it's TO. He's like, do you know how much I risk explaining these complexities? I'm sorry, Realizer. I popped it up for a second there, but can't get into that, man.
You can't even re-explain that in layman's terms.
I can't even get into that. All right, guys. TTS is 200. Get it in if you want. Okay. Rating question. Stifler. We lost it, but Stifler did ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Go ahead, Keeko. My bad. I'm drunk.
2.
That's not what you usually say, but okay.
I say a different number every time.
Wow. That's cool. What do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? Looks?
Because it dictates what everyone says.
Lee, don't bring dicks into this, Keeko.
Fair enough.
Obviously, I fit a particular type, so I'm gonna say maybe a 6.
Okay. What about you?
I'd say a 9.
All right.
Yes.
8.
Okay.
10.
6.
5.
Andrew. Andrew?
I'm just gonna abstain this time. Holy shit.
You're a 10, Andrew.
You drunk?
I wish.
Andrew. I'm a 5. I give myself a 5.
Really? 6? Really?
What?
Nothing.
You didn't even rate yourself. Andrew, you didn't even rate yourself.
If she's a 6, I'm a 20.
Participate.
Yeah. Do you think it's more or less?
Significantly less.
I mean,
for me?
Yes.
Is it because of the dyed hair? You don't like the weird green freak?
No, it's because, well, you're a little on the taking up multiple chairs side.
Andrew.
Oh my God. You're a bully.
She is not even big like that. Don't even.
Can you make that face again?
Really? Then why is she edging you off the table?
I sat next to somebody else before, so I can make that comment.
Gorlock?
Yeah.
Can we play the cricket sound?
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Well, just like Waller, how do they?
What's
your
rate
come
yourself?
up with this? How do people come up with this?
Yeah,
Are you gonna rate yourself or?
She didn't say 10.
Me?
Yeah,
I'd say 5 maybe on a great day, right? I usually rate myself a 4, and I think
Would you rate your wife?
6.
Okay.
What?
Mm-hmm. And she's like 80,000 times better looking, which is why I know what a 6 looks like, right? So this is why when people say this is what a 6 is, I'm like,
no chill.
What the fuck? How? Well, it's not a matter of not chilling. I just don't get it. Where do people come up with these delusional ideas of their actual looks?
Because we have every right to feel like our number.
Yeah, but every right to lie.
If she feels like a 2 today, then she feels like a 2 today.
Yeah,
if she feels like a 6 today, then she feels like a 6 today.
Yeah.
And if I feel like a 10 today, then I feel like a 10. Because we have every right of ourselves.
Can you do the thing? Do the thing. There you go.
I can't.
Do the
I have
thing.
nails on. And they kind of hurt from last night.
Wait, never mind.
Why? Why do you always do that? Just say it, Brian.
It's okay.
You know,
he's want to get canceled.
Honestly,
he's gonna say something racially.
Honestly,
oh my
definitely not
God, Brian!
Something racist.
I didn't say racist.
She's a 6. I'm a dolphin suggestion.
I said racial.
But then, yeah.
She kind of looks. Sorry, never mind.
Stop it! It's the braids, isn't it? It's my first time doing that.
Do you know who Milli Vanilli is?
No.
You kind of look.
That was racist.
That's not racist, bro.
She was nothing.
What's that? What is that?
Because she doesn't. That's like saying. That's like if I looked at her and I was like, "Hey, have you ever heard of
But they were beautiful.
the Cuban drug dealer?"
No,
like just because she's a Hispanic woman doesn't mean she looks like fucking.
Kiko, if somebody was like, Brian, you look like a potato, I wouldn't be like.
You didn't say potato.
I wouldn't be like, that's against potatoes.
Can we look her up?
That's against
Can we look them up?
fruits or vegetables.
You know what I'm saying.
That doesn't make
They're
sense.
good looking.
Okay,
not
so
ugly. They
prove
were
the point that it's
good-looking
not
back
racist.
then.
By the
Pull it
way,
up.
I know, but it's
like
just, she don't look
very
like that.
attractive.
Look at their
Let me see.
Half black, half white men. You
Blue eyes. Blue eyes. Yes.
Wait, what were you
It's my
saying?
first time getting braids, bro. I'm never.
Are you saying she looks like a man? She does not look like a man. What are we saying?
It wasn't a race thing, okay?
She doesn't look.
I have those white
like
girl
their
features,
sister.
So
Me?
No, she looked like she
get rid of
could
the
be their
braids.
sister.
I don't know, guys.
Stop.
Sorry.
Rockavelli.
I only got my braids because I was trying to stop
I am
straightening my
drunk.
hair.
I
good.
think your braids look amazing.
It's only temporary. I'm getting rid of them next month.
Why are
Yeah,
you
but she also
explaining
thinks
shit
she's a
to
six,
anybody
so,
right now?
Like, you can't take advice from her.
Don't do that.
Also, I just
Don't
want to
explain
say,
yourself.
No, but that's literally
Hey.
why.
Zip it. Go ahead.
I just want to
Relax.
say that
chill
I
out, Keeko.
greatly
Fucking
appreciate
relax.
this opportunity, but I am tired.
Andrew, bro, you gotta apologize.
No, it's
Wait,
fine.
I'm
Everybody
sorry
has
you think you're a 6.
Andrew, bro, don't. No.
No.
We can't.
Beauty is in the eye of the
rage quits. No
beholder,
rage
so
quits
maybe
tonight.
you don't think that
Andrew's
she's
drunk.
a 6,
Andrew's
but
been
I'm
drinking
sure
too
there's many other people that would.
I mean, but he
Honestly-
also called his own wife a 6, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, when
So you'd wife her.
you're supposed to get
she gave
better
him
looking
4
with beer
children.
goggles, Brian.
You called your own fucking wife a 6, so I don't think your
so
opinion
she's
matters.
a 6, then he
All
writes
right,
too
all
much
right, I'll
flex.
just-
Yeah.
No.
He didn't agree with my 6. He
No, but
Look, I'm
He said
kicking,
much less.
I'm kicking
Much
Andrew
less.
off the panel for.
No,
for
he's just gonna go
5
smoke a
minutes.
cigarette.
All I know is if
willingly.
I'm kicking.
my man
It's
called me a
not-
6,
it's not a rage quit.
lose my
We all
shit.
die.
No, I'm kicking
The fuck?
Andrew
I'm the
off.
finest bitch
He
you
was
ever
very
saw.
rude.
Literally.
Andrew was very rude.
The fuck?
He's stepping away. Okay, rude.
He's gonna go. He
Andrew.
willingly went to go
You're in
smoke a
fucking
cigarette.
timeout.
Not everybody
That's
has to
right.
like me, but my husband
Fucking
is gonna
timeout,
think I'm a
Andrew.
fucking 10.
Yeah.
Say that.
You're in
It was rude
timeout.
to me the whole fucking evening.
Look,
But no,
See,
Rachel.
I knew the question was a trap too.
No,
Because
but
I
Rachel
watched
Rachel
previous
herself,
videos,
his
and
wife was,
I
like, very,
knew how
like,
it was gonna go down.
confident,
But
like, she doesn't
I don't know
need-
why
she
I
doesn't
gave
really
y'all
care
the
what he
benefit of the
thinks.
You
doubt.
have beautiful
hey,
face.
I didn't say any. I didn't
Thank
say.
you.
I did not say anything.
He never said
I was
something
backing
bad.
you. I
He
didn't
was
say anything.
backing-
No, I know.
It
I
was
know.
this
I appreciate
fucking
that.
misogynist
Yeah.
sitting next
Brian.
to me. This little what?
Can we please pull up that thing you said I look like? I don't know what
It's
they
not
are.
about
They're
you.
good
Chill
looking
out.
men, I swear to
It
God.
is,
They were
'cause you
used
made
to
the
be
comment.
gorgeous.
I wanna know.
But the fact that you
Too
say
bad.
they're good looking men.
But she looks like the sister. She doesn't look like a man.
Yeah, right.
She could look like the little sister.
Right. I know what
They
you're
had
saying.
gorgeous eyes.
I
they
know
had
what you're
gorgeous
saying
hair.
because she doesn't understand who it is,
No,
though. She's like, you're
No,
saying
I
look
only
like
want
a
to
man.
see it because for the fact is I
Oh
don't
my
know who you're
God! Wait,
talking
you
about.
guys are off the fucking rails. Everybody, be quiet.
Brian,
You
we're having a
started
good
it.
time.
You guys are off the rails.
We're having a good time.
No, but
This is a great episode.
I know. I saw it. I do look like a potato. That's why I made. That's why. That's why
Are
I
you
brought it up.
crossing your arms?
Right? With
That's
the
why I
little
brought it
blood
up.
thing, Yeah.
All right.
I would say marshmallow.
Next question. So, do you guys think silence you people?
Sorry. Fine.
What do you
Brian
mean,
is
you
so
people?
not actually mean, but he tries so
Yeah,
hard. Like,
Brian's
it's
officially
so
racist
funny.
in my eyes.
Racist?
Yeah.
It's not racist.
It's not racist to say that you.
That I look like another black person?
You remind me
That's
of
racist.
somebody who lost their career because of lip syncing before lip syncing was.
Well, I'm not a lip
acceptable.
singer, so you were.
That's what I was comparing.
That's not
Thinker.
racist.
These poor Milli Vanilli, they lost.
They were
their,
huge.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
Lost,
Thank
they
you, Rachel.
lost their entire career.
Rachel, you're gorgeous. That's not what I was saying at all, Rachel. Your husband
stop,
called you a
stop.
6.
They
That's
lost-
I never commented on
Calm
your
your
appearances.
titties, bro.
Rachel's the one fucking commenting. I can comment.
What did she say? What did
Oh, is that her?
That's his
His
wife.
Yeah. What did she say? What did she say? I
Rage.
can't
She
see
said,
them.
Keeko, I'm
Yeah,
not
Rachel
an ugly
commented.
woman. I'm
She
an
just
average
did.
woman. What's wrong with that? I was like, I never commented on her
No,
looks. I asked
especially-
her husband what he would classify her as, and he called her a 6. I never said anything
Keeko,
about her
can
looks.
you straighten your mic and straighten up a little bit, like, you know, straighten up the table. Scoot that way. You're off to.
I'm about to get up and get a slice of pizza, though.
Okay, cool. That's great.
Okay.
So, anyways, but before you do, I gotta ask the question.
Yeah.
Okay. asking the question. But first, I need to address the Milli Vanilli thing. First off, these poor fucking guys, they did the lip syncing thing before. Well, it was also because they weren't even the ones singing it. It was like another singer. It was like a ghost singer. So that was the other issue. But they got caught lip syncing. And it just, their career over. Very sad. Very sad. Great songs, by the way. They didn't sing them, I think. I don't think, whatever.
They would have been a hit today.
Going around the table, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking in 10 years' time?
10 years?
Yeah. So you're 24, better looking at 34?
Yeah.
Better looking in 20 years' time at 44?
Maybe 4D.
Tilt your mic down.
Maybe 4D.
Okay. What about you? You're 22, better looking in 10 years' time at 32?
I'd say yeah.
20 years' time at 42?
I don't know, but hopefully I maintain, yeah. So, yes.
Okay. Better looking in 30 years' time at 52?
52? I hope so.
Better looking in 40 years' time at 62?
Nah, I feel like that's when I'm going to start to get...
Okay. When do you think you'll peak, I guess?
I don't know. I think 30 is going to be my peak.
All right.
I know that's not standard.
You're 31. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 41?
God, I hope so. That's the goal.
Well, what about not what you hope, but what you think?
Yeah, I'm going to manifest it.
I'm
going to manifest it, yeah.
Don't you mean you're going to manifest it?
Yeah.
With crystals?
With ghosts.
Like, how are you going to manifest
words?
it?
However you imagine me doing that is the way that I'm going to do it.
Cool.
Okay. 20 years' time at 51?
Yeah. I'm just going to be confident about it.
Okay. 30 years' time at 61?
Probably not.
Okay. And then you're 31 now. Do you think you're better looking now at 31 than you were 10 years ago at 21?
Yes.
Okay. You're 44. Better looking in 10 years' time at 54?
Less stress, so I think so, yeah.
Better looking in 20 years' time at 64?
64. Same look, better looking than now, yeah.
30 years' time at 74?
That is when I feel it'll start to change.
Change.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're 44, better looking. Are you better looking now at 44 than you were 10 years ago at 34?
Yeah, I am actually.
Better looking now? Okay.
Because I have less stress now than I did back then.
Stressed.
Yeah, and
back then.
I shed a lot of trauma from 10 years ago.
Shaman shedding.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we go 20 years back, better looking now at 44 than when you were at 24?
Now then versus 20.
44 versus 24.
Oh my God.
I would say 22 was...
Hold on.
I looked good at 20 actually.
You looked good.
Yeah.
At 20. So better looking at 24.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. All right. What about you? You're 23. 10 years time, 33?
No.
Okay. You're 25, better looking in 10 years time at 35?
No.
Okay. Sheena, you're...
I think as long as my mind will work, I don't think I would look better, honestly, unless I go to Korea.
For real. That's why I'm going in April.
But I think you are gonna look
gorgeous.
when
two batches or one?
I'm going to Korea in April.
To get what done?
Jealous.
Oh, those are the facials. You know, like they do this.
Oh, don't touch your face. Your face
No,
is gorgeous.
she just like facial, like clean cleanser.
Yes.
I thought you meant you were going to Korea
You're gonna
to
age
get things
amazing.
done to your face.
No,
I was like, you're fucking crazy.
Girl, you're gonna age amazing. Don't worry, I'm telling you.
say
You
that.
look like my cousin.
You have the right to do whatever you want, but I will guarantee you would look worse than you do now.
No.
I promise you that. You're too young.
For what? Yeah, now yes. You're
All right,
right.
we have some AI. We got some AI going on here.
Surgery, so young.
So guys, we are gonna age you guys forward and see what you guys look like.
Oh no way.
I don't mind.
Whoa.
If I look old.
That is what my
Nice.
My mother doesn't even look like that.
I mean,
like, what do you mean?
It looks real shit.
But my mom is 50 and doesn't.
Take a screenshot.
Maybe when I'm 70, but I won't look like that in 10 years.
That was 10 years.
Like, what, is that supposed to be 10 years? Like, what are we talking about right now? I said 10 years only.
huh?
Can you take screenshot for my picture when it comes?
Yeah,
It's
next.
kind of a cunty fucking screenshot, though. Can you send that to me?
Oh my God. It looks so real. It's scary.
Again, like, that looks like my grandma, and she's 60, 70. So
exactly, that's
right here. That's
grandma
like
age.
20. That's 20 years of aging.
Yeah.
That's 20. That's 20 years of.
That
aging.
is not what 40-year-olds look like.
That is definitely what 42
What?
year-olds.
No, a hard
Depends what genes
42.
you have. It depends what genes you have.
A hard 42.
That could
hard
be
life.
okay. Whatever.
Very hard. Like she worked the streets.
Next.
No, it's not true. It's also your genetic. With
You look good as hell.
Okay, yeah.
Wait.
All right, not too bad.
She looks good. You're gonna
the nose drop a little bit
But
when you
she
age.
said, didn't you say you'd be better at like 70?
No.
Or who was that? Oh no, that was you.
She said 50.
I don't think it's better.
I think 50. You cut it off.
Honestly, the AI was very generous. I think.
Thank you.
Next.
No, you're gonna age good.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Good. All right.
Small.
Yeah. Next. Damn.
Wait, is this like 40?
Now you really look
have
like
to go to
Millie.
Korea.
Millie.
Now you have to go to Korea.
Spliffs.
No, for real. That's what it's gonna look. What I'm gonna look like if I don't stop vaping, bro. That's
Right.
swear to God.
Honestly.
So stop.
I'm gonna stop at 25.
Stop.
It's an addiction.
It's dangerous.
It's an addiction.
You
Like
don't
all
have to
of
be
us.
addicted.
Good
No,
times.
but we are.
Next.
I can say I'm addicted.
Me too.
You look good too.
Yeah.
You look at my Auntie Shirley.
This AI was very
The
generous.
milk is going out.
No, you are gonna
Next.
age good based off this.
Whoa.
I look like my mother.
No, you look like Ivanka.
No, I look ugly as fuck.
Oh.
Damn.
But I'm not gonna look like that because I'm probably gonna fix it before.
You will have body dysmorphia, is what you have.
No, I
Yes.
don't have anybody. No.
Oh, and anyone,
Honey,
a blind man could tell you have body
I was
dysmorphia.
injured in a terror attack. My whole face was with scars. I actually managed to
Yeah.
fix it.
What the fuck, you insensitive fucking Keeko.
Everything,
Yo,
but you also,
Keeko,
it's your career though.
You're so fucking
I don't have any body morphia.
insensitive.
My body with no clothes look younger than all of you combined.
That's not what that means. And I was not hating on you at all.
What do you mean?
but
What do you
that's
mean dysmorphia? Like not proportional?
No. Body dysmorphia means you think that you look a lot worse than you do. You're much more beautiful
I
than
don't.
you understand.
I have many scars. So
Oh my god, get a
that's
room
why.
already.
I was
Keeko.
complimenting
Holy
you.
shit.
I have scars on my left hand. I had
We got
scars
more,
on my
right?
leg.
One more.
I was
That's it.
complimenting you,
I know,
just so
I know,
you know.
but I have a
I don't
lot
want
of
you to
final
think
one,
that
right?
I was
Is it
saying
the
something
final one?
different.
Next.
You look like Jack Nicholson.
Of course.
Oh my god.
Oh, Giga Chad?
It's so
Actually, your hair looks better
That's
like that.
unbelievable.
It's so
Maybe
uncanny
with
valley.
$200,000.
You know what?
I like
You
how
should do
you
your
really
thing.
It's the
groomed your
eyebrow for
chin
me.
here.
If
Yeah, know,
I
it's
like your
crazy.
hair there. I think your
I
hair
saw
looks
that
better.
man, I would run so fast for my life.
No, but his hair look better than now. I think when it's go
You
back.
run
I
for your
agree.
life?
Thank you.
From that Giga Chad,
What do you do?
he looks like a mutant.
He was just minding his own business. Keeko.
$200. Share 2, if your BF gave you an ultimatum between monogamy or he's leaving you, do you choose being monogamous with him rather than being promiscuous and all alone? Where do your values really lie?
Oh, where do your
Keeko, I don't have body dysmorphia. I actually
So
embarrass and
that's-
respect the girls, so I say the lower
Oh,
number.
let's just let
No, that's
her
not-
answer the question.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get
Sorry.
you.
Be good. Be good.
So I don't know, because the fact that he's giving me an ultimatum would be an issue for me. But I really, really care about him and I respect him as a person. So if he was really wanting to do the monogamy thing, I think I'd be open to trying it.
So you're against ultimatums?
Yeah, it's like a give away your cat or
It's
I'm
sexy
breaking up with you.
ultimatum.
Well, that's like,
Yeah.
those are particulars though, right? Because like a lot of relationships ultimatums, like if I give my boyfriend the ultimatum, like, hey, if we're dating, you can't fuck other women. You can't DM other women.
Yes,
Like that's an
but
ultimatum.
That's a
but-
condition that you had previously
Women,
set,
it's
right?
women.
It's women.
So the condition
In this
that
case,
we
you're right.
previously set was we're in an open relationship.
Right, but
that
you
is
said
a condition.
you don't like ultimatums. But
Yes,
like sometimes
because-
ultimatums are reasonable within a relationship.
Yeah, sometimes. But the example that you gave, again, it was a pre-discussed decision.
Yeah, to
it was
change
something.
over.
Yeah, it's something that we both talked about extensively. We actually didn't even make it official until we had fully talked over being
Can you tilt your
monogamous
mic
versus not monogamous.
How do you attract it to him when he let you? That's why I'm curious. I'm asking it because I'm curious. How do you how do you even attract to him when you know he doesn't mind that you spread your legs for another man? I would be so turned off if a man would let another man touch me. I could not get aroused sexually.
I think that's mainly like due with how you were raised, or like maybe a cultural thing or something. I'm not sure.
It's just so
attractive. I'm the same way as her. I could never be with a man that was okay with me.
It's got nothing to do with culture, by the way.
I'm okay with you.
Yeah,
it's got nothing to do with culture, and I think it's the most attractive thing about a man when he's worried that you're not sleeping with other people. It's so attractive that he protects you.
I am the opposite. I think it's really
he's just trading you out there. He's trading you.
But
Can't
he's
you see it? It's so cheap that
body
he's trading
count.
you.
But he's not.
What's your body count?
Exactly. What's your body count?
My body count?
Well, sure, yeah.
Consensual or not?
Consensual.
Consensual? 4.
Oh, you can't get up.
4? I don't believe it.
Yeah, we'll get you a pizza.
Women lie about it. I don't believe it.
Eat cheese.
Oh,
I don't believe it. This is a complete lie.
Banana?
It's
banana.
You can
hey,
believe
back
that,
there, just
but
right there. You can eat at the table.
But you said you talked about multiple dates and stuff that you had before with this boyfriend.
I'm sorry. Does a date mean that I?
No, but he asked you. I followed it. Andrew asked you specifically, or him. I don't remember. But wait a second, Keeko. Let me speak, please. Don't go over me. They ask you when you date the men in the beginning of the show, when you date other men, if you go out and sleep with them, and you said yes. It's no way in the world that you had intercourse with only 4 men. What? You said yes, that you sleep with other men.
Yeah, I have slept with other men, correct.
Exactly, but 4, it's the only men you had your whole life?
Yes.
Intercourse? I don't believe
What
this.
about women?
Women, I've made out with women, but I haven't actually sealed the deal with a woman.
Okay.
Yeah. So, no.
Your girlfriend's very upset.
I just feel
What'd she say?
Honestly, I just feel really sorry for you. I feel bad for you. I think you're capable and intelligent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I feel really sad for you that you're reckless with what you're doing. That the outcome is gonna come in the future.
I feel like if I was sleeping around with everybody just because I could, that would make me reckless.
But this guy could come out of the blue and tell you all of a sudden he's a kickoff. It's to see you with another man, and it could happen because he's a simp and he's like doesn't care about you, obviously.
Like,
what would you do then?
He cares very deeply about me. He has been
He's
more.
Not. He's pimping you out.
He has.
No,
he's not. I'm
very confused.
If you want to say pimping me out, I'm pimping myself out.
It doesn't matter, but he let you. He's your boyfriend. He's your man.
So you're in an emotionally open relationship?
What? No, I'm in an open relationship. I've slept with a person outside of our relationship, a singular person.
3, 4.
That's fucking disgusting.
I dare say
that
at all.
Is
it's when you say
I just turned.
It does make it hard to believe a little bit.
I just turned 22. I was sexually assaulted when I was 15 to when I was 17. I was with my husband, ex-husband, from when I was 16 all the way to
You were married
20.
at 16?
No, I was with him, as in like we were dating.
How long were you actually married to him?
I was only married to him for 6 months.
Oh.
Before stuff happened and we separated. But while I was with my ex-husband, he was the only person that I had been with after the sexual assault.
I guess that's just because people assume, like, if you're in an open relationship, they think
that I'm sleeping around.
Yeah, because also
but you presented it like this.
You did say
she presented it like that.
That like you're going on dates and you entertain other people. Mm-hmm. So into our eyes, like, what need is there to entertain other people besides your partner if you're not sleeping with them? Like.
But I have slept with one other person, so I did entertain.
But
them.
at least you know it's not cheating.
It's remind me of the girl from OnlyFans.
It's not cheating.
Oh, look at that!
Donated $200.
That's crazy.
Share 3, 4, 5, and 6. Please, for the love of God, just shut up for 1 second. So bloody disruptive. It's not all about you.
He's being sarcastic.
Okay.
That one I got.
Me?
Yeah, they.
No, he was
they've been out of control. She's been out of control.
She's
out of control.
So out of
control.
Unbelievable.
Out of control. Unbelievable.
But I want to say something.
It's
the only fun girl that she claims on the media. She said, "I'm virgin."
Would you be quiet over there? Would you stop?
She said she's virgin, but then she slept with guys from OnlyFans.
Down.
So it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing because, again, like I said, I was only with my husband from when I was 16 to...
Now you're talking like you're conservative. Before you act like you're both slipping around like there's no tomorrow. I don't understand.
With my ex-husband?
No,
I was not. I was monogamous.
She was monogamous.
So I have gone on dates with multiple people, both men and women, since being in my open relationship. It doesn't matter if you had sex or not. You're still putting yourself out there. It's still wrong. Okay, and...
Never mind.
What would I date?
Why do you do open relationships? Like, I'm actually genuinely curious.
Guys, can we just not dogpile her? Okay.
No, I'm actually genuinely curious. Like, curious.
Why are you such a hater, Kiko?
No, I want to know like what drives people to like
mic is just
want to do that.
Maybe you could just straighten your mic a little. Thank you.
Okay, I want to address your question. What were you saying? You said, would you?
I was wondering, like, my producer came up and whispered to me while I was like up there for a sec, and he was like, "Hey Brian, I'm kind of like really feeling Lexi. Like, I was just wondering."
That scared me so bad. Was that a button or him?
I was just wondering, would you go on a date with him?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Here's the
thing. I also, in order, what?
Her boyfriend's white. I met him.
My boyfriend is white.
Maybe
very white.
You go black, you never go back.
He's white.
I've heard that.
He could be Latino. He could be white Latino.
Okay, can I answer the question?
Yes.
So, for me, in order to feel comfortable sleeping with somebody, I need to have a friendship with them first.
Oh, that's what he wants. He doesn't.
Go talk to him.
He does not want to just hit and quit.
He wants to be buddies.
He wants a serious...
But, like, isn't that not an open relationship anymore? Isn't that, like, polygamy at that point? Because the open relationship is supposed to be hit and quit. It's not supposed to be a romantic
relationship, then I'm not the girl.
Brian, he really told you this, or you bluffing him?
He's looking for whatever you got going on.
Literal whatever.
Okay, so friends with benefits.
Threesomes.
Brian, he really said that, or you bluffing?
No.
Threesomes.
Here.
He wants
Brian would
both.
never. He would never.
Do you accept?
Is there more pizza?
I'd have to see him. 2, I'd have to meet him. 3, we'd have to have conversations. Blah blah blah.
Go have a conversation on the terrace.
That guy.
You?
That
cool. Awesome.
Is she?
Oh, sorry.
We just broke up. He said though.
Oh my god.
Anywho, and then going back to her, I should wait for her to come back actually to answer her question. Anyway, we were going off of body counts. Anybody else want to chip in while we're waiting?
Yeah.
I'm ready to leave.
What's your body count?
No more liquor. No more alcohol, Kiko. Wait.
I already am calling you Uber at this point.
I can take you home because I don't want to drive alone.
I'm giving you a good show.
I need more liquids.
I can take you down.
No more.
Define
Okay, so hold on. Going around the table, what's everybody's body count? Go ahead, Kiko.
That's between me and my boyfriend.
You've already shared it on the show. It's like 15 or something. I think it's like 27.
You just want me to fucking say it now.
I know.
No, it's no.
No, I went and pulled the episode. It was 23.
You little pricks. I know.
I pulled it, bro. It was 23.
No, I've never said that.
Yeah, you know what, Kiko? I'm more than willing to admit that I was wrong. What was it?
It was 1. My boyfriend.
What's your body count?
My body count 4.
Okay.
11, I think.
How many men?
6.
Oh, wow. I was expecting.
Damn.
And
who are you guys? Who the fuck is the back gallery?
6 men, 5 women. Okay.
Fucking peanut gallery back here.
None of your business.
Yeah, I
hold on.
I knew that was coming.
I am channeling my shamanism.
Oh my god.
Okay. Listen, I'll do it, Brian. He's been asking. He's asking. All right.
I'm astral projecting.
It's 46.
What the?
That's what the angels told me is 46.
Really?
I was thinking like 7.
How old are you?
Arms of an angel.
41?
44. Oh, 44.
41.
Nothing against you or how you look,
Caveat.
but based off the things you've
12,
said,
that's include women and men.
and your age, I would conduct it's around or conduce it's around like 90.
90?
Yeah.
90.
Whoa.
She's 44 in a professional
The angels
cuddler.
are agreeing with Kiko right now.
Nothing about her or anything against her.
Fuck them.
Yeah, she said it's
just
purely
gives them hand
professional.
jobs.
That's what?
Or wait.
I don't think she does, but
that's somebody else.
I think anyone who falls into that profession is probably a little bit more loosey-goosey when it comes to their
it's all above the board. Her professional cuddling, it's all legitimate. It's all above the board.
I didn't call her a prostitute.
What if not let you slander her?
Completely different.
It's an hourly.
She does not offer.
She doesn't say she cuddles penises.
That's why I said 90 and not 9,000. I said 90.
Chill out, Keeko.
Whoa, Keeko.
I didn't say that's a very.
She said her job, her cuddling business is purely professional. She said in the beginning.
That's why I'm not including anyone in that. But I just think for you to be a professional cuddler, you're probably a little bit more fluid when it comes to those things.
Let's not bring fluids into this.
Yeah, literally. Literally.
Okay, what about you?
It's conductive reasoning.
Moving on.
What's everybody else's?
Calm your titties, Keeko.
She refused to answer.
I'll answer if you guys answer.
Okay, I'll answer.
And Brian has to answer as well.
Isn't his like fucking one or
I
something?
promise you that Brian will answer as well. Go ahead.
Brian
he
will
has
never
to go
answer.
first and then I'll
Like
answer.
that one
well,
Asian.
that's
It's
not
the
fair.
final show.
How's that not
It's
fair?
time
It's two
for
of
everyone to
you.
know.
Because here's what I've noticed. I've noticed that people tend to lie a lot, especially women, about their body counts.
Yes.
And they have a lot of incentive to do so.
Yeah.
And so I think, okay, it's fair.
Unless you're not ashamed of it.
I wouldn't be ashamed.
Yeah,
I wish it was higher.
Look,
honestly.
I agree with this. Okay, I've just noticed there's a lot of women who lie about this.
Yeah.
Fair enough, right? But the thing is like, okay, I'll go. You go first, and then if I think you're not lying, I'll reveal my actual body count.
Okay, but you have to tell.
Wait, are you suggesting that's what I'm thinking?
Yes.
Wait.
It's not.
Okay.
Oh.
How about there's an intermediary where both of you tell that person your actual body count.
Oh, we can write
and
it on
then
a
you
piece of
reveal it,
paper.
and then that person gets to say whether or not they're lying or not.
Just say your fucking body
It's like
counts.
a fucked up game of Indian poker.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just say your body counts.
Honestly, it's not that deep. Nobody's gonna judge.
You don't want to say it, just lie.
The guys are still gonna fuck you even if they don't know your body count,
Right.
no matter what. So
I have a boyfriend of almost 3 years, so it wasn't that. I just thought
yeah,
he should answer and then I'll answer.
Brian never does.
Yeah.
no, Brian never.
Never.
I'm afraid people will think less of me.
Why?
I didn't think Brian is an answer because it's less valid women that he should have fucked. I think Brian's not
Couldn't.
answering because he's
The
actually
optimal word there is
insecure about the
couldn't,
amount of women
even
he's
if I
fucked.
wanted
If I'm
to.
being honest.
Why?
Nothing against him, but that's what I read.
What?
That Brian doesn't share his body count because he actually wishes it was higher.
You think so?
No, for real,
Is
because
that
he's
why
so
you don't
picky
share
about
your
the
body
labia.
count?
No, I
Because you
don't-
wish it was higher?
I don't share my body count because I'm in a relationship and that's nobody's business besides my partner. I used to share it before I was in a relationship. I've said it multiple times on this podcast.
Well, has it changed
Since the podcast.
since the podcast?
Since before I used to share it, it went up by 1 because now I sleep with my boyfriend.
Right, okay.
But I used to say my body count, but now that I've been with my boyfriend, I don't think that is something that I should be discussing with other people besides him.
The principle behind it anyway has nothing actually to do with the body count. It has to do with the idea of women who say that they don't think it matters.
Yeah, I understand.
And then when they say,
the nuance.
then when you ask them, okay, well then what's yours? They
Yeah.
go, well, it's none of your. It's like, well, I thought it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, if you didn't want to reveal your body count, guess what? I don't want to fucking hear. I don't care. You know what I mean? The point is to look at what it is that's said. That's it. So.
Do I look like I have a body count of 12?
Yes.
Okay, for sure.
Yes, for sure.
Call me a slut.
Yeah. Yes. No.
Do you
no,
feel
I
like
didn't
a-
say that.
do you
I'm just
feel
kidding.
like
go
a
to
I'm
me
just
into
kidding.
that. You go
I'm
to me
just
into
kidding. I'm
Do you
just
feel like a slut?
No.
Okay, well.
I don't regret any of my bodies.
So,
respectfully.
but why then? Just plain
No, it
devil-
was just a joke.
I'm just playing devil's advocate though.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You're like, that's my body count. And
Yeah.
you're like, do I look like I have that much?
Yeah.
And he said yes. And you're like, do I look like a slut?
Oh yeah, no, I was
But
making
that's
a joke.
what it is.
Because I knew he
that
was.
is
I
your
knew he
body
was gonna
count.
say that.
Right. Yeah.
I
I'm
knew he was
just-
gonna say yeah, so that's why I was leading into
Yeah.
that. Do you think I'm a slut? I had that whole conversation planned out in my head.
I just.
He's pretty.
I know how they
All right.
twist shit here.
So,
I'm
Lexi,
like,
to the body count thing,
Yeah.
in the questionnaire, you say men. So the statement is men are not insecure for caring about a woman's body count. You disagree.
Yes, because like a lot of men have high body counts too, and it's socially like acceptable for men to
Not
have
the
high body
same.
counts.
Not the same.
So
It is.
it's opinionated.
It's not the same for a man and woman to have the body count.
It is.
It's not.
I feel like it is.
Men look at it differently.
I agree with Shina.
I'm sure you do.
They pretend that they don't care because they want to put you in bed. But trust me, men prefer to marry a woman that hasn't slept with a lot of men.
That's right.
And she doesn't know to do in sex all the tricks.
Go off,
someone that's used.
We don't want to marry the town bicycle.
Exactly.
I think
exactly. Sheena has my back.
Okay, but
Sheena has my back.
But you'll write it. Hang on.
But you're like the bicycle seat, though. Like if you're like the bicycle seat. Like men. No. Men. A majority of the time have a way higher body count than women. Unless you're a woman that's like, no, I'm gonna sleep.
That's not normal. We are the receiver, they are the giver.
Not
even
normal.
Even their bodies to take out of their body.
It should be frowned upon as well.
No, it's not the same.
You should not. But you guys come up here and
I think it's weird.
Say it's okay for men to be sleeping around.
It's
no,
not
they
okay
be
to sleep
also.
around, but it's. I'm not saying it's okay to men to sleep
But
around.
you said it's different.
But I say it's completely different. Women bear children in her womb. Women
and a man can have 100 kids a year.
No, but it doesn't matter. But they don't grow the kid inside their body.
But they could produce 100 different kids a year.
It doesn't matter.
I think that's. I know. I agree
in
with
majority,
you.
in majority places in the world, okay, when a woman when a woman in her 40 and 50 and 60, her vagina becoming big for a reason, not just because
that's false.
Wait, it's not false.
Hold on.
Because listen.
It's not false at all.
Listen to me, please. Let me get this point out. What is different?
Let her get a point out.
No, because she's told me.
I'm trying to get a point,
She barely spoke.
You
don't let me finish with
So what is different, right?
Ridiculous.
Between because you're talking about, you just said about a woman, the older she gets, her vagina getting looser and stuff.
I'll explain why.
Okay, so what is the difference between her sleeping with different men versus sleeping with the same man 5 times a day?
I'll explain.
If anything, a woman in a relationship will probably get her hole stretched out a lot more than someone who's single.
I'll explain.
That's not
I'll explain.
That's a myth.
How's that a myth?
Vaginas don't get they don't.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God! You girls, you don't
because if you're
understand
in a
what women is.
relationship, you're fucking, right?
Okay,
so
let me
if I fuck the same guy 100 times, my coochie will be looser.
Can I
from
please?
fucking
Can I
100
explain?
different guys?
You asked the
Does that make
question.
sense?
You asked the question. Let me explain.
But I think with the right clothes, the right look, you could be very striking.
No more champagne.
Can I please? Can I please?
He hasn't even finished his champagne.
I'm trying to finish my point.
I'm trying to get you drunk, Brian.
When a woman sleeps with multiple men, okay?
Who said that?
And change. What happened?
What did they say?
And change.
Is it about me?
No, they said they were trying to get Brian drunk.
Okay, can I finish my point, please?
Go.
Okay, when a woman have multiple men, it's because the lifestyle she live in. She's clubbing, she's probably doing drugs. Wait, let me finish. Oh my God, I'm trying to put my point.
Zip it, Keeko.
When a woman have a lifestyle of sleeping with multiple men, it's usually small penises, big penises, medium penises.
Micro
it's 3 times a
penises.
day, 4 times a day. Wait, with that being said, a
Why
woman
does she
can
have
sleep.
something about marrying her?
With that being said, a woman can sleep with one man and still stretch because after a certain age, after a certain age, okay, a woman stretch if you like it or not. Okay, a woman stretch if you like it or not. That's why majority of men prefer to sleep with young women because their vagina is very tight. And that's the fact.
God damn.
You don't want to hear the truth. That's the fact.
They're probably tight
So
because
men
they are
so
hurdled by the old ass man.
Coochies.
Hey,
So disrespectful.
one at a time.
I'm trying to speak, but you guys all walking over me. That's not nice.
Well, you said something blasphemy right there. Like that was.
I say facts. You don't want to hear facts, guys.
But it's not. It's biologically not a fact.
It's
but okay.
biologically a fact.
No, it's not.
You know how many women
You
go and
can't
stretch make the vagina small?
Okay.
In other countries,
Go to not in other
ours.
country.
Like,
Go to a woman group on Facebook.
That's probably
what? What are you talking about?
It's not more. Maybe in the Mormon church and stuff.
Sorry,
but the
I'm
average
sorry to
American
tell you.
woman isn't getting their coochie.
It's
fucking
not
stitched up
true.
to make
That's
it
not
tighter
true.
for the
America
men.
is #1 in the world with women fixing their vagina.
Marry a man that's worried.
That's
And why?
not true.
Because men think that they get stretched out.
Because
of this
women
false
get stretched
narrative.
out.
No, you don't.
That's a myth.
Oh my God! A vagina of a woman in her 40s. It's not a vagina of a woman in her 20.
Wait. Okay, it's scientifically proven that you can have your vagina only gets to that point when it's stimulated for sex, and it goes back to its original size when it's done. When it's done.
How do you think we push whole babies out and it goes back? Do you think we're just walking around
the
with
husband
baby size
stitch is fucked up, and it's not
walking like
And
that's not true.
after birth? Yeah, that's like usually after birth.
You don't know. Let's meet in 20,
It's scientifically proven. Look it up.
I know so many.
Shut the fuck up, okay?
She says, my friend had a loose vagina. Is it your friend? Is it your friend? Is it your friend?
That's not what I said, and you girls not listening.
I don't know. I know someone.
You can say what you want, but it's a fact.
What?
Oh wait, no. I have a question for the bisexual women.
Fucking stuff
I have on the topic of vaginas.
missed them.
I have a question for the bisexual and lesbian and queer. Are you queer?
bisexual.
Not queer.
I mean, I guess queer.
Okay.
I've identified.
So as a man,
Yeah.
I happen to have a labia preference. I like outies.
Oh my
I prefer outies. Don't get me wrong. Still will very much date a woman with an innie. Prefer outies. Innies are great.
Beautiful.
All labia matter, but big labia matter. Okay.
Okay.
Never.
Big labia matter.
I could not say I've ever noticed a difference.
I'm just wondering.
I've never been with a woman and been like, oh, her clit was bigger than the other.
You
like,
women
that's never been a
who
thing.
have had carnal. Chill out, Keeko. Okay, chill. All right. Okay, thank you.
You drunk.
I was quiet already.
So-
Like I had to stop talking.
You guys have been around at least one vagina besides your own.
Around at least one.
Do you have a preference for innies or outies?
No, I've never
Don't care?
noticed. I've never noticed a
Really?
difference.
Okay.
Ever.
Don't.
Have you ever noticed if someone had I've never been like, oop,
They don't
it's
have
outside.
a penis. They don't feel the difference.
Oop, it's inside.
No,
Like, let
do
me
you have a-
go against this differently.
You
like,
date women,
what?
right?
I do date women, but unfortunately, I haven't sealed the deal.
I
But
got you. I know somebody.
okay.
I will. I actually do.
This is the second person you've tried to set her up with
Yeah.
on this episode.
I am a matchmaker. Okay, and
You're failing.
I will.
Fired.
I will get you there.
Okay, that one was a good one. That was a good audio.
If you were a matchmaker, you need a new profession because you've done terrible.
The amount of women who I have gotten other people
you're
sex
bullshitting.
with.
You know you're bullshitting.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, you know you can't even say that sentence. You're
My
full of
success, my
absolute-
personal success rate is
I
low.
bet slept with thousands of
But
women.
I am very good at getting other people sexual intercourse. What the
You're
fuck?
terrible. Actually, if anything,
never
you're
gets it
keeping the
himself.
earth celibate.
You're
If anything, thank you for
The fucking degeneracy tonight, bro.
I don't know.
It's level
many bottles.
100.
Too many bottles.
Innies? Really nothing? You don't care?
Nope.
Really?
Okay. All right.
I've seen
Whatever.
I've seen a big
I think you're
labia
all
before,
detached.
but I didn't know it was called a labia until you did tell this
What
show.
did you call it? A fucking...
I just
lizard
called it
flea?
big. I just called it big. But I didn't know it was called a labia until I came on here.
The Majora or the Minora?
Like who?
My
Which one?
friend.
Your friend? You've
Getting
got
real
multiple...
technical.
Yeah, because some of my friends, like, they get, like, waxed and stuff, and I go with them. So I've
And
seen
you
most
were
of my
like
friends.
looking right down Main Street?
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
See,
'Cause
I
she's trying to
love
convince
my
me to do
friends.
it, but-
I've gotten waxed,
So you
but I
have
would
multiple
never have
friends with
my friends
giant
stare at me while I got my fucking pussy
Oh my
waxed.
God, yeah.
I have
What?
one that I know of.
Like giant.
Hell no.
Not giant.
It's embarrassing as
Labia.
hell.
There's some things that should
Andrew,
be kept to yourself.
earmuffs. Andrew, earmuffs.
But yeah, I've never knew it was called that until the show. Until you told me.
That's cool.
I've never heard
I just
such
thought that some
language.
people have it, some people don't.
Anyways.
You have a labia minora and a labia majora. Everyone has different
We're-
sizes.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep, you have like the inner, you have like the outside lips,
Women
majora,
should
the
know.
inner ones. They're talking about the minora, like
Yes,
the B flaps, the
yes,
curtains.
yeah.
How those can be different sizes.
Oh, okay.
Y'all crazy, man.
But yeah, I'm sorry.
You're the one that asked
Honestly, I feel.
Y'all crazy.
I'm not
for
even gonna
bringing
say
that
it,
topic
but y'all
up
big
out
ladies,
of
ladies.
nowhere.
Oh my god.
A while.
Not a bad thing.
Bam, suddenly we're talking
We're pushing
about
for the cushion.
big
I'm just kidding.
labias out of the blue.
For the
Stop
cushion.
it. I didn't say that.
Okay. All right, guys. Guys, chill out. Okay.
You asked me.
Chill out.
Just
Feminism.
answering questions.
He said
Body
feminism.
count. We were talking about
Hierarchy.
body count. We didn't even finish the thing about body count. We think men are insecure for caring about the body count. You know what? I think you should just say that they're not and agree with me. You should just...
How about you say you did it, but you didn't?
You should just agree with all my positions. You know what?
What? How would that make a fun podcast?
You should just be like, you know what, Brian? You are... Wouldn't that be great?
You know what? Yeah,
show?
you are.
All the women are just like, you know what, Brian? I just agree with you on everything. That would be so...
That's too easy.
And boring, and nobody want to watch it.
That is a good point. Good point.
Controversy.
You know what, though? How about this? To those of you, when we were talking... I identify as the correct person on all issues that have been contemplated. I identify as correct on all issues that have been contemplated here tonight, that have been discussed here tonight. And I wish for you to affirm my identity as the correct individual on all that has been discussed. Please affirm my identity, Keeko.
No, because then you'd be all-knowing. The only one who's all-knowing is God. And I will never say you were all-knowing.
The
only all-knowing benevolent is God, not you.
My rate of... Never mind.
Thank you.
I don't feel good about myself because you will not affirm my identity.
I think that's something you need to work out within yourself, but I would
has anybody told you you're a bigot?
Put anyone
Keeko?
above my God. Thank you. Sorry.
I haven't had one of these since I was a little kid. And they still taste like shit.
And they make your throat, you know how that saliva in your throat?
Still
like you
taste
just
like
need to take a fucking huck of loogie? That's what they make me want to do.
That's the last thing sitting there on mine.
That's so weird. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Pizza, Capri Sun.
They're just fucking
Elementary. Okay, have you guys ever put these in the freezer and then like cut off the top and then had it like slushy?
Yep.
Oh my god, no, this is good.
Nope.
Don't knock it till you
it's
tried
like a Capri Sun
like slushy.
Yeah.
But
Popsicle.
I would
really
like
good.
for you to affirm my identity as the
This is the thing that I don't agree with, so no.
I affirm your identity.
But
I'm
I want
supporting
you
you.
to
Even if you told me to call you a woman, I would say no.
I already heard that
Amanda,
interaction.
truly
will
believe.
you affirm my identity as the correct person on all issues?
If it makes you feel better.
It does make me feel better. Do you affirm it, my identity?
Sure.
Sweet.
That seemed a little disingenuous.
A little disingenuous.
Like she was just... I don't feel like she was really affirming it.
Keeko, women should go 50-50 on dates. You put a mark through it. You disagree?
I'm just like, whatever.
Okay. We have... Maria.
I'm so glad that worked.
Maria, you said you disagree women should go 50-50 on dates. So the man should pay?
Yeah. The man should pay.
Why?
Because he's the one that is courting me. So he needs to show that he's interested in me and is willing to invest in me.
Doesn't sound very Native American-y.
It's not feminist.
Wait, what?
Well, she said
50-50.
we were talking about the two-spirit and all that stuff. And,
yeah, that's right.
And she was talking, anyway.
Yeah. Okay, there's nobody else then giving pushback on the 50-50 thing. We do have men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating. Keeko, you disagree. Lexi disagrees. Amanda disagrees. But you don't date men. Sorry, what was it, Danny boy? Men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating. Maria, you disagree.
Oh my god, wait, I need one of those.
Yes, get her one.
You can actually. I've never seen you so enthusiastic or eager before.
Oh, you're getting rid of the banana? Rude.
I told you I didn't want it.
I've
already had two.
Like 4, right?
I've had 2 bananas already.
Okay, Keeko, you think women put in more effort than men when it comes to dating?
No, I just don't. I think it's very equal. If you're saying like in the sense of like how a man has to ask a woman out and plan the date and such, sure. But the actual hardships of dating, I feel like a lot of women go through the same shit that men do. That's why I also like didn't.
What?
But like I didn't disagree about how men are easily.
What the hell do the women go through? Oh, I have too many choices. Like that's what they go. What do they go through?
That's why I was saying, like, if we're talking about the courting part, or it's like asking out on a date and initiating the date, then men have it harder. That's why I did agree that women have it easier when it comes to like sex and things like that. I do agree women have it easier, but when it comes to dating, like, yes, he put the effort in to ask me out and take me on a date, but sometimes. A lot of times flirting. The things the men do during that time period wouldn't necessarily make it easy for women. Like, they'll put them through hell. So
hey, wait, guys, if you guys are gonna flirt, you guys can, but you gotta get on camera and make out right now.
Right now. Right now.
Hey,
she said, should we go viral?
Right
She's
now.
down. She's always. Why is she down?
Black wife over here and make out with her right now, Desmond. Otherwise, you guys be quiet.
No, he was outside talking to his girl.
Hey, Desmond, bring her over here and make out with her right now.
I'm the matchmaker.
Okay.
You have your security wearing a wife beater?
Yeah, that's what the best security guards do.
That's so ghetto. That is so fucking ghetto. He can't even put on a t-shirt?
Come say hi.
Why are you worried about me?
Because you're ghetto. That's why you're making.
Oh shit!
You're making us look bad.
You already look bad.
You're one to speak. You're the one who sat outside my job eating your little meal on the fucking bench. Please.
She has so much to say.
You're a bartender.
And what did you do at my bar? Yeah, keep it quiet, please. Thank you. Yeah, you don't want me to say what you did at my bar. Thank you.
What did he do?
What did he do? Next.
What did he
do?
Let's not. I don't know what it is, but
I want to know what did he do.
I wasn't even gonna get like that until no, he didn't do nothing like that. But he's trying to talk about.
I just ate at your bar.
No, you couldn't come outside because you couldn't come inside because you wanted to eat your little meal at the fucking chair. He refused to. Yeah, thank you.
No.
And I was being real nice to you. And actually, my manager actually yelled at me and told me to have you move, and I stood up for you. I didn't even know you, so please pipe down.
Bring my food inside. I don't care.
Yeah. You couldn't bring your.
Is it even going on?
Like the fuck?
So his sin was that he ate his food outside?
That's your big flex on me.
No. His sin was he sat at my hostess stand after I told him multiple times to move and not sit at my hostess stand.
Yeah, right.
At least he admits it happened, so you know I'm not lying. Thank you. Thank you.
let's. Okay. Dating easier. Dating easier.
Why am I still drinking this?
Wait, Amanda, hold on.
Because it's there.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next thing.
You need to quench your thirst.
Amanda, the statement, so getting laid is easier for women. You disagree with that statement. And also, Maria, you also disagree with that statement.
I mean, I think I have like a lot of guy friends that don't have the easiest time and a lot of girlfriends that don't have the easiest time. I think it's just really circumstantial based on like a person's own like game. Like some people have it easier. It doesn't matter if they're a guy or a girl, and some people just have a harder time with it.
No. Well, so if you took one of your random guy friends and one of your random girlfriends, just any of them, I don't even think it matters. And you had them walk down the street with a sign that said, "Hey, I'll sleep with any of you who stop right now in your car." Which one, the guy or the girl, do you think more people would stop for?
I mean, probably pretty equal.
No.
I really do.
Really?
If a girl stand on the road, more guys would stand. If a guy stand and wait for girls,
I will literally pay to watch this experiment. I will take one of your guy friends, one of your girlfriends,
it's not equal.
Hand them both a sign. Whoever stops right now will sleep together. Something like this. You really think? Well, I'm not sure. It could just kind of.
I mean,
come on.
I don't know. People are crazy. I know.
It's not people crazy. Nobody. All the women gonna drive through, and the men stop because they want to have sex with the woman.
We've done this. The experiment's been done.
Didn't they just have 100 guys show up to plow some fucking?
Look at Bonnie.
Bonnie,
the porn star. She advertised. She have men, father, cousin, son. Everybody come. You think if a man do it, women will come? No.
I mean, I don't know. It's possible.
No, it's not possible. Come on, be.
Wait, watch. We'll do this experiment. Well, all of y'all are in fucking relationships. Aren't you, right?
I'm not in a relationship, but depends what you want.
Very committed.
Here,
thank you.
Here, I'll test this out right now. After the show, would you like to have sexual intercourse with me?
I don't know you well enough, so.
Girl, you know damn well you wouldn't fuck this man. Don't be politically correct. You would not.
Hey, maybe she's attracted to my toxicity. Okay?
I'm attracted to personality.
You said you don't know him well enough. We've been debating for 4 hours. You know him very well, and you know that you would not sleep with this man. Just be honest.
Keeko, you could you could just not jump in every time somebody else is talking. That'd be really great. Thank you, Keeko.
That's what you pay me for, Brian.
I don't.
You have an ad with my face saying you'd pay every woman to come on here for money, so I don't have to be quiet about that. I get asked about 7 times a day. So
you get what?
You have an ad that pops up on everyone's social media that lives here that says $300 to be on the whatever podcast, and it's my fucking face first. So I get asked about it every day.
So am I leaving here $300 richer? Because
you fucking post it.
That would help pay for the hotel that I got.
You literally have it as an posted ad. It's nothing private.
That's a very strong word, Brian.
It's a literally posted word. It's a post.
What the fuck does that have to do with the conversation at hand?
Because you told me whatever.
Fucking retard.
Oh, Brian.
I thought we weren't supposed to use that word.
Yeah.
That's
on the instructions.
Don't you please?
It is.
Please, we can do our back and forth, but don't fucking say that to me, because that's very disrespectful, and I don't do that to you.
You're the one being disrespectful, bro.
Cool. Thank you for that. Sorry.
Thanks for the pizza.
I mean, you gotta fucking stay for the rest of the show. I'm sorry, not sure what to tell you.
Actually, I agreed until midnight, and it's 12:57. So.
Yeah, but you did your little fucking pizza interruption, and you've been interrupting the whole fucking thing.
Take it to court then, Ryan. Don't call me a fucking retard. I'll do all your entertainment purposes, and now you take it to. Actually, no, because I'm not gonna rage quit. So I don't have to deal with this shit on my social media for the next 6 months. Let's go. About 5 more minutes. Cause I told you midnight, and it's actually 1 in the morning.
Yeah, and you interrupted the show by having to do a fucking pizza intermission.
Which you literally told me to and ate about 5 slices. Are you really stressed about it?
How is that relevant at all?
He did bring me a really small piece.
You got another one, didn't you?
I did, but I had to get it myself. I had to get it myself.
I tried.
What a travesty.
Yeah.
I tried to support the community.
This perfectly good woman around, and you gotta get your own fucking pizza? What kind of shit?
But don't start calling me a retard, because now you're getting wild. And you know better than that, because you apologized to me.
Bro, you've been fucking feral the entire show.
I have not.
Yeah, you've been fucking feral. Yeah, you just called my fucking security guard ghetto.
You're wearing a wife beater at your job. That's pretty ghetto. That's pretty ghetto. Like, what do you mean?
What is the wife beater?
But yeah, just the word was on the list of things not to say.
Wife beater?
Ghetto?
No.
Oh,
it was on the thing.
I was just trying to have like a little like
the show today
thing with you. I wasn't
so
even actually
off.
coming against you, but
oh my God.
You've been feral too.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I
all
think
been feral.
I've been great. I just ate your shit all night.
I feel like you've been feral too.
You don't have self-absorbed.
He's like a feral guy, but you can't take him.
I've been on my best behavior.
No,
Tell him I haven't
been. No, you're not. No,
best
you're not.
behavior?
You treated me like shit the whole evening, bullied me, and I shut my mouth.
Bullied you?
Yes.
You're cry bully.
I'm not a cry bully. I don't. Listen, I've dealt with people way stronger than you, so I don't care. I'm not.
You're still cry bullying.
No, I'm not cry bullying. I'm just giving you a mirror to your face because you don't have any accountability of who you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but who I am, somebody who makes.
I respect you for your views because I think you're smart and you.
So I make cogent points, and you do stupid prattle.
But no, I'm not doing any. No. I don't do anything stupid, honey. I'm not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Second
Dumb
of all,
as a box of rocks. What are you talking about?
I'm not stupid.
Whoever told you were smart? Because they were lying to you.
Okay, they can
stay in your lane.
You are the smarter. You are the
yes,
smart. You're just the insecure guy that like to bully women.
Oh my God, you're like 90 years old, Crypt Keeper.
Okay.
Calm down.
Okay, yeah, you think
Holy shit.
Yeah, you're married with somebody who's 10 years older than you. You're telling me
there's not 10 years older than me. You're 10 years older than me.
No, your wife is 47, and you.
She's not 10. She's not
said that on the show.
Fucking close to 10 years older than me.
She said on the show she's 47.
Oh my God, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay,
you're just making it up.
No,
as
I'm
you
not
go.
making it up. I saw her saying that.
it's more. It's a little.
She told me
you should get better IDF intelligence. Is what you should get.
I don't care. I'm not even trying to argue with you. Just you have the right to say to everybody everything and put them down. And when somebody says something to you, you're like a crybaby. Take accountability. Be a man. Come on.
Oh my God, you
advocate for men all day long, and then you act like a simp.
How much surgery have you had on your face?
Listen, it doesn't matter. It's not on your expense.
It's
not in your expense.
Along with your lips.
All right, listen, Brian. It's not
by the way,
in your
can we talk about? Can we talk about your con artist dating?
No, hold on.
Can we talk about your con artist dating?
Stop.
Your con artist, your con artist dating service. Can we talk about that?
Con artist service?
Yeah. Don't you have a con artist dating service? Isn't that you?
What con artist service?
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%. Show me.
Both of you be quiet.
I don't date anybody.
Let's try to get the show over with. I'm trying to wrap it here very soon.
And I'd be happy to hear what you're
trying
talking
to wrap
about
the show very
bullshit.
soon. So both of you just drop it, okay?
Right.
Both of you drop it. All right, so.
Brian, I'm not trying to argue with him. I have a lot of respect for this man, and I'm just.
Well, it sounds like
No, stop.
Wait, I want to say
No,
something.
Stop.
Why are you shutting my mouth?
I think it is.
Bro?
No, not
I'm
bro.
trying to move it on. I'm literally trying to move it on. Just stop.
Yeah,
just
right.
fucking stop. Holy shit. Andrew said he would stop. You got to stop too.
No, but he's making up.
Stop.
Making up.
It's really simple. Be quiet. Both of you be quiet.
No, this is outrageous what he just said.
He mistook you for some other dating thing. Whatever.
She was from.
I'm not a whore, and I don't have this. No. Take it back.
What? That's not what he was saying.
You don't listen to it? Go back in there.
He said something about like a dating
yeah,
company.
I don't have any. No,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not
have
you.
a dating company.
He mistook. Yeah,
I don't have that thing. And if I have that, I want to prove.
A matchmaking company.
No, I don't have it.
Nothing.
He thought
What do you mean? It's like I'm not a pimp that somebody would compare me to a pimp. I don't have that shit. I'm against this stuff. I'm not a liar.
You can't. He'd be mad too if she made a false claim. Let's be real.
I have a son. He's saying something like that on the streaming. Are you crazy? It's like I say that you are pimping girls. How would you feel?
Did he say pimp?
Yeah. Did you hear what he said?
He said some
that
con artist dating.
I'm a con artist, gay, whatever, or dating something. I don't have that. This is really insulting. I actually look up to him, but since I got here, she saw it, everybody saw it. He treated me like a piece of shit and put me down. We have the same point of views. Man. This is not acceptable. If he's so smart, he wouldn't fucking talk to a woman like that.
Yeah, he mistook you for somebody else.
No, he not mistook me.
He said you had a matchmaking service.
I don't have a matchmaking service because I'm not a pimp and I don't have that thing.
Okay, cool. So he was mistaken. Big deal.
I tolerate enough.
That's a pretty big deal.
It is a big deal because it's my reputation.
A lot of the things
and
that
I'm
he
alive,
has been a big
and I'm
deal.
alive when you're streaming. People could mistake me and start having rumors about me that are not true.
Exactly. Yeah, no,
and
I get why you're obsessed.
Okay, that's cool.
My original business can get hurt.
That's cool. He was mistaken.
Yeah, well, right. And he should have said he was wrong.
He's drunk and he's taking all his shit on me because he think I'm the weakest person in the room when I'm not. I'm just giving respect because I grew up respecting men, but I'm not a person to be stepped on.
Papa.
Preach. Clock that T, sis. Just kidding. All right, are we done?
Nope.
All right, well, I'm about to be.
This is really outrageous.
Because I can't believe I'm even still sitting here.
We have to do the roast session, then we wrap the show.
We already did, like 3.
Yeah, but we're doing the roast session. Okay.
As if I haven't been roasted enough tonight.
We need to, you know what, we're probably just going to have to skip most of the rest of the questionnaire, but the point stands on this whole getting laid is easier for women thing. I was going around the table on this, but this is probably not the appropriate time to even attempt this experiment, but fuck it, why not? After the show, would you like to have sex with me?
Nope.
Point proven. It's really harder for men to get laid than women. Boom. You guys lost the argument.
Relationship.
That is true. But she is a shaman and single. So, and if I can't get it in with a shaman, then I'm shit out of luck. I'm going to be a forever alone.
With that attitude, no, we're kidding. Laughing, hiding secret
laugh, giggle.
Cool. Good talk. All right. Well, let's see here. Oh, we have Techno Trooper. Okay.
Techno Trooper donated $200. Men have been on the decline. What role does the fact that 40% of men feel financially unprepared for relationships play in their decision to remain single? Will men's struggle continue in 2025?
It's gonna get worse.
Probably.
That was actually a real ass statement, and I get that. I do understand that.
All right, thank you, Techno Trooper. I do appreciate it. All right, we're gonna do a roast, and then we're gonna wrap the show. So we're gonna make, just for the sake of time, the roast is going to be set. We're gonna do $29.99.
God damn.
Let it rip, Crucible. Let it rip.
All right, we're gonna, let me change that. Okay, guys. Also, while we're doing that, guys, $29 roast session, $29.99 roast. We're gonna do that. Hold on, let me get that all set. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we get into the roast session? Speak now, forever hold your pee.
Any what?
Peas.
Shout out to that British kid. I think your name was Mirage or Rajaj or something like that. You were visiting with your family in Santa Barbara from Britain. I told you I would shout you out. So shout out to you, kid. I forgot your name though. I'm sorry.
Keeko.
I promise.
So disappointed in you, Keeko. One thing. I asked you for one.
I know. It was like Mirage or Rajaj or something like that. I'm so sorry, kid, but I promised you I would. He's like 15, bro. Like
you literally
15
remind me
is
of
watching this.
Yes, he stopped me on the street,
Damn,
and I was
famous,
like,
Keeko.
with his family though, and they weren't even concerned, and I was like,
you remind me of one of my older sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like hypnotizing, like how much you remind me of her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hope in a good way.
Yeah, no, it's like a home feeling that you give me. Yeah.
I'm a tough love type bitch.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't seen her in like 3 years, so.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, I'm glad I can remind you of her.
How come?
So they live in a different state, and I work out here, so traveling is not that.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I hope you get to see her soon.
Thank you.
Any other dating related final thoughts from any of the panelists?
Love my boyfriend. Shout out Jay. I won't say your full name. Love you.
I gotta shout Nikki out because I know you're watching. Love you.
I shout out that one guy that made that comment.
Whoa.
I gotta.
Can I shout out?
Lightsaber guy?
Yeah, the lightsaber guy.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to shout
We've been
out.
friends for as long as I lived here. As well.
Oh, okay. Different.
Yeah, so-
Different. I thought you were shouting out a random man.
Dating related, no fucking shout outs.
No, she did. She did. She
I
just
know.
did.
But I'm saying dating
And he
related.
supported. He supported and she was
I
shouting
know, but
him
I'm
out.
saying dating related questions or thoughts. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I want to. Can I shout out someone?
Did you?
What?
Wait. Here, repeat back to me. What
No,
I just,
don't.
No.
Just don't even.
Repeat back to me what I just said.
Dating related. So I asked if I can say something. I understood
It's language, Brian. Like
What did you mean? Maybe I got it wrong.
because he was saying no more shout outs and you were saying can I shout out someone dating, so
okay.
it sounded like you didn't understand.
I didn't understand.
It's
I didn't,
it's
you're
a
right.
dialect thing. That's why I feel like we're all grown enough to understand that it's a
No, I
difference
didn't
of
understand.
language.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
And I can see that clearly.
I thought
it's
it said
very
continue
obvious.
just about love.
I can tell
or
it's not
relationship.
ill intended. I'll
Yeah,
tell you
yeah.
that.
Thank you.
It's really very easy to understand.
So your guys' preferences?
On what?
Like your type?
I really I
Okay, so like what drew you into your boyfriend? Like what was that thing that caught your eye? Like what was your favorite thing? Like one of your preferences, like yeah, that man got that.
nothing like that. That's why I can't even say I have a preference, because if you go through my roster, like my spreadsheet,
different?
it's all different. It's about like once I'm actually in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
That he was kind of a dominant male. I'll say that was like the main thing, is I could tell he had confidence.
Okay.
So I don't really have a type. I just like, if we vibe personality wise, then I could see myself sleeping with you, basically. I guess just like kind and considerate and not an asshole, I guess.
Kindness is huge for me.
Like giving kindness, or like just like the kindness
Just
that like
a kind-hearted person.
Okay. How about you, Shaman?
I don't have a type.
Really? You don't have any preferences? Like, if you went to go have like a romantic relationship with someone, what was that one thing you want that person to be or have, quality-wise or personality?
I mean, none of the men that have been in my life have been there because I've sought them. They somehow found me, and I just ended up in situationships that turned out more than it should have been.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah. So, and I just love people, period. So, like my ex, he's bipolar and he's a stalker now, and somehow I still ended up loving him. So literally, I don't have a type.
Me too, girly.
Real shit.
Yeah, that's not really
shit.
about.
But yeah, my preferences, I like assholes, but not assholes to me. I like them to be more very nice to me, but very mean to the public. You know what I mean? To the public eye.
Classic bad boy trope type thing. Yeah.
But like not the bad boy. It's just basically where I would be like, what's a good situation I would be in? For example, like he's nice to me, but to
Has
the
like a
public
hard
eye,
shell
yes,
to
like
everyone
public eye,
else?
he'll be like, let's say for
Like
example, we
rough
were
around
at
the edges.
we were hanging out with our friends, and a girl was like, hey, can I try your food? And he's like, the fuck? No, go buy your own. Like that's like
no one is a dick to the public, but
yes, like,
your
that's why I like
friends,
mine to be like
yeah.
nice to
Why?
me, but mean
I don't
to
even
everyone
like that,
else.
but I always find them. So
yeah,
I don't know.
But I like that's personally like what I
wish
find
I
it
had
more
a gun.
attractive in men and women. So what's yours preference?
Yeah, I'd say kind too. Family oriented was a big one for my boyfriend.
I like leaders, a man that is very, very strong and unbreakable mentally. A leader that can read the situation, and somebody who barely speaks and nobody know nothing about him. It's really attractive to me. Like especially like FBI agent or Mossad or Secret Service.
CIA, yeah.
This is my
CIA.
favorite guys. Yeah.
Private.
So
I don't like
Andrew,
clowns.
You like private. You like privacy.
Yeah.
what draw you to Rachel?
Oh, you know.
That was years
she
ago.
said that
but
she would be a slave, you know.
Oh.
You know how it goes.
Yeah,
Your
that
wife
sounds
is
about
very
right.
funny, actually.
She is.
She is funny.
I'll see her interact. She's funny.
She's
She
definitely
is.
like a strong-minded woman. I
Yeah.
can definitely.
I get it.
We love.
She's definitely very independent.
We love you, Rachel.
In a
I'll
way.
support.
All right, I'm going to let the chats
I can guarantee you though
She probably hates me, but shout out
that
Rachel.
she doesn't love anybody here. I can just.
And that's okay because we don't care about what is
Yeah, no,
receiving.
exactly.
We're
I was
looking
just
for
basing
nothing.
my first time.
We're
I was
looking
just
for
literally
nothing to receive.
basing-
If she wants to be a
Yeah,
bitter
I was
bitch,
literally
that's
just basing
her
on how-
prerogative.
what kind
but
of,
we
like-
will still love her regardless.
The persona that she was giving me when I did talk to her through the screen, that's what she was giving me. Like I know
if she
like,
chooses to have that hate
but
in
yes,
her heart,
yeah,
that's
like
her
but she's
prerogative.
also she's
Hate
a
in her
lot.
heart.
She,
I
but she's
was joking. Calm down. Calm down.
but she's an
I'm just
older
responding
she
to
is
your
an older
joke.
woman and a very opinionated
kind of
woman.
real.
She very much is. So I'm strong. Like that's what I mean by she's very strong minded. Like
Yeah.
she is, and that's like why she can literally. She probably doesn't even like most
I
of
love
us,
that
but
she doesn't. I know
but she
that's why I'm
probably
like,
is
it's
looking
not really
through
a joke.
like she's probably looking through the screen like these fucking
Dumb
girls
bitches.
are so stupid. You know what I mean? So like I don't give her like I'm not
That's
gonna
true.
give I'm not gonna hold
That's right,
that.
that's
I'm not
true.
gonna hold her to it. Yes, I'm 23. I'm freaking stupid. I'm still learning. So yeah, I'm not gonna take
Before
it
we let
personally.
the roast go in, why don't we do the Patrice clip? Let's do the Patrice clip. Final show of the year. It's a classic. We'll do it, and then we'll let the roast come in, then we'll wrap. Go ahead. Okay. And then I'm gonna have you pause it at a point. So,
Who is it?
But you'll, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question.
Pay attention.
Here's a serious question. Okay, ladies, if you didn't have a vagina, like say it was a terrible train accident, right? And the doctor was like, we have to remove your pussy right away or you're gonna die. How would you keep your man past, you get a 2-month guilty, I can't leave the bitch right away because you just lost a pussy in a train accident. Can't just walk right out on him. How would you keep your man past that if you didn't have a vagina?
Pause it.
I have contender.
No, going around the table. Go ahead.
I mean, before that it would be off limits, but I got another hole.
Oh my God.
I got 2 other.
Here, take the mic down into the mic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my boyfriend, he's very like, he's like my hand's enough, but he's
But you
that
said
type of person.
2 other holes?
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2.
Oh,
1, 2.
your
Wait,
mouth,
sorry,
yeah.
can you do that gesture again? I don't know.
1, 2, 3.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you make it work with what you still have.
Yeah.
Okay. Maria?
Same, and also it could be an open relationship.
You'd let him. Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
You're nowhere getting close to that down there, but I can learn how to use this better, definitely.
So I'm saying.
Why did you put on a
pre-accident?
southern accent to say that?
Better, because I was like trying to like say like the whole booty hole thing. I don't want that.
Hey, pre-accident, never. But I would make a compromise for my man if I lost access.
I wouldn't.
Hey, it's not that bad.
What about you? Into the mic.
I don't know.
I don't know if I can.
Okay. You wait. Just answer the question.
I don't know. We'd have to talk about it.
God, bro. What if you had not eaten breakfast today? How would you feel?
Hungry.
That was great. I'm sorry.
She did the research, Brian.
That was a great answer.
All right. Sheena, what about you?
I would release him and say, go find another woman because I cannot give you what you want.
Honestly.
I would just release him. I will not torture him being with you with no vagina.
No, sorry.
Okay. Play the rest.
Release him.
Yeah.
Wow. Nothing? You can talk. Suck his dick. Okay. Mouth. Asshole. Okay, great. You see what I'm saying? Now, I've been getting pussy beaten the whole show, right? But I give women the opportunity to say, I'm gonna make myself worth more. But you just classified yourself as a series of holes. But I'm supposed to treat you special, but you're just a bunch of hoes to yourself. No one said learn how to play Xbox, learn how to play pool, tell better stories, get another bitch that got a pussy to come on in.
It's not reality.
Well, look, whatever.
He won that one.
Yeah, you guys kind of.
He ate that.
You guys kind of.
But like he made it sexual. Like he made it sexual. We're gonna go into it sexually. Sorry, but
would it not be fucked up if I expected my man to never feel flesh again on his PP? That's messed up.
Like if it was a difference, like, oh, you got a train accident and you were paralyzed.
What would you do if your dick got chopped off?
How would you like? You know what I mean? Like if it wasn't less sexualized, we would respond less sexualized, in my opinion.
If your dick got cut off,
I don't think there's anything wrong with how
would
any of us
you supplement, Brian?
Especially how he asked the question and how he started the question.
Brian? Joke because people will automatically think.
If your dick got cut off by a train, how would you?
He was leading everyone into that.
Please your wife.
It's a trap. Like half of the questions on this podcast.
If your dick got cut off and you had a vagina now, how are you going to pleasure your wife?
It's not the question. The question is, what would you do? Well, he asked, what would you do to keep your man? Not
and
to
I'm saying,
please.
Okay, so what would you do to keep your wife if your dick got chopped off tomorrow and you were married? What would you do to keep your wife, or please, or whatever?
Of God, explaining to her that she's going to hell if she leaves.
And that's what I'll do to you as well.
This is the type of brainwashing.
So that's what I should do.
That only.
So fear. I know it's a joke.
Literally.
I know it's a joke.
But anyway, no, I think that people have higher duties, right? Again, they have higher duties. Like you don't leave your wife because she's in a tragic accident. That's what marriage is for.
But you do leave your girlfriend.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess.
I mean, I was gonna agree.
Right. I mean, the thing is that's different than a wife.
I didn't intend my last donation to cause an argument, but it was entertaining regardless. Not surprising as it came on the same day that Keeko is on the panel. W. Keeko. W. Brian. W. Andrew.
Thank you,
W.
Vector.
Kiki.
Thank you, man.
Kiki.
Vector donated $30. Brian, Andrew has invisible white specks on his microphone. I think Keeko put them there. I think she loves that it bothers you and that turns her on.
What the fuck?
I actually lost the plot.
Dark Lady Alliance Matter donated $30.
Yep.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
Did he just change
Whatever and crucible W's all around. Seriously, out of everything tonight, really a 6? You think you're above average? And a happy new year.
And a happy
fucking new year.
Happy New Year,
filthy
you filthy animals.
I beat
that was
you.
good. That was a good impression.
Hold on one sec. We have Ginny.
Shniko04 donated $30. Brian, if you ever decide to have Shayback, the feral girl next to Andrew, can you please put up a shot clock so we don't have to listen to her screech rambling? Way to end on a high. Blood pressure. Tally donated $30.69.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Tally.
No respectable man wants to marry the communal fleshlight, but there will always be a simp that will. Body count matters. Lots of transference from past relationships. Don't race to the bottom.
Well put, Tally. Thank you, man.
Chor XD donated $30. Shina, the problem is not that the things you say are always wrong. The problem, which drives Andrew crazy, is that you don't understand how to engage with Digens who don't share your worldview.
It's true.
No comment?
From me?
Yeah.
Why would...
It's about you too.
Oh, it was mostly...
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
I've already said what I have to say. So.
Okay.
It's not necessarily right.
Wrongful Rage donated $29. First, none of you were abused, none of you were even harmed. My jokes were jokes. If they hurt its cause, you felt the sting of truth within. My bad. Not one step back.
Yes.
Crucible Crew.
I'll let it through.
Ryan is a bitch donated $30. Ryan/Andrew fake Christians.
He's not a Christian.
Dating related comments. The whole podcast is an evangelical misogynist power trip session. Let's watch Brian fume because the girls are controlling the show.
Doesn't seem like he's fuming about it.
I don't think we controlled the show
But
at all.
there's a couple of very strange things there, which is like, one, Brian's not a Christian.
You're a Christian?
Yeah.
Brian, what are you?
I thought you were Catholic.
Well, that's Christian. What?
I know, but I thought like
But what
I'm
practicing.
Orthodox.
He's
Christian.
Andrew's Orthodox.
No, what is Brian? What are you?
Nothing.
What?
So.
What, bro?
Brian has no
He's
religion.
got the Jewish nose, but I don't.
Fuck.
I'm joking.
She can say that. She's Israeli.
Bad IDF intel once again.
If I were to become religious, I would be leaning towards Christianity.
Which denomination?
Yeah.
That's fair.
I don't know, to be honest.
Catholicism.
Probably Orthodox is pretty...
Orthodoxy.
Orthodox is
Catholicism?
pretty dope.
No.
Orthodox.
Catholicism?
Catholics are not
Are
really
you
Christian.
Catholic?
Technically, yes.
Technically.
But you don't believe in any of the Catholic canons.
I do, and I'm trying to
Like you just,
understand
when
more.
you're talking about the T's and the L's and the G's and the B's.
But what did I say about it?
No, it's not canonical.
But just because of what the Bible says doesn't mean of what people have the freedom to do.
This panel was so bad you should both be able to claim the time as a tax-deductible charity donation. You've both earned your
As long
break.
as I can get it on that.
Happy holiday season and see you on the return.
I can typically only handle one person who drives me insane per show, but yeah.
Daniel Nosseri donated $30. Congrats on an end-of-year pod to top off a glorious year of belligerent lunacy and female retardation, fellas. We are all the more stupid listening to this utter BS. Merry Christmas, Brian and Andrew.
Merry Christmas, man.
Thank you, Daniel Nasiri. Do appreciate it.
Olivera donated $29.99. W. Brixan, W. Whatever, W. Andrew, W. Crucible, W. Rachel, W. Mods, W. Michael, W. Nemesis, W. Mystery, W. Chat, W. Burrito Boys. Like and subscribe. Best wishes to you all this Christmas and New Year.
You too, man.
WWW. Jayekin donated $29.99. Wishing the Whatever and Crucible family a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Godspeed and safe travels.
All right.
Otis Stritwood donated $30. C1, you talk too fast, your brain doesn't catch up. C2, you can't eat math. C4, you can't shame and at all earth fury much. C5, re. C6, you don't get drunk with champ or few beers. Don't cry when pressed. Crucible Crew.
Chair 5.
Beaten Cheeks donated $30.
Yo, Cheeks,
you are
thank you,
born
man.
as a man
Thank you.
/ male or woman, an adult human female with fallopian tubes and ovaries, female. No matter what Ratatouille Keeko says, if a man sleeps with a trans W, you is a he. Biology wins.
Thank you, Cheeks.
Daniel Nosseri donated $30. You managed to successfully find two strumpets of equal ghetto and hood rat stupidity in Darkavia and Keeko. A true scissoring match made in heaven. Walking off into the sunset rubbing each other.
Good Lord.
Rat Music donated $30. Hashtag Dark Labia Matters equals the new org for 25. Can Shina put the women in order from best to least she would want her son to date? Congrats crew and whatever for a big year.
Thank you.
Beaten Cheeks donated $30.
Thank you, bro.
As Andrew's life coach and mentor, I'm proud of you, my boy, for holding it down the last year and a half with so many brain-dead folk. Brian, your patience is impeccable. Bravo, sir.
Thank you, though.
W Crucible W whatever.
Thank you, Beaten Cheeks.
All right.
There's still more coming through. Deal with it.
Ed Legends donated $29.99. Merry Christmas to all. Christ is God.
Christ is God.
Here's to a wildly successful and happy 2025. Seriously, even for the incredibly nasty and truly awful Keeko woman who makes everyone's skin crawl.
What the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
Danny Boy donated $30. Keeko
Thank you,
definitely was hot and cold. Chair 2 took a brunt of the insults. Respect to the Shaman, and I'm rooting for Darkavia to co-host 2025 and Esso to push Enor. Andrew is always great, as is Brian. Incel Christian's Virgin donated $30. Brian, if you're not Christian, then what's a body count?
What would whether I'm Christian or not have anything to do with whether I would reveal what the body count is? I just don't. That doesn't even make sense.
He uses the secular ethics of my preference. And Brian, my preference is not to reveal my body count. Right?
I feel like you shouldn't be asking the question that you're not willing to answer.
Why not?
But it's his preference that he asked that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that.
I just think it's weird. That's
stupid as hell.
Why would that be weird?
I just think it's weird.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't ask
Because
questions that you're not comfortable answering.
Why not?
What's wrong with that?
I mean,
That's weird.
Besides just saying it's weird, what's actually the issue with it?
Why are you asking people questions that you're?
Scoot your mic to the edge of the table.
Why are you asking people questions that you're uncomfortable answering yourself?
I don't understand what's wrong with that.
That's fucking weird.
So am I a hypocrite? Like, what's the actual like?
I don't think it's not hypocrisy, but it's weird is a word in our dictionary that I could use, and it's fucking weird.
I think it's super weird if you say body count doesn't matter to not reveal yours, whereas Brian says body count does matter and then doesn't reveal his. That's the opposite of weird. That's consistent.
Talk to them, because I agree. So you're preaching.
Well,
to the
then what
wrong
are you
choir.
bitching about?
Because that's not the question.
Yeah.
I also agree that it's to be an issue, right?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if he wants to ask the question, then he should be able to answer the question.
Yeah, but he asked the question based
to all of us, no matter what we believe, if body count matters or not.
But he asked the question based on the fact that women think it either does matter or doesn't matter.
That's not how he prefaces it. He just straight up
says,
asks us, what's our body count?
Sure.
He doesn't ask
could
opinions.
any of you at any time have said, well, I'm not going to reveal that because I think it matters?
Well, some of us did, and he says that that's not right, and he usually hard presses us to answer.
No. What's the hard press?
The $2 bill. She didn't answer, and
he didn't hard press her.
I've been on this podcast so many times, and he literally, when I don't usually, today he was not that bad about it, but usually when I don't want to answer, he sticks on it for about 30 minutes.
Because you said it didn't matter.
No, I didn't.
Not true.
Yes, originally when you answered this question,
wait, hold on.
You said it shouldn't matter.
Andrew, you've been on the show like what 70 times or something like that.
Every week.
Something.
If you've heard the body count question every single time you're on the show, I might be like offer like 5 seconds of pushback if a girl refuses to answer, but I usually I move it on immediately.
And usually it's based around.
You're a liar.
It's usually based around the fact of looking at if it's not a big deal. The whole point of the question is to say if it's not a big deal, then why not reveal it? And if you don't want to reveal it, then obviously you think it's a big deal. That's the whole point of the question, right? It's just a basic logical question.
But she didn't know. But she said she wasn't answering the question because she had a boyfriend that was between him and her.
But he usually just asks the question. He doesn't preface.
Yeah, but think about
if
that.
you don't want, if you don't agree with these things, you don't have to answer. He would just ask us all, and when girls would refuse to answer, he would usually hard press on them for about 10 to 15 minutes. Why can't you tell us your potty count? What's wrong? Why can't you tell us? Why can't you tell us? They would just say, I don't want to. He didn't ask these questions. He had no idea what they believed or not.
But he's asking them why. Why don't you want to?
Because they would say it's something I don't want to share.
Yeah, but why?
Because it's something they don't want to share.
I didn't mean to start a whole debate.
They don't need to answer that. If I don't want to answer a question, I don't have to answer the question. Just because he doesn't want to answer it, then like, if you want to ask me a question that you can't answer yourself,
okay,
like it's not that serious.
You ever dealt with a kid?
Many.
Have you ever told them something and they're like, why? And you have to explain
I'm not a child.
Yeah, that's not what I didn't say you were a child.
But like I'm not a child. What
does it have to do with anything?
It's a terrible analogy because it has nothing to do with.
Are there more rows?
Talking to.
Yes,
yeah, right. Let's get it, please.
Cool.
Thank you for getting back to the topic. Thank
you're
you
welcome.
for reminding me what was actually important here, which is getting the fuck out. Thank you.
Swiss Cheese David donated $30. I don't know how you guys do it. Do you freeze your heads before every show?
Yes.
My ears would be bleeding. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, bro.
Thank you, man.
Karkisev donated $30. First time Dono, long time watcher, big fan. Andrew, Lexi, what color crystal you want?
Lexi, what color crystal, Lexi?
Ooh, I'm feeling blue.
Blue. You're going to the blue crystal.
There it is. There it is.
Wrongful Rage donated $29. Just to keep Keeko a minute longer. Cry more. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Chor XD donated $30.
Speaking of.
W. Brian, W. Andrew. On a serious note, thank you so much, Andrew, for helping me to grow as a debater amongst my peers and family, and bringing closer to faith again. For the ladies, crystals all around.
Yeah, it is.
Discounted.
Yep, until Christmas.
Speaking of which, guys, you can get debateuniversity.com, Andrew's course on debating. It's called Verbal
Influence
Combat, if you want to pull it up. Verbal Combat, guys, it's what? How many hours?
Hang on, I didn't catch that. What did you say?
I said influence because y'all were saying how you don't really have influence, and then that would be influence.
Oh, no, for sure we're influencers. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you have influence above what we were comparing, which was colleges.
It was a joke.
Oh, and it was a bad one. But anyway, so over to this, to Verbal Combat. You can pick it up. It's still on sale. We extended it through Christmas. It is, I believe, $199.
Also, I do want to
reduced from 500, Keeko.
From down
How's that make
Which
you feel?
Which is a sales tactic, but idiots. Pop off.
Why would that?
Not you guys.
Why would they be stupid, Keeko? You haven't beat me in a debate, so.
If you want to learn how to insult your way to the top of the debate,
no one who
I'm
bought
sure it'll
that
be
is
great.
going and debating. They're sitting in their rooms watching this.
Tons of them are debating right now.
They're debating by paying $30 to speak. That's their debate.
No. They go on shows on YouTube and fucking debate.
Oh.
Would you like me to give you the channel names? Here, let me give them to you. No?
I'm not
Wait,
gonna
that's
watch it.
really weird, though. I thought that they didn't exist.
Next
I didn't
rows.
It just,
Wait, like
I'm
it's
saying
actually
they're not profiting
Now
off
they
of it, is what I
exist.
should
Wait,
have
are they
said.
like live?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
waiting for the
okay,
next
that's cool.
roast, actually.
I'm saying it's going to take them 3 years to make their
guys,
money
it's hold on.
Yeah,
guys,
I mean, how many years do you think it takes your employer to make his money back on you on a slow night?
2 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a bartender.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but for you, somehow for your employer, you think that baked into that is that he can make his money back on a slow night, but you don't think for some reason that if somebody goes and they buy a debate course like this, they can't make their money back?
I'm not saying they can't, but I'm saying the average won't.
Yeah, the average bartender sucks. What's your point?
Nope, the average bartender is probably making a decent amount.
That doesn't mean they don't suck.
I didn't say anything about sucking. I don't think I ever used
That's
that word
literally
once.
what your word was.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying they're not making their money back.
University, like you're enrolled in online
Sorry,
university.
wrong word choice.
Like, do you have college debt? Like, have you spent tens of thousands of dollars on?
I have no debt.
Yeah.
Well, how much did you spend on university?
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing.
How much did your parents spend?
I don't know.
In any case, I actually tend to agree with you.
I have a father
in this.
who loves me very much.
You
so I
should.
didn't
You
spend
probably shouldn't get the course if you don't want it. There's no strong arming here. Either get it because you want it or don't.
I was not insulting you guys at all.
Really? Because you just said it was a total waste of money. Have you ever seen
I said
it?
they were dumbasses. That's what I said.
Because
that you. Okay.
What? Huh? They're dumbasses. Why?
I know you guys.
Why? Wait. Why, Keeko? Are they dumbasses? Huh?
Because they're spending $500 to learn how to debate for what?
Yeah, you should. You should go. You should. If you got the course, maybe you wouldn't make such a fucking fool out of yourself on the show.
I get paid regardless. I don't care.
Maybe.
Here, we got another comment from this woman.
What? Oh,
she said it's a sales tactic.
It is a sales tactic.
To offer discounts?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
that's what a lot of online courses do.
That's true.
But you do realize,
it's true.
You do realize that it was actually fully priced at $500 for months, and it's not like some.
What was your way to promote that?
Are you trying to like get a gotcha? Like there's something untoward happening with the sales?
Just promoted it on our channels.
Yeah.
The truth is, I didn't even want to lower it at all. The only reason that I did is because we were going into Thanksgiving and Christmas. And a ton of people contacted me and said, I literally can't afford it. So I was like, okay, well, I'll give you this fucking 30-day window.
When you were advertising,
yeah, that was very kind of me to do for my product, Keeko.
Is it like how long is it?
No, I agree.
Very kind of me.
No, discounts. Welcome. Should be spending money on their family instead of scrapping together $200 to buy a debate.
Who disagrees?
That is up to them personally.
How long is the course?
But just out of curiosity,
you should be spending money on your family instead of buying Christmas presents. But anyway,
that is spending money on my family.
Just out of curiosity, how were you advertising the $500 before that?
Just here's the debate course and here's the price.
That's it.
That's it.
So you weren't like, oh, this is discounted from a higher price.
Oh no fucking way. No way.
It was always at $500.
Always.
Now it's been discounted.
I'm sorry. You know what? Let me correct. $499.
No, okay.
Thank you so much.
No, I'm kidding.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
In any case, guys, it's debateuniversity.com. Christmas is just around the corner, so if you want to dominate your liberal family members at the dinner table, you can go to debateuniversity.com. And if you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew, you can get the course Verbal Combat. 6 hours, 80 plus different educational videos, debateuniversity.com. There's a few more chats coming in, but fuck it, why don't we do a couple.
Keeko, why did you waste your money on pizza tonight when you could have been spending it on your family?
Because I needed to eat.
No.
Also, guys,
and I'm not going to feed myself without feeding everyone who's around me.
That's cool. So pizza, that's awesome. Guys, if you're playing World of Warcraft Classic Anniversary Realms, my character is named Brixan on Horde Nightslayer. Mail me if you want to mail me like hook it up with some potions and some potions and gold. Okay. And then we do need to shout the Twitch, Discord. We'll let the rest of the chats come in. And then we are good. Guys, before we wrap the show here, guys, in just a moment, drop us a follow and a final prime sub over there on the Twitch.
98,000, Brian. 98,000.
So close to 10K, but we'll get it next year.
100K.
Or yeah, my bad, 100K. Guys, check if you have a Prime sub available. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Drop us a follow too. Would really appreciate it, guys. And then also check out our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. That is available. We'll be out here in just a sec. Guys, that is available, discord.gg/whatever. Be sure to join. We're going to post all the BTS. Yo, guys, last show we had this like 4'10" Krav Maga baddie. She tried to rear naked choke Eric, who's like 6'5".
Did not work out well for her.
Did not work out. So we got the security camera angle, which shows like kind of a better angle than what was shown on the show, if you want to check that out. And then, okay, we're all caught up there. Guys, like the video. Final call on the TTSs coming through if you want. We're going to let the rest come through. Ooh, I might have missed shit. Okay.
Bluffist donated $30. Keeko, body count is just a number? Really? And AIDS is just some letters. Jail is just a place. Normally I'd say you're a complete idiot, but I can clearly see some pieces are missing. Andrew Needs Whiskey donated $30. Dark Clayview is the mini version of Keeko before she found a man to put her in her place. He's worked progress on that women.
I wish a man would try.
I've always been the same.
Random Bear donated $30. How come no one asks me who I want in my forest? But thanks to these degens, guess I won't starve. Merry Christmas to all. Thanks for an entertaining year. W. Brian W. Andrew. Jay donated $30. Merry Christmas all the way from the official Christmas capital of the world, Finland. I know you all secretly hate each other, but can we still get a group hug at the end of the final show?
No.
I don't hate anybody.
Goat Brixan donated $29.99. Keeko says there is no one over God for her, but she's a bisexual, pro-trans, sex-positive, feminist. The jokes write themselves.
Yeah, pretty anti-Catholic.
Okay.
Daniel Nosseri donated $30.
God is king. Thank you.
I love this woke concept of weird. Weird in the same way that Tim Waltz condemns J.D. Vance, all the while putting tampon machines in all Minnesota male bathrooms for men to stuff up their butts.
What do you mean?
You could have spent that $30 on
He spelled weird correctly. You were wrong.
No, he didn't.
Keeko, you
I
are
before
more
E
ghetto
except
than the guy
after.
with the white
Not
heater.
for weird. It's an
Your
exception in the
virtue,
English
try
language.
to make
It's W-E-I?
things don't convince
It's
anyone.
weird?
You are toxic.
Really?
I promise.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Are you
Dennis
are you
Nedley
sure?
donated $30.
Are you positive?
Holy shit.
How come it sounded
It's
like
true.
weird?
Chair 2 got off
You didn't
aisle
hear
and
how he
you
said it?
laughed. Someone called John Hammond. I'm giving a bottle of vodka up to warn you all.
Make it Tito's, please.
Wrongful Rage donated $29.
That's weird,
Keeko
Keeko.
mad. Female bartenders are notoriously 304s with shady morals. I speak from experience too, Keeko.
I know some bartenders that are whores, but I've never slept with a patron.
That's
Mr.
weird.
Baseman donated $30. Brixan, cheer up, buddy. It's almost over. You definitely deserve the vacation. Andrew, I wish more people listened to your ideas. God bless you, brother. All these women are completely insufferable.
All of them are not.
Thor
Some of
donated
them are. Most of them.
$30.
Almost
Do you
all.
know why Asian kids don't believe in Santa Claus? Cause they're the ones that makes the toys.
Oh no.
They're more self-aware than these women. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's, whatever crew.
That's weird with an I before the E.
donated $30.
It was wrong.
Am I wrong? Andrew, but you guys only created Debate University because we asked you to.
Yeah, that's true.
It was no shit on Andrew.
Wait.
I'm just saying you're.
What do you guys think about this? So those were some roasts. We were going to try to do this segment where we review the hate mail I've received. So this is like the reverse of the roast. You guys get to see all the nasty messages we get for the year.
They're not even about you.
They're definitely about me. Trust me on that.
I want to see it.
How about this? I don't know if we have time to show all of them because there's a fuck ton.
It's like 2 in.
There's a fuck ton, but
Some of us
weird,
have a long
Keeko, you're being
drive,
weird.
and
I have to drive almost 2 hours.
yeah. Otherwise, I'd be super down. And
You know what? Maybe we just do like 5 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said 5 hate mails. 5 minutes I can do.
Yeah, five. All right, we'll wrap the show with some hate mail.
All right, 5
And
minutes.
you guys can enjoy. Keeko, you get to read them. All right, pull it up, Damien.
Don't be weird, Keeko.
All right.
Conservative trash. Stop targeting women and minorities. No girl ever wanted you. It shows. Clown emoji. You are a vile, essist pig. I did it on purpose. You're such a ussy. Why does Andrew look like he has been hit in the forehead with an axe? Has he annoyed someone this much? His annoyance is so distracting from his message.
You're going to have to click these.
Your video of the debate, I could have read it. Your video of the debate regarding older men debating younger women was disgusting. You also always argue with the most left-wing people. I'm a Republican, and I can say that is weird. That's how you spell it.
No, it's with an I before the E.
When older
Keeko.
people date someone who is nowhere near their maturity level. Want to come on the show and debate it?
Next.
Fuck you guys. You are all assholes, and I hope you all die in hell. You ducking, laughing at people for fucking what you are, all ducks and stupid ass pick-me sons of bitches. Especially that white girl with the with the fake ass smile. That bitch is the pick-meest of all of you. fucking dicks.
Who are they
Next.
talking about?
Not
Who is
you.
that?
Not this.
Your podcast is disgusting. You mask your alt-right podcast as a college student podcast, having clearly stupid college students debate Ivy League educated people on political issues.
What?
Why don't you have a real debate that's even on both sides? You're giving conservatives like myself a bad look. Disgusting. That's been used a lot. As a traditional Republican, I cannot support I don't support pigs like Charlie Kirk or Andrew Tate. You're part of the reason our party has a bad look. You guys are the worst podcast I've ever fucking watched. Laughing. Starting shit and attacking women for no good reason. Good job. You degenerate, misogynistic pigs.
Attacking what, Keeko?
What?
Woman.
Attacking woman?
Woman. My point proven is I say it the exact same fucking way.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
You just proved my point. So I just saw a clip of your podcast where a man on it is telling OnlyFans women that if they
OnlyFans what?
Women
just
that if you put their brain inside of a man's body, that the man would be in poverty. You dumbass motherfucker! You are a fucking podcast. If the internet and misogynic men don't exist to listen to your podcast, you would also be in poverty.
Next.
Oh my God.
This is the worst podcast I've ever seen in my life. So completely misogynistic and disrespectful towards women. This is why is 34-year-old disgusting man asking 19-year-old girls about duck size, their body weight, and their body count? You talk nothing about relationships and dating. You are disgusting. This 34-year-old man should be talking to people his own age about these things, not fresh college girls. He's also the most immature man I've ever seen, yelling and cussing out a young girl as she walks about the door, as all while filing.
Next.
Huh? Yeah, I can't even decipher that.
Again, the same.
Shouldn't be allowed to have a platform.
We changed it if you want to read the rest.
I should like check these usernames. I might know these people. I'm like so focused on reading. I'm like, let me see. No, it's different.
No, I don't.
Next.
Oh yeah.
All right, next. Whatever. Next. Wait, did we skip one? Or?
Nope.
I feel like it's been 5
that's the same one we just read. Sorry. Why are all their names Janelle? You're a pathetic virgin. You shame women because no one wants to date you, and you take it out on the entire female race.
Next.
Okay, but there's so much wrong with what was just
You're a
said
fucking idiot.
Next.
Shout out Sophia, sorry. Good job for feeding into incel ideology. Clock that T. And creating a safe space for people to ridicule and hate women. Continue spreading the hate and misinformation, bestie.
Wow.
Hey Brian, I'm not famous, but I have 7K followers on TikTok and would love to be on your podcast. I think you are disgusting and would love to join the discourse. Let me know a date and I'll be there with all my college educated besties. Could maybe shine a light on your audience.
Yes, win.
Well, and we'll let you read the rest. Every single one, X out of this, every single girl who's like who does like a little snarky comment and is like, oh, I want to come and debate you. Even if they say the most vile shit, I won't even sling any vile shit back. I'll just extend to them a polite invitation. They're all intellectual cowards. None of them it's all bark, no bite. I invite all of them. None of them agree to come do a debate. Pull it back up. This one especially.
Chloe Roper. Hey, watched multiple videos and wondering if you only have idiots and sex workers on.
What?
That offends me, Chloe. Your bullshit would be so easy to debunk if you actually spoke to normal working women, but I'm sure you're too pussy for that convo. Please, I'd love to have an actual intelligent conversation for once.
We'd happily have you on to have this convo. Though most people who say stuff like this don't have the courage to actually follow through.
Trust me. Thank you, you said. Trust me, I would destroy Brian and Andrew, but I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and will not spend my own funds to fly out to California to completely own them.
And I offer to pay the costs. Next.
Oh, we've skipped.
No, this is.
Oh, you want me to start there?
Yeah, you can read this. This is.
What are you expected to learn from conversations with sex workers and 18 to 22-year-old girls? How is this not perpetuating hating women? How/why hating women helping and publicizing it to society? How do you think belittling women helps younger men? Also, realistically, both husband and wives have to work in this economy, so why is it the woman's responsibility to come home from a 9 to 5 and have to do all the housework? Brian has been rejected by women and has chose a path to belittle and downgrade them as a career, aka a beta at best. Will not be traveling to California for this, but a good list of topics to start with.
After calling me and Andrew pussies. Yeah, next.
And then won't show up.
Yeah. So, anyways, whatever. Next.
Oh my God. I would take a free trip to California.
I won't be able to drive. I'm so tired.
Grace Bruton, you are disgraceful, haha. I have the best father in the world. He's a CEO, and he still has enough empathy to support my mom. Oh, she's British. And my family, whether it be an occasional household chore, and it hasn't been so black and white for my family. Your whole channel is complete brain rot, and you're everything that is wrong with society. Moreover, you're a sorry loser and weak and act like a little bitch. Have fun knowing you're a little bitch. She said beta. Sorry.
Yeah.
Same thing.
X. She said beta X.
Wait.
Kisses.
Go ahead, read it.
Kisses and hugs.
That's so mean. That's a low blow, though.
Wait. Okay. You're so ugly.
Next.
What?
Seriously, I want to share something. Fake Book had to protect your punk ass from my opinions about how fucking useless you truly are. I'm a male, and well, I'm saying you really need. What you really need is a good throat. Twack? British as well?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
You're all over. Dumbass American. These are all British. Tell me why we're women not allowed in wars. Because we all know you don't. I'm going to come to this podcast and watch show.
All right. That was for Discord only. It was hate mail. we received.
My best friend is Jewish. I would never read that.
Next.
It's been 5 minutes.
Hold on. We're going to do three more.
No.
We'll do 3 more.
It wasn't to you. It was
three
just
more.
anti-Semitic in general.
It was not. Solipsism. Okay.
Sorry, you didn't put that in the.
It's not you.
Making fun of women or making them feel uncomfortable doesn't make you smart. You're only craving views, and you're a bad influence for the next generation. I agree. You're part of the reason why we're requesting. I hate it. Plus, your ridiculous heart want to be on the show.
Yep. All right. One more.
This is the last one.
One more after this one.
Okay. The more I research your podcast, the more I realize you want women unprepared so you can bombard them. Why else would you invite a stranger to speak without having an initial interview process first? Your channel actually seems pretty dangerous for women, and it seems most of you have a pretty strong disdain for women. Any thoughts on that?
And then this one, yeah.
Vampire Lord Sydney Watson said, Jesus fuck. Please put some some decent, smart women on the podcast. I implore whoever does this casting for the show. Want to be on the show, smiley face? Only if the assumption here is that I'm not a dumbass.
X out that. Let me just see what I wrote there. Yeah. So I mean, she's basically talked like massive shit multiple times on Twitter and whatnot.
But Sydney Watson is the biggest fucking debate coward on planet Earth. She literally, regardless of the circumstances, you could stack the entire deck in her favor. Give her the moderator she wants, give her the topic that she wants, and she still won't do it. She just likes to do the DM criticize thing.
Yeah.
That's Watson for you.
Yeah, and like we invited her to come on the show to debate it, and then just refuses to.
And it's funny too, though. I want to say to you women sending these messages, do what you got to do, but in half of them you did speak down to the women who were on here, but I guarantee you guys all are sitting at home thinking you would do so much better on here if you were here, but I guarantee once you were on here, it would not go the way you imagined.
Exactly.
So you can speak big game from home.
I guarantee it too.
You can speak a big game from home and easily say, oh, I would do so much better than her if I had that platform, but I guarantee if you were on here, you'd probably look the exact same.
Exactly. I can second this.
So, because
I didn't think I was gonna lose my cool.
People all the time think it's so fucking easy, like they're gonna just walk up on here and say all the right things. It's so different once you're actually here.
It's a fair.
I think that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fair point, Keeko. Certainly, I think people when they're sitting in the comfort of their own house, in their computer,
and they're pausing and thinking about what they want to say.
Exactly, but then like when you're in the moment, there's like people trying to get a word in. There's the bright lights. There's the cameras. There's
heightened emotions.
10,000 people
And
watching.
you're not put on the being up until 2 a.m.
It's real easy to say what you would have said when you're sitting on your
I
couch
agree.
at home.
But in any case, to all the haters, that's like only a fraction of all the hate messages we received.
Tiny fraction.
Oh, that thing
You should read mine.
That thing goes on and on and on.
You should read mine.
If you want it, I'm gonna probably that was made private, but I'm gonna re-release it. So
They say slurs to me.
that'll be available. Discord.gg/whatever. Be sure to sign up, guys. Let's see. There's no other chats that came through. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna get this wrapped up here. All right. Thank you guys for all the support. Wow. Okay. 2024, quite the year. Guys, like the video, please. Drop a like on the video. All right. Let's get this. No OnlyFans girls on the panel, right? Nobody here does OnlyFans? Well, that's okay. Cool.
It's rare.
All right.
Yeah, that's a change.
GG. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Ooh. You guys want to remove your makeup?
No.
Not with those old ass features. My wife have been there for about 4 fucking years.
I missed it. We didn't do the makeup
Actually,
segment.
can I do it so I don't have to take it off when I get home?
Nah, it's okay. So anyways, we want to leave you with the makeup on. Just don't want to see.
I do want to say one thing, which is Merry Christmas to the Crucible crew and to the Whatever podcast. Thanks for the great year. Been a ton of great shows, and looking forward to 2025.
Yes. Yeah. So guys, we are going to be taking a break for a couple weeks. I don't have a return date yet. Minimum I'm taking off is 3 weeks. It could be, I could take anywhere from 3 weeks minimum up to 6 weeks. So we're going to see, aiming to get back at some point in January, mid to late January. But I do want to give a big thanks to the panel tonight. Thank you guys so much. You guys were dope. It was a long show. It was a good show. And it was also our final show. So you guys did get to be on the final show, which is always a good one. A lot of champagne pops, a lot of great pizza. I'll thank Keeko for the getting us food. That was very kind of you, Keeko. Thank you.
Feed my tribe always.
Very small piece of pizza.
I bought
very
2
upset,
boxes
Keeko.
of pizza. What else do you want from me?
And
3 boxes.
Since it is the final show, I just need to do a couple thanks here that I normally don't do, just because it is the final show of the year. I want to give a big thanks to
me.
Sorry. Yes, I'll thank the panel again because it was a long show. Thank you guys for being here for our final show of the year. Thank you again. I want to thank all the viewers. We could not do this show if it was not for you guys. So pretty much the biggest thanks I do have is to all of you who tune in, and then everybody who also is incredibly remarkably generous when it comes to your patronage. This podcast is fan funded. We most of the live streams get demonetized. Could not do it without your guys' patronage and support. It occurs to me that we're not going to be getting a Spotify deal anytime soon. We don't get sponsorships like podcasts like who have even like a fraction of the viewership that we have are getting like podcast or getting sponsorships that they can live on. We're not getting those. We talk about controversial topics, so I appreciate those of you who have been so supportive the past days, weeks, months, and years. Some of you have been here a long time. I recognize some of your names. In fact, I do want to shout out some of the top people here just really quick, just because you guys have been amazing this year. Give me 1 sec while I get that pulled up, guys. Just a moment. I do want to thank everybody that works for me. Desmond, you're here. Damien, you're here. Darkavia, she's kind of joining the team, maybe. She just started. So, but big thank you to Damien. You've been fantastic. Desmond, you're a legend. Really appreciate you guys. And also shout out to the people that shout out to Madison. Shout out to Nick. They're no longer with us, but Nick and Madison obviously were a part of the team this year. And also shout out to Austin. Thank you to Austin. I do want to give a big thanks to you guys. And let me just see if I can see the top people I can shout out super quick. We'll do for the year. I want to thank Grid One Motorsports. You are a legend. I want to thank Lol Paladins, Killa of Serial, Just Gerald, Nickelodeon, Giovanni C, Lol Paladins again. He showed up twice for some reason. Lucas, Ulysses the Pagan, Doc Venablis. I'm so glad I'm not dating. Big Sass Energy, Bit Blaster, LP Loose Pussy Energy. Fuck it. Jeremy, Dig Bic Energy, GMD Jim, Modest Takama, Noah R, Living, Devon Jackson, Wrath PSA, Donald Trump's brown eye. Okay, the real Mr. Meatball, David Treasuriak, Graffito Tagged, Techno Trooper, The Bronaissance, Lulu, That Guy Slingshot, Touch My Blade, Walking Roscoe, Hulk Smashing the Haters, Beatin' Cheeks, Mike Davis, Truth Bomb, Old Man Marine, The Legendary Trash Panda, Ben George, Hillary Epstein, what the fuck? Robert Tanner, Libertariat, Rizzer Roast, Joe Murphy, Benja the Offender, Chris, Warlord 69, Uwu, Kill of Serial again, Desert Joe, Wrongful Rage, Meet the Kaiser. Thank you guys so much. Curtis Leone, For the Patriarchy, Brandon Nix, Pico Steins. Thank you guys so much for your incredibly generous support in 2024. It's much appreciated. 2024 been very crazy year, very stressful year. So the break is much needed. 2024 in many ways was more chaotic and difficult than 2023. Threats of lawsuits, people trying to cancel Andrew, people trying to cancel me, fucking haters online, all this shit. Way crazier. I thought 2023 was crazy. Trust me, 2024 was like intense.
Here's to a 2025.
Hopefully 2025 is a little more chill. So I'm trying to, I want to thank my moderators. Thank you guys who help, the volunteers who help Nemesis. I apologize. I'm super tired and still kind of drunk and trying to get people out of here. Nemesis, all the other moderators. I want to thank everybody who helps me with all the editing and all the clips. You guys know who you are. I want to thank Kathleen with the timestamps. What up? Final timestamps of the year. Thank you, Kathleen. I want to thank Lacey, little Lacey. Thank you so much, and everybody else who, if I'm forgetting you, I want to thank you guys for all the support this year. It's meant the world, and I feel like I'm forgetting somebody important. I don't know who.
What's the black guy?
What?
The Wendy's guy.
Oh, Mike Davis?
Oh, yeah, Mike Davis.
Sure. Shout out to Mike Davis.
Shout out to Mike Davis.
Shout out to Mike Davis.
Yeah, shout out Mike Davis.
And I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm forgetting somebody to thank. Oh, thank you, my parents. Appreciate it. Thank you to my parents. All right. Love you guys. Okay. So, GG.
Well played.
To the chat.
To the panel for the final show of the year. Huh? Anissa and Morgan. Oh, Blawfest. Thank you for the gifted 10 subs over there on Twitch. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Anissa and Morgan. And what is it? Where did it go? Last call. Hit the like button, please. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone again who super chats, donates, and supports the show. I'm not sure when we'll be live again. Probably mid to late January. Any girls who want to be on the show, though, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. We're going to do a quick Twitch raid, and then we'll get everybody out of here. Who do we raid? Let's see. I'm going to try to do this quick for you guys. We're going to do
I
Whoa
see
Grandma.
your inner woman is kicking in.
Sure.
Oh, she just ended her stream, right? My bad. Hold on one sec, guys. I have to do a Twitch raid because it's, Uno momento, por favor. Let's do... All right, we're going to raid Aladar then. Yeah, why not?
Aladar, we love you.
Or do we raid Joker D?
Joker D, we love you. Will that make it?
I'm going to raid Aladar. We're going to raid Aladar. He's playing World of Warcraft. Oh, no, fuck that. He's not playing World of Warcraft. Okay, then we're raiding Joker D then. Are you able to find that? Yeah. All right. Okay. Guys, we're raiding Joker D.
Yeah, fucking loser. All right.
He's playing hardcore.
But maybe that's why he got banned then. Maybe
he's playing
got banned because of
hardcore World of Warcraft Classic.
I like the combination of it. Yeah. I don't know if you would get
39
banned
warrior.
for that
All right.
MC thing. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be honest. Like, I think
All
guys
right.
are just
That's
like,
you die once and that's it. You restart.
If you die,
I'm not gonna do that.
it's over.
You
have
don't
to.
respawn?
You can't respawn. It's hardcore. Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was mad over.
Well, that's a hardcore mode. Okay, so
I'm just saying words.
thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm sending the raid over now. All right, that's saying over now.
Oh, he got mass reported.
also.
Yeah, he probably just got mass reported as well. That's true. If enough people report,
Yo,
someone will
guys,
get banned.
I'm also playing World of Warcraft. You can mail gold to Brixan on Horde Night Slayer.
Whatever
Mail
with the
gold.
raid. Thank you. Welcome, guys.
You're welcome, Joker.
He lives in.
Yeah, I don't know when that happened. It looked like it was at
Where
least
does
a day
he
ago.
live?
He's got an accent.
Frostadamos,
Croatia? No, it's
Oh boy.
Malta. He's Maltese.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Maltese.
He's from Malta. He's from Malta.
Funny that he was the one.
That's why,
streaming.
like, Greece. Right?
It's yeah,
Hello,
near it's near
everyone.
Greece.
Frosty.
Near Greece. All right, cool.
Today, I'm going to show you how to get a level 6.
That's I don't know what that is, but thank you, Kid. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, like the video on the way out. 07. Is there anything else?
Nothing else?
I think we're all good. Okay, guys, 07's in the chat. We will see you next time. Have a great Christmas, great New Year. Good night, guys. 07's in the chat.
Good night.